In the vast and boundless realm of cultivation, Su Yegao once stood as a prominent figure, a formidable force in the late stage of the Void Realm. However, due to a poignant earthly romance, he fell victim to a backlash during the Heavenly Tribulation, leading to his unfortunate demise. A millennium has passed, and the memories of the past have become an indelible scar upon his heart. The Love Cottage on the outskirts of Jianghai City, which once held the sweet reminiscences shared with Bai Zhixuan, the affluent heiress, now bears witness to the moment their love was mercilessly crushed by the harsh realities of life. Now, upon his return, the Love Cottage is devoid of its former warmth, and Bai Zhixuan has vanished without a trace. In the depths of his sorrow, a delicate little girl named Mengmeng appears before him, calling out Daddy. This simple utterance strikes him like a thunderbolt, shattering the chains of his heart that have bound him for a millennium. It is revealed that during his absence, Bai Zhixuan endured the trials of pregnancy and childbirth alone, steadfastly holding on her love for him amidst a myriad of suitors. Determined to start anew with Mengmeng, Su Yegao seeks employment and endeavors to accompany his daughter as she grows. Yet, his soul remains severely wounded, his vitality diminished, and his path of cultivation has fallen into disarray. In this ordinary yet challenging world, what stories will unfold for this father and daughter? Will Su Yegao unravel the mysteries within his heart, reclaim his beloved, and restore his past glory? Thus begins a journey filled with love and miracles. Chapter 1. Daughter Mengmeng. In the outskirts of Jianghai City, there stands a quaint little house, warmly adorned, known as the Love Cottage. However, since 4 years ago, this abode has ceased to exude warmth. As time has worn on, the entire yard now appears rusted and forlorn. Su Yegge stood at the threshold of the small house, his tattered garments a testament to the passage of time, his heart heavy with unutterable sorrow. A millennium had elapsed, yet this place remained an indelible scar upon Su Yegge's soul. Everything felt like a protracted dream, stretching endlessly, until his hand finally brushed against the once inaccessible pavilion, unleashing a torrent of tears. His master had once proclaimed that unresolved matters of the heart would hinder one from transcending to immortality. Su Yegge, however, dismissed such foreboding, only to face the backlash of heavenly tribulation, ultimately perishing amid the 9 thunders. "Are you Su Yegge?" As Su Yegge turned to depart, a voice called out from behind him. Hearing his name uttered after so many years during which he had been all but forgotten filled Su Yegge's heart with an overwhelming emptiness. At last, someone had remembered the name Su Yegge. Upon turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man, his hair now streaked with gray. "Is that you, Uncle Da?" Uncle Da was a resident near the Pavilion of Love, known for his readiness to assist Su Yegge during times of trouble. Their bond had always been rather amicable. "Where have you been, you rascal? Do you have any idea how difficult it has been for her since you left? You scoundrel!" Without warning, Uncle Da raised his hand and struck Su Yegge sharply across the cheek. She is the beloved daughter of a wealthy family in Jianghai City, adored by all. During a spontaneous trip, Su Yegge and she fell hopelessly in love at first sight and secretly obtained a marriage certificate. This news swiftly reached her father's ears, who was outraged at the thought of his esteemed daughter marrying a penniless youth. Thus, their romance faced vehement opposition from her father, leading her to declare that if her family continued to pressure her, she would elope with him, vanishing from the PUBL. Indefinitely. When Su Yegge awoke, he found himself rescued by his master, the esteemed Qing Xian, and from that moment onward, he began his ascension among the distant stars. "Is she still here?" Su Yegge asked, his voice trembling. "She has left without a trace, fading away from Jianghai City," Uncle Da sighed in response. Su Yegge's gaze dimmed as he looked at Uncle Da, forcing a bitter smile as he murmured, "Though we may be separated by vast distances, the yearning remains boundless." "Come, I shall take you to meet someone," Uncle Da said, leading Su Yegge towards the heartfelt pavilion. This was a place where Su Yegge and she had once resided, now infused with a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Uncle Da pushed open the door and ushered Su Yegge inside. The furnishings remained largely unchanged, with the walls still adorned with intimate photographs of Su Yegge and her. As Su Yegge sighed in melancholy, a childlike voice echoed from upstairs. "Grandpa, I am hungry." Following the sound, Su Yigge's gaze fell upon a delicate little girl, clutching a doll, standing at the top of the staircase, watching both Uncle De and him with curious eyes. Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but finally, encouraged by Su Yegge, timidly called out, "Daddy." Though her voice was soft, it resonated like a startling echo in Su Yigge's mind. "She has given me a daughter." Su Yegge found himself unable to contain the surge of emotions swelling within him as he embraced Mengmeng tightly. In that moment, a knot that had entangled Su Yigge's heart for over 10,000 years began to unravel. 10,000 years! The solitude and hardships endured throughout this millennium had not been in vain. Uncle De retrieved an old outfit from 4 years prior for Su Yegge, prompting him to take a bath. After refreshing himself, Su Yegge settled on the sofa, gazing at Mengmeng. From every angle, Mengmeng exuded the gentleness and beauty she had inherited, a true blossoming beauty. "Daddy, Daddy, can you hold Mengmeng?" she asked, trotting over with wide, innocent eyes. Of course. Without hesitation, Su Yegge extended his arms to draw Mengmeng into his embrace. "Daddy, all the other children have their daddies by their side. You've been with Mengmeng every day, right?" As Mengmeng spoke, her voice grew increasingly pitiful, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Su Yegge hurriedly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and said tenderly, "All right, Daddy will always be by your side from now on." Looking into his daughter's glistening eyes, Su Yegge felt a pang of heartache. After dinner, he played with Mengmeng for a while before gently coaxing her to sleep. Upon exiting the bedroom, Su Yegge casually picked up the cigarette that Uncle De had left on the coffee table and stepped onto the balcony. After lighting a cigarette, Su Yegge gazed vacantly at the distant sky. The flame consumed the cigarette held in Su Yigge's hand. "Is Mengmeng asleep?" Uncle De approached, and Su Yegge took the cigarette box, lighting one for himself as well. "Yes, she has fallen asleep." Exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Yegge remarked, "The little girl drifts off quite quickly. Not long after you left, Bai Zhixuan came to me, announcing that she was carrying your child." Su Yegge remained silent, envisioning the sorrow of Bai Zhixuan, her belly swollen, unaware of her husband's whereabouts. For a pregnant woman, managing groceries, laundry, and meals is no trivial task. Faced with Bai Zhixuan's suffering, Su Yegge felt only anguish within. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the group of dark-clad assailants from years past. Chapter 2. Companionship. Eventually, Mengmeng was born, and the household expenses became substantial, all borne by Bai Zhixuan alone. Uncle De sighed, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Let me be honest with you. After you left, suitors lined up in droves for Bai Zhixuan. Yet for reasons unknown, the girl refused to accept any other man." Su Yegge flicked the cigarette but from his fingers and turned to re-enter the living room. After a brief moment, he poked his head back out and said, "Uncle De, tomorrow I shall take Mengmeng out to seek employment, and perhaps indulge her with some leisure time." "Very well. I understand. I shall withdraw some money for you shortly." Uncle De nodded in agreement. Su Yegge smiled gently and replied, "Thank you so much. Once I secure a job, I shall repay you at the earliest opportunity." Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered that Mengmeng had awakened, though he was unaware of when it had occurred. She rubbed her eyes and, in a drowsy manner, extended her chubby little hand towards Su Yegge, her voice sweet and innocent. "Daddy, Mengmeng wants to drink milk." "All right, Daddy will prepare some formula for Mengmeng." Su Yegge affectionately patted Mengmeng's cheek before stepping out of the bedroom. He poured a glass of boiling water, mixed it with some cool water to achieve the perfect temperature, and filled a bottle for her. "Thank you, Daddy," Mengmeng said softly as she accepted the bottle. "Drink up," Su Yegge said, his affection evident as he stroked Mengmeng's head. As Mengmeng savored her milk, Su Yegge discreetly took out a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke caused Mengmeng to choke slightly. Quickly, Su Yegge extinguished the cigarette and leaned out the window. "Mengmeng, tomorrow Daddy will take you out for delicious food and fun activities, all right?" he asked, crouching down beside her. Mengmeng raised her hand joyfully. "Yes. Yes. Then, after you finish your milk, shall we have a little nap? We can rise early and play tomorrow, yes?" Seeing his daughter's adorable demeanor made Su Yegge wish to pinch her cheeks. Mengmeng placed a milk bottle on the bedside table and extended her chubby little hands to embrace Su Yegge's neck. "Daddy, Will you tell me a bedtime story? A bedtime story? Su Yegao had never narrated tales to anyone before, yet with his daughter's request, he felt compelled to oblige. Gathering his thoughts on bedtime stories, he inquired, "What story does Mengmeng wish to hear? How about Snow White?" Mengmeng does not want to hear Snow White. No, no. Mengmeng shook her head in refusal. Then shall I tell you a story from the realm of immortality? Noah. Wait. Initially poised to decline, Mengmeng suddenly realized she had never heard of this tale, leading her to curiously ask, "Daddy, what is the realm of cultivation?" The realm of cultivation is like the stars in the sky, vast and boundless, where its inhabitants can cultivate immortality and transcend calamities, wielding the power to reshape each world with a mere flick of their hands. A glimmer of pride crossed Su Yegeo's face as he continued. "What I wish to tell you is about the revered Heavenly Tribulation immortal. Heavenly Tribulation immortal once lived on earth, cherishing a beloved wife. However, her father disapproved of their union and sent someone to kill him on a stormy night. Yet, the resilient Heavenly Tribulation immortal was saved by his master, the celestial Tribulation immortal. But as Su Yegao turned to elaborate further, he noticed that Mengmeng had fallen asleep, unbeknownst to him. Su Yegao gently tucked the blanket around Mengmeng, gazing fondly at his adorable daughter, his heart brimming with affection. He settled cross-legged at the foot of the bed and closed his eyes tightly. Meanwhile, a surge of vital energy coursed through his 72 meridians. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes. A shattered soul and depleted vitality, this is the terrifying nature of emotional entanglements, Su Yegao murmured, shaking his head. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 5 levels: Xuanxu, Yushu, Qingxu, Chongxu, and Taixu. Before succumbing to his emotional turmoil, Su Yegao possessed formidable strength at the late stage of Taixu. However, after his downfall, he was left with merely the early stage of Xuanxu. I suppose I should find a job and settle down first, Su Yegao sighed, musing to himself. As the night deepened, Su Yegao glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 2 in the morning. He quickly tidied up his belongings and drifted into sleep. Early the next morning, Su Yegao was awakened by the sound of wailing. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Mengmeng beside him, crying heartily. "What's wrong, Mengmeng? Why are you crying? Come here, Daddy will hold you," he exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace and soothing her. "Wah, it's raining. Wah, the rain has soaked Mengmeng," she sobbed, her face a picture of distress. Su Yegao listened to her words, bewildered, and asked softly, "But Mengmeng is sleeping at home, right? Why would the rain wet you?" As he spoke, he turned to look out the window. The sun was rising, and there was no rain to be seen. "It's raining. Boo-hoo." Mengmeng continued to sob, occasionally extending her chubby little hands to rub her tear-streaked eyes. Su Yegge inadvertently brushed against Mengmeng's diaper and instantly understood. It turned out that little Mengmeng had wet the bed. This adorable child, upon having an accident, whimsically claimed that it was the rain that had drenched her. Su Yegge changed Mengmeng into a fresh diaper, then affectionately patted her head, saying, "Mengmeng, how about we get up and have some breakfast? After that, we can accompany Daddy to look for a job, and then we can play together? What do you think?" Okay. Mengmeng beamed, waving her chubby little hands in delight. "Yegge, you're up so early?" Uncle De observed in surprise as he saw Su Yegge leading Mengmeng out of the bathroom. Su Yegge smiled gently in response. Uncle De retrieved a stack of money from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table in the living room, saying, "I don't have much on hand, but hey, raise 1,000 yuan for you to us." Thank you, Uncle De." Su Yegge accepted the stack of money and tucked it into her pocket. As it was the transition from summer to autumn, with warm days and cool nights, Su Yegge prepared a long-sleeved shirt for Mengmeng. After slinging a small backpack over her shoulder, Su Yegge took Mengmeng out the door. Chapter 3. Underground Fighting. Once outside, Su Yegge hailed a taxi, heading towards the city center. Having been away for so many years, she was oblivious to the changes that had taken place in Jianghai City. Thus, Su Yegao instructed the driver to halt the vehicle in the bustling heart of the city. Hand in hand with Mengmeng, Su Yegao meandered aimlessly along the street, seeking employment. What kind of job would be suitable? A waiter, spending the entire day within a hotel, not to mention the servitude akin to caring for one's own parents, and most of the time being unable to accompany Mengmeng such a Hoist seems imprudent. Having previously graduated in engineering cost management, pursuing a career related to this field now appears to be an arduous endeavor. Such positions demand considerable time and energy, and with Uncle De being of advanced age, he will eventually depart from Mengmeng's life. Thus, it falls upon this father to assume his responsibilities. The fantasy of becoming wealthy overnight is one that Su Yegao dares to entertain but refrains from pursuing. Any opportunities that promise swift riches are either morally reprehensible or illegal, and Su Yegao is not foolish enough to tread that path. Just as Su Yegao was about to cross the street with Mengmeng, he was suddenly called out to, "Young man, could you wait a moment? Do you happen to know if there are any parks nearby where elderly individuals frequently practice Tai Chi?" The elderly man inquired, "I have just relocated to Jianghai City with my son and am not very familiar with this area. Apologies, I am not well acquainted with this vicinity either. However, there is a security kiosk ahead, you might inquire there," Su Yegao suggested, pointing towards the security booth in front. "Thank you." The elderly man shook his head in disappointment, murmuring to himself, "Had I known, I would not have come here. How much better it was back there. At least I had someone to accompany me in practicing Tai Chi." After uttering these words, he turned to leave. Just then, a vehicle sped past the two individuals. The wheels rolled over a stone on the road, imparting a force to it, causing the stone to hurtle towards the old man's head. Alas, the speed of the stone was too great. By the time the elder realized, it was too late for him to evade. Su Yegao, like a phantom, swiftly extended his hand, skillfully intercepting the incoming stone. The old man beheld this scene, inhaled deeply, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young man." Had it not been for Su Yegao's timely intervention, the stone would have surely inflicted a grievous injury upon the elderly man's head. Su Yegao discarded the stone and remarked, "Elder, you are burdened by resentment. If you would heed my words, you might consider moving out of your new home." Before Su Yegao could finish his statement, the old man interrupted, "What are you talking about, young man? Resentment? As a representative of the new generation, one should not indulge in superstitions." Su Yegao frowned slightly. "Let us pretend I said nothing." With that, he took Mengmeng's hand and turned to leave. The old man stepped forward, blocking Su Yegao's path, and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To seek employment," Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. The elder then pulled out a pen and a piece of paper from his pocket and handed them to Su Yegao. Su Yegao shook his head and replied with a bittersweet smile, "I don't have a phone." "Then where do you reside?" The elder hesitated momentarily before continuing his inquiry. Su Yegao accepted the pen and paper, inscribing the address of the little Love Pavilion for the elder. After expressing his gratitude, he took Mengmeng's hand and departed. "Daddy, what is the grievance you mentioned earlier?" Mengmeng inquired with wide, curious eyes. "Mengmeng, you are still young. When you grow older, I will tell you, all right?" Su Yegao gently rubbed Mengmeng's cheek, responding with affectionate indulgence. "Okay." Mengmeng patted her tummy and said in a sweet, childlike voice, "Daddy, Mengmeng is hungry." With a playful tone, Su Yegao asked, "Shall we go have a meal then?" "Yes." Mengmeng nodded eagerly, like a little chick pecking at grains. Su Yegao lifted Mengmeng into his arms and, after crossing the street, began his search for a dining establishment. Considering Mengmeng's tender age and her still developing stomach, he opted for a restaurant named King of Kanji. Upon entering the establishment, Su Yegao ordered a bowl of vegetable and shredded pork kanji for Mengmeng, while he chose a crab kanji for himself. As they awaited their orders, Su Yegao sat in contemplation, pondering what kind of job he should pursue next. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted nearby, drawing his attention to the source of the commotion. At a table not far away, a burly man with a buzz cut was standing, forcefully thumping the table. Seated at that table were 4 young individuals, engaged in drinking. These youths sported dyed hair, clearly not the most reputable of characters. "I shall reiterate, return my sister's belongings to me." The crew-cut man, now seething with anger, retorted, "Otherwise do not blame me for being impolite." "Oh, just you alone, and you dare to challenge us for?" A young man with dyed yellow hair, positioned closest to the crew-cut man, cast a disdainful glance and rose abruptly. "If you wish to meet your demise, simply say so, and I shall render you incapacitated." Smack! No sooner had the yellow-haired man spoken than a resounding slap echoed through the air. The crew-cut man acted swiftly, delivering a forceful strike that sent the yellow-haired man sprawling across the table. What? Do you still wish to engage me? The crew-cut man sneered coldly, twisting his wrists as the bones and muscles cracked ominously. Come on, let's beat him. Witnessing their companion being struck, the three young men immediately seized wooden chairs and hurled them violently at the crew-cut man. Despite being outnumbered, the crew-cut man was clearly skilled with a punch for each adversary. He effortlessly dispatched the group to the ground. You lot of petty ruffians dare to confront me? I am currently earning money in underground fights. Do you possess the audacity to step into the ring? With a disdainful snort, the crew-cut man's tone was laced with contempt. Brother, we will return your belongings. Please spare us. Upon hearing these words, the young man with golden hair began to tremble uncontrollably. He hastily retrieved a bracelet from his pocket and respectfully returned it to the crew-cut man. Leave. The crew-cut man accepted the bracelet, inspected it briefly, and uttered a single word in a dispassionate tone. The four young men were so frightened that they fled in disarray, neglecting even the tobacco left on the table.
Chapter 4. Embracing the dark arts of boxing, a spark ignited in Su Yegao's eyes as he contemplated the lucrative opportunity before him, underground boxing. Although he had sustained considerable injuries, his prowess remained formidable. Even the most seasoned fighters hesitated to engage him. Thus, participating in underground boxing seemed the swiftest avenue to financial gain. Dream, wait here for a moment. I need to inquire about something, all right? Su Yegao glanced at Dream, seated beside him, gently stroking her head. Her sweet, innocent voice further solidified his resolve to pursue underground boxing, for it would afford Dream a better life. Rising, he approached the front desk where they were compensating for damages incurred due to his earlier altercation. With a slight smile, he inquired, Sir, may I ask where this underground boxing takes place? Is it at the establishment you referred to as Jianghai Building? Indeed, are you interested in going? However, you appear rather refined. Such a place may not suit you. The buzzcut man assessed Su Yegao critically. It's quite all right. I wish to give it a try. Su Yegao replied with a grin. If you're determined to test your mettle, you can head to Jianghai Building at noon today. The prize is 1 million. Though it comes with its challenges, the contender is the formidable champion, Ike. As the mention of the boxing king Ike escaped the buzzcut man's lips, a look of trepidation enveloped his face. After their meal, Su Yegao took Dream for a leisurely stroll and soon spotted a barbershop ahead. Without hesitation, he led Dream into the establishment. A disheveled young man and an adorable little girl together evoked a sense of suspicion among onlookers, as if they were involved in something nefarious. However, after the barber skillfully trimmed Su Yega's hair, the crowd was taken aback. Without the concealment of his long locks, Su Yegge revealed a rather handsome visage, resembling a vibrant young man. Daddy, you look so dashing after the haircut, exclaimed Mengmeng, who was seated nearby, awaiting her turn. Su Yegge offered a gentle smile, settled the bill, and hurriedly embraced Mengmeng as they departed. The time was now 10 o'clock, and a clandestine fight was set to commence at Jianghai Tower at 12. This presented a golden opportunity for wealth, one that Su Yegge would not let slip away. Jianghai Tower, nestled within the third ring, housed an underground arena for illicit fights, with a bar above ground. In a corner of the fighting arena, a large figure and a small one sat upon wooden benches. These were Su Yegge and Mengmeng, awaiting the commencement of the clandestine bout. Su Yegge held a glass containing fiery brandy, his eyes occasionally darting toward the arena, where a fierce contest for 1 million yuan was unfolding. In the realm of the affluent, such underground fights transcended legalities, even the sanctity of life and death. Each participant was required to sign a waiver before stepping into the ring, absolving Jianghai Tower of any responsibility, regardless of whether they were left battered or lifeless in the arena. Daddy, what are you drinking? Can I have some? Mengmeng inquired curiously, watching Su Yegge sip the white liquid from his glass. This is alcohol, brandy. You're still too young to drink, my dear. In the establishment known for selling only alcohol and not beverages, Su Yegge refrained from purchasing a drink for Mengmeng. With a pout adorning her cherry-like lips, Mengmeng lamented, "But I'm thirsty," she continued. "How about I wait here until Daddy finishes his boxing? Then he can take me to enjoy delicious food and delightful drinks. All right? Yegge gently pinched Mengmeng's cheek, soothing her with kind words. All right? Then Mengmeng will wait for Daddy to finish boxing. Mengmeng nodded eagerly. No sooner had Mengmeng spoken than a resounding thud echoed from the arena, followed by a thunderous roar. You lot are truly pathetic. Ike scanned the surroundings, his voice booming like a bell. His blue eyes resembled venomous serpents in the night, fixating intently on the contestants poised to enter the ring. Those with timid hearts immediately lowered their gazes, too frightened to meet Ike's fierce stare. Noticing that no one dared to ascend the stage, Ike turned to retrieve the 1 million cash placed at the edge of the platform. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, and the onlookers focused intently, discovering it to be a wine glass. The glass landed precisely atop the pile of cash, balancing perfectly. Who dares to mock me? Come forth, Ike bellowed in fury, directed at the contestants below. It's me. As no one else had the courage to step forward, Yegge rose from his seat. It is time. He flashed a slight smile at Mengmeng seated beside him before striding toward the ring. Ike regarded Yegge, observing his slender frame and delicate features, resembling nothing more than an erudite scholar. Ike grinned widely, extending a finger and waving it before Yegge in front of the crowd. Yegge scoffed, retorting, You need not adopt such a smug demeanor. Will you descend voluntarily, or shall I send you down? Ike regarded Yegge with a voice laced with mockery. At that moment, with Yegge's entrance, all eyes in the arena were fixed on him in astonishment. Ike, a foreigner resembling a great black bear, was muscular and exuded an overwhelming presence that could easily overshadow Yegge. In stark contrast, while Yegge possessed striking features, his physique was slender, rendering him incomparable to the champion Ike. Dressed in a white t-shirt, Yegge appeared like a defenseless little lamb before Ike. He stood quietly on the stage, a faint smile gracing his lips. Calmly observing Ike across from him, he sighed and murmured, What is the necessity of this? Kid, have you lost your senses? Come on, don't say I haven't given you a chance. Ike cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like a series of pops. A broad smile adorned his face, infused with disdain. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. My stomach aches from laughter. This kid is too amusing. The laughter erupted from both Ike on the stage and the audience below, as Yegge's words dissolved the previously tense atmosphere, replacing it with an air of merriment. With arms crossed, Ike gazed at Yegge with a raised brow. On this arena, Ike took pride not only in his formidable fists but also in his robust musculature. The fists of an ordinary person could hardly make a dent in Ike's rock-solid physique. Rather, they would recoil and injure themselves from the impact. If you can push me back even a single step with your punch, not only will you receive the 2 million from this arena, but the proprietor of the money tower will grant you an additional 1 million. Ike's words were tempting, yet Yegge remained unfazed. Slowly, he lifted his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and hurled it towards Ike, who stood firmly in place. A resounding thud echoed through the arena as a figure was sent flying backward. Chapter 5. The plan Yegge's voice resonated powerfully as he surveyed the crowd, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the arena. The individual who had just been propelled backward was none other than Ike, not Yegge. Some spectators, unable to believe their own eyes, rubbed them vigorously, finally confirming that standing in the arena was indeed the underdog they had dismissed, Yegge. Meanwhile, Ike lay on the ground like a defeated dog, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Before the astonished crowd, this champion who had once sent numerous opponents sprawling was now unable to rise. Yegge approached the edge of the arena and placed the 1 million into his backpack. He then lifted his gaze towards the audience below and inquired loudly, What were you all laughing at just now? With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Yegge descended from the arena and made his way to Mengmeng's side. As Mengmeng leaped joyfully into Yegge's embrace, her voice, sweet and innocent, exclaimed, Daddy, you are amazing. Let us go. Daddy will take you to buy delicious food. With a gentle lift, he cradled Mengmeng and made his way towards the entrance of Jianghai building. Sir, please wait. Just as Yegge was about to step outside, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, he beheld a slightly older middle-aged man. Is there something you need? Su Yegao inquired. With such impressive skills, why not become a champion at my Qianlai building? I assure you it will be profitable. The middle-aged man extended his hand, eager for a handshake. However, Su Yegao disregarded the gesture, replying coolly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." With that, he took Mengmeng's hand and turned to leave. Observing Su Yegao's retreating figure, a man in black behind the middle-aged man whispered, "Boss, this person is too arrogant. Should we eliminate him?" "Do not," the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. "Instead, investigate who he truly is." "Understood." Su Yegao departed from Qianlai building, leading Mengmeng into a steakhouse. He ordered her a honey-glazed steak, fully cooked, as her digestive system and immunity were still developing, making it unsuitable for her to consume undercooked meat. Mengmeng held a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right, attempting to cut the steak with admirable determination, though her petite strength made it a challenging task. "Daddy, could you cut it for me?" Su Yegao was thoroughly amused by Mengmeng's adorable demeanor. Dream, with her two ponytails swaying, said in a sweet, childish voice, "No, Dream wants to cut her own steak. Then be careful, my dear." Su Yegao replied with a tender smile. As Dream cut and savored her steak, Su Yegao's mind wandered to how to spend this sum of money. For the sake of convenience, purchasing a vehicle was a priority. There was no need for luxury brands. Practicality would suffice. The remaining funds could be invested in opening a shop, though Su Yegao had yet to decide what type of establishment to pursue. Just as the indecision lingered, his gaze fell upon the steak on the table, and clarity struck him regarding the venture he wished to pursue. Given Dream's tender age, careful consideration was essential during mealtimes. Moreover, Su Yegao felt uneasy about the food outside. He had been contemplating preparing meals for Dream daily. In light of this, why not open a restaurant? The surplus food could be sold, generating income as well. With this thought, Su Yegao gazed at Dream with affectionate eyes and asked, Dream, would you like to have your own restaurant?" "A restaurant?" Dream, thoroughly enjoying her steak, looked up curiously at her father upon hearing the suggestion. "Yes. Daddy cooks for you every day, and we can sell the leftovers for money." Su Yegao gently patted Dream's head and inquired, "What do you think, my dear?" However, Dream pouted and asked, "But, Daddy, where will we get so much money?" "Don't worry, Daddy has money." Su Yegao reassured her with a smile as he patted his bag. "All right then. However, Mengmeng must choose a name for the restaurant herself." Mengmeng nodded and chuckled. "All right." Su Yegao had no objections, as the restaurant was primarily for Mengmeng's culinary delights. As long as Mengmeng was pleased, she could name it whatever she wished. "By the way, Mengmeng, after you finish your meal, Daddy will take you to buy a toy car, and soon we will have our very own little car." Gu Ji affectionately ruffled Mengmeng's hair. "Really?" Mengmeng exclaimed with great excitement. After finishing her steak, Mengmeng eagerly took Su Yega's hand and joyfully exited the steakhouse. Su Yegge hailed a taxi and directed it to a Volkswagen dealership. While dining on steak, he had inadvertently noticed a television advertisement within the restaurant that showcased Volkswagen cars, which left him quite satisfied. Thus, Su Yegge resolved to purchase a Volkswagen vehicle. Before long, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the dealership. After settling the fare, Su Yegge took Mengmeng's hand and stepped inside the Volkswagen showroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by a saleswoman with a pronounced figure. Besides her base salary, her earnings were supplemented by commissions. Therefore, as soon as a customer entered the dealership, a sales representative would eagerly approach to guide them in viewing the cars. The saleswoman was no exception. She greeted Su Yegge with a smile and a courteous bow. However, when her gaze scrutinized Su Yegge, the warmth in her expression vanished almost instantly. "Sir, may I ask what brings you in today?" The change in the saleswoman's demeanor was striking, transforming from an inviting smile to a frosty indifference in less than a heartbeat. Respect begets respect. The attitude of the female sales associate towards Su Yegao was far from cordial, and naturally, Su Yegao reciprocated her demeanor with equal indifference. "I wish to purchase a car," he stated succinctly, devoid of any warmth. "Are you quite certain, sir?" The sales associate's tone dripped with disdain as she scrutinized Su Yegao, whose unremarkable appearance belied the notion that he could afford a vehicle. Su Yegao, dismissive of her attitude, took the hand of his daughter, Mengmeng, and proceeded to explore the cars. The sales associate let out a scoff, trailing behind him with a languid air. This particular Volkswagen dealership boasted an array of new vehicles, most of which had been released in the prior 6 months. However, having spent many years in the realm of cultivation away from Earth, Su Yegao's knowledge of automobiles was, regrettably, quite limited. After a brief survey, he remained uncertain about which car to choose. Chapter 6. The car purchase. After wandering with Mengmeng, Su Yegao still hadn't made a decision. In the midst of his contemplation, Mengmeng tugged at his hand and, pointing towards the reception area, exclaimed, "Daddy, Mengmeng wants to eat cake." It was only then that Su Yegao noticed the reception desk offered complimentary cake and coffee. "Very well, if Mengmeng desires cake, let us indulge," he replied softly, playfully brushing his finger against Mengmeng's nose as he led her to the reception. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The receptionist greeted Su Yegao with a gentle smile, her voice sweet and melodious. "Miss, I wish to have some cake," Mengmeng replied, her large, enchanting eyes fixed on the confections displayed behind the counter. "Certainly, little miss. Please hold on for a moment." The beautiful lady was exceptionally polite. She bowed to Su Yegao before turning to prepare the cake. Shortly after, she approached with a tray, bending slightly to offer it to Mengmeng. Just as Mengmeng reached out to accept the tray, an unexpected hand snatched it away. Su Yegao furrowed his brow, casting a frosty glare at the saleswoman who had so audaciously claimed the tray. This was a Volkswagen dealership. The saleswoman regarded Su Yegao with a mocking smile that only deepened as she declared, "If you're not purchasing a vehicle, you should swiftly leave with your daughter. Although the Volkswagen dealership offers complimentary treats, they are intended solely for customers buying cars." The father watched helplessly as the cake he had almost secured was taken away, while Mengmeng pouted, her face a picture of dismay. "Don't worry, let Daddy handle this," Su Yegao gently reassured, stroking Mengmeng's head. "Hey, are you blind? Do they appear to be affluent enough to buy a car? Why are you still offering them cake?" The saleswoman unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the front desk attendant, oblivious to the chilling demeanor of Su Yegao. He refrained from striking women, yet he believed that a lesson was warranted for such a brazen harpy, especially one who looked down on others. Without uttering a word, Su Yegao affectionately patted Mengmeng's head and stepped forward to confront the saleswoman. "You should promptly take your daughter and leave. This is not a free restaurant. What business do you have enjoying cake without purchasing a car?" The saleswoman's tone remained unabashedly arrogant as she extended her hand, intending to push Su Yegao aside. Yet, Su Yegao's presence was as steadfast as a mountain, firmly rooted in place. "Leave," he coldly scoffed, bringing his foot down with tremendous force upon the floor. A dull thud resonated through the store, capturing the attention of every patron, their gazes fixated on Su Yegao. From the point of impact, cracks began to spiderweb across the floor, a testament to the sheer power he wielded. One solitary stomp had fractured the ground. How terrifying such strength was! Su Yegao's indifferent gaze remained locked on the saleswoman, who now exhibited a flicker of trepidation. After all, few could claim the ability to shatter flooring with a single footfall. "What do you intend to do in this 4S shop?" she faltered, her voice losing its previous bravado. Ignoring her, Su Yegao surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed, "I am the manager here, Huang Qi." A voice from behind him broke the tension. Turning, Su Yegao beheld a bespectacled man accompanied by several security personnel approaching. "Manager, look at this individual. He refuses to purchase a vehicle yet insists on loitering in our 4S shop for free refreshments. When I denied him entry, he threatened to strike me. We should promptly call the authorities." The saleswoman, seeing the manager's arrival, quickly shifted the narrative to her advantage. Huang Qi turned his attention to Su Yegao, inquiring, "Sir, do you have anything to say? We will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure that no one is wronged." "I am here to buy a car," Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. "With your disheveled appearance, do you truly intend to purchase one? Are you merely here to boast?" The manager arrived, and the saleswoman's confidence swelled significantly. She pointed at Su Yegao and began to berate him. "Manager Huang, if I were to purchase a vehicle from you, I have but one request." Su Yegao shifted his gaze from the saleswoman to Manager Huang and spoke. What is your request? Dismiss her. Su Yegao glanced at the saleswoman, his tone icy. Manager, how could he possibly afford to buy? Silence. If that gentleman truly purchases a car, you will proceed to the finance department to settle this month's salary. And then you may take your leave. Before the male salesperson could utter a word, Huang interrupted him. If Su Yegao indeed buys a vehicle, I would not hesitate to dismiss a mere saleswoman. After Su Yegao entered the 4S dealership with Mengmeng, he began selecting a car with Huang's accompaniment. Huang, politely following Su Yegao, inquired, Sir, may I ask what type of vehicle you wish to purchase? I am unsure which is preferable. Please provide me with your recommendations. Having been away from Earth for many years, Su Yegao had limited knowledge regarding family cars, so he spoke casually. Huang maintained a smile while addressing Su Yegao. Do you prefer a family vehicle, a flashy one, or perhaps something else entirely? Please recommend a practical family car for me. Su Yegao hesitated before responding. For a practical option, I suggest you consider purchasing a Volkswagen Tiguan. Huang Qi contemplated for a moment before recommending the Tiguan. Please take me to see it. Su Yegao mused briefly and replied, Certainly. This way, sir. Huang Qi, seizing the opportunity, immediately smiled and led Su Yegao and Mengmeng. Su Yegao held Mengmeng's hand as they approached a sleek white Volkswagen vehicle. The design of the car exuded a sense of streamlined elegance, making a splendid impression at first glance. Sir, behold, this is the Volkswagen Tiguan, Huang Qi announced as he guided Su Yegao and Mengmeng around the vehicle, elaborating, the Volkswagen Tiguan is available in 4 versions: urban, stylish, elite, and flagship, comprising a total of 7 models. It is equipped with Volkswagen S renowned 1.8 TSI and 2.0 TSI engines, which deliver exceptional performance in both power and efficiency. Paired with a 6-speed manual transmission and an Aisin 6-speed automatic transmission, it optimally harnesses the engine's potential, offering a thrilling driving experience while ensuring environmentally friendly emissions. Compared to its prototype, the Volkswagen Tiguan, the Tiguan's length has increased by 68 millimeters, with a wheelbase reaching 2,684 millimeters, positioning it well within its class to meet the demands of the domestic market. The trunk space can be adjusted between 400L and 1530L, significantly enhancing practicality, an essential feature for any SUV. Huang Qi expounded a plethora of technical terms, leaving Su Yegao astonished and compelled to give Huang Qi a thumbs up. How much does this flagship version cost? Su Yegao inquired. Huang Qishan took a deep breath and replied, the total cost of all the equipment amounts to 300,000 yuan. Mengmeng, what do you think of this car? Is it aesthetically pleasing? Su Yixuan leaned down to look at Mengmeng and inquired. It's beautiful, very beautiful. Mengmeng nodded and giggled. Daddy, are you going to buy this car? Indeed. Daddy intends to purchase a car for Mengmeng. Su Yixuan affectionately stroked Mengmeng's head, speaking with tenderness. Upon overhearing the conversation between the father and daughter, Huang Qi realized that the deal was going well and promptly added, Sir, if you make the payment now, we can complete all the paperwork within 5 minutes, and we will even wash your car for free. All right, please bring me a Volkswagen Tiguan flagship version, in white. Su Yixuan nodded, readily agreeing. Chapter 7. The terror of money coming in. Hello, sir. Would you prefer to pay in cash or with a card? Huang Qi inquired. Cash. Su Yixuan retrieved a backpack from behind him, unzipped it, and pulled out 30 stacks of banknotes, placing them on the table. 300,000 in cash, sir. Please wait a moment while I process the relevant paperwork for you. Huang Qi's eyes gleamed at the sight of the money, and he waved to a beautiful receptionist standing nearby. Please bring me 2 cups of the finest kopi luwak. Just 1 cup of kopi luwak will suffice. My daughter would like some cake. Can we have it now? Su Yixuan took Mengmeng's hand and sat down on a nearby sofa, his gaze drifting towards the saleswoman standing a short distance away. All right, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist gracefully bowed to Su Yegao before turning to her desk. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a tray, first presenting a cup of cat poop coffee to Su Yegao, and then placing a slice of cake in front of Mengmeng. With a tender smile, she inquired, Little sister, where's your mother? Mama is missing. Mengmeng pouted. Daddy, When will you take me to find Mama? Be good, Mengmeng, eat your cake first. Daddy will definitely take you to find Mama, Su Yegao said, affectionately ruffling Mengmeng's hair. Meanwhile, as Huang Qi was preparing the car paperwork, the receptionist discreetly slipped a crumpled piece of paper into Su Yegao's hand. Upon unfolding it, he discovered the note contained her measurements, age, and phone number. Initially, the receptionist had hesitated to approach Su Yegao, believing him to be married. However, upon hearing Mengmeng's lament, she deduced that the child's mother was currently absent, which inspired her desire to step into that role. After all, Su Yegao had just sold a luxury car for 300,000 and carried a substantial amount of cash, suggesting a life of affluence. As Su Yegao glanced at the receptionist, he noted her eyes shimmering like spring water, her delicate face adorned with a captivating blush. Noticing his gaze, she subtly adjusted her posture, accentuating her alluring curves, an undeniable asset of femininity. Mengmeng, despite her tender age, observed the receptionist's actions, revealing her perceptiveness beyond her years. Aside from one's own mother, any woman seeking to draw close to one's father is deemed a wicked woman intent on usurping him. At that moment, Mengmeng wrapped her small arms around Su Yegao's neck, her voice sweet and innocent. "This is my daddy. You should keep your distance." A chuckle escaped Su Yegao at Mengmeng's antics as she casually returned the note to the front desk attendant. She lifted Mengmeng into her arms and strolled towards the front desk where Huang Qi awaited. The front desk attendant, clutching the note containing her secret, pouted her alluring lips as she watched Su Yegao's retreating figure. Upon noticing Su Yegao approaching with Mengmeng, Huang Qi promptly approached, holding a folder. "Mr. Su, here are your contract and car keys. Please take good care of them." Huang Qi respectfully presented the folder and keys to Su Yegao. Su Yegao took the documents and placed them in her backpack, then handed the car keys to Mengmeng beside her. "All the related procedures for the car are completed, correct? May I drive it away now?"
Su Yegao inquired.
"Indeed." Huang Qi nodded affirmatively. With Mengmeng securely in her arms, Su Yegao settled her into the passenger seat and started the vehicle, departing from the 4S shop. Upon halting the car, they spotted Uncle De standing at the entrance, anxiously gazing into the distance. The moment he saw Su Yegao and Mengmeng alight from the vehicle, the tension on his face dissipated. "Grandpada!" Mengmeng exclaimed joyfully, launching herself into Uncle Da's embrace. Su Yegao tucked the car keys into her pocket and approached Uncle Da. "Uncle Da, why are you out here all alone at such a late hour?" "It is precisely due to my concern for you and your daughter." Uncle Da, holding Mengmeng's hand, walked towards the house while saying, "After playing all day, it's already so late, and you didn't even give me a call. I was so worried." Uncle Da switched on the television, showing Mengmeng Boonie Bears, and then stepped outside to sit at the door. "Uncle Da, would you like a cigarette?" Su Yegge offered the cigarette box in his hand to Uncle Da. Receiving the box, Uncle Da glanced at it under the faint streetlight and asked in surprise, "Is this Jianghai?" "Yes, it is Jianghai."
Su Yegge nodded.
"Such an expensive Jianghai, you actually bought it?" After speaking, Uncle Da glanced at the car parked at the entrance and curiously inquired, "Where did your car come from? Did you rent it?" "Not at all." Su Yegge exhaled a puff of smoke and replied casually, "I just bought it. A flagship Volkswagen Tiguan for 300,000. 300,000? Where did you get so much money?" Uncle Da nearly choked on the smoke he had just exhaled. Su Yegge explained, "I went to Qianlai Building to participate in underground boxing today. I won 2 million. "What? Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing the name Qianlai Building, Uncle Da immediately scolded, "What kind of people are found at Qianlai Building? How could you go there to fight underground? Even if you don't think of yourself, you ought to consider Mengmeng." "Uncle Da, this is the quickest way to make money. Besides, I won, didn't I? There is no harm done." Su Yegge was unfazed, thinking, after all, it was just an underground fight. What was the big deal? Is there nothing going on? Uncle Da, exasperated, took a moment to compose himself before responding. "Venturing into Qianlai Tower is fraught with complications. If you lose, you won't die, but you'll surely suffer. If you win, and you choose not to join them at Qianlai Tower, will your life still be bearable? What if I choose not to join?"
Su Yegge inquired.
Releasing the cigarette, but he had pinched between his fingers. "Those fellows are not even worthy of clashing with me, Uncle Da, so you need not worry." He lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a puff of smoke in rings. Why are you so stubborn? Uncle De, in a fit of frustration, slapped Su Yegge's shoulder with some force. Do you think that defeating one champion means you can underestimate the entire Qianlai Tower? They are. Alright, Uncle De. Do you know if there's anyone around here selling a shop?
Su Yegge interrupted, cutting off Uncle De mid-sentence.
A shop? Do you wish to purchase a shop? Uncle De asked, perplexed. Su Yegge nodded affirmatively, declaring, yes, I want to buy a shop. What do you intend to do with a shop? Uncle De asked, intrigued. After buying the car, I still have 170,000 left. Thus, I wish to open a restaurant to prepare meals for Mengmeng, and whatever remains can be sold for some profit. Su Yegge shared his thoughts with Uncle De. Can you cook? Uncle De chuckled, questioning him. It was rare to see Su Yegge so ambitious, and he was determined to assist in any way he could. Of course, I only need a shop for now. Su Yegge rose, stretched leisurely, and spoke softly. Uncle De nodded and replied, very well, I shall inquire with my old friends tomorrow. I shall take my leave to wash up, Su Yegge said as he turned and entered the house, leaving Uncle De alone at the door, exhaling a puff of smoke. Uncle De chuckled bitterly and murmured to himself, Zhixuan, this is the only way I can assist him. Everything else rests upon his own fortune. As for the Bai family's prowess, I am truly powerless to help. After spending the entire day playing with Mengmeng, Su Yegge was drenched in perspiration. Following a hot shower, he comfortably reclined on his bed. Not long after, Mengmeng entered, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Daddy, Mengmeng is sleepy and wants to go to bed. Feeling sleepy, are you? Su Yegge quickly got up from the bed, gently caressing Mengmeng's head and affectionately said, Mengmeng should wash up and brush her teeth before sleeping. Daddy, can I skip brushing my teeth? Mengmeng pouted. That's not permissible. Brushing your teeth is essential for dental care. So Mengmeng must heed her father's words and brush her teeth.
Su Yegge spoke earnestly.
Reluctantly, Mengmeng nodded. Despite her sulking, she would listen to Su Yegge's words. Having played all day, Mengmeng was already quite tired. Thus, once she reached the bed, she swiftly fell into a deep slumber. After Mengmeng had drifted off, Su Yegge began to organize the items he had brought back from Earth. These included the high-grade techniques he practiced while in the realm of cultivation. This particular technique primarily relies on a formidable capacity to absorb the spiritual essence of the world. However, the application of this method necessitates a location rich in spiritual energy. Alas, on Earth, the spiritual essence has dwindled to a rather pitiable state, rendering the Desian Pinju ineffective in this realm. Nonetheless, within the confines of the ring, there exists a scroll of technique known as the Jiupin Tianxianju. Su Yegge had gleaned from his master that this method involves training the 72 meridians within the body to cultivate life from flesh. This approach, however, was largely abandoned by the majority of cultivators in the realm of immortality due to its slow pace of development. Given the circumstances on Earth, he decided to adopt this method. Su Yegge murmured to himself as he retrieved the scroll from the ring, an invisible wave emanating from his brow. The moment this ethereal wave emerged, the scroll resonated in response, and soon, Su Yegge gently closed his eyes. The night was enchanting, and before he realized it, it was already past 3 in the early morning. Suddenly, Su Yegge opened his eyes wide, having successfully merged. Feeling the powerful waves of spiritual energy coursing through him, he nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, I never expected that this seemingly trivial Jiupin Tianxianju would elevate me from the early stage of Shen Su directly to the mid-stage. As Su Yegge engaged in his musings, Mengmeng, who was deep in slumber, surprisingly began to speak in her sleep. The following day, Su Yegge awoke naturally, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Mengmeng was no longer in bed. Mengmeng has risen so early. Su Yegge stretched languidly and rose to wash up in the bathroom. After completing his morning rituals, he entered the kitchen, where he found a bowl of congee. Beneath the bowl was a small note penned by Uncle De. I have taken Mengmeng to visit an old friend and will inquire about the store matters for you. Please heat the congee before consuming. If you feel hungry, there are some sweet congees in the refrigerator for your convenience. Mengmeng certainly woke up quite early. Instead of reheating the congee, Su Yegge simply picked up the bowl and consumed it in one go. After finishing his meal, just as he was about to step out for a stroll, he noticed 2 cars parked in front of his house. Initially indifferent, he lit a cigarette, yet his gaze was drawn to the elderly gentleman who had just alighted from one of the vehicles. Wasn't this the same man he encountered on the street yesterday, inquiring for directions? As Su Yegao's eyes remained fixed on the elder, the man turned his attention toward him and began walking over. "Excuse me, sir, do you remember me?" The elder inquired as he approached Su Yegao and bowed slightly. "I remember you. You were the one who asked me for directions yesterday." Su Yegao extinguished his cigarette and asked, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" "My name is Zhang Depeo. May I ask how you are addressed, sir?" The elderly man introduced himself. "I am Su Yegao," came the reply. "Mr. Su, do you recall what you mentioned yesterday about being burdened by grievances?" Zhang Depeo inquired. Su Yegge nodded and said, "I remember. At that time, when I spoke to you, you did not believe me." Zhang Depeo sighed and inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Su, is there any way to resolve this resentment?" Su Yegge countered, "Have you now chosen to believe me?" Chapter 9. Taking charge indeed. "Mr. Su, it is entirely my fault for not heeding your advice earlier. I implore you to assist me." Zhang Depeo clapped his hands, and a man in black stepped forward, carrying an aluminum case. Upon unlocking it, he revealed it to be filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills. Su Yegge looked up at Zhang Depeo and asked, "What does this mean?" "This is 2 million. Please accept it, Mr. Su." Zhang Depeo bowed respectfully. "Apologies, but I am no longer in need of money." Su Yegge replied slowly, "May I inquire if you have any cigarettes on you?" Yes. Zhang Depeo retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his waist and handed it to Su Yegge, stating, "This pack is a gift for Mr. Su as a token of our meeting." Su Yegge graciously accepted the cigarettes, glanced at them, then looked up with a faint smile, saying, "Li Kun, Fu Chun Shan Ju, quite an exquisite brand of cigarettes. Mr. Su has a discerning eye." Zhang Depeo chuckled. "These Li Kun cigarettes are now exceedingly rare in the market. A standard pack goes for 20,000 yuan, while our custom-made Li Kun has reached a staggering price of 40,000 yuan per pack." Su Yegao remained silent as he opened the cigarette pack, extracted a single cigarette, and ignited it before taking a deep drag. "I wouldn't mind assisting you, but I have one condition." After exhaling a plume of smoke, he gradually articulated, "I do not seek your 2 million. I merely wish to understand the nature of your family's business. Mr. Su, I am the esteemed chairman of the Wanhao Real Estate Group in Jianghai City." Zhang Depeo's face illuminated with pride as he spoke of his identity. "Very well. If I aid you, then you must assist me in return." Su Yegao hesitated for a moment before stating, "I aspire to open my own restaurant, and I require your help in finding a suitable location. Is that all?" Zhang Depeo inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, I do not require your money. I simply need you to secure a venue for me." Su Yegao took another drag of his cigarette and replied, "Consider it done." Zhang Depeo nodded and asked, "Shall we set off now?" "No." Su Yegao shook his head, rising to meet Zhang Depeo's gaze. "Your son is currently in the hospital, correct?" "Yes," Zhang Depeo confirmed with a nod. "Have someone retrieve him and secure a west-facing property. Engage a private physician for his treatment. Once your son's wounds have sufficiently healed, you may come to me," Su Yegao stated with an air of indifference. Zhang Depeo asked, "Is that all?" "Yes," Su Yegao affirmed, rising and making his way toward his vehicle, intending to purchase some ingredients to prepare a meal for Mengmeng. "Mr. Su, please wait." Zhang Depeo hurriedly approached, placing a box into Su Yegao's hands. "A mobile phone?" Su Yegao cast a glance at the box, discovering it was the latest Apple smartphone. "Mr. Su, your lack of a mobile phone has been quite troublesome for me, so I purchased this latest model for you." Zhang Depeo chuckled. "The SIM card isn't included. You'll need to acquire one using your identification. Here's my phone number. Once you obtain the card, please send me your number via text on this device." "Thank you." Su Yegao accepted the phone, placing it inside the car before driving to a nearby farmer's market to purchase some ingredients. "Daddy, what did you buy?" Mengmeng inquired curiously, observing Su Yegao carrying numerous bags. She clapped her chubby little hands, smacking her lips in a mock salivation. Oh, Daddy, what dish are you going to prepare for me today?" I visited the farmer's market and bought some freshly grown bok choy and a farm-raised chicken. I'll be cooking a large platter of chicken for you soon. How does that sound? Su Yegao replied while placing the ingredients on the table. Is the large platter of chicken delicious? Mengmeng, with her finger in her mouth, asked inquisitively. How is it made? A large platter of chicken. It involves selecting the most tender chicken, then combining it with potatoes, cilantro, scallions, and green peppers, resulting in a delectable dish. Although Su Yegao spoke in a manner that Dream could not comprehend, he patiently explained everything to her. Wow, Daddy is amazing! Dream exclaimed, nearly drooling in delight. She obediently sat on the sofa, giggling at Su Yegao. Daddy, hurry up! Dream is waiting for you on the sofa. All right, very good. Su Yegao responded, blowing her a kiss. With one hand, Su Yegao retrieved a whole chicken from the farmer's market, while the other hand grasped a large kitchen knife from the cabinet. The blade swiftly descended, and soon the sound of the knife striking the cutting board echoed through the air. This noise caught the attention of Uncle Da, who was smoking at the door. He lifted his gaze to observe Su Yegao's remarkable speed in chopping the chicken, leaving him utterly astonished. Such knife skills were truly unparalleled. Before long, Su Yegao paused, placing the neatly cut chicken pieces into a plate and soaking them in water. Curiosity piqued. Uncle Da ventured into the kitchen to witness the results of Su Yegao's swift handiwork. Upon seeing the chicken pieces soaking in water, he was left dumbfounded. The pieces were uniformly sized, and even the bones were cut with precision, stacked together in a visually pleasing manner. Yegao, how did you achieve this? Uncle Da asked in amazement. Through years of dedicated practice with my knife skills, Su Yegao replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the sofa. There's a pack of 40,000 yuan cigarettes on the sofa. You may take half of it. 40,000 yuan for a pack of cigarettes? Did you really buy that? Uncle Da approached the sofa and picked up the Li Kun cigarette, astonished. Wait, someone gifted this to you.
Su Ye,
While mincing scallions and garlic into a powder, replied, This is a present from Zhang Depeo. What did you say? Zhang Depeo? Uncle Da paused, and after a moment, sheepishly inquired, Are you referring to the chairman of the Marriott Group, Zhang Depeo? Indeed. Is there another Zhang Depeo in Jianghai City? Su Yegge nodded and smiled. Chapter 10. Seeking a fortuitous location. Well, there isn't, but why would Zhang Depeo gift you such an expensive cigarette? Uncle Da asked, intrigued. Zhang Depeo approached me for treatment for his son, and I made a request, which he agreed to. Su Yegge paused, gazing at Uncle Da with a slight smile. Thus, he gifted me a pack of Li Kun Fuchin Mountain residents and the latest Apple phone. Treatment? You can heal? Uncle Da expressed his surprise, as Su Yegge had previously studied engineering cost, a field seemingly unrelated to medicine. Yes, a lot has changed over the past 3 years. All right, I understand. Uncle Da nodded, hesitating momentarily before asking, Yegge, would you like me to assist you in managing the restaurant? Absolutely. I couldn't ask for more. Su Yegge eagerly replied, Uncle Da, if you help me manage the restaurant, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month. Let's hold off on that. After you handle these matters, you won't have much left. We can discuss it again when you're more financially stable. All right, I understand.
Su Yegge chuckled helplessly.
Mengmeng sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching a show while casting glances at Su Yegge, who was busily toiling away in the kitchen. Daddy, is the big plate of chicken not ready yet? After a while, Mengmeng dashed to the kitchen door, observing Su Yegge's diligent efforts, and innocently inquired. Su Yegge turned to Mengmeng with a gentle smile and indulgently replied, Daddy has prepared a large drumstick for you. Yay! Upon hearing of the delicious treat, Mengmeng joyfully rushed to the door, pulling Uncle Da into the room. Su Yegge poured the stewed big plate of chicken from the clay pot onto a platter and placed it on the table. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. The moment Uncle Da entered, tugged by Mengmeng, he was greeted by a tantalizing aroma. This unique fragrance was irresistibly enticing, making his mouth water. However, Su Yegge was preparing big plate chicken. Why did this delightful scent lack the essence of chicken meat? Come quickly to eat. Su Yegge took out 3 bowls, filled them with rice and set them on the table. Daddy, your cooking smells amazing, Mengmeng exclaimed, sitting beside Su Yegge, as she lifted her bowl to sniff it. Hurry up and eat. Mengmeng, once you're full, Daddy will take you to play. Su Yegge affectionately patted Mengmeng's head. Okay. The moment Mengmeng heard that they would play after the meal, a radiant smile blossomed on her little face. Uncle De, gazing at the chicken pieces piled on the platter, quickly grabbed a piece with his chopsticks, took a bite, and was utterly astonished. This is unbelievably delicious. Uncle De, unable to contain his eagerness, eagerly took a bite of the chicken, and one must say, the flavor was simply exquisite. Su Yegge not only invested considerable effort in the seasoning, but also demonstrated exceptional knife skills, rendering the chicken pieces entirely boneless. One could effortlessly chew and swallow them. Mengmeng, do hurry and savor your father's culinary prowess, Uncle De exclaimed, placing a generous piece of chicken into Mengmeng's bowl. As Mengmeng took a bite, her face lit up with delight. Wow, Daddy, your big plate of chicken. Wow. It's absolutely delicious. I adore this. Su Yegge affectionately stroked Mengmeng's head, replying with indulgence. By the way, Yegge, do teach me your technique sometime. Although my cooking may not match your finesse, I could work as a chef in your restaurant, Uncle De remarked after another bite of chicken. Uncle, having just one chef is more than sufficient. Your role is merely to handle the finances. Su Yegge chuckled. Uncle De, puzzled, questioned, how can one person manage all the work? My restaurant is quite unique. Those who arrive early are rewarded with a meal, while latecomers may find none. Furthermore, not everyone is privileged to taste my dishes, Su Yegge asserted as he served Mengmeng another piece of chicken. Uncle, I will handle the restaurant affairs. You need only sit back and observe. Very well then. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Uncle De conceded, prioritizing the delightful feast before them. After their meal, Su Yegge tidied up the dishes and set out with Mengmeng. Su Yegge placed Mengmeng in the passenger seat and set off aimlessly in search of a goal. Since he intended to establish a restaurant, it was imperative to avoid using earthly ingredients. Thus, Su Yegge resolved to seek out a place imbued with vitality to cultivate some produce. Daddy, where are we going? Mengmeng inquired with her big, curious eyes. We're on a quest to find a splendid location, Su Yegge replied. What kind of splendid place? Mengmeng persisted. Tell me, Mengmeng, wouldn't you like to have your own estate? Su Yegge asked. Mengmeng nodded enthusiastically, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I would. If I had my own estate, I could plant flowers directly. So, Daddy is searching for a wonderful place to create an estate for me. Su Yegge chuckled, amused by his adorable daughter. That's wonderful. Mengmeng loves Daddy, she exclaimed, clapping her hands with glee, her smile radiant. As Su Yegge drove around Jiangdong district of Jianghai City, he found no auspicious sights. Subsequently, he ventured to Jiangxi district and Jiangbei district, yet still encountered no promising locations. Thus, he continued his journey to Jiangnan district, meandering through the area without uncovering a suitable spot. Daddy, haven't you found an auspicious site? Mengmeng asked, noticing Su Yegge's slightly disappointed expression. She reached out to tug at his arm. Not just yet, my dear, but rest assured, I will find it.
Su Yegge susurether.
Parking the car by the roadside and gently stroking Mengmeng's head. Chapter 11 The events of that year. I believe in you, Daddy. Dream nodded, gazing towards a distant small hill, and exclaimed, Look over there. It's so beautiful. Can we go there to enjoy the scenery?
Sugested Su Yegge.
All right. Yes. Dream clapped her hands in delight. Su Yegge parked the car by the roadside, then took Dream's hand as they walked for about 10 minutes until they reached the foot of the hill. Looking up at the mountain's contours and the surrounding environment, Su Yegge couldn't help but nod. The view here is quite nice. Dream, would you like to climb the mountain? Yes. Dream eagerly nodded, tugging at Su Yegge's arm and shaking it. Good. Then Daddy will take Dream up the mountain to see the sights. Su Yegge held Dream's hand and slowly ascended the rugged path. The hill was not particularly large, so Su Yegge quickly led Dream to the summit. Upon reaching the top, Su Yegge discovered that a small valley encircled the hill. This valley had only 2 narrow entrances on either side, making it largely secluded. What a lovely place! If only it possessed spiritual energy, it would indeed be a treasure of geomancy. Su Yegge sighed, lamenting the potential of such a favorable location. Daddy, look over there. There's a lake. Dream suddenly called out, pulling Su Yegge's hand as she dashed towards one side of the hill. Only then did Su Yegge notice a spring bubbling forth on that side, continuously releasing a flow of water. The spring. As Su Yegge approached, he sensed an unusual surge of energy emanating from the spring, a manifestation of the essence of spiritual energy and the vitality of the heavens and earth. Su Yegge was profoundly astonished. Spiritual energy is essential for the advancement of cultivators. The vitality of heaven and earth is the very source of spiritual energy, and cultivating with this essence renders a physique far more formidable than that developed through mere spiritual energy. However, this vitality is fraught with impurities, necessitating that cultivators expend their own spiritual energy to refine it. To his astonishment, the energy his master had sought tirelessly across the cosmos for millennia was hidden right here. Su Yegge marveled at this revelation. Daddy, what are you saying? Dream, with her big curious eyes, gazed at Su Yegge. Nothing important. Su Yegge knelt down to caress Dream's cheek and inquired, Dream, how would you feel if Daddy bought this piece of land for you as a manor? Sounds great, but it's so big. It must cost a fortune. Dream pouted her little lips. Not to worry. Daddy is not short on funds. As long as Dream is happy. All right then. Uncle De took a puff of his cigarette, paused, and continued, Where did you take Dream to play today? She seems quite exhausted. I drove her around Jianghai City, searching for a place to serve as our manor. Su Yegge made his way to the edge of the steps and sat down. Uncle De looked at Su Yegge with curiosity and asked, A manor? What do you intend to do with it? To cultivate some vegetables and fruits, providing fresh ingredients for the restaurant. Su Yegge replied, taking a puff of smoke. Moreover, I plan to move out of here. Why? Uncle Da inquired. Su Yegge rose to his feet, gazing at the myriad stars above, murmuring to himself, The Bai family wields considerable influence in the Nanhuaxia kingdom. If I fail to achieve anything, how can I expect them to regard me with respect? Yegge, your awareness is commendable. As long as I am able to assist, I shall do my utmost to support you. Uncle Da declared, rising and patting Su Yegge on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Da. Su Yegge replied with a faint smile. Aren't you curious about where I have been all these years? Your departure had its reasons. If you are willing to share, I would be delighted to listen. If not, I shall not press you. In truth, Uncle Da was eager to know Su Yegge's whereabouts over the years. If it were said that Su Yegge had abandoned Bai Zhixuan, it could not be entirely true. With a wry smile, Su Yegge stated, Over these years, I ventured into hell. Hell? Indeed, the Gobi Beach is the most perilous sea region, and yet you survived after leaping into it.
Uncle Da exclaimed in astonishment.
I cannot fathom how I survived, Su Yegge remarked, flicking the cigarette butt to the ground before turning and entering the house. Uncle Da watched Su Yegge's departing figure, understanding that he too had endured hardships over the years, and thus refrained from further inquiries. He lifted his foot, extinguishing the cigarette but that Su Yegge had discarded on the ground, then tilted his head back to gaze at the stars above, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Miss Bai, you were right. Su Yegge is indeed a good man. He has not forsaken you. It is merely fate that has positioned him at odds with the formidable Bai family. Chapter 12. The luxurious district of Shangjiang. The night had grown late, yet Su Yegge found himself unable to sleep. Lying in bed, he looked out at the starry sky through the window. If the Bai family were among those stars, they would be an obstacle to Su Yegge, one that he would have to annihilate. However, this was Earth, and he could not resort to violence to resolve such issues. Zhixuan, after all these years, do you still harbor hatred for me? In his eyes, it seemed as though he could see Bai Zhixuan's face amidst the celestial expanse, and he reached out toward the stars. The following day, as dawn broke, the sound of Mengmeng's voice stirred Su Yegge from his slumber. He rose, stretching lazily, and stepped outside to find Mengmeng adorably dressed like a little princess, twirling in the living room. As soon as Mengmeng spotted Su Yegge emerging from the bedroom, she rushed toward him. Daddy, hug. All right, come here, he replied, lifting Mengmeng into his arms and gently caressing her head. Mengmeng, you look so beautiful today. Daddy, this outfit is from Grandpa. Mengmeng is going to visit the elderly in the countryside today. I'm so happy. Mengmeng waved her little hands, her face beaming with joy like the spring breeze. Daddy will drive you and Grandpa to the countryside soon. Su Yegao gently placed Mengmeng on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Daddy, aren't you coming with us? Mengmeng inquired, her enchanting large eyes blinking innocently. Father must attend to matters concerning the restaurant and the estate. Once everything is settled, I shall join you, he replied. Half squatting, Su Yegao playfully pinched Mengmeng's soft cheek and said with a smile, You must promise me, Mengmeng, that once we are in the countryside, you will listen to your grandfather. All right then, Mengmeng replied, a hint of disappointment tugging at her voice. With her big, soulful eyes, she continued, But Daddy, please finish your work quickly, so you can come and play with Mengmeng. I want you to take me fishing. Can you fish? Su Yegao asked, a touch of surprise in his tone. Mengmeng shook her head and explained, No, I wanted to go fishing with the old man in the village, but he said I was too young to be near the river. So, I have to wait for you to come to the countryside before I can go fishing. Ah, I see, Su Yegao thought gratefully of Uncle De, recognizing how he treated Mengmeng as if she were his own granddaughter. Once his career flourished, he vowed to repay Uncle De for his kindness. How about this? Once I finish my tasks, I will come down the mountain to accompany you fishing. Does that sound good? Su Yegao observed Mengmeng's pout and immediately sought to cheer her up. Let us make a pinky promise, Mengmeng exclaimed, extending her pinky finger with a sweet, childlike voice. Very well, a pinky promise it is. Su Yegao chuckled, intertwining his pinky with hers. Before heading to the countryside, Uncle De had visited the local farmer's market and purchased a plethora of goods. As Su Yegao drove Uncle De and Mengmeng back to the countryside, Mengmeng grasped his hand before their departure and earnestly said, Daddy, please come quickly to keep Mengmeng company, all right? Daddy promises you, Su Yegao replied, playfully flicking Mengmeng's nose with his finger. Let us go, Mengmeng. Grandpa and Grandma have picked a big watermelon waiting just for you. Uncle De chuckled while holding Mengmeng's hand. Really, Daddy? Mengmeng is off to enjoy the watermelon now. Mengmeng waved goodbye to Su Yegao, skipping joyfully alongside Uncle De as they disappeared down the rural mountain path. After bidding farewell to Uncle De and Mengmeng, Su Yegao drove towards the estate he had been eyeing the previous day. He intended to locate the landowner and purchase the plot of land. Passing by a mobile phone store, he paused to buy a new SIM card before sending a text to the phone number left by Zhang Depeo. No sooner had he sent the message than his phone rang, displaying the very number he had just texted. Upon answering, Zhang Depeo's voice came through. Mr. Su, you finally texted me. I apologize. I just got the new SIM card. Mr. Su, my son's wound is nearly healed. When can you come to help him? Before Su Yegao could finish, Zhang Depeo interrupted, urgently inquiring. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yegao responded, Please provide me with the address of your new home. I will head over right now. Very well, Mr. Su. I shall send you the address via text message, and I will meet you downstairs. Zhang Depeo concluded the call and promptly sent a text. Villa 009, Shangjiang Luxury District. Su Yegao was acquainted with this luxurious enclave, recalling that Bai Zhixuan's family resided in Villa 001 years ago, though he was uncertain if they still lived there. As he drove towards the address, Su Yegao navigated to the western part of Jiangnan District, where the Shangjiang Luxury District is situated, renowned for its breathtaking scenery and opulent residences. The residents of this area are the elite of Jianghai City. Thus vehicles emerging from the district are typically prestigious brands such as Bentley, Porsche, and Ferrari. When the local denizens noticed a Volkswagen Tiguan entering, they were taken aback. Could it be that someone here drives such an economical vehicle? Unfazed by their astonishment, Su Yegao parked his car by the roadside, opened the door, and stepped out. He made a concerted effort to suppress his emotions and hurriedly approached Villa 009. Upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered a group of over a dozen men clad in suits, along with a seemingly youthful individual. As Su Yegao attempted to enter the villa, the young man abruptly obstructed his path. Hey, this is Mr. Zhang's villa. Who do you think you are? Trying to come in here? The young man cast a dismissive glance at Su Yegao, his expression rife with disdain. The individual you refer to as Mr. Zhang is none other than Mr. Zhang de Peo, is it not? He summoned me here, Su Yegao remarked indifferently. In Jianghai City, the number of people who can directly address Mr. Zhang by name does not exceed the fingers on one hand. Who do you think you are to dare utter his name so casually? The young man scoffed, extending his hand in an attempt to shove Su Yegao aside. Chapter 13. The demon formation. Su Yegao did not evade but stood firm in his position. The young man's hand pushed against Su Yegao, yet he could not budge him an inch. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Su Yegao's mouth as he coldly retorted, "Step aside and cease your embarrassing antics here. Bah! I'll make you pay for this." Humiliated before so many subordinates, the young man's temper flared, and he swung his fist towards Su Yegao with fierce intent. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Su Yegao's hand shot out like a specter, precisely grasping the young man's collar. With a mere exertion of strength, he lifted the young man effortlessly off the ground. "Put our boss down or else." "Or else what? Speak." Before the group of men in black could finish their threat, Su Yegao forcefully flung the young man away. A dull thud resonated as he crashed to the ground like a lifeless dog, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. They inhaled sharply, realizing that someone capable of lifting an adult like a mere wild dog and tossing him aside with such ease was no ordinary individual. "Let us all attack together and eliminate him." The young man, having struggled on the ground for quite some time, finally managed to rise and shouted at the black-clad figure beside him, "Stop right there." An aged voice echoed in response, prompting Su Yegao to cast his gaze in the direction from which it came. At the entrance of the villa stood Zhang de Peo. "Mr. Zhang, this man came here to cause trouble and even laid hands on me." Upon seeing Zhang de Peo emerge, the young man, who had been thrown aside by Su Yegao, sought to cast blame first. "Silence." Zhang de Peo shot a glance at the young man before stepping forward to Su Yegao, his demeanor apologetic. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. I had just stepped away to the restroom, and this unfortunate incident ensued." "Mr. Zhang." The young man, observing Zhang de Peo's respectful attitude towards Su Yegao, realized the gravity of his misstep. Zhang de Peo snorted disdainfully, fixing his gaze intently on the young man. "Apologize to Mr. Su." "Mr. Su, I was blind to your greatness. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and forgive me." With no other choice, the young man bowed his head, trembling as he offered his apology. In Jianghai City, few could command such respect from Zhang de Peo. "Forget it. I have no interest in engaging with you," Su Yegao remarked as he strode into the villa, leaving behind a faint admonition. "Do not underestimate others." Zhang de Peo shot a fierce glare at the young man before turning to follow Su Yegao inside. "Mr. Su, my son is inside. What shall we do next?" Zhang de Peo quickened his pace to keep up with Su Yegao, inquiring earnestly. Su Yegao halted his steps, turned around, and gazed at Zhang de Peo with a serious expression, inquiring, "Mr. Zhang, I implore you to speak candidly. Do you truly trust me?" Taken aback by Su Yegao's directness, Zhang de Peo hesitated, offering a sheepish smile as he replied, "Mr. Su, initially, I did not place my faith in you. However, the peculiar circumstances surrounding my son compelled me to reconsider. Numerous doctors have managed to mend his injuries, yet they have been unable to avert his misfortunes, leading me to reluctantly place my trust in you. If you believe in my capabilities, I kindly ask that you wait for me outside," Su Yegao stated, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Zhang de Peo. "You may choose to disbelieve me, and I can depart at this moment," he added with a measured tone. "No, no, no. Mr. Su, the very fact that I have invited you here signifies my decision to trust you." Zhang de Peo swiftly retreated a few steps, finding himself at the base of the stairs. "Since you have chosen to trust me, I ask that you await my return at the entrance," Su Yegao instructed before entering the villa. Su Yegao harbored no nefarious secrets. Rather, he was acutely aware of the oppressive aura of malevolence that enveloped him as he approached this residential area of Xiangjiang. The potency of this ominous energy was formidable even in the daylight, let alone at night. He had encountered such an overwhelming presence on only 2 prior occasions. The last instance of encountering a similar intensity of malevolence was during his apprenticeship, when he accompanied his master to subdue the malevolent spirit lord within the 9 Yin constellations, discovering the source of this dark energy in his lair. The spirit lord had crafted a malevolent formation using the primordial souls of novice cultivators, and countless practitioners had perished beneath the weight of this sinister array, resulting in the accumulation of such profound resentment. To my astonishment, there exists such a profound resentment upon this earth. This revelation took Su Yegge by surprise. However, where there is resentment, there lies a reason. Standing at the threshold of the grand hall, Su Yegge scrutinized the layout of the villa. From the entrance, he gazed towards the staircase, spiraling around the surroundings, recognizing it as the malevolent formation of the malevolent ghost immortal. Remarkably, it mirrored the very essence of that formation. Could it be that the malevolent ghost immortal has also been reborn on Earth? Yet, it was indeed Su Yegge and his master who had jointly vanquished the malevolent ghost immortal in the past. Whether or not a rebirth has occurred remains unclear to Su Yegge. This matter is to be addressed by his master. Are you the expert my father hired? A feeble voice reached Su Yegge's ears. Following the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man slumped upon the sofa in the hall. Su Yegge's gaze assessed the man from head to toe. His forehead appeared dark, his lips pale and cracked, and a white bandage adorned his head. Indeed, I am Su Yegge, he declared as he confidently strode into the hall and took a seat beside the middle-aged man. Where is my father? The man inquired weakly. Su Yegge replied nonchalantly, I have asked him to remain outside. This matter requires only the 2 of us to resolve. I shall give you some money. You should leave promptly. My father may be easily deceived, but I am not. The middle-aged man slowly retrieved a wallet from his person, his trembling hands extracting his identification card, which he then placed upon the tea table before Su Yegge. Apologies. I have already accepted Mr. Zhang's money. Thus I no longer require your financial assistance. Su Yegge shook his head and replied in a calm manner, You merely need to recount to me all the events surrounding your purchase of this house. Chapter 14. The mysterious jade pendant, is it truly that simple? The middle-aged man gazed at Su Yegge with a look of skepticism. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired again, Is it really that straightforward? With a bitter smile, the man slowly articulated, This house was recommended to me by a friend. He assured me that its feng shui was exceptional, and that once I acquired it, the house's auspicious energy would elevate my company, Wanhao Group, to the pinnacle of power in Jianghai City. Thus I made the purchase, a convergence of energies, standing upon 3 waters, beneath the 7 stars. Indeed, a commendable feng shui. Su Yegge surveyed the surroundings, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he pronounced, Yet, the interior layout has ensnared you within a malevolent formation. A malevolent formation? What is that? The middle-aged man inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. You need not concern yourself with that. Please continue your account. Su Yegge refrained from elaborating, recognizing that the intricacies of such matters would elude the man's comprehension. Subsequently, I acquired this villa, only for that friend to tragically perish in a car accident the very next day. Perished? Su Yegge's brows furrowed slightly as he retorted, Continue your tale. The following day, as I made my way to work, I discovered a jade pendant resting upon my desk. This pendant was none other than the exquisite piece that my friend and I had fervently bid for at the auction not long ago. Is the pendant still in your possession? Please, let me see it. I have carried this pendant with me at all times. As he spoke, the middle-aged man retrieved the pendant from his person and placed it upon the table. Su Yegge's gaze fixated on the jade, from which an unseen dark aura began to emanate. The malevolent energy radiating from the middle-aged man was entirely sourced from this pendant. Within this jade lies something that ought not to exist. If you trust me, relinquish the pendant to me for a day. I shall call you tomorrow, and you may retrieve it then. Su Yegge shifted his attention to the middle-aged man and spoke, Of course. Should you choose not to believe me, I shall not accept a single penny from your father. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man regarded Su Yegge with a peculiar expression. If Su Yegge were a charlatan, would not such a ruse be in vain? Noting the middle-aged man's lingering indecision, Su Yegge rose, making his way toward the entrance of the villa. The pensive middle-aged man, witnessing Su Yegge's intent to depart, hastily supported himself to stand upright. Mr. Su, Please do not leave. What is it? Were you not skeptical of my words? Su Yegao paused, inquiring with a hint of detachment. I believe you. Please, take the pendant for now. The middle-aged man picked up the jade pendant from the table and approached Su Yegge, presenting it to him. Su Yegge accepted the pendant and raised his gaze to the middle-aged man, whose ominous aura was gradually dissipating. A slight smile graced his lips as he spoke. In the future, should you encounter such issues, or any phenomena beyond the realm of scientific explanation, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Su Yegge cast his eyes around the room, eventually settling on the message board hanging on the wall. He approached the board and inscribed his phone number upon it. This is my contact number. If you encounter any peculiar occurrences, you must call me immediately. After writing down his number, Su Yegge turned back to the middle-aged man. The ring on his finger glimmered faintly, and a protective talisman materialized between his two fingers. Carry this talisman with you at all times. It must not leave your side. Do you understand? Su Yegge inquired with a serious expression. The middle-aged man accepted the talisman Su Yegge offered and nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Having resolved the matter, Su Yegge pushed open the grand door of the villa and stepped outside. Zhang Depeo had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Yegge emerge, he rushed forward, anxiously asking Mr. Su, how did it go? Though Zhang Depeo did not subscribe to the belief in deities, the bizarre nature of his son's predicament compelled him to place his trust in Su Yegge. I have temporarily taken possession of the jade pendant belonging to your son. This evening, ensure that your son remains alone in the villa while you attend to other matters. Su Yegao raised the jade pendant in his hand and remarked, why must he be left alone in that vast villa? Zhang Depeo, perplexed, inquired, he is still injured. What if something were to happen? Do not fret. Your son will be just fine. Have faith. Su Yegao replied before turning to stride towards the villa's courtyard. Mr. Su, where are you headed? Zhang Depeo asked, noticing Su Yegao's departure and hastening to catch up. I am going to purchase a mountain, Su Yegao answered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Depeo was momentarily taken aback. Purchase a mountain? I have heard of buying land or scenic spots, but never a small mountain. Zhang Depeo continued to inquire, where do you intend to make this purchase? In the Jiangnan district. I have my eye on a small mountain, but I was delayed in coming here this morning. Su Yegao explained candidly, realizing that Zhang Depeo, hailing from a prominent family in Jianghai City, could assist him in navigating the intricate web of connections essential in today's society. Su Yegao understood that he could not simply seize the mountain for himself. While he bore no fear of police repercussions, it would profoundly affect Mengmeng's well-being. After pondering the situation, Zhang Depeo spoke. I will discuss this with the district chief of Jiangnan. Perhaps he can facilitate the acquisition of that mountain for us. Chapter 15. Renting Shuanging Mountain. If it could be arranged thus, I would be immensely grateful to Director Zhang. Should there be any task I can assist with in the future, Su shall surely lend his unwavering support. Su Yegao expressed his gratitude with a slight bow towards Zhang Depeo. Please wait here for a moment, Mr. Su. Zhang Depeo swiftly turned and hurried towards the villa. Before long, he returned, driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and pulled up in front of Su Yegao's vehicle. Mr. Su, would you kindly accompany me to the residence of the district chief of Jiangnan? Zhang Depeo called out as he rolled down the window, leaning out to speak. Certainly. I appreciate your guidance, Director Zhang. Su Yegao nodded and pressed the accelerator, following closely behind Zhang Depeo's car.
Zhang Depeo's Rolls-Royce Phantom outpaced Su Yegao's Volkswagen Tiguan.
Yet speed alone was insufficient in the bustling city. Su Yegao's driving skills were unparalleled, allowing him to effortlessly catch up with Zhang Depeo in the midst of the crowded streets. The residence of the so-called district chief of Jiangnan was situated in a modest community near the city center. Though these officials were often affluent, they resided in such ordinary apartments, a deliberate choice to project an image of integrity and modesty. As Su Yegao followed Zhang Depeo inside, they were greeted by a portly middle-aged man who opened the door. Upon seeing Zhang Depeo at the threshold, he immediately bowed and respectfully exclaimed, Director Zhang, what an honor to have you here. Please, do come in. There's no need for formalities, Director Li. Zhang Depeo extended his hand to shake hands with District Chief Li, then gestured for Su Yegao to follow him inside. After serving tea, District Chief Li smiled and engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Depeo, inquiring about certain matters concerning the Wanhao group. Zhang Depeo merely smiled in response. At this moment, District Chief Li turned his attention to Su Yegao, who was seated beside Zhang Depeo, and asked, "I wonder if Mr. Zhang has any particular business to discuss today." Since District Chief Li had posed the question, Zhang Depeo decided to be direct. With a smile, he pointed to Su Yegao and said, "This gentleman is Mr. Su, a distinguished guest of our Wanhao group. He has expressed interest in purchasing a small mountain in your Jiangnan district. Greetings, Mr. Su. It's a pleasure to meet you." With Zhang Depeo's introduction, District Chief Li warmly extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill towards Su Yegao. Although Su Yegao was initially reluctant to shake hands with someone of this nature, he felt obliged to show some courtesy to Zhang Depeo. "Hello, District Chief Li." Su Yegao managed to force a smile as he spoke. "The mountain I am interested in is located at the intersection of Huanjiang South Road and East Road, by the seaside, surrounded by small hills resembling a valley, and it features a natural spring. Are you referring to Shenzhen Mountain?" Upon hearing Su Yegao's description, District Chief Li immediately realized which plot of land Su Yegao intended to acquire. "If I can be of assistance, rest assured that Zhang will certainly return the favor in the future." Zhang Depeo rose from the sofa, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards District Chief Li, and declared, "Since he is a guest of Mr. Zhang, he is naturally also a guest of mine." District Chief Li hesitated for a moment, his expression revealing difficulty, and remarked, however, "Shuanging Mountain is originally designated as government property. If we were to lease it, I must consult with the mayor." He nodded slightly and turned to enter the room. Before long, District Chief Li emerged with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su, we have made some progress," he announced cheerfully. "However, there are conditions for renting Shuanging Mountain." "What do you mean?" Su Yegge inquired, lifting his gaze to meet District Chief Li's. "Shuanging Mountain is an essential place for future cultivation, and regardless of the conditions, Su Yegge was determined to secure it. Let me first discuss the terms with Mr. Su. If he agrees, we can proceed to a more detailed conversation. Shall we?" District Chief Li suggested. "Yes, please proceed," Su Yegge nodded. "First, if this land generates any third-party revenue, you must remit this income to the government at an 8-to-2 ratio. Second, you are prohibited from subletting the land to a third party. Third, the annual rent is 600,000, and fourth, the lease term is limited to 10 years. District Chief Li stated directly. Su Yegge, known for his efficiency, nodded in agreement upon hearing the terms. "That is acceptable. Are there any additional conditions?" "There are some further requirements." District Chief Li began to elaborate in detail. Su Yegge listened attentively, and after approximately 10 minutes, District Chief Li finally concluded his explanation. These stipulations, in simpler terms, entail leasing Shuanging Mountain for 600,000, without the liberty to enact large-scale alterations, such as transforming Shuanging Mountain into other edifices. Such a seemingly unprofitable lease would undoubtedly deter other merchants. However, for Su Yegge, this arrangement is more than sufficient.
Indeed, Su Yegge remarked coldly.
"All demands are mere nonsense. Once I establish Shuanging Mountain as my dominion and begin to profit, the notion of public land becomes inconsequential. Naturally, within the next decade, I will also endeavor to discover the source of the spiritual energy within the spring. Should it be possible to relocate it in the future, that would be a splendid outcome. I can provide you with the 600,000 immediately. Just ensure this matter is handled proficiently, and money shall not be an issue," Su Yegge declared, producing 60 bundles of 100 yuan notes from his backpack and placing them on the table. "I shall initially rent for 1 year, and the remaining funds will be paid annually thereafter. How about this, Mr. Su? In the name of the Marriott Group, I will settle the entire 10-year rent up front. When you are financially capable in the future, you may repay the Marriott Group in installments," interjected Zhang Depeo, seated nearby. "Thank you for your kind offer, Chairman Zhang. I appreciate it. I shall handle the annual payments to the government myself," Su Yegge replied, fully aware of Zhang Depeo's intentions, essentially wishing to place Su Yegge in debt to the Marriott Group. Should there be a future need for assistance, he would then approach Su Yegge. However, Su Yegge harbored a strong aversion to feeling indebted. He firmly believed in self-reliance and would not accept help from others if he could manage on his own. "Mr. Su, If the payments are made annually, the contract will become quite cumbersome. Zhang Depeo elucidated. If you were to align yourself with my Marriott Group, we would alleviate a great deal of your troubles. Chapter 16. Opening a restaurant. Chairman Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but you have already assisted me in securing a location, and I cannot accept further favors from you. Su Yegge replied with a faint smile. Very well then. Observing Su Yegge's resolute demeanor, Zhang Depeo chose not to press further. Director Li, I entrust this matter to you. Su Yegge rose, extending his hand to shake Director Li's, stating, once you receive any updates, please contact Chairman Zhang. Absolutely.
Director Li Shuklat.
Knowing that establishing a rapport with Chairman Zhang of Marriott Group would delight anyone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yegge followed Zhang Depeo out of Director Li's residence. Zhang Depeo offered Su Yegge a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Mr. Su, would you care to accompany me to explore some potential locations for your desired establishment? Zhang Depeo inquired after taking a puff. As it happens, I have no pressing engagements today. You may choose any location throughout Jianghai City. Very well. Su Yegge inhaled from the cigarette, releasing a plume of smoke before responding slowly. I appreciate your assistance, Chairman Zhang. Following behind Zhang Depeo, Su Yegge entered the Marriott building, swiftly arriving at an office. Inside the office, the employees noticed Mr. Zhang Depeo entering abruptly and quickly rose to bow, greeting him with respect. Good day, Director Zhang. All is well, all is well. There is a matter that requires your attention. Zhang Depeo gestured towards Su Yegge, stating, this gentleman is Mr. Su, a distinguished guest of our Marriott Group. He intends to purchase a storefront in Jianghai City, so I need you to assist Mr. Su in finding a desirable location. Regardless of the cost, it will be covered by the Marriott Group. Do you understand? Understood. Absolutely. The employees in the office nodded in unison. Manager Li, you will personally oversee the search for the storefront. I have reservations about entrusting this task to anyone else. Zhang Depeo addressed a bald man who stood at the forefront of the group. Of course, Mr. Su, please follow me. Manager Li nodded and bowed to Su Yegge, then swiftly retrieved 2 teacups, pouring hot tea for both Zhang Depeo and Su Yegge. The closer to Shungung Mountain, the better.
Su Yegge replied.
The closer, indeed. Manager Li paused before responding. Shungung Mountain is situated in a yet-to-be-developed area of Jiangnan. The commercial presence is sparse, making it quite feasible to find a storefront. May I inquire if Mr. Su intends to lease the space for a restaurant or for another purpose? Su Yegge replied, for a restaurant. It does not need to be large. Merely proximity to Shungung Mountain is essential. Manager Li then asked, does Mr. Su have any specific requirements regarding the decoration? I can handle the renovations myself, as long as the storefront is in decent condition. Su Yegge pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Su, there are no lavish storefronts over at Shungung Mountain, yet there are a few quaint little shops. During my previous visit for inspection, I had the opportunity to dine at those modest establishments, and they certainly exuded a sense of impending closure. Approximately how large are they? Inquired Su Yegge. Roughly around 300 square meters, replied Manager Li. Su Yegge then asked, are there any photographs available? Not at the moment, only some basic information, Mr. Su, which you may peruse, Manager Li replied. He opened his computer and searched for information regarding the nearby storefronts at Shungung Mountain. Aside from some fundamental details, no additional images were found. Glancing at the screen, Su Yegge discovered that there were only 4 rental properties in the vicinity, measuring 70 square meters, 110 square meters, 300 square meters, and the largest at 450 square meters. Pointing to the largest property, Su Yegge inquired, where is this location situated? This establishment boasts the largest area, and the proprietor assures that everything within is 100% intact, including the electrical systems. Should you choose to purchase it outright, it would require an investment of 1 million, Manager Li explained. This property is located on Chongqing Road, just across a hill from Shungung Mountain. Upon checking the address on his computer, Manager Li added, this location is approximately 2,000 meters from Shungung Mountain. Then let us proceed with this one. Su Yegge nodded in agreement. Turning to Zhang Depeo, he stated, Director Zhang, I need you to facilitate the arrangements for this property promptly. I appreciate your assistance. Rest assured. Mr. Su. In Jianghai City, I, Zhang, firmly declared. Once my words are spoken, they are as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Zhang Depeo asserted with conviction. Su Yegao inquired, if that is the case, when might we expect the store to be properly managed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Depeo turned his gaze towards Manager Li and asked, when will you have it ready for me? Tonight, Manager Li replied. I shall go speak with the store owner about the contract matters immediately. He stood, bowed respectfully to Zhang Depeo and Su Yegao, gathered his briefcase, and exited the office. Since Chairman Zhang has spoken so, I have a humble request, Su Yegao ventured. Of course.
Zhang Dapao responded positively to Su Yegao's suggestion.
Recognizing that this would foster communication and allow him to better understand Su Yegao. How about this? Chairman Zhang, you need not take your Rolls-Royce Phantom. Simply ride in my Volkswagen Tiguan instead, Su Yegao remarked, waving his car keys. Your luxury vehicle is prone to scratches and dents, while my Volkswagen Tiguan, costing merely 100,000 or so, would not cause me any distress if it were to suffer a few blemishes. Let it be as Mr. Su suggests. Zhang Depeo smiled, his aged face lighting up. It is rare for someone to willingly opt for an ordinary vehicle when others yearn to flaunt their luxury cars. This alone reveals Su Yegao's unassuming nature, a quality that is difficult to find in today's society. Following Su Yegao, Zhang Depeo made his way to the parking lot. Su Yegge started the vehicle and, following Zhang Depeo's directions, arrived at a trading city. Mr. Su, this trading city is an investment of my Marriott Group. I can personally vouch for the quality of the goods here. As he spoke, a smug expression appeared on Zhang Depeo's face. In the entire Jianghai City, apart from the Bai family, there were virtually no other groups or companies that posed a threat to the Wanhua Group. Over the past few years, the Marriott Group had risen dramatically in just 3 years, capturing many significant markets in Jianghai City, a feat attributed to Zhang Depeo's astute leadership. Well then, let us go inside and take a look. Su Yegge nodded and followed Zhang Depeo into the mall. It must be said that the scale of this mall was indeed impressive, ranking among the top malls in Jianghai City. Mr. Zhang, isn't your Marriott Group focused on real estate? Why have you ventured into this area as well? Su Yegge inquired with curiosity. Indeed, our Marriott Group primarily engages in real estate. However, the urban development of Jianghai City has reached a level of maturity. The real estate market has begun to stabilize, and the prospect of quick wealth has become nearly impossible. Therefore, we at the Marriott Group have chosen to diversify into other industries. Zhang Depeo paused momentarily and continued, in today's world, any company that fails to pursue comprehensive development will soon find itself obsolete. This is certainly true. Su Yegge nodded, agreeing with Zhang Depeo's insight. Jianghai City has essentially become the economic hub of southern Huaxia, with this vast city and the capital forming a complementary relationship that oversees the economy of the entire nation. To establish oneself in such an immense city, one must possess a well-rounded skill set. Otherwise, survival becomes an arduous challenge. Just as Su Yegao was following Zhang Depeo to explore further, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he was met with the sound of Mengmeng's tears on the other end. Mengmeng, why are you crying? Su Yegao's heart sank at that moment, and he inquired anxiously. Daddy, a bad person is hurting Grandpa. Hurry over. Mengmeng sobbed uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, Mengmeng. I will come to you right away. Su Yegao reassured her before hanging up the call. He then turned to Zhang Depeo. Mr. Zhang, could you please do me a favor? Su Yegao asked. Zhang Depeo nodded and replied, what is it? If I can assist, I will certainly help you. My daughter is in trouble. I need to go to her now. However, the restaurant will be ready tomorrow, and I would like to ask you to oversee the renovations. I will ensure that you are compensated for your efforts. Su Yegao sighed. Given that others may not share his vision for the renovations, he felt compelled to attend to the situation with Mengmeng. Very well. Mr. Su, you go ahead. Just inform me of any developments as soon as possible. Zhang Depeo nodded. Since retiring, he found himself with ample time, and he was more than willing to assist Su Yegao. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Su Yegao cupped his hands in greeting to Zhang Depeo before turning and exiting the shopping mall. Once he started his vehicle, he drove along the route designated for delivering Uncle Da and Mengmeng down the mountain. This time, it was Uncle De who had made the call, and Su Yegao briefly grasped the situation at hand. It turned out that during the temple fair, a young man from the village had arrived with a group of individuals, insisting on occupying the Confucius temple to establish some sort of amusement park. The local villagers clashed with the young man's entourage, and to Su Yegao's dismay, the young man quickly ordered his followers to assault the villagers. Uncle De was brutally beaten, and upon witnessing his plight, Mengmeng dialed Su Yegao's number stored in Uncle Da's phone, seeking his assistance. It appeared to be a group of unruly troublemakers causing chaos, and initially, Su Yegao had assumed that some formidable figure was stirring up trouble. After comprehending the full context, Su Yegao let out a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the village, he found the townsfolk gathered in front of the Confucius temple. Uncle Da's head was already bandaged, and Mengmeng sat beside him, leaning against his knee, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Yegao parked beneath a towering tree and exited the vehicle, calling out to Mengmeng. "Mengmeng, Daddy's here." Hearing her father's voice, Mengmeng immediately lifted her head from Uncle Da's knee, scanning the surroundings until she spotted Su Yegao approaching from a distance. She then rushed into his embrace. "Don't be afraid. Daddy's here. I will defeat all the bad guys, all right?" Su Yegao gently stroked Mengmeng's head, offering her comfort. "Dad, look. Grandpa has been hurt and is bleeding from the bad uncle's attack. You must avenge him," Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she pointed at Uncle Da. Su Yegao glanced at the blood-stained bandage wrapped around Uncle Da's forehead, and his heart trembled involuntarily. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Mengmeng's cheek, his tone affectionate. "All right, Father will certainly deal with those wicked individuals, so don't cry, Mengmeng." He then lifted Mengmeng into his arms and approached Uncle Da. Uncle Da shook his head, letting out a sigh, and spoke slowly. "I am old and no longer capable. I simply cannot contend with those young men." "Uncle Da, who are those people? What is their background?" Su Yegao inquired. "Those individuals are from the Wanhao group, the hidden masterminds seeking to seize our territory. It appears to be the son of one of their managers," Uncle Da lamented, lowering his head. "How can we, mere common folk, stand a chance against the wealthy?" "The Wanhao group?" Su Yegao paused, recalling the amicable bond he had just forged with Zhang Depeo. If he acted rashly, he would undoubtedly offend some within the Wanhao group, so it would be prudent to inform Zhang Depeo to handle the matter. Chapter 18. An accident. Su Yegao took out his phone and sent a text message to Zhang Depeo, succinctly outlining the situation. Zhang Depeo requested the address and instructed Su Yegao to wait in place, promising to drive over immediately. Su Yegao sent the address to Zhang Depeo via text message, then hung up the phone and settled beside Mengmeng. Unfazed, Mengmeng reassured herself that soon her father would send someone to deal with those ill-intentioned individuals. Su Yegao gently stroked Mengmeng's head, smiling as she spoke. "Yegao, why don't you take a moment to rest here? I shall fetch you a large watermelon to quench your thirst." Uncle Da stood up and rode away on the tricycle parked under the tree, the sound of its wheels creaking as it moved into the distance. Mengmeng watched Uncle Da depart, then looked up at Su Yegao, her voice sweet and innocent. "The watermelons here are really sweet, Daddy. When Grandpa arrives, I want to eat lots of watermelon." Su Yegao playfully brushed the bridge of Mengmeng's nose, affectionately responding, "Of course." Mengmeng nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, for she too cherished the taste of watermelon. Su Yegao continued to soothe Mengmeng. Grandpa might still be on his way. Just as this statement settled in the air, someone suddenly rushed over from the direction Uncle Da had departed, appearing quite flustered as if an urgent matter had arisen. The individual shouted while running, "Old Da has been in a car accident. Old Da is in trouble." Upon hearing Su Yegao's voice, the person halted and, in a panic, exclaimed, "Hurry! They are at the village entrance. Old Da's tricycle collided with someone's Audi, and they are demanding 40,000 yuan in compensation." 40,000? That is exorbitant. Indeed, even if we pooled together all the money from our village, it likely wouldn't amount to 40,000. The villagers were abuzz with conversation. 40,000 yuan represented an astronomical sum for such a barren village. "Come, let us go take a look,"
Su Yegao exclaimed,
lifting Mengmeng into his arms as he followed the messenger towards the village entrance. A throng of people trailed behind them, arriving at the scene of the accident. Uncle De sat down heavily on the ground, his foot seemingly sprained, his complexion pale. His three-wheeled vehicle lay askew on the road, while a black Audi loomed ahead, its rear end significantly dented. Uncle De looked up at the middle-aged man, then glanced at Su Yegao, who was cradling Mengmeng, and with an innocent expression, murmured, "As I was riding over, suddenly a car braked, and before I knew it, I was struck." The circumstances swiftly became clear. According to Uncle De, he was not at fault, as it was the Audi that had abruptly halted. At that moment, 3 men emerged rapidly from the Audi. 2 were in their 30s, while 1 was in his 20s. The young man, possessing an angular face and a somewhat stocky build, bore a menacing demeanor that instilled a sense of fear. Upon exiting the vehicle, he glared fiercely at Uncle De and coldly declared, "Old man, my car is worth hundreds of thousands. I just picked it up yesterday, and now you've damaged it like this. Unless you can provide me with 40,000 yuan today, you shall not leave here in peace." Such was the audacity of the youth in this modern age. "Could you perhaps give me some time? I can pay you later. I don't have any money on me right now." Uncle De pleaded, desperation evident in his tone. "No money? Then why not present something of value as collateral?" The young man scrutinized Uncle De from head to toe and spoke, "If you cannot produce something that satisfies me, you shall leave a leg behind. I assure you I will repay the debt." Uncle De dared not lift his gaze to meet the young man's eyes, his expression tinged with fear. After a prolonged silence, he timidly replied, "So, will you repay now, or will you offer something as collateral?" The young man scoffed coldly and inquired, "I could write an IOU and repay you gradually, would that suffice?" Uncle De pleaded, "I promise to repay you. An IOU? I do not accept installments. It is either a lump sum of 40,000, or you present something of worth." The young man's countenance darkened ominously. The middle-aged man standing behind Uncle De could no longer contain himself. He muttered under his breath, "Li Jie, you are also from this village. Isn't this excessive? Not only are you deceiving your fellow villagers, but you are also attempting to seize control of the Confucius Temple." Upon hearing this, Su Yegao instantly grasped the situation. This young man was indeed the perpetrator behind Uncle Da's plight. With a faint smile, Su Yegao gently set Mengmeng down on the ground, approached Uncle De, and patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back. Then, he produced a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and asked, "Is this your Audi sports car? Isn't that obvious?" "This is my car. How could it possibly belong to a penniless wretch like you?" The young man named Li Jie let out a cold laugh, raising his head slightly with a mocking grin as he remarked, "This is a sports car, worth over 700,000. Without 40,000, that old man shouldn't even think of leaving." "Oh, that is indeed a magnificent vehicle." Su Yegao inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke and nodding lightly, before looking up at Li Jie and inquiring, "Audi cars are known for their exceptional quality. Your vehicle must be commendable as well, right?" Li Jie was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a sense of pride, declaring, "Of course, it is excellent." Su Yegao smirked coldly and stated, "Allow me to test the quality of the Audi sports car." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Yegao turned and approached the Audi, suddenly raising his fist and striking the hood with fierce force. The night air resonated with the sound of flesh colliding with metal, and the Audi shuddered, a fist-sized dent appearing on the hood. In response to Li Jie's comment, Su Yegao merely smiled faintly, once again tightening his fist and delivering another powerful blow to the car's hood. Without pausing, he clenched his other hand into a fist, lifting and striking in a fluid motion, his punches landing with the force of a comet. Boom! One punch followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. Boom! 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed as Su Yegao's fists mercilessly pounded the hood of the Audi. Finally, he withdrew his hands, dusted off his palms, and approached Li Jie, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet Su Yegge merely blew on his fist and casually remarked, "They say the quality of Audi sports cars is exceptional, yet your vehicle is far less resilient than my fist." Li Jie stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his anger reaching a boiling point. The 2 young men who followed him, their cigarettes finally burnt to the end, rolled up their sleeves, fixated on Li Jie, ready to act upon his command. The villagers who arrived shortly thereafter gazed in disbelief at the spectacle, as a luxurious sports car lay utterly wrecked by Su Yegge's hand. "Are you seeking death?" Li Jie fumed. "You've reduced my car to this state. If you don't compensate me with 1 million, I assure you your demise is certain." "Is my demise certain?" Su Yegge replied with a mocking smile curving his lips. "I would argue it is you who are fated for destruction. Your little Aodi has surely seen many years of service. Though it has been refurbished, the vehicle is evidently worn out. How do you know this is an Aodi?" Li Jie's expression darkened as he fixed his glare on Su Yegge, questioning him. "Is that even debatable?"
Su Yegge shrugged, chuckling.
"The quality of an Audi sports car cannot be so easily shattered by a mere fist. Pray tell, why is your vehicle of such inferior quality? Is your Audi merely a shoddy construction?" With this statement, it became clear to all present that Li Jie was attempting to extort money. "Ha ha ha! I unexpectedly encountered someone knowledgeable about cars." Li Jie clapped his hands, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "Since you are aware, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Given the state of your vehicle, you ought to compensate me with at least 200,000. His words flowed with a casual nonchalance, as if demanding money was as effortless as a lion opening its jaws wide. Su Yixuan could only shake his head in resignation and replied, "I do not possess 200,000. In that case, I shall have to take one of your arms." Li Jie chuckled ominously, retrieving a machete from the vehicle, resting its spine upon his shoulder. The blade glinted menacingly under the streetlights, sending shivers down the spines of the villagers trailing behind Su Yixuan. Yet, he sprang into action like a cheetah launching off the starting line. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding situation, Su Yixuan moved with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a powerful kick that struck Li Jie's arm. With a clang, the machete clattered to the ground. Without pausing, Su Yixuan raised his hand and slapped Li Jie across the cheek. The sharp sound echoed in the air, followed by another swift strike landing forcefully on Li Jie's face. The series of resounding slaps continued, as Su Yixuan showed no mercy towards such a person, his palm raining down blows upon Li Jie's cheeks. The force exerted by Su Yegge was not deliberately restrained. Li Jie's face had swollen visibly, with the imprints of slaps stark against his cheeks. "I'm afraid I don't have 200,000. How many photon ears do you require?" "I can provide as many as you desire." Su Yegge stood resolutely before Li Jie, emanating an aura that was almost palpable, reminiscent of murderous intent. The two middle-aged men standing behind Li Jie dared not utter a word, their breaths held in a state of exaggerated trepidation. They had not even witnessed Su Yegge's strike, yet they beheld Li Jie frantically slapping himself repeatedly. Such power was undeniably terrifying. Even if the two of them were to join forces, they would still be utterly vanquished. "Brother, I shall remember this grievance. What is your name?" Li Jie glared at Su Yegge with a venomous gaze, yet he lacked the courage to retaliate. He understood that any rash action on his part would result in a severe beating. "What a thin-skinned brother you are. You are unworthy to utter the term brother." Su Yegge scoffed derisively, asserting, "Remember well, my name is Su Yegge." "Very well, brother, I shall commit it to memory. Your name is Su Yegge." Li Jie gritted his teeth, his voice laced with malice. "Begone. What brotherhood is there to speak of? You, a mere societal drifter, have no right to address me as brother." With a disdainful snort, Su Yegge raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Li Jie's abdomen. The sheer force of the blow sent Li Jie crashing to the ground. "You have 1 minute to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell," Su Yegge declared coldly, closing his eyes in indifference. "Leave." Li Jie, unwilling to yield, gazed at Su Yegge before rising from the ground. He gestured to the two bewildered middle-aged men behind him and spoke. Once Li Jie and the two men vanished from the crowd's sight, Su Yegge gradually opened his eyes. "Daddy, you are so amazing," Mengmeng exclaimed as she rushed over, wrapping her arms around Su Yegge's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "As long as Daddy is here, no one dares to bully Mengmeng." Su Yegge lifted Mengmeng into his arms, gently brushing her nose with his fingertip, and affectionately replied, "My dear Yegge, quickly take Mengmeng away."
Unkli da urged.
Grasping Su Yegge's hand. Curiously, Su Yegao inquired. Why must we leave? I haven't had the chance to enjoy the watermelon yet. Uncle De sighed and explained. Once these individuals depart, they will undoubtedly return with their fierce leader, Long Gu. Fear not. As long as I am present, no one here shall be harmed.
Su Yegao responded nonchalantly.
What is this Long Gu to me? Aren't they all just members of the Wanhao group? Zhang Depeo would arrive shortly, and even if he couldn't resolve the situation, Su Yegao was untroubled by the prospect of unleashing his internal energy to instill a sense of caution among them. Chapter 20. Stirring trouble. Uncle De, witnessing Su Yegao's steadfastness, found himself at a loss for words. It's all right, Uncle De. Su Yegao reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Let us first have a meal. I am feeling a bit hungry. There isn't much in the way of lavish food at home. As long as you can eat, that's all that matters. Uncle De nodded and turned to lead the way. Following him, Su Yegao cradled Mengmeng and arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. This modest abode belonged to Uncle De in his hometown. His son had ventured away for work, leaving the cabin unattended, resulting in its dilapidated state. Inside, there were merely 2 beds and a table, upon which rested 2 plates. This stir-fried tomato and egg is for Mengmeng. We shall have this, Uncle De declared, as he fetched 3 bowls and served rice, placing them on the table. Su Yegao glanced at the other plate, taken aback. What on earth is this? He inquired, observing the haphazard assortment of what appeared to be wild vegetables, seemingly burnt. This is wild vegetable root. Unkli dahi. In the countryside, resources are scarce. We used the homegrown eggs for Mengmeng, so we must make do with this wild root. It's fine, we can manage. Su Yegao, however, felt no discontent. After all, he had endured many hardships over the years. After a simple meal, Mengmeng sat at the door, playing with the cicadas she had caught earlier in the day. Su Yegao and Uncle De squatted at the entrance, lighting a cigarette and smoking in silence. Yegao, how is your shop coming along? Uncle De broke the silence. Nearly done. I estimate it will be ready tomorrow, located near Shuanging Mountain. Zhang Depeo will help me finalize everything. Su Yegao exhaled a smoke ring, then continued, by the way, I have also rented Shuanging Mountain. What? Night Song. What on earth do you intend to do with such a vast expanse of Shungang Mountain? Uncle De exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he gazed at Su Yegao. I plan to cultivate some things, Su Yegao replied deliberately. I had assumed you would merely rent a small vegetable garden. I never imagined you would lease such a large area. Isn't that a waste of money? Unkli da pondered. Unable to comprehend why one would need to rent the entirety of Shungang Mountain simply to grow a few vegetables and fruits. Unkli da. My reasons for doing this are quite sound, and you will come to understand in due time, Su Yegao responded, offering little further explanation. The mountain concealed vital energy, a matter of great significance. After a brief exchange, Su Yegao's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Zhang Depeo, who had arrived in the village and was inquiring about his whereabouts. Uncle De, please take Mengmeng to find the villagers, while I go to escort Zhang Depeo in. You can brief him on the details of the situation, Su Yegao instructed, flicking his cigarette butt onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Understood. Uncle De nodded and approached Mengmeng, who was still playing with the cicadas. He bent down kindly and said, Mengmeng, would you like to accompany Grandpa to find the other elders? Okay. Mengmeng replied in a sweet, childlike voice. After Su Yegao drove out of the village, Uncle De gathered the villagers at the Confucius Temple with Mengmeng in tow. As they assembled, several vans came into view, and Li Jie stepped out, accompanied by a young man who bore the unmistakable air of a wealthy scion. 5 young individuals disembarked from a van, unfurling a collapsible chair and placing it on the ground. The affluent young man approached the chair and seated himself. Li Jie, hunched over, stood beside him, obsequiously lighting a cigarette for him. With a grin, he addressed the young man, saying, Brother Long, what do you think of this Confucius temple? If this land were to be developed into a new rural estate, it would undoubtedly be quite profitable. Although Uncle De felt a twinge of fear towards Li Jie during the day, he was incensed by Li Jie bringing outsiders into the village to covet its land. His blood boiled, and with a fierce gaze fixed on Li Jie, he exclaimed, Li Jie, you are one of us in this village. How can you bring outsiders here to seize the land belonging to our fellow villagers? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? In response to Uncle Da's words, Li Jie merely chuckled. So what? I'm simply gifting this land to Brother Long. What of it? Where is that rascal who damaged my car? If I catch him, I will dismantle him piece by piece. Scoundrel! A treacherous ingrate! You who have grown up nourished by the village, how can you engage in such treachery? Uncle Da coughed in indignation upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, the young man seated in the folding chair flicked the ash from his cigarette, smirking coldly as he spoke. This land will be requisitioned by our Wanhao group, and each household in the village will receive 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Are you begging for alms? Questioned a middle-aged man, who appeared to be the village chief, shaking his head. Heh! Long sneered. Now that we've reached this point, regardless of your agreement, you must sign the contract today, or I shall ensure that none of you can leave this place. Do you not fear divine retribution for your actions? Uncle Da clenched his fists, asking in anger. Divine retribution? Long slowly rose and approached Uncle Da, placing his still-lit cigarette against Uncle Da's face, enunciating each word. I am the divine. Who dares to punish me? You villain! My father will punish you. Mengmeng, seeing Long advance on Uncle Da, pouted and exclaimed. Unfortunately, her voice lacked the strength to be taken seriously. Your father? Who is he? Long inquired, glancing at the adorable little girl standing nearby. What? So arrogant. Long approached Mengmeng with a sly grin. Little sister, come here. Uncle will take you to eat something delicious. As he spoke, Long reached out to touch Mengmeng. Seeing Long extend his hand, Mengmeng assumed he meant to grab her, and she immediately burst into tears. You bad man. You're bullying me. I will tell my daddy. Woo-woo. Chapter 21. What will you do? Come. I'll give you my phone. Call your father and have him come. Long pulled out his phone from his pocket, a smile dancing on his lips. You villain. Woo-woo. The closer Long got to Mengmeng, the louder her cries became. What do you intend to do? Uncle Da stepped forward, shielding Mengmeng behind him. Get away from me. De Long raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Uncle Da's cheek. Wah-ah-ah. Don't hit my grandpa. Wah-ah-ah. Mengmeng, with her chubby little hands, shielded Uncle Da and wept profusely. Little girl, I am indeed striking your grandfather. What of it? De Long brusquely shoved Mengmeng aside and, without hesitation, struck Uncle Da's cheek once more. Wah-ah-ah. I will have my daddy teach you a lesson. A severe one. Mengmeng rubbed her tear-filled eyes, her sobs growing louder. Isn't your father Su Yegge? Brothers, does anyone here know of Su Yegge? De Long turned around, casting a cold smirk at the men behind him, and mockingly inquired, Come, enlighten this little girl. Who knows of Su Yegge? Ha ha ha, no one knows. A man closest to De Long grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and chuckled. Never heard of such a figure as Su Yegge. If he dared to show up, I guarantee he would leave crawling. De Long erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing his subordinate's jest. He then turned to his comrades and boisterously asked, That little girl claims that her father will strike me. Do you think I am afraid of Su Yegge? Laughter erupted amongst De Long's followers. In their line of work, none had ever heard of Su Yegge. It seemed that Su Yegge was merely an obscure name, lacking any true notoriety. De Long raised an eyebrow, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips as he inquired, Little girl, do enlighten me. How formidable is your father? Su Yegge? Upon hearing such words directed at her father, Mengmeng's cries intensified. At that very moment, Su Yegge, accompanied by Zhang Depeo, arrived at the Confucius temple, his figure gradually coming into Mengmeng's view. Daddy, the bad man is hurting Grandpa, Mengmeng exclaimed, extending her chubby little hand to point at De Long, sobbing. De Long slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Su Yegge, who stood not far away, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, before he could utter a single word, Su Yegge suddenly propelled himself off the ground, soaring towards De Long with ferocity. The distance between them was minimal, and in a mere breath, Su Yegge was upon De Long, caught off guard. De Long had no time to react before Su Yegge's fist collided with his cheek. The sound of the impact was dull and resonant, causing De Long to become momentarily disoriented, nearly losing his balance. Blood began to trickle from his nostrils. Su Yegge dusted off his hands and stood tall before De Long, looking down upon him with palpable disdain, proclaiming, "Have you seen clearly now? I am Su Yegge." All present were taken aback by Su Yegge's sudden appearance, particularly Uncle De, who shuddered at the sight of Su Yegge striking De Long. "Yegge, take Mengmeng and leave quickly." Once Uncle De regained his composure, he urgently called out to Su Yegge, "Hurry, take Mengmeng and go, swiftly." Regarding this formidable figure known as De Long, Uncle De has heard a few whispers. De Long's father is not merely a shareholder of the Marriott Group, but his uncle is also entangled with the underground forces in Jianghai City. To provoke De Long is to invite incessant troubles. Upon witnessing Su Yegge embroiled in conflict, Uncle Da's immediate instinct was to urge him to flee. De Long, having been struck by Su Yegge's fist, found himself momentarily disoriented. Once he regained his composure, he wiped away the blood streaming from his nose. After cleansing himself of the crimson evidence, De Long slowly lifted his head. His sharp gaze, akin to a venomous serpent hunting in the depths of night, glimmered coldly as he uttered, "Su Yegge, you possess quite the audacity." In contrast, Su Yegge remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly as he approached Mengmeng, gently caressing her head and proclaiming, "Mengmeng, there is no need for fear, for your father is here. That individual is but a waste." "Oh no, I misspoke. That was not my intention." Hardly had the last words escaped his lips than he contradicted himself, casting a glance at the middle-aged men behind De Long and chuckling. "What I meant to convey is that you are all worthless." "Heh, the lad certainly has a bold spirit." The 5 or 6 men positioned behind De Long immediately retrieved steel pipes from their vehicle, encircling Su Yegge in a semi-captive manner. "Director Zhang, do you wish to handle your men, or shall I step in to administer some discipline?" Su Yegge raised his gaze towards the crowd, letting out a light sigh before speaking aloud. The title of Director Zhang, once uttered in Jianghai City, is universally recognized as belonging to Zhang Depeo. De Long was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh. "Are you here to amuse us, young man? Do you truly believe you can summon Chairman Zhang? Who do you think you are?" Su Yegge merely nodded in silence. The entourage following De Long joined in with raucous laughter, their mirth echoing as they doubled over. Initially, they had assumed this unexpected Su Yegge was a formidable figure, only to discover he was nothing more than an amateur. To invoke the name of the former chairman of the Wanhao Group, Zhang Depeo, was nothing short of absurd. "Isn't it amusing?" a chilling voice interjected. De Long continued to guffaw. "How could it not be funny? If Chairman Zhang were here today, I would." "What would you do?" Before De Long could finish his sentence, a figure emerged from the crowd and stood beside Su Yegge. "Who are you?" De Long exclaimed, turning to confront the stranger with a scornful shout. "What business is it of yours? Do you fancy yourself as Chairman Zhang?" However, upon recognizing the face of the individual who had stepped forward, De Long's bravado evaporated, leaving him cold with dread, and the words he intended to utter were abruptly silenced. Chapter 22. The show-off. Why have you fallen silent? Zhang Depeo slowly approached Su Yegge, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Having heard Su Yegge's claim that individuals affiliated with the Wanhao Group were unlawfully seizing land under the company's banner, he had initially been skeptical. Yet, it was becoming evident that this was indeed the truth. The swift establishment of the Marriott Group in Jianghai City can be attributed to its ethos of deriving benefits from the community and contributing to it. How could it possibly seize the land of the common people? Ahem, Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? At this moment, Dalong resembled a child who had erred, bending his back in the presence of Zhang Depeo. It is essential to recognize that the Zhang family holds a staggering 90% stake in the Marriott Group. What does this signify? It implies that the Zhang family wields absolute power within the organization. Why can't I be here? Zhang Depeo, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired with a tone of indifference, "Are you associated with the Marriott Group? I don't recall seeing you before." My father is a shareholder of the Marriott Group." Dalong lowered his gaze, unable to meet Zhang Depeo's eyes. "Your father? Who is he?" Zhang Depeo asked. "Li Tao." Dalong's voice dwindled to a whisper, faint enough that he scarcely believed it had escaped his lips. "It turns out Li Tao has raised such an exceptional son." Zhang Depeo scoffed coldly, then produced his mobile phone and made a call. After the call concluded, he approached Dalong, pointing at Su Yegge and asking, Do you know who he is?
Su.
Su Yegge. Now, let me ask you, what is Su Yegge to me? Do you know? Before Dalong could finish his response, Zhang Depeo pressed on. I do not know. Dalong shook his head, speaking in a hushed tone. Remember this, Su Yegge is my esteemed guest. If you dare to lay a hand on him. Zhang Depeo remarked with a mocking sneer upon observing Dalong's cowardly demeanor. Where has your earlier bravado gone? Show it, Mr. Zhang. In a moment of folly, I hope you will not hold my ignorance against me. Dalong trembled with trepidation, slowly kneeling before Mr. Zhang. Aren't you quite formidable, Mr. Zhang cast a glance at Dalong and coldly replied, kneel down on both legs. Although Dalong's father was a shareholder in the Marriott Group, the entire group ultimately fell under Mr. Zhang's dominion. Should Mr. Zhang be provoked, Dalong's father would find himself in a precarious position within the Marriott Group. If Mr. Zhang were to strip him of his shares, the Li family would be rendered obsolete within the organization. Hence, the once arrogant Dalong now resembled a frightened bird. Strike yourself, Mr. Zhang commanded coldly, eyeing the trembling Dalong on the ground. With that, Dalong unhesitatingly slapped his own face. The resounding slaps echoed through the gathering. Slap, slap, slap. It was unclear how long this continued until Mr. Zhang raised his hand and solemnly declared, Stop. Let Mr. Su decide your fate. I shall unflinchingly act according to his words. Mr. Zhang slowly lifted his gaze toward Su Yegge, who stood nearby, an enigmatic smile gracing his face as he spoke gently. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. Whatever resolution you wish to pursue, I shall adhere to your wishes. Mr. Zhang's voice, though soft, astonished everyone present, particularly the imposing figure of the dragon, kneeling and enduring the humiliation of being slapped, now raised his head in trepidation to gaze at the silent Su Yegge. Who is this seemingly youthful individual that commands such deference from the former chairman of the Marriott Group? Chairman Zhang, I possess a more effective solution to this matter. At last, Su Yegge, cradling Mengmeng, broke his silence. Upon hearing Su Yegge's words, a faint smile graced Zhang Depeo's face as he inquired, Mr. Su, what method do you propose? It is quite simple. These individuals, under the guise of the Marriott Group, have unlawfully occupied land. As recompense, they must contribute 200,000 to be distributed among the villagers. Su Yegge paused, his gaze falling upon Uncle De, who had been struck by the dragon moments prior, and continued, moreover, for the injury inflicted upon my uncle, they must also face consequences. I demand they compensate my uncle with exactly 100,000 for medical expenses. Whatever Mr. Su decides. Zhang Depeo expressed no dissent, as his presence here was solely to show respect to Su Yegge. No sooner had Zhang Depeo's words left his lips than the dragon nodded submissively. Mr. Su, I am willing to compensate. You are in no position to address me. Su Yegge scoffed, proceeding with a warning. If you fail to address this matter as instructed by tomorrow night, I shall not hesitate to take further action. Yes, yes, yes. The dragon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nodding vigorously in agreement. Su Yegge turned to face the dazed villagers standing behind him, and the air of hostility that surrounded him dissipated instantly. He inquired calmly, Are you satisfied with this compensation? Most of these villagers hailed from impoverished households, and the sudden windfall of 2 million was a source of immense joy for them. In the presence of Su Yegge, their faces lit up with delight, and they eagerly nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, Satisfied, satisfied. Noticing that the villagers had no intention of pursuing the transgressions of Dalong any further, Su Yegge swiftly turned around and cast a cold glance at Dalong, who remained kneeling on the ground. He coldly commanded, You may leave at once. Zhang Depeo glanced at Dalong and, with a tone of resignation, remarked, I have reiterated this many times. Our Wanhao group exists for the people and serves the people. Should I catch you engaging in such behavior again, I will not only deal with you, but I shall also ensure that your fathers face consequences. He continued, Moreover, Mr. Su is an esteemed guest of our Wanhao group. If you show any disrespect towards him, I will make certain you regret it. In our organization, it is I, Zhang Depeo, who holds the authority. Do you understand? Zhang Depeo's voice was laced with a menacing undertone as he cast a chilling glance at the kneeling Dalong, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. De Long remained on the ground, too afraid to rise, resembling a chastised child, nodding and bowing profusely. Leave. Do not linger here and impede our progress, Zhang Depeo ordered coldly with a wave of his hand. It was only then that De Long, along with his companions, scurried into their vehicle, hastily departing from the village. As they exited, a cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs. Chapter 23. Thoughts within after the departure of the Long family. Zhang Depeo turned to Su Yegao, his voice tinged with remorse. Mr. Su, the influence of the Wanhao group in Jianghai City is immense. It is my failure to properly discipline these individuals. My apologies for the embarrassment caused. Not at all. Your words, to take from the people and to serve the people, resonate deeply with me, Su Yegao responded, offering a slight bow of gratitude. Zhang Depeo smiled gently as he observed the villagers standing behind Su Yegao. Mr. Su, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Su Yegao did not insist otherwise, merely returning the smile with a faint one of his own. Very well. Until tomorrow. With a shared smile, Zhang Depeo turned and entered his vehicle, starting the engine and departing. Upon seeing Zhang Depeo leave, Mengmeng reached out her chubby little hand and hugged Su Yegao's leg. Daddy, you are so amazing, she exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice. Of course, I am amazing, Su Yegao chuckled, gently tapping her nose. He scooped Mengmeng into his arms and turned to Uncle De, saying, moreover, my restaurant will be ready tomorrow. I will need your assistance with the decoration. All right, Uncle De nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, it was nearly midnight. Mengmeng quickly washed up and fell into a deep slumber. After taking a shower, Su Yegao passed by Uncle Da's room and noticed the light still on, prompting him to knock on the door. Come in. Uncle Da's voice called from within. Su Yegao opened the door and stepped inside. Uncle Da was busy preparing mosquito repellent when he noticed Su Yegao entering the room. He stood up and clapped his hands. Have you finished your bath? Yes. Su Yegao nodded and took a seat on a nearby chair. He then spoke, I wish to sell this house. Sell it? Uncle Da was momentarily taken aback by Su Yegao's declaration, but quickly regained his composure. Why do you want to sell the house? I have rented the entire Shuanging Mountain, where a manor has been constructed, along with a restaurant. Therefore, I have decided to build a small villa at Shuanging Mountain for us to move into. Su Yegao shared his thoughts with Uncle Da, expressing that this house held no further significance for him. It would be better to sell it than to keep it. Uncle Da remained silent, lowering his gaze. He had concealed many matters from Su Yegao, but Su Yegao was astute and could surmise much. Let this matter be settled then, Su Yegao concluded, pushing open the door and stepping outside. The following day, just as dawn broke, Su Yegao was awakened by Mengmeng's voice.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
Mengmeng pouted, her voice sweet and innocent. Are you hungry? Then go wash up first, and Daddy will prepare a cup of milk for you. Su Yegao climbed out of bed, tousling his disheveled hair, and made his way to the kitchen. Uncle Da would rise early each morning to practice Tai Chi with other elderly gentlemen nearby, so he had already prepared hot water. All Su Yegao needed to do was pour the hot water from the kettle to prepare Mengmeng's milk formula. After preparing milk powder for Mengmeng, Su Yegao quickly freshened up and ventured out to the nearby farmer's market to purchase some pork bones, which he then simmered to create a rich bone congee. What a delightful aroma! As soon as he entered, Uncle Da bellowed in excitement.
Su Yegao chuckled.
I've made some bone congee for Mengmeng. Is it ready? I'd like to taste it too. Uncle Da hiplaic. Making his way into the kitchen to wash 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, placing them neatly on the table. Su Yegao lifted the pot lid to check on the congee, finding it nearly done, so he reduced the heat to a gentle simmer. Uncle Da, after this, let us go to Zhang Depeo's place together. We'll sort out the shop today, and we can start business tomorrow. Su Yegao dried his hands with a towel before taking a seat at the dining table. All right, but how shall we handle the ingredients? It's too late to plant anything now. I'll need to go buy some. Uncle Da responde. Su Yegao nodded, acknowledging that the estate was not yet prepared, thus necessitating a trip for supplies. That sounds good. I'll make a list for you. Please purchase according to it, he said. During their conversation, the bone congee was finally ready. Su Yegao ladled the steaming congee into 3 bowls. Mengmeng, come to the table. We'll be heading out with Daddy soon. Su Yegao called into the house, then settled into his seat. Mengmeng bounced over excitedly, arriving at the table. Daddy, where are we going to play? Mengmeng, Daddy has bought a restaurant, and we're going to check it out. We even need to come up with a name for it. Su Yegao extended his hand, gently caressing Mengmeng's little head, and affectionately said, Daddy, Daddy, can Mengmeng choose a name? With her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, Mengmeng looked up at Su Yegao and inquired, Can Mengmeng really pick a name? Su Yegao smiled slightly and replied, What name does Mengmeng wish to choose? How about calling it Mengmeng's Little Nest? Mengmeng pouted her small lips, pondered for a moment, and then looked up at Su Yegao with a beaming smile, saying, Can Mengmeng tell Daddy why she wants to name it that? Curiously, Su Yegao asked, All right, but first, shall we fill our tummies? At this moment, Uncle De noticed the conversation and swiftly lifted Mengmeng, placing her on a chair, while he brought a bowl of fragrant bone porridge before her. Good Daddy, Grandpa, let us eat. Mengmeng nodded enthusiastically like a little chick pecking at grains, her chubby hands grasping the spoon as she obediently savored the bone porridge. After finishing her meal, Su Yegao dressed Mengmeng in a little princess outfit and then drove directly towards the Marriott building. Chapter 24. Renovating the restaurant. Upon arriving at the Marriott building, Zhang Depeo had already arrived early. At that moment, he was seated in the lobby on the first floor, savoring tea. Lifting his head, he saw Su Yegao entering with the exquisite Mengmeng and stood up with a cheerful greeting. Mr. Su, you've arrived quite early. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me. Su Yegao replied with a faint smile and inquired, I wonder if your son is feeling any better now? Thanks to Mr. Su's assistance, my son has improved significantly, but as for me, some uncertainties linger, yet it matters not. If it would enable Chairman Zhang to be informed, I, Su, shall undoubtedly disclose everything. Before Zhang Depeo could finish his sentence, Su Yegao interrupted him, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. The inquiry that Zhang Depeo wished to pose revolved around the manner in which Su Yegao had treated his son within the confines of the villa that fateful day. Mr. Su, I have consulted my son regarding the methods you employed to heal him, yet he merely smiled and remained silent. I am genuinely intrigued by your approach, and if it would not trouble you, could you kindly share it with me? Zhang Depeo's words confirmed Su Yegao's earlier assertion. Indeed, he was perplexed by the treatment administered to his son, particularly given Su Yegao's insistence that only his son was to remain in the villa, while others were to vacate. This matter is not one that others should be privy to, aside from you and your son. Once I have resolved the affairs concerning my establishment, I shall seek out your son again. Rest assured, after this encounter, he shall be free of any issues, Su Yegao remarked, a polite yet slightly awkward smile gracing his features. Very well then, Zhang Depeo replied, somewhat disheartened. Chairman Zhang, has the matter regarding your establishment been settled?
Su Yegao inquired.
Indeed, it has been resolved. I secured the contract yesterday, Zhang Depeo responded, retrieving a set of documents from his briefcase on the table and presenting them to Su Yegao. Mr. Su, please take a look. Su Yegao accepted the documents from Zhang Depeo, perused them briefly, and upon confirming their contents were satisfactory, handed the documents over to Uncle De. Upon confirming that there were no issues with the contract, Zhang Depeo picked up the phone from the table and made a call. Shortly thereafter, Manager Li from yesterday hurriedly descended from the elevator and approached Zhang Depeo and Su Yegao. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for not realizing you had arrived at the building. Manager Li bowed slightly, expressing his regret. No worries, let us proceed now. Zhang Depeo waved his hand nonchalantly. Of course. Manager Li nodded, rising to retrieve the car keys before heading outside. The vehicles of the Marriott Group were all Volkswagens, a brand evidently suited for the masses. Under Manager Li's guidance, the group arrived near Shuanging. After parking the car, Manager Li led Su Yegao and the others to the entrance of a quaint villa. Prior to their arrival, Manager Li had already contacted the owner of the restaurant. As they entered, an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair was seated, patiently awaiting them. Upon seeing Manager Li approach with guests, the elder rose with a warm smile and approached the group. You must be here to view the premises, correct? Hello, I am Manager Li from Marriott Group. Who contacted you yesterday? Manager Li produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to the elder, his demeanor cheerful. We would be grateful if you could show us around. Certainly, please follow me, the elder replied, leading the way. Su Yegao held Mengmeng's hand, taking in the surroundings. The layout of the restaurant was quite impressive, allowing ample space for potential renovation. Although the decor was rather ordinary, Su Yegge was not particularly concerned about it. Thus, he clapped his hands in approval, firmly deciding on this restaurant. Zhang Depeo promptly retrieved a check from his pocket and handed it to the elderly gentleman, saying, "This is the final payment. Please keep it safe." The elder accepted the check, verified its validity, and subsequently departed from the restaurant. From this day forth, this establishment would belong to Su Yegge. But there were still matters of renovation to address. Zhang Depeo waved to Manager Li and remarked, "Please contact the company's renovation departments and have them send someone over immediately." Understood. Manager Li swiftly took out his phone and made a call on the spot. In less than 30 minutes, 3 impeccably dressed men in tailored suits entered the restaurant. The leader, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, was accompanied by 2 vigorous young men. The middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. "Good day, Mr. Zhang. I am Su, the head of the renovation department at Marriott Group." Zhang Depeo gestured towards Su Yegge, who was seated on a wooden bench, and instructed Manager Su, "Inquire with Mr. Su about his renovation preferences." Manager Su surveyed the surroundings and observed that the restaurant's decor was relatively new. He then posed the question, "Mr. Su, how would you like to proceed with the renovations? Are you considering a simple refurbishment, or would you prefer to dismantle certain unsatisfactory elements?" "Dismantle the entire restaurant," Su Yegge contemplated before responding deliberately. "What? Mr. Su, some of the decor here is still pristine. Wouldn't it be a waste to demolish everything?" Not only does Manager Su share this sentiment, but the 2 young individuals accompanying him also feel the same way. Completely dismantling and renovating is an utter waste. The style I desire differs from this. Let us tear down the entire first floor and the second floor as well.
Su Yegao stated calmly.
Mr. Su can decorate as he pleases. You need not concern yourselves with the details. Zhang Depeo, seated nearby, interjected, "I will cover all the renovation expenses." Indeed. Upon hearing Zhang Depeo's words, Manager Su nodded and addressed Su Yegao. "Mr. Su, please accompany me. Kindly share your vision for the renovation so we can document it." "Certainly." Su Yegao stood up, cradling Mengmeng, and followed Manager Su and the 2 young men as they proceeded toward the entrance. "Mr. Su, please take a look at our renovation templates. Once you select one, we can discuss how you would like to modify it." Manager Su retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, opened it and handed it to Su Yegao. Su Yegao accepted the tablet, turned, and handed it to Mengmeng, affectionately inquiring, "Mengmeng, which renovation template do you prefer?" Chapter 25. News from the Bai family. Mengmeng held the tablet with both hands, contemplating the renovation templates displayed on the screen. Ultimately, she settled on a charmingly pink design. "Daddy, Mengmeng wants the pink one, is that all right?" With an expression brimming with anticipation, Mengmeng gazed at Su Yegge. Typically, the sentiments of young girls lean towards the delicate and pastel, hence Mengmeng's fondness for the charmingly soft aesthetics. "Manager Su, let us adopt this as our template," Su Yegge declared, returning the tablet to Manager Su while indicating the chosen decoration template. "This design must be executed with the finest materials." "Understood?" "Rest assured, sir. Our renovation materials at Wanhao are of the utmost quality in the entire Jianghai City." Manager Su replied with a smile. "Very well. I shall consider how to transform this space," Su Yegge remarked, cradling Mengmeng as they ambled about, her gaze surveying the surroundings, ultimately resting on a vacant area in the center of the dining room. It appeared to be the designated spot for a table, yet the previous owner had taken it along upon selling the establishment. "This space shall be styled in a musical theme, and a grand piano must grace the premises," Su Yegge suggested, pointing at the cleared area. "Mr. Su, since you intend to establish a restaurant, such an expansive area ought to accommodate more dining tables." Manager Su voiced his thoughts. Su Yegge shook her head, responding, "No, 5 tables will suffice, 1 round table and 4 square ones." "Such a limited number of tables?" "Mr. Su, Are you certain? Manager Su inquired, taken aback. Indeed, Su Yegge affirmed with a nod. Manager Su regarded her with astonishment. He had overseen numerous restaurants, and typically, proprietors sought to maximize seating capacity by arranging as many tables as possible to welcome a greater influx of patrons. In contrast, Su Yegge's restaurant features only 5 tables. Furthermore, this space is destined to transform into a wall showcasing musical instruments. Su Yegge pointed towards a vacant wall not far away, declaring, "Here, we shall display an array of guitars and violins." Indeed, indeed, Manager Su hastily waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to take note. Following closely behind Su Yegge, Manager Su cautiously scrutinized him and finally ventured to inquire. "Mr. Su, if I may be so bold, are you involved in music?" "Not at all." Su Yegge turned to face Manager Su, offering a gentle smile as he replied, "I run this restaurant solely to prepare meals for my daughter. Just cooking." Manager Su was utterly bewildered. Su Yegge was investing a substantial amount of money merely to cook for his daughter. "Yes, I cook for my daughter, and any leftover meals can be sold, hence the limited number of tables." Embracing Mengmeng, Su Yegge approached Manager Su, lightly patting his shoulder and chuckling, "Moreover, not everyone is privileged to savor the dishes personally crafted by me, Su Yegge." Manager Su could only respond with a strained smile. Although the renovation template had been established, Su Yegge's requested modifications were extensive. After a long day of work, they finally recorded everything. How long will this renovation take? After surveying the restaurant, Su Yegge noticed there was little left to alter and inquired, "Mr. Su, the scope of your renovations is quite significant. It will likely require at least a week." Manager Su pondered for a moment before speaking. "So long? Mr. Su, many materials have already been reserved by other customers. If we are to acquire ready-made materials, we will have to wait 2 to 3 days." With an apologetic smile, Manager Su continued, "Manager Su, while others can afford delays in their renovations, ours must be completed promptly. Do you understand?" Suddenly, Zhang Depeo, seated nearby, stood up and approached. "Understood. Understood." Manager Su nodded in affirmation, chuckling. Zhang Depeo was the chairman of the Marriott Group. With such a high-ranking official expressing urgency, how could a mere department manager not comply? "How long will the renovations take?" Zhang Depeo inquired further. "Once the materials are all in place, everything will proceed smoothly," Manager Su asserted, extending 3 fingers decisively. 3 days. Very well. Then we shall come for inspection in 3 days, Zhang Depeo declared, turning to Su Yegge. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, you can come for the inspection in 3 days. For now, you must accompany me to the Jiangnan district." "Jiangnan district?" Su Yegge responded. "Does this mean the contract for Shuanging Mountain has been finalized?" "Indeed. I just received a call from Director Li, confirming that everything has been resolved." Zhang Depeo nodded. A faint smile appeared on Su Yegge's face as he turned to embrace Mengmeng before exiting the restaurant. "Daddy, where are we going?" Mengmeng inquired curiously. "To a very important place, my dear. I need to attend to the contract for Shuanging Mountain. Once my father has finalized it, Mengmeng will have the opportunity to cultivate flowers and small animals there." Su Yegge tenderly extended his finger and gently tickled Mengmeng's nose. "Can Mengmeng accompany Daddy?" Upon hearing about the possibility of planting flowers, Mengmeng was filled with excitement. "Not just yet," Su Yegge chuckled while shaking his head. "Why not?" Mengmeng pouted, tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. "Because there are many matters that your father has yet to resolve, so you cannot join him just yet." All right. Mengmeng lowered her head, taking some time before she spoke. Unable to resist his daughter's adorableness, Su Yegge planted a kiss on her cheek. Upon arriving at District Chief Li's residence, the person who answered the door was not the chief himself, but his wife. It turned out that District Chief Li had received orders from above to go to the airport to receive an important guest. So he entrusted the contract to his wife to pass on to Su Yegge. The Bai family? Upon hearing those 2 words, Su Yegge halted, plunged into contemplation. Chapter 26. Su Yegge's resolve. "Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Zhang Depeo inquired curiously upon noticing Su Yegge's silence. Interrupted from his thoughts, Su Yegao merely offered a faint smile and replied, "It's nothing." Zhang Depeo pressed further, "Mr. Su, are you considering going?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Su Yegao forced a smile, saying, "Thank you for the invitation. Chairman Zhang, shall I pick you up tonight?" Zhang Depeo inquired. "No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Zhang. Just provide me with the address and I shall make my own way there," came the response. "Very well," Zhang Depeo nodded in agreement. As the door swung open, Mengmeng rushed over and leaped into Su Yegwa's embrace. "Daddy, have you finished preparing the estate?" she asked, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing his daughter's eagerness, Su Yegwa held up the contract in his hand and replied, "Well done. The contract is in hand. Once the restaurant is ready, the estate will follow suit." "How wonderful! How wonderful!" Mengmeng exclaimed, waving her chubby little hands with glee. "Mengmeng can plant flowers with Daddy now." Upon hearing this, Su Yegwa finally understood that his daughter was so eager to complete the estate so they could cultivate flowers together. "What kind of flowers does Mengmeng wish to plant?" he asked, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Daddy, I want to plant tulips," she declared. "Why is that?" he inquired. "Because when Mommy was here, she often told me that Daddy loves tulips, so she planted many, many tulips before," Mengmeng explained. Hearing his daughter's words, a tumult of emotions surged within Su Yegwa, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Mengmeng, sensing his feelings, wrapped her arms around his neck. After lunch, Su Yegwa gently lulled Mengmeng to sleep. He then made his way to the steps at the entrance and crouched down to smoke a cigarette. "Could you spare me a cigarette? Mine has run out." Emerging from the house, Uncle De squatted beside Su Yegao, extending his hand toward him. Su Yegao merely cast a glance at Uncle De before offering him the cigarette case. "Uncle De, you should smoke less. Your health cannot withstand frequent smoking." "Ah, you are just like Zhixuan, always admonishing me to cut down on smoking." Uncle De remarked, extracting a cigarette from the case, lighting it, and exhaling a puff of smoke. Burdened by the affairs of the Bai family, Su Yegao's emotions surged when Uncle De mentioned Zhixuan. "Uncle De, tonight the Bai family is hosting a banquet in Jianghai City, inviting all the influential figures in the area. The young lady of the Bai family?" "Which young lady?" Uncle De inquired after taking a drag from his cigarette. "I am uncertain. I find it improbable," Su Yegao responded, determination sparking in his eyes. "Regardless, I must go and see for myself." He flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, rising to extinguish it beneath his foot. Uncle De stood up alongside him. "You intend to go? Have they invited you?" "The Bai family has extended an invitation to the Wanhao group, and Zhang Depeo has asked me to accompany him, which I have accepted," Su Yegao stated calmly. "Since Zhixuan is restrained by the Bai family and cannot seek me out, I shall take the initiative to find her. Yegao, I must caution you. Do not act impulsively, understand?" Uncle De sighed, fully aware that Su Yegao had firmly made up his mind, and he found himself unable to alter her decision. Thus, he could only offer his counsel. The Bai family wields considerable influence throughout the entirety of Huaxia. I implore you to contemplate your actions carefully and to think deeply for Mengmeng's sake.
Reste assured, Oncle Da.
Su Yegao understood his concern. He feared that should she provoke the Bai family, they might retaliate against him and his daughter Mengmeng, leading to troublesome consequences. Su Yegao was not naive. He knew that this matter required a methodical approach. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to meet Ji Xian first. With a reassuring pat on Uncle Da's shoulder, he turned to leave. "Wait," Uncle Da called out, hastening to Su Yegao's side and offering him a pack of cigarettes. A man can only drown his sorrows in drink and suppress his worries with smoke. "Take these with you, but remember to smoke sparingly, all right?" A warm smile spread across Su Yegao's face. In this vast world, aside from his beloved daughter Mengmeng, he had a caring neighbor in Uncle De lighting a cigarette. Su Yegao strolled toward the tranquil grove behind the affectionate little pavilion, a place seldom frequented by others. Once he entered the grove, he retrieved the jade pendant bestowed upon him by the young master of the Zhang family, examining it closely. The pendant, shaped like a fish, bore a blood-red hue. While the quality was commendable, it evidently signified an ominous portent. A fish stained with blood heralded the signs of slaughter, It was no wonder that the young master of the Zhang family was beset with misfortune, constantly entangled in dire straits. Su Yegao found a branch nearby and drew a peculiar schematic on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the diagram he created was, in fact, a systematic pattern. Chapter 27. The mysterious maiden hidden within the jade pendant. After completing the design, Su Yegao placed the jade pendant at the center of the pattern and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. A distant aura began to flow gently through his 72 meridians. With a tremor of his palm, this energy surged forth, transforming into an invisible wave that enveloped the pendant tightly. What appeared to be an ordinary jade pendant emitted a faint red glow upon contact with Su Yegao's vital energy, which rapidly intensified, turning the entire pendant a vivid crimson. Indeed, the corners of Su Yegao's mouth lifted slightly. He had recognized from the very first glance that this pendant was the key to the peculiar occurrences within the villa. Curiosity piqued. Su Yegao yearned to uncover what secrets lay hidden within this pendant, which harbored the malevolent aura of the malevolent ghost immortal. If the malevolent ghost immortal had, like Su Yegao, traversed the cosmos to reach Earth, it was possible that his time spent here had granted him an advantage in cultivation over Su Yegao. The gravity of the situation compelled Su Yegao to adopt a serious demeanor. The vital energy emanating from his palm continued to surge forth, tightly entwining the pendant. Under the pressure of this energy, the crimson hue of the pendant deepened further. Just as Su Yegao was preparing to exert greater force, the jade pendant suddenly trembled, emitting a formidable wave of energy. This powerful surge directly impacted Su Yegao, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Infuriating, it managed to bypass my vital energy and directly affect my body. Su Yegao clutched his chest, his brow furrowed in concentration. I shall see what manner of creature you are. A serious expression washed over Su Yegao's face as he swiftly formed hand seals, then bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to escape. This droplet rapidly dispersed in the air, extending toward the jade pendant. Upon contact, the blood stained the pendant, which emitted a dazzling radiance. The brilliance lasted for several moments before fading away. Once the light dissipated, the pendant fell with a thud into the intricate design below. Come forth. Is hiding away truly so amusing? Su Yegao remarked with a cold smirk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Su Yegao's words fell, the pendant began to hum, and a beam of white light shot forth from it. Once the white light departed, the blood-red hue of the pendant transformed back to its original color. After flickering, the white light astonishingly coalesced into a young girl clad in flowing white gauze. Her long hair cascaded down to her shapely waist, and her alluring figure was unmistakable. How did you know I was inside? The girl asked, astonished upon seeing Su Yegao. A smirk played on Su Yegao's lips as he replied, Humph, isn't it obvious? We are kindred spirits. You two hail from the stars? The maiden's face displayed a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. She never anticipated that she would encounter someone from the stars. Who are you? Why do you conceal yourself within this jade pendant to harm others? Su Yegao inquired. I am a cultivator from the stars. My true name is Shui, revered as the Snow Lotus Elder. The maiden unveiled her origins, allowing Su Yegao to grasp the underlying reasons. It turned out that she belonged to the Snow Lotus clan from the interstellar realm. In the past, the malevolent ghost immortal, in a bid to transcend and ascend, devised the ghost array. However, the energy within the array was excessively tumultuous. Thus, the ghost immortal cast all the cultivators of the Snow Lotus clan into the array, utilizing their energy to suppress the wrathful turbulence. After the demise of the ghost immortal, Shui was reborn on Earth through her original form, becoming sealed within the jade pendant. Stripped of her physical essence, Shui resorted to siphoning the vital essence of others to transform it into energy to safeguard her soul. Her revelations sent a tremor through Su Yegao's heart. Ultimately, the ghost immortal had arrived on Earth, and it seemed that the enmity between them could not be evaded. Su Yegao, though unafraid of death, now had a daughter to protect. He was unwilling to let her become entangled in this peril, leading to a surge of anxiety within him. While you have safeguarded your own existence, you have inflicted harm upon innocent lives. Despite his anxiety, Su Yegao maintained a resolute stance towards Shui. After all, her actions were indeed grievous and malevolent. I am also struggling for survival. If I perish, the malevolent spirit will completely seize my essence. Tears welled up in Shui's eyes as she gazed at Su Yegao. After all, she is a woman. In the face of numerous failed efforts, her tears flowed uncontrollably. I can assist you, Su Yegao said calmly. Upon hearing this, the young girl excitedly inquired. Really? Indeed. However, I have conditions, Su Yegao nodded. What are your conditions? The girl asked. You shall be my servant for 20 years. Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. This 20-year period that Su Yegao sought was entirely for the sake of his daughter. Engaging with the entire Bai family in the future, he might encounter numerous situations that would surpass the mere presence of someone constantly at his daughter's side. Should a reckless individual lay hands on his daughter, Uncle De would undoubtedly be unable to safeguard her. Thus, Su Yegao set his sights on Shui. Regardless of her current plight, she was still the revered snow lotus of the stars. Very well. As long as you assist me, I would be willing to serve not just for 20 years, but for a lifetime. Master, Shui has a question. Shui half-kneeled before Su Yegao, speaking with utmost respect. Speak, he replied. Since you are also a cultivator, I am curious to know your title, Shui asked upon receiving Su Yegao's consent. A faint smile graced Su Yegao's lips, his face radiating pride as he enunciated. My title is the Celestial Xian Immortal. What? Master is the disciple of the Qing Xian Immortal, the Celestial Xian Immortal? Shui exclaimed in shock, her voice rising in disbelief.
Su Yegao nodded proudly.
As a former cultivator who was closest to the celestial realm in the cosmos, he had his own sense of pride. To his astonishment, he had encountered the revered celestial lord here. Shui could hardly believe the reality before her. Her true form had been seized by the malevolent ghost celestial lord, and now the nemesis of the malevolent ghost celestial lord, the heavenly profound celestial lord, stood before her. For Shui, this was indeed a divine favor. However, Master, how is it that you have arrived here as well? Could it be that you too have?
Zhu hesitated.
For every cultivator dedicates their life to the pursuit of enlightenment, and upon falling, the uncertainties of life and death loom large. Even if one were to miraculously be reborn, everything must begin anew. No matter, I have indeed perished, Su Yegao replied with a sense of acceptance. Though he had lost considerable power, he had gained a beloved daughter, and that made it all worthwhile. Master, Shui spoke out of turn. With her head bowed, she dared not meet Su Yegao's gaze. It's all right. Do not venture into this jade pendant. It is bound by the malevolent ghost's formation, which would be detrimental to your primordial spirit. Come into my 9-dragon storage ring instead. It contains a wealth of items from my cultivation days that would benefit your spirit. Upon finishing his words, Su Yegao clenched his fist and pointed the ring towards Shui. The ring emitted a faint glow, and Shui transformed into a wisp of white smoke, being drawn into the ring. Su Yegao then picked up Mengmeng and gently brushed her nose, asking, Mengmeng, have you awakened? Father, will you take Mengmeng out to play this afternoon? Is that all right? Mengmeng blinked her large eyes and spoke in a sweet, childlike voice while being embraced by Su Yegge. Mengmeng, let us stay at home this afternoon. In the evening, you can accompany Daddy to a banquet. Su Yegge replied affectionately as he carried Mengmeng into the bedroom. There will be plenty of delicious food at the banquet. Can Mengmeng eat whatever she wants? Upon hearing about the banquet, Mengmeng's excitement made her bounce with joy. Of course, Su Yegge placed Mengmeng on the bed and then opened the wardrobe to select her outfit. However, the wardrobe contained only casual clothes, none suitable for an event. Father, what is wrong? Mengmeng asked curiously, observing Su Yegge's hesitation in front of the wardrobe. Su Yegge smiled and said, Mengmeng, let us go shopping for some new clothes. All right, let us go buy clothes. Mengmeng exclaimed joyfully, raising her little arms in excitement. Su Yegge settled Mengmeng into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and then drove off. Welcome. Sir, are you shopping for yourself or for your sister? As they entered the store, a young woman dressed as if she were the shop owner approached them politely. Coughing awkwardly, Su Yegge chuckled, feeling embarrassed at being mistaken for Mengmeng's sibling while out with his daughter. This is my father. My father, Mengmeng exclaimed, standing protectively behind Su Yegge and calling out to the young woman. Although she was oblivious to the intricacies of romantic relationships, her mind harbored a clear understanding. Aside from her mother, any other woman who approached her father must be intent on usurping him. The young lady, amused by Mengmeng's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Su Yegao gently caressed Mengmeng's head, sharing a light-hearted chuckle. At that moment, Su Yegao lifted Mengmeng into his arms and addressed the young lady, saying, "Miss, greetings. I wish to purchase an outfit for my daughter suitable for a formal occasion, preferably something with a charming flair. Sir, our shop has recently received a delightful array of children's clothing, perfect for young ones attending various gatherings. Please wait a moment while I fetch some samples for you." The young lady approached the table, poured a cup of tea for Su Yegao, then turned and disappeared behind the bar, likely into the store's storage area. Before long, she reappeared, cradling several garments in her arms. There were 3 outfits in total, all exuding a sense of cuteness and elegance, entirely fitting for Mengmeng to wear to tonight's banquet hosted by the Bai family. "I will take them all. Please find the appropriate sizes for my daughter." Su Yegao indicated the pile of clothing on the table. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on momentarily." The young lady clapped her hands, summoning the sales assistants in the store to retrieve the clothing. Meanwhile, Mengmeng clung tightly to Su Yegao's leg, refusing to let go for even a moment. Su Yegao planted a gentle kiss on Mengmeng's cheek, saying, "Mengmeng, my dear, in a moment you shall select your favorite outfit and change into it. This evening, we can directly attend the banquet. All right, Daddy," Mengmeng replied in a sweet voice. "Sir, you are indeed attending the Bai family's banquet tonight, are you not?" A nearby young lady, with keen ears, overheard Su Yegge mention the banquet and immediately inquired, "How did you know?" Su Yegge lifted her gaze towards the young woman. "I am uncertain." The young lady shook her head and said, "It is said that the young lady of the Bai family fell in love with someone she should not have several years ago while in Jianghai City, and subsequently, she was taken abroad by the elder of the Bai family. It has probably been 2 or 3 years now. To love someone one should not." Su Yegge's heart trembled. When Bai Zhixuan fell for him back then, the Bai family had spoken in a similar manner. Chapter 29. The confrontation at the door. "Sir. The clothes have been packaged. Which one would you like your daughter to wear?" The young lady presented 3 boxes containing garments to Su Yegge. "Daddy, I want to wear this one." Before Su Yegge could utter a word, Mengmeng snatched the package from his hands and unwrapped a dress. "Mengmeng wishes to wear this." "Very well." Su Yegge placed the other 2 boxes on the table, embraced Mengmeng, and entered the fitting room, dressing her in the dress. It must be said, this dress indeed exudes elegance. Once donned, Mengmeng appeared both adorable and dignified. The 3 outfits totaled 14,000 yuan. After settling the bill, Su Yegge took Mengmeng to a fish therapy establishment. By the time they emerged, it was nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon glancing at his phone, Su Yegge noticed the name Zhang Depeo prominently displayed on the screen. It was a message from Zhang Depeo, informing him that he had arrived at the Jiangshu Grand Hotel for the Bai family banquet, along with the address. Su Yegge, cradling his daughter, entered the car and headed towards the Jiangshu Grand Hotel. As the most prestigious and largest 5-star hotel in Jianghai City, the Jiangshu Grand Hotel was not easily accessible to the average person. Zhang Depeo was seated in the VIP area, quietly sipping the brandy in his glass, occasionally nodding and smiling at those who passed by. Behind Zhang Depeo stood a middle-aged man named Zhang Zhe, his eldest son and the former general manager of the Marriott Group, whom Su Yegge had previously healed. "Son, why don't you take a few people to the entrance to await Mr. Su? He cannot enter without your guidance," Zhang Depeo instructed after taking a sip of his brandy. "Understood. I'll head over now," Zhang Zhe replied, nodding. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Su Yegge, but after his personal experiences, he had developed a profound respect for him. At that moment, Su Yegge had arrived at the entrance of the Jiangshu Grand Hotel in his Volkswagen Tiguan. Just as he was about to drive into the parking lot, he suddenly heard someone knocking on his car window. He turned to see a young security guard in uniform. Su Yegge lowered the window and leaned out to greet him. The young security guard noticed Su Yegge and immediately saluted, stating, "Sir, you are at the Jiangshu Grand Hotel, a venue where the Bai family hosts the elite of Jianghai City. If you are not among the invited, I must insist that you leave at once. As he spoke, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Su Yegao understood the implication. Having arrived in a Volkswagen Tiguan, the guard deemed him a pauper unworthy of this place. I possess no invitation. Yet the individual who summoned me here is none other than Zhang Depeo, the esteemed chairman of the Marriott Group. Su Yegao replied coolly. Come now, sir, do not jest. Why not claim that it was the Bai family who invited you? Upon realizing Su Yegao lacked an invitation, the feigned smile on the guard's face swiftly morphed into a sneer, and he pointed at Su Yegao, bellowing, Get out! Do not obstruct the way. Disregarding the guard's outburst, Su Yegao gently comforted his daughter Mengmeng, who had been startled by the commotion. Mengmeng, wait for Daddy in the car. I will handle this matter. Yes, Daddy, please be careful. Mengmeng, trembling from the security guard's intimidation, looked at Su Yegao with wide, innocent eyes and nodded obediently. After soothing his daughter, Su Yegao stepped out of the vehicle. In that instant, his previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve. Brat, I told you to get lost. Are you deaf? The security guard, witnessing Su Yegao's fierce descent from the car, promptly drew the baton strapped to his waist. Su Yegao remained silent, but with a swift motion, he lunged forward, his ghostly hands seizing the collar of the young security guard, lifting him effortlessly. Whose progeny are you? Su Yegao's voice was chillingly cold. At that moment, he yearned to hurl this arrogant guard into the dirt. Help! Someone's causing trouble. Despite being lifted, the security guard remained unruly, shouting at the top of his lungs. Seeking death. At this, Su Yegao's fury ignited fiercely. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sent the guard flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, the guard lay there, unable to collect himself for quite some time. Nevertheless, his cries attracted nearby security personnel, and soon a throng of baton-wielding guards surrounded Su Yegao. Is this the hospitality of your Jiangsu Grand Hotel?
Su Yegao scoffed, slowly inquiring.
Regardless of who you are, you have struck our man, and you shall pay the price. A middle-aged man, leading the group of guards, stared coldly at Su Yegao, his baton raised menacingly. At his command, the guards would rush forward, ready to confront Su Yegao. Yet Su Yegao was no pushover. If provoked, he would not hesitate to unleash his energy and incapacitate these guards. The scent of impending conflict hung in the air. A skirmish would erupt at the slightest provocation. Just as Su Yegao prepared to strike, several figures emerged before him. Mr. Su, do not take action. It is you, Manager Zhang. Upon closer inspection, Su Yegao realized it was the son of Zhang Depeo. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Su. Zhang Zhe said to Su Yegao with a slight bow, an expression of regret on his face. I arrived late. Had I come sooner, this troublesome situation could have been avoided. It's nothing. Manager Zhang, please handle it. I do not wish to witness these individuals laughing and making a fuss before me, Su Yegao replied, turning to enter the vehicle. Zhang Zhe offered an awkward smile, his expression one of embarrassment. Suddenly shifting his gaze, he fixed a steely stare upon the group of security personnel behind him and coldly declared, This gentleman is a distinguished guest of the Marriott Group. Your disrespect towards him will cost you dearly. The Marriott Group was well known in Jianghai City, and the security personnel recognized Zhang Zhe, causing them to immediately cower in fear. Manager Zhang, we were unaware he was a guest of the Marriott Group. We hope you can overlook our error and forgive us. The lead security guard, who appeared to hold a high rank, said cautiously while bowing low. Get lost. Zhang Zhe had his own measure of handling the situation. After all, this was a banquet hosted by the Bai family, and escalating matters would yield no benefit for him. A mere threat sufficed. Yes. Grateful for Zhang Zhe's clemency, the security personnel hurriedly dispersed. Su Yegao parked the car in the lot, took Mengmeng by the hand, and followed Zhang Zhe into the hotel's interior. Su Yegong entered the grand hall, cradling his daughter, instantly becoming the center of attention. The striking image of a tall, handsome man holding a delicate little princess presented a vivid contrast to the usual revelry of the onlookers. As Su Yegong made his entrance, a pair of piercing eyes fixated on him. The owner of these eyes was Bai Zhe, a young master from the collateral branch of the Bai family. What are you staring at, young Master Bai? inquired a bodyguard quietly, trailing behind him. Nothing of significance. Has the master arrived yet? Bai Zhe inquired, shaking his head. He had just glimpsed someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Yegong from years past. Yet, that Su Yegong had been tragically gunned down. His body lost to the depths of the sea, making it implausible for him to appear at this gathering. Young master, I believe the master and young lady have yet to disembark from the plane, the bodyguard replied, scanning the surroundings before shaking his head. Come here, I have a task for you, Bai Zhe whispered, leaning closer to the bodyguard's ear. Make your way to Chairman Zhang of the Wanhao group and discreetly capture a photograph of the man holding the little girl. Understood. At this moment, Su Yegong remained oblivious to the fact that he had attracted Bai Zhe's scrutiny. When Bai Zhe received the photograph from the bodyguard, he was taken aback. The man embracing the child bore an astonishing resemblance to Su Yegong from years ago. Young Master Bai, the photograph has been taken. Is there anything else you wish to pursue? The bodyguard inquired, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. Bai Zhe hesitated for a moment before commanding, Go and make that man uncomfortable. Regardless of what happens, I shall ensure your safety. Whether or not the person in the photograph was Su Yigu, Bai Zhe found him distasteful, and a dark thought flickered through his mind. Understood. With his master's words, the bodyguard became audacious. Meanwhile, Mengmeng, held in Su Yiji's embrace, observed others with small plates enjoying their food. She gently shook Su Yiji's shoulder and sweetly said, Daddy, Mengmeng also wants to eat. All right, Daddy will take Mengmeng to get something to eat. Su Yiji's gaze toward Mengmeng was tender as a gentle stream, entirely different from his earlier demeanor outside. He carried his daughter to the buffet's revolving table, marveling at the exquisite array of pastries. He asked, What would you like to eat, Mengmeng? Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with desire as she gazed at the plethora of desserts. Immediately, she replied, Daddy, put Mengmeng down. I want to pick out my own delicious treats. Su Yigu set Mengmeng down and casually picked up a plate and tongs from a nearby table, handing them to her. Take what you desire, but be careful. Okay, Daddy, Mengmeng exclaimed as she took the plate and skipped off to select her favorite pastries. Watching his adorable and well-behaved daughter, Su Yigu felt a deep sense of contentment. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been instructed by Bai Zhe approached with a tray in hand. As Mengmeng passed by, a sudden jolt caused the tray in hand to veer sideways and crash towards her. Su Yegge's expression instantly darkened. While others may not have witnessed the incident, he had observed it with utmost clarity. A human body cannot topple forward without an object tripping it. Conversely, if one were to slip, they would inevitably fall backward. The caregiver wielding the tray was undoubtedly acting with intent. Quick as a flash, Su Yegge dashed forward, positioning himself protectively behind Mengmeng, his ghostly hand deftly catching the tray. Mengmeng, are you all right? Su Yegge inquired as he approached her, gently caressing her head. Daddy, I'm fine, Mengmeng replied cheerfully. Mengmeng, that uncle's malevolence will inevitably lead to his downfall. Thus, he met with a most unfortunate fate, Su Yegge proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice. What does that mean? Malevolence will lead to downfall? Mengmeng asked, her beautiful eyes blinking in curiosity. It means that uncle is a bad person, Su Yegge elucidated. Oh, so that uncle is a bad person, Mengmeng exclaimed, her realization dawning, as she scampered to stand behind Su Yegge. The onlookers, captivated by Mengmeng's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Bai Zhe, who had been spectating from the sidelines, stepped forward, his polished shoes echoing ominously against the floor. Su Yegge's gaze fixated on Bai Zhe, a chill coursing through him. Kid, don't get too arrogant, roared the bodyguard who had just risen from the ground. Ha! Su Yegge slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Bai Zhe. After a moment of silence, he spoke, Young Master Bai, take care of your dog. Chapter 31. The conspiracy of the Bai family. The bodyguard, incensed by Su Yegge's words, raised his fist, ready to charge at him. However, Bai Zhe gestured for the bodyguard to retreat. Even in his fury, the bodyguard had no choice but to comply. May I inquire your name, sir? Bai Zhe approached Su Yegge, a smile lingering on his face. Does it matter what I am called? Su Yegge retorted. Of course it does. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. If my people are at fault, I need to know your name to seek you out and extend my apologies. Bai Zhi's smile held an insidious undertone. My name is Su Yegge. Young Master Bai, your memory seems rather poor. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Su Yegge's cold laughter echoed as he glared ominously at the advancing Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi froze, his confident demeanor shifting to one of astonishment. Su Yegge was still alive. Years ago, Bai Zhi had personally led an ambush against Su Yegge, convinced that he had confirmed the latter's demise before disposing of his body in the sea. To his utter disbelief, Su Yegge had survived. Ha! Mr. Su, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. We have never met, so how could I possibly have a poor memory? In the presence of numerous onlookers, Bai Zhi offered an awkward smile and remarked, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Once I have ascertained the truth, I will personally extend my apologies to Mr. Su. There's no need for young Master Bai to trouble himself. I merely offer a word of caution, Su Yegge articulated deliberately. Those who indulge in wrongdoing shall inevitably meet their demise. Mr. Su, feel free to explore at your leisure. I shall commence my inquiry into this affair. Bai Zhi's gaze, sharp as a serpent's, fixed upon Su Yegge before he turned and, accompanied by his bodyguards, departed the hall in disarray. Upon reaching the rooftop of the hotel, Bai Zhi's true nature began to reveal itself. Damn it! Wasn't my heart supposed to have stopped beating? Why am I still alive today? Bai Zhi cursed under his breath, wishing fervently to dismember Su Yegge at that very moment. Young Master Bai, shall I gather some men to take care of that fellow? One of the bodyguards suggested, gesturing across his throat. Patience, Bai Zhi replied, shaking his head. As long as he remains in Jianghai City, I will undoubtedly find a way to deal with him. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to an attendant standing nearby, asking, Has the master arrived? Let us go. I must pay my respects to the master. Above the revelry of the bustling hall, there lay a secluded chamber where a middle-aged man reclined upon a sofa. Behind him stood 2 rows of impeccably dressed men in suits. Beside this middle-aged man sat a graceful young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, yet exuding the maturity and composure of a woman. This middle-aged individual was Bai Zhixuan, the patriarch of the Bai family, and the young woman beside him was Bai Zhixuan, the esteemed daughter of the Bai clan. Father, the daughter is aware. Bai Zhixuan lightly nodded her head, her beautiful eyes fluttering slightly, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Bai Zhixuan placed the wine glass he held onto the tray, rose from his seat, and approached the glass window, his gaze surveying the bustling streets of Jianghai City. He slowly remarked, especially the Marriott group, in the mere 2 years since the Bai family's influence departed from Jianghai City, this Zhang Depeo has managed to establish the most formidable conglomerate in Nanhuaxia. You must exercise caution. Rest assured, father, within 3 years, I vow to annex the Marriott group. Bai Zhixuan rose as well, following Bai Zhixuan to the window. As they conversed, a bodyguard entered. Kneeling before Bai Zhixuan, Master, young Master Bai Zhi requests an audience.
Bai Zhi.
I am unaware, Bai Zhixuan replied. The bodyguard shook his head and said, Young Master Bai Zhi insists it is urgent. His demeanor suggests he is indeed in a state of distress. Upon receiving permission, the bodyguard ushered Bai Zhi into the small hall. As Bai Zhi entered, he immediately knelt before Bai Zhixuan and bowed his head deeply. Bai Zhixuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Silly child, what are you doing? There is no need for such formalities among family. Master, I have sinned. I deserve punishment. Bai Zhi remained kneeling, unable to rise. It concerns Su. Just as Bai Zhi was about to speak, he suddenly glanced up and saw Bai Zhixuan quietly sipping tea on the sofa, causing the words he intended to utter to be swallowed back down. Upon hearing the name Su, Bai Zhixuan instantly comprehended what Bai Zhi was about to convey. It's all right. Speak freely. Bai Zhixuan gestured with his hand, proclaiming in a clear voice. However, Bai Zhi hesitated, casting a glance at Bai Zhixuan. Bai Zhixuan, feeling exasperated, insisted, If I ask you to speak, then do so. Indeed, Bai Zhi inhaled deeply and declared, Su Yegge is not dead. What? Not dead? Bai Zhixuan retorted. Did you not say you had ascertained that Su Yegge had already breathed his last? That his heart had ceased to beat? How can he possibly still be alive? I cannot fathom why he still lives.
Bai Zhixuan stammered in explanation.
Years ago, he indeed had no heartbeat for a time, which compelled me to cast his body into the sea. Moreover, master, consider this, he was shot multiple times. Even if he survived, he would be rendered incapacitated. Besides, I had disposed of the body in the Gobi Sea, a place where not even the most skilled swimmers would dare venture, let alone someone riddled with gunshot wounds like Su Yegge. You make a valid point. After contemplating Bai Zai's reasoning, Bai Zhixuan nodded, momentarily lost in thought, before inquiring, "Are you certain that Su Yegge is alive?" "Absolutely. I just saw Su Yegge downstairs. He had an altercation with my bodyguard. Very well, since he lives, let him continue to do so. If he harbors any grievances, I would not hesitate to allow him to meet his demise once more." With that, Bai Zhixuan lifted a glass of whiskey from the tray and downed its contents in one gulp. Chapter 32. Farewell, Bai Zhixuan. With Bai Zhixuan's assurance, Bai Zai felt emboldened to proceed with his plans. Should Su Yegge harbor any dissatisfaction, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. However, discussing the plot against her beloved in front of Bai Zhixuan might render their future interactions rather chilly. Contemplating this, Bai Zai cast a glance at Bai Zhixuan, who sat nonchalantly sipping tea, and then at Bai Zhixuan, who seemed unfazed. He spoke up, "My lord, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you privately." "What issue cannot be addressed here? Why the necessity for a private conversation?" Bai Zhixuan inquired. "This matter. It would be best if the young lady remained uninformed," Bai Zai muttered, his voice barely audible, even to himself. "You may discuss your affairs. I am unfamiliar with Su Yegge, and I have no interest in becoming acquainted." Bai Zhixuan retorted with a cold laugh, setting down her teacup before exiting the small hall. Bai Zai was left speechless, staring at Bai Zhixuan's departing figure. After all, Su Yegge had once been her beloved. How could feelings vanish so swiftly? Had her time abroad truly transformed Bai Zhixuan? "See, go ahead and act boldly. Zhixuan has evidently forgotten about Su Yegge." Bai Zhixuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He gestured toward a nearby chair and said, "Sit and speak. There is no need to kneel. We are all family here, and such postures may invite unwarranted judgment." "Yes, my lord." Bai Zai settled down, approaching Bai Zhixuan, and remarked, "Master, when I encountered Su Yegge in the hall below, there was a little girl beside him who called him daddy. Has Su Yegge fathered a daughter?" Bai Zhixuan abruptly slammed his hand on the table, seething with anger. It must be the child of Zhixuan and him. Previously, when Bai Zhixuan had taken Bai Zhixuan abroad, a private physician had examined her and discovered that she had been pregnant. Consequently, Bai Zhixuan had dispatched individuals to search for evidence regarding whether Bai Zhixuan had borne a child with Su Yegge. Yet no information had surfaced. "Shall I bring that child here for a DNA test against the young lady?" Bai Zai inquired in a lowered voice. "Do not rush into action. Allow me to ponder this matter. You may go ahead and oversee things for now." Bai Zhixuan waved his hand and turned to exit the small hall. At that moment, Su Yegge was enjoying a delightful time in the hall with Mengmeng. Mengmeng, like a bird released from its cage, was particularly joyful. Observing his daughter's happiness filled Su Yegge with elation. What an adorable little princess! Wherever Mengmeng went, a throng of women gathered around her, expressing their admiration. As it is with women, once they reach a certain age, maternal instincts surge forth. Especially upon encountering such a delightful child as Mengmeng, their nurturing instincts were further ignited. "Little sister, here is an ice cream for you. It's exceptionally delicious." A woman with crimson hair held out an ice cream to Mengmeng. "No, no, no. Little sister, please do not give my daughter that." "Very well." The woman, feeling somewhat disheartened, casually placed the ice cream onto a plate on the table. "Sir, may I play with your daughter?" She approached Mengmeng, smiling as she affectionately ruffled her hair. "Humph, such a lack of charm." Pouting, she executed a flawless turn and departed. Su Yegge merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Has the young lady from the Bai family yet to arrive?" "Not yet. She should be here shortly." Zhang Depeo shook his head with a smile and inquired, "What is this? Does Mr. Su eagerly wish to meet the Bai family's heiress?" "Indeed, It is precisely for the Bai family's young lady that I have come. Su Yegao openly expressed his sentiments without reservation. Zhang Depeo asked, "Do you know the Bai family's young lady?" Just as Zhang Depeo was about to inquire further, the voice of the host resonated throughout the hall. "We welcome all guests to the banquet hosted by the Bai family. Today marks the first day of their return to Jianghai City, a day of citywide celebration. Now, let us invite the Bai family's esteemed daughter, Bai Zhixuan, to the stage to address us." "What? Bai Zhixuan?" Su Yegao's heart clenched tightly, his nerves suddenly taut. His gaze was fixated on the stage, locking onto the graceful figure ascending. When that enchanting silhouette turned to face the multitude of guests, Su Yegao's mind erupted with astonishment. His beloved wife, Bai Zhixuan, was the very young lady he had longed for. "Mama! Woo woo woo!" Mengmeng also spotted Bai Zhixuan on the stage, her eyes brimming with tears as she sobbed. Su Yegao swiftly covered Mengmeng's mouth, shaking her head and whispering, "Mengmeng, dear, Mommy is speaking on stage right now. You mustn't cry." "Daddy, I miss Mommy," Mengmeng sobbed. "Don't worry, Daddy knows." Su Yegao reassured her, quickly cradling Mengmeng in her arms. "I don't want to. I want Mommy." Mengmeng's cries grew louder. The grievances that Mengmeng had endured over the years suddenly poured forth upon seeing Bai Zhixuan. Realizing that this distressful crying was not a solution, Su Yegao, feeling helpless, decided to channel her energy into Mengmeng, stimulating the child's acupoint for peaceful slumber. Before long, Mengmeng fell into a deep sleep in Su Yegao's embrace. Su Yegao called Uncle De, recounting the entire sequence of events. Upon receiving the call, Uncle De immediately hailed a taxi and came to take Mengmeng away. Before departing, he earnestly advised, "Yegao, do not be overly hasty in everything. Consider Mengmeng's feelings." Chapter 33. The amnesiac Bai Zhixuan understood. Su Yegao nodded, watching Uncle De leave with Mengmeng before finally entering the main hall. At that moment, Bai Zhixuan had concluded her speech and was now toasting the various dignitaries of Jianghai City alongside the Bai family. "What's going on?" Su Yegao inquired, puzzled. "Mr. Su, next. Miss Bai will be toasting each table. Since you wish to meet her, you can simply sit here and wait," Zhang Zhe explained. Before Zhang Zhe could elaborate, Zhang Depeo interjected, stating, "Su Yegao, thank you, Mr. Zhang." Before long, it was finally the turn of the Marriott Group's seat. Bai Zhixuan approached the table of the Marriott Group and politely shook hands with Mr. Zhang, exclaiming, "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, you are a remarkable talent of your generation. In just 2 short years, you have established the most powerful Marriott Group in the entirety of Nanhuaxia." She clapped her hands gently, beckoning for wine. A servant emerged from behind her, carrying a tray. Bai Zhixuan raised her glass with a slight smile, saying, "Mr. Zhang, I toast you. Please forgive me, Miss Bai." "Mr. Zhang replied with a hint of regret. "I am unable to partake in alcohol due to my health. May I request my esteemed guest from the Marriott Group to raise a toast on my behalf?" With that, he gestured towards Su Yegao, who stepped forward, intending to lift a glass from the tray. The servant had been assigned to Bai Zhixuan by Bai Zhe, who had already instructed him to seize any opportunity to humiliate Su Yegao. As a loyal servant of Bai Zhe, he certainly did not intend to treat Su Yegao kindly. Just as Su Yegao reached for the wine glass, the servant extended his hand to claim it first. In that critical moment, Su Yegao deftly moved like a specter, pressing down the servant's hand effortlessly and lifting the glass with ease. "If you wish to drink from the Bai family's wine, you must first prove your worth." The servant sneered, swiftly aiming a kick at Su Yegao's shin. He was skilled in footwork, his strikes as powerful as a drawn bow, and most could not withstand the force of his kick. At this critical moment, Su Yegge did not flinch. Instead, he raised his glass in a toast to Bai Zhixuan and drank it in one swift motion. As the last drop of wine was consumed, a dull thud echoed through the air. A servant, in his haste, collided with Su Yegge's foot, yet he remained as immovable as a bronze statue. The servant, on the other hand, felt as though he had kicked a solid pillar, causing his foot to throb painfully. The agony coursed through his nerves, tormenting his mind and making him grimace in distress. "Do I possess the ability to partake in your Bai family's wine?" Su Yegge's lips curled into a cold smirk, and he looked at the servant, who was now cradling his foot in anguish, with a heightened sense of derision. My apologies, sir, it seems your subordinate lacks understanding. Allow me to offer you a drink as a gesture of contrition. Bai Zhixuan stood before Su Yegge, as if encountering him for the first time, and raised her glass in a toast. Zhixuan, do you not recognize me? Su Yegge placed his glass upon the table, gazing tenderly at Bai Zhixuan's exquisite visage. I am Su Yegge. Do you truly not remember me?
Su Yegge?
Bai Zhixuan paused in her consumption of whiskey, her gaze blank as she regarded the man standing before her. With a gentle smile, she replied, I am sorry, sir, but this is indeed our first meeting. I do not know you at all. Zhixuan, I am Su Yegge. Su Yegge attempted to articulate further, but he was abruptly restrained by another. Mr. Su, please remain composed. This is the Bai family's territory, and escalating the situation will not benefit you. My apologies, Miss Bai. Zhang Depeo hastily poured himself a glass of wine, performed a toast to Bai Zhixuan, and then drained the glass in one gulp, offering it as an apology.
Emerzank, you jest.
Bai Zhixuan replied with a subtle smile, slightly bowing her head before proceeding to the next table to extend her salutations. After Bai Zhixuan departed, Zhang Depeo urgently instructed Zhang Zhe in a hushed tone. Quickly arrange for Mr. Su to be escorted away, urgently. Since Su Yegge had consumed alcohol and was unable to drive, Zhang Zhe sent a bodyguard to personally transport him from the Jiangshu Grand Hotel. Mr. Su, may I inquire where your residence is? The bodyguard asked respectfully. Please stop here. You may exit the vehicle and walk, Su Yegge replied. He retrieved several hundred-yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to the bodyguard. I was in a hurry when I left, so I only brought a few hundred. Please use this for a taxi. Thank you, Mr. Su. The bodyguard exited the vehicle and vanished from Su Yegge's sight. Su Yegge reclined the seat, took out a cigarette case from his pocket, and lit one. Zhixuan, do you still harbor resentment towards me? Why do you feign ignorance? As Su Yegge inhaled, tears mingled with the curling smoke. The accumulated sorrow of so many years overwhelmed even his strongest resolve. Everything transformed into tears, cascading down. Master, perhaps she did not intentionally choose to disregard you. At that moment, the nine-dragon ring on Su Yegge's middle finger emitted a radiant white light, and Xue's figure gradually materialized in the driver's seat. Is this not a mere pretense? Su Yegge murmured to himself. You are right. Zhixuan gazes at me as if we are meeting for the first time. If she were feigning ignorance, she would surely betray herself. However, Su Yegge's tone shifted abruptly, chillingly approaching Xue. How do you possess such knowledge? Chapter 34, Transformation of Shungang Mountain. We, the Snow Lotus clan, possess the ability to access memories. I have delved into my master's memories. Xue, feeling presumptuous for reading Su Yegge's memories without consent, dared not meet his gaze. Since you have accessed my memories, you must have also explored Zhixuan's memories, correct? What did you uncover?
Su Yegge inquired.
Sister Zhixuan's memories are intact. There are no anomalies. Is there a shielding mechanism? Are you not from the stars? How could there possibly be anything on Earth that can shield you? Su Yegge asked, puzzled. Do you know what is obstructing you? I cannot specify, but I can assure you it is a shielding ability that shares the same origin as mine. Xue asserted with conviction. A spell capable of shielding the powers of interstellar cultivators must surely originate from the realm of interstellar cultivation. The same origin? Su Yegge exhaled a puff of smoke, murmuring, could it be that someone from the Bai family also practices cultivation? Xue asked anxiously, Master, could it be the demon ghost sovereign? I am at a loss. Zhixuan no longer recognizes me. If I were to approach her forcefully, it would only breed resentment. Sighed Su Yegge, expressing his helplessness. The most troubling matter at hand is Zhixuan's memory being obscured, making it impossible for Su Yegge to reach her. How has it been? Have you seen Zhixuan? He was asked.
Su Yegge nodded, lamenting.
Zhixuan has indeed lost her memory and no longer knows who I am. It is no wonder that the Bai family is hosting such grand festivities in Jianghai City. It turns out Zhixuan's amnesia is the cause. Uncle De retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to Su Yegge. Zhonghua? Su Yegge accepted the cigarette and glanced at it. Uncle De nodded and produced a lighter from his pocket, handing it to Su Yigu. Indeed, the troublemakers from last time have compensated, and I used the money to buy some clothes for Mengmeng, as well as a few fine cigarettes. Uncle De, you should really smoke less. Look at your persistent cough. It has yet to improve. Su Yigu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and continued, do not concern yourself with my ailments. Tell me, what are your plans? Uncle De flicked the ash off his cigarette and inquired. As long as Zhixuan remains in Jianghai City, I shall find a way to approach her, which may stir her memories of the past. Su Yigu hesitated before slowly articulating. To confront the entire Bai family, I must establish a solid foundation. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will strive to create a world that belongs to Mengmeng and me. Your resolve is more than sufficient. Uncle De rose from his seat, gazing at the distant starry sky. Regardless of the circumstances, I stand by you. Uncle De, I now require a favor from you. Su Yegge also stood up, stretching his limbs. What favor? I must step out for a while to attend to some matters, and I am entrusting Mengmeng to your care for the time being. Su Yegge replied. At such a late hour, where do you intend to go? Uncle De inquired. I am off to handle important business. I must take my leave, Su Yegge said as he retrieved his car keys, ignited the engine, and drove towards Shuanging Mountain. The contract for Shuanging Mountain had been secured, and from this moment forth it belonged solely to Su Yegge. Thus, he intended to make some modifications to the mountain before the restaurant's renovation was complete. By now it was deep into the night, and the traffic in the suburbs was relatively sparse compared to the city, allowing Su Yegge to speed along the road effortlessly. Upon arriving at Shuanging Mountain, he parked his vehicle beneath a towering tree and proceeded to the foot of the mountain. Shui, come forth. Su Yegge gently tapped the Jilongna ring, which emitted a faint glow, and a flash of white light materialized into Shui. Master, the spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. The moment Shui emerged from the Jilongna ring, she sensed that this place was remarkably different from others. It is not merely rich in energy, it is infused with spiritual essence. Su Yegge articulated deliberately. Spiritual essence. Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Spiritual essence is the source of all origins, purer than energy itself. If nourished by such essence, your injured primordial soul will undoubtedly recover rapidly. Indeed, this is the place imbued with the most potent spiritual energy in Jianghai City, known as Shuanging Mountain. I have spent a considerable sum to acquire this land, intending to transform it into an estate where I can cultivate interstellar flora while honing my own abilities. As Su Yige ascended the slopes of Shuanging Mountain, he spoke. Shui closely followed behind, her gaze fervently scanning the surroundings as she gently bit her red lip. Master, may I cultivate alongside you here? She inquired. Thank you, Master. Do not thank me yet. I have conditions. Before Shui could finish her sentence, Su Yige interjected, saying, I will allow you to train with me here, but the renovation of Shuanging Mountain is somewhat beyond my solitary capabilities, and thus, I require your assistance. Of course, Master, how would you like to transform it? A smile illuminated Shui's delicate features as she eagerly asked. Follow me. Su Yige led Shui to the mountaintop, gesturing towards 5 nearby hills. Shortly, I will release my vital energy to elevate these 5 hills, after which I will plant the 9 dragon trees. The subsequent transformation will be your endeavor. All the interstellar materials needed are contained within my 9 dragon storage ring. Rest assured, Master, I shall see to the transformation. Shui nodded. The renovation of Shuanging Mountain was not solely Su Yige's undertaking. It also pertained to Shui's future cultivation, thus she dared not be negligent. Su Yegao arrived at the edge of the spring, sitting cross-legged by the water's edge. The 72 meridians within him began to pulse with vital energy, which surged through his channels and, in an instant, an invisible wave formed around him. Remarkably, this intangible wave resonated with the spring water. Although Su Yegao was currently at the initial stage of the Xuanshu level, he was nonetheless a seasoned cultivator, adeptly channeling his vital energy without hesitation. Chapter 35. Advancing to the late Xuanshu stage under the control of his vital energy, the spring water began to swirl gently. In a brief moment, the spiritual essence contained within the water reacted to this shared source, boiling vigorously. Drawing upon the memory of the 9-tiered celestial technique's meridian pathways, Yegge allocated a portion of his vital energy to operate the technique. By executing the 9-tiered celestial technique, he could transform the spiritual essence in the spring water into vital energy. Despite his current Xuanshu prowess, the 9-tiered celestial technique enabled him to continuously convert the spiritual essence in the spring into vital energy, supplying him abundantly for the transformation of Shuanging Mountain. Let the endeavor commence. Taking a deep breath, Yegge extended his palm towards the void, swiftly sweeping it towards the ground. A powerful surge of vital energy flowed from his hand, converging into a single point on the earth. With a thunderous rumble, the entire Shuanging Mountain trembled. Even in the nearby Nanhai Bay, the deep resonances from beneath the earth could be heard. This low rumble persisted for merely a few seconds, and after it faded, Shuanging Mountain began to slowly sink. Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, Shuanging Mountain astonishingly sank to align perfectly with the surrounding ground. Truly, the celestial master of Tianxian, with mere initial strength of the mysterious void, accomplished the feat of compressing an entire mountain. Xue, feeling the formidable power emanating from Yegge, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. One cannot deny that even in a diminished state, the celestial master of Tianxian was capable of achieving what other cultivators could not fathom. Yegge, immersed in the meticulous execution of the 9th-rank celestial art, remained oblivious to Xue's admiration. With a swift motion, he grasped the air once more, summoning boundless spiritual energy that surged forth from the spring, entering his being. Through the refinement of the 9th-rank celestial art, this energy transformed into primordial essence, which Yegge adeptly harnessed. Once again, Yegge struck the ground with forceful precision. Immediately, a thunderous rumble resonated from the earth, though this time, the sound did not emanate from the base of Shuanging Mountain, but rather from its vicinity. Following the direction of the sound, Xue beheld a neighboring mountain slowly ascending. Upon reaching a certain altitude, another nearby mountain began to rise as well. After 5 consecutive mountains had gradually elevated, the deep rumbling finally subsided. Shuanging Mountain now found itself encircled by these 5 peaks, leaving only a passage to the south. As the saying goes, facing south while seated to the north, Yegge sought precisely this imperial grandeur. After reshaping the terrain around Shuanging Mountain, Yegge's body was left drained by the 9th-rank celestial art. Now, he is no longer as formidable as he once was. Under the powerful impact of the 9-tiered celestial immortal technique, Yegge's body finally began to exhibit signs of fatigue. "Master, are you all right?" Xue asked with concern, noticing Yegge's pale lips. Yegge waved his hand and replied, "It is nothing. I am not as strong as before, and my physical endurance has diminished significantly. Then please take a moment to rest." Xue gently assisted Yegge to lean against a nearby tree. Taking a deep breath, Yegge regained his composure. He removed the 9-dragon storage ring from his finger and tossed it into Xue's palm. "This ring contains all my treasures from the stars. Take it and transform Shuanging Mountain in accordance with your feminine elegance." "Master, please rest well," Xue said as she turned and walked away with the 9-dragon storage ring. Yegge inhaled deeply and sat cross-legged. As he activated the 9-tiered celestial immortal technique, he sensed a powerful force stirring within him, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. 9-tiered celestial immortal technique. Activate. Yegge's hand seals shifted rapidly, and a faint golden light enveloped him. With the 9-tiered celestial immortal technique fully engaged, at that moment, Yegge resembled a black hole, continuously absorbing vitality from his surroundings. However, the vitality on Earth was exceedingly scarce. Even if he drained every last bit from the vicinity of Shuanging Mountain, it would not suffice to significantly enhance his energy. Nevertheless, through his mastery of the 9-tiered celestial immortal technique, Yegge could convert spiritual energy into vital energy for his own use. The spring before me is infused with a rich spirit essence, resonating harmoniously with its source, causing the ethereal energy to emerge from the water and converge. With a commanding shout, Yegge invokes the energy, forming several small whirlpools before him. These whirlpools unleash an astonishing suction, drawing in the gathered spirit essence. As the essence is consumed, the whirlpools expand, while the distance between them diminishes. Gradually, the 2 whirlpools merge at a visible pace, ultimately coalescing into a singular, larger vortex that stabilizes above Su Yegge's crown. Beneath the vortex, the refined spirit essence transforms into primordial energy, continuously flowing through the crown and entering Su Yegge's body, guided by the principles of the 9-rank celestial method, coursing through the designated meridians. As the primordial energy enters his body, Su Yegge feels as though he might burst from the strain. Pain, excruciating pain. This suffering surpasses that endured during his initial cultivation, yet Su Yegge endures it for the sake of becoming stronger. After a while, the energy from the dissipating whirlpool entirely transforms into primordial energy, eagerly absorbed by Su Yegge's body. The whirlpool gradually disperses, and soon after, Su Yegge experiences a swelling sensation throughout his entire being. The process of cultivating and advancing requires the practitioner's dantian to expand into a space. The larger the space, the more primordial energy can be absorbed and controlled, leading to greater strength. The agony of expanding the dantian feels akin to being torn apart, igniting every nerve and stimulating the brain, nearly rendering one breathless. Su Yegge let out a furious roar, and an overwhelming, distant aura emanated from her, spreading outward. At last, she regained her composure. The moonlight gradually dimmed, and a crimson glow appeared on the eastern horizon as the sun began to rise. Shui, responsible for the transformation of Xuanjing Mountain, had nearly completed her task. Su Yegge had already altered the terrain. She merely needed to make slight adjustments. She pondered about her master's advancement. What an intense surge of vitality had erupted yesterday. Just as Shui believed that Su Yegge had not yet succeeded in her ascension, Su Yegge's eyes suddenly flew open. Is the 36th initial model fully transformed? Su Yegge's lips moved, and her words, imbued with a wave of energy, sent Shui staggering back several steps. Master, the transformation of Xuanjing Mountain is complete. Shui, feeling the tremor of the primordial soul, took a moment to steady herself before bowing slightly to Su Yegge. As long as it is done, that is sufficient. Su Yegge stood slowly, stretching languidly. Shui inquired, Master, with this advancement you should possess the strength of the mid-level of Shenyu, correct? Mid-level? Su Yegge shook her head in response. No, I have now reached the late stage of Shenyu. What? Such a single ascension has elevated you by 2 ranks. Shui exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Su Yegge's words. Su Yegge waved her hand dismissively and said, Enough of the surprise. Take me to see the transformed Xuanjing Mountain. Certainly. Shui nodded, returning the 9 dragons ring to Su Yegge, then led the way ahead, guiding her master. After the transformation of the terrain, Xuanjing Mountain is not particularly lofty. It is merely a modest hill. However, due to the abundant spiritual spring water on its slopes, Shui has planted numerous lantern trees in the vicinity of Xuanjing Mountain. These lantern trees encircle the hill, and with their presence, the area around Xuanjing Mountain remains as bright as day even at night. Most notably, lantern trees are low-tier immortal cultivation plants that require only a small amount of vitality to thrive for centuries. Shui has not only planted lantern trees around Xuanjing Mountain, but has also constructed pathways using these trees. In the valley surrounding Xuanjing Mountain, 8 paths radiate outward from the center. The edges of these paths are adorned with lantern trees, creating a luminous ambience akin to daylight within the valley. Master, what do you think? With these lantern trees, the valley is as bright as day, Shui remarked, gently caressing the lantern trees. Quite satisfactory. With this, Mengmeng 1T be frightened at night. Su Yegge nodded in approval. Soon after, Su Yegge arrived at an area encircled by warming grass. This section was divided into 16 plots, clearly indicating it was meant for cultivation. Is this designated for planting crops? Su Yegge inquired, pointing at the partitioned land. Indeed, since Master intends to open a restaurant to prepare meals for Mengmeng, I thought you would want to grow some vegetables. Thus, I specifically delineated these 16 plots for your planting needs. Shui continued, moreover, amidst these fields, I have cultivated warming grass, allowing any plant here to absorb ample heat energy. Indeed, your transformation is remarkable, Su Yegge commended, giving a thumbs up. Though there is an abundance of ingredients outside, most have been treated with chemical fertilizers or accelerated ripening agents, which can be detrimental to one's health if consumed in excess. Mengmeng is still a child and requires substantial nutrition. Thus I have resolved to utilize my vitality to cultivate these earthly plants. Master, look over there. Shui pointed to a distant elliptical area, saying, I have enclosed that section with thorn trees to create a breeding area for poultry and livestock. Additionally, I have planted white fragrant grass in the valley to purify the air. I have also sown numerous sunshade trees, which can provide shelter from the sun or rain. At the entrance of the valley, I planted the sand vine from the 9 Dragons Ring, ensuring that no one can enter the valley. As Shui guided Su Yigu through the entire valley, she analyzed the surroundings. Su Yigu surveyed the transformation of the valley and felt immense satisfaction. It must be said that Shui truly possesses a knack for caretaking. The work is commendable. I shall fetch some workers shortly to undertake minor renovations in the valley, and then it will be nearly complete, Su Yigu remarked. Although the Shungung mountain valley had been considerably transformed, it still lacked the construction of houses and recreational facilities. As Su Yegao gazed at the sun rising gently in the sky, he turned to Shui and said, Once everything is settled, I shall take you to cultivate amidst the waters of Shuanging Mountain. I promise to fulfill my vow to you. Thank you, Master, Shui responded, transforming into a wisp of white light that entered the 9-dragon ring on Su Yegao's finger. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Su Yegao suddenly felt a tug on his ear, persistently pulling at him. As he opened his bleary eyes, the first sight that met him was Mengmeng, who was playfully tugging at his ear. Daddy, wah. I miss Mama. Wah. Mengmeng cried, her tears flowing freely. Don't cry, Mengmeng. Be good now. Su Yegao hastily sat up, enveloping Mengmeng in his arms, bouncing her gently while soothing her. Don't cry, my dear. Be good. Mengmeng wiped her chubby little hands across her tear-streaked face, sniffling softly. Daddy, I really want to see Mama. Seeing his daughter in such distress tugged at Su Yegao's heartstrings. He wished he could slap himself for the situation. Is that true, Daddy? Mengmeng looked up at Su Yegao with tearful eyes, her expression pitiful. Indeed. As long as you don't cry, Daddy will bring Mama to find you. Su Yegao nodded, tenderly stroking Mengmeng's head and speaking with affection. Okay. Mengmeng nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Having calmed Mengmeng, Su Yegao took her for a stroll. Upon passing a toy store, he decided to enter with Mengmeng to purchase some toys that she adored. While at the checkout, Su Yegao's attention was captured by a particular toy displayed on the counter. This is a meticulously crafted house made of building blocks, which inspired Su Yegao. Su Yegao intends to construct a dwelling in the valley of Shuanging Mountain. But now there is no need to seek assistance. In the realm of interstellar cultivation, there exists a plant known as the metamorphic wood, which can grow into the ideal form envisioned by individuals. When the time comes, the entirety of the metamorphic wood will be nurtured according to Su Yegao's aspirations, thereby resolving the issue of the house. However, cultivating this high-level plant is indeed no simple task. After settling the bill, Su Yegao accompanied Mengmeng to a steakhouse. Mengmeng, take a look at the menu and see what you would like to eat. Su Yegao retrieved a tablet from the table, activated the ordering screen, and handed it to Mengmeng. Daddy. Mengmeng doesn't quite understand this. Mengmeng glanced at the tablet and said, Daddy, please order for Mengmeng, and Mengmeng will eat whatever you choose. Alright then. If Mengmeng doesn't understand, I shall place the order. Su Yegao reviewed the entire menu and then addressed the waiter standing nearby, saying, Excuse me, could you come here for a moment? Sir, how may I assist you? The male waiter approached Su Yegao, bowing respectfully. Please bring me 2 portions of Scottish black pepper steak, one well done and the other medium well, Su Yegao instructed. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment. The male waiter noted the order and proceeded to place it in the system using the staff's exclusive card. While waiting for the steak to be served, Mengmeng embraced the doll that Su Yegge had bought for her, playing earnestly. Doll, do you have mommy and daddy? If not, let Mengmeng be your mommy or daddy. I will treat you well. As Mengmeng entertained herself with her imaginative play, Su Yegge couldn't help but chuckle at her self-directed performance. Just then, a male waiter approached the table, carrying a tray. Sir, your 2 plates of Scottish black pepper steaks are ready. With that, the waiter placed the 2 plates of steak on the table. Su Yegge handed the well-done steak to Mengmeng, considering her young age and the fact that her digestive system was still developing. Consuming undercooked meat would not be beneficial for her health. Having previously managed a welfare institution alongside Bai Zhixuan, Su Yegge possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the care of children. "Daddy, how do I use this knife and fork?" Mengmeng inquired, staring at the knife and fork set beside her plate, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. "Watch closely. Daddy will teach you how to use them." Su Yegge held the fork in his left hand and the knife in his right, demonstrating in front of Mengmeng. "Mengmeng, look, the left hand is for the fork, and the right hand is for the knife. First, use the fork to secure the steak, then cut it into a piece with the knife, and finally, spear the piece with the fork and bring it to your mouth." Despite his instructions, Su Yegge worried that the child might struggle to comprehend, so he demonstrated the process once more. Mengmeng, however, proved to be quite the quick learner, grasping the technique almost immediately. With the fork in her left hand and the knife in her right, she appeared quite sophisticated, although her small strength made it a laborious task to cut through the steak. "Come, let Daddy cut it for you," Su Yegge said with a smile. "All right." Mengmeng nodded, not forgetting to remind, "Daddy, you must cut it small. If it's too big, Mengmeng won't be able to eat it." "Understood. Daddy will cut it into little pieces." Su Yegge sliced the steak into thumb-sized morsels, and the two began to relish their meal. Just as they finished the steak, Su Yegge's phone rang. Upon answering, it was Zhang Depeo himself, informing him that the renovations were complete. The purpose of the call was to inquire if Su Yegge needed to purchase anything else. Upon entering the newly decorated restaurant, Su Yegge was greeted by a delightful sight, as it had been adorned in an endearing style. At first glance, the space was enveloped in soft pink hues. In the center stood a grand bar, atop which rested a magnificent piano. Flanking the piano were 4 intricately carved dining tables made from precious rosewood, featuring designs of dragons and phoenixes, each a testament to opulence. The walls, painted in gentle pink, were embellished with an array of guitars on one side and various violins on the other. Notably, a charming little pavilion nestled in the corner captured attention. This 2-story structure was also crafted from rosewood. The first floor housed a rosy sofa and a matching television cabinet, boasting a large television. The second floor was a whimsical haven filled with an assortment of plush dolls and toys. Su Yegge's primary concern was the kitchen, as the restaurant was designed with the intention of preparing meals for his daughter, making the kitchen's design of utmost importance. The kitchen was divided into a Chinese and a Western section, separated by a pathway approximately 1 meter wide. The cabinets are crafted from marble, adorned with an array of tableware, and equipped with high-end induction cookers. "Mr. Su, everything has been completed. The electricity, gas, and water connections are all in place," Manager Su remarked, gesturing towards the inconspicuous master control panel installed in the corner. "What a hassle." Su Yegge nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, Mr. Su, as you have no renovation requests for the second floor, Director Zhang has instructed us to convert it into a storage room and a lounge. The lounge has been designed and decorated to the highest standards." Manager Su seemed to recall something and spoke up. "I have no significant requirements for the second floor. My focus is primarily on the first floor." Su Yegge waved his hand dismissively. After a cursory inspection, he confirmed that everything was satisfactory and affixed his signature. Upon successfully taking over the restaurant, Su Yegge called Uncle Da, instructing him to bring Mengmeng to the restaurant. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a sign displaying the words farmhouse and promptly contacted a sign-making shop. After the call, a bald man arrived shortly. The bald man approached Su Yegge with a respectful bow and inquired, "May I ask if you are in need of a custom sign?" "Indeed."
Su Yegge nodded.
"What should I call you?" "My surname is Su." "Mr. Su, what specifications do you require for the custom sign?" The bald man asked. "What is the finest material you offer for signs?" "Our best material is mahogany, though it comes at a steep price," the bald man replied. Su Yegge inquired, "How long does it take for you to create a sign?" He continued, "If I were to request a custom piece now, would it be ready by tomorrow afternoon?" "Certainly. As long as Mr. Su pays the processing fee, we can work through the night," replied the bald man. "How much?" Su Yegge asked with a cool demeanor. 1,000 yuan, the bald man stated, noticing the lack of expression on Su Yegon's face. He quickly added, "Mr. Su, Our signs are handcrafted by skilled artisans. It is a work of art. Very well. Let us proceed with the finest materials available in your shop. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yegong declared, My restaurant opens tomorrow afternoon. If you do not deliver it by then, I shall not pay a single cent. Rest assured, Mr. Su, this matter is in my hands. The bald man retrieved a small notebook from his briefcase, flipping it open while asking, May I inquire about the name of your restaurant? Chapter 38. A stroll through the farmer's market. Su Yegong found himself at a loss for a name. After a brief hesitation, he finally blurted out, Heartfelt Pavilion. 5 characters. Correct? The bald man verified. Mr. Su, are you certain? Once submitted, it cannot be altered. Indeed. Su Yegong nodded. Since we have reached a decision, please leave your mobile number. Tomorrow we shall call you and arrange the delivery. The bald man, having observed the success of his business, joyously remarked while gazing outside. The intricately carved sign made of redwood is certainly not inexpensive. Those 5 characters must be worth a fortune, perhaps exceeding 10,000 yuan. Su Yegao left his phone number and entered the restaurant, taking a seat beside the piano. His fingers gently pressed the keys, producing a melodious sound. In a moment of inspiration, Su Yegao straightened his posture and let his fingers dance gracefully across the piano, rendering a captivating piece. He poured his spirit into the music until he realized 2 figures standing beside him. These figures were Uncle De and Mengmeng, who had come from home. With a look of rapture, Mengmeng, upon seeing Su Yegao cease playing, leapt into his embrace. Daddy, you are amazing, Mengmeng exclaimed, tugging at Su Yegao's arm and shaking it playfully. Su Yegao tenderly pinched Mengmeng's cheek and inquired, When did you arrive? Mengmeng? Daddy, I've been here for a while. You were playing the piano, so you didn't see me and Grandpa walk in. Mengmeng pouted, a hint of mischief in her voice. All right, my little darling. Will you accompany Daddy and Grandpa to shop later? Su Yegao, charmed by his daughter's adorableness, planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. What are we buying, Daddy? Mengmeng asked with wide, curious eyes. Did you not wish to plant some flowers and plants? This afternoon, Daddy will take Mengmeng to buy seeds, as the garden has already been established.
Su Yegao gently ruffled Mengmenge's nose.
Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, then clapped her hands with joy, exclaiming, Great, let's go buy some seeds. Su Yegao locked the restaurant door and drove Mengmeng and Uncle De to a charming farmhouse restaurant. After enjoying a delightful farm-style lunch, they set off towards the agricultural market. The agricultural market in Jianghai City is the largest trading hub for agricultural products in the entirety of South Huaxia, offering a diverse array of crops. Su Yegao parked the car in the parking lot, where an elderly man oversaw the area. A mere 20 yuan allowed them to park for the entire day. Once the car was parked, Su Yegao took Mengmeng's hand and, alongside Uncle De, entered the bustling market. Come and take a look. Fresh green vegetables, free from chemical fertilizers, absolutely healthy. Look, these tomatoes, nurtured with organic fertilizers, guarantee exceptional flavor. Upon entering the market, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares was overwhelming. Mengmeng felt as if she had stepped into a wondrous realm. Everything around her was a novelty. What do you intend to buy, Yegao? Uncle De inquired. But if you plant now, how will you manage the restaurant when it opens tomorrow?
Uncle questioned, clearly perplexed.
After a moment of contemplation, Su Yegao replied, You have a deeper understanding of rice than I do, so I will leave the selection to you. All right then. Although Uncle De was uncertain about how Su Yegao would operate the restaurant without ingredients, he sensed Su Yegao's calm demeanor, which reassured him there was no need for haste. As Su Yegao and Mengmeng strolled through the market, they discovered numerous stalls selling seeds. However, these seeds were not only pricey but also soaked in chemical solutions, which was done to prevent premature germination. The sprouting seeds are nearly impossible to sell, resulting in losses for the merchants. After searching for a while, Su Yegge found no satisfactory seeds, while Mengmeng was exhausted and in need of a hug. Su Yegge picked Mengmeng up and was about to head into the farmer's market, when suddenly Mengmeng pointed to an elderly man in the distance and asked, Daddy, why is that grandpa squatting on the ground? Perhaps he has no shop, so he can only sell his goods from the ground, Su Yegge explained, glancing at the old man Mengmeng was indicating. Can we go check what the grandpa is selling, please? Mengmeng pleaded, wrapping her arms around Su Yegge's neck. That grandpa looks so pitiful. Let's buy something from him. Su Yegge gently stroked Mengmeng's head, indulgently replying, with such a caring heart, of course, Daddy will support you. As Su Yegge approached the old man, he noticed that the elderly gentleman was indeed selling seeds. Upon closer inspection, the quality of these seeds seemed superior to those found in the farmer's market, primarily because they had not been soaked in any chemicals. Sir, are these seeds from your own garden? Su Yegge asked, gently placing Mengmeng down in front of the stall. The old man, who had been sighing in despair over his unsold seeds, looked up upon hearing someone speak at his stall. Young man, are you interested in buying seeds? These are harvested from my own fields. The elderly man observed Su Yegge examining the seeds at his stall and eagerly promoted his offerings. My crops have never been treated with chemical fertilizers. They are nurtured solely with organic manure. Thus, these seeds are genuinely pure and natural. Intrigued, Su Yegge inquired, Elder, if you possess these seeds, why do you not cultivate them instead of selling them? With his head bowed, the old man sighed repeatedly. My son has amassed a considerable gambling debt, and his creditors have come knocking. Everything of value in our home has been taken away, leaving me no choice but to sell these seeds. As he spoke, a tear fell to the ground. This weathered man had ultimately succumbed to the burdens imposed by his son's actions. Truly, it is a poignant reflection of a parent's heartache in this world. Grandpa, do not cry. I will buy your seeds so you will have money for food. Mengmeng exclaimed, tugging at Su Yegge's arm. Daddy, shall we purchase Grandpa's seeds? Very well. Daddy will heed Mengmeng. Su Yegge affectionately tousled Mengmeng's hair. Elder, how many seeds do you have left? He asked, looking at the tear-streaked face of the old man. The elder replied, there is still one bag of seeds at home. What types of seeds do you have? Su Yegge inquired further. All kinds of seeds. I have seeds for any vegetable that can thrive in the southern region. The old man responded. Then it's settled. I shall take all the seeds you have. Young man, do not be misled by my seemingly pitiable state into purchasing all my seeds. These seeds embody the sweat and toil of farmers. If you have no intention of planting them, then refrain from buying, as it would merely be a waste. The elder shook his head and returned the money that Su Yegge had placed on the stall. While earning money is undoubtedly important, it should not come at the expense of wasting these seeds, which are the fruits of the elder's labor in the fields. Old man, I certainly intend to plant these seeds, Su Yegge remarked with keen interest. Might you be willing to work at my estate? An estate? The elder lifted his gaze to Su Yegge and inquired, at my age, what could you possibly employ me for at your estate? Allow me to explain. I have established a restaurant that requires all its ingredients to be cultivated from my estate. Clearly, I cannot manage the cultivation of these crops alone, but you possess the wisdom and skill that I lack. Hence, I wish to purchase all your seeds and hire you to cultivate them at my estate. After assessing the elder, Su Yegge continued, I will offer you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. If that is truly the case, I am most grateful, the elder exclaimed, kneeling on the ground, ready to bow in gratitude to Su Yegge. The young man hurriedly assisted him to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his knees. A man should never kneel, for beneath a man's knee lies gold. No matter the gratitude, one must not bow. My esteemed employer, I have generously bestowed upon you all the seeds from my household, considering it a humble act of gratitude for your employment of me. The elderly man was profoundly moved, tears streaming down his weathered face as his calloused hands clasped Su Yegge's with fervor. Su Yegge, recognizing the immorality of denying gratitude, accepted the gesture without hesitation. After all, to spurn a grateful heart would surely breed resentment within. Following the direction indicated by Mengmeng's finger, Su Yegge observed Uncle De approaching, carrying a large burlap sack. Hastily, Su Yegge quickened his pace, assisting Uncle De by lifting the heavy sack from his shoulder. This burden weighed at least 100 pounds. It would be a challenge even for a young man to sustain for long. As Su Yegge assessed the sack in his hands, he noted its considerable heft. These rice grains are of exceptional quality, albeit somewhat pricey. I acquired them all in one go, Uncle De exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a moment to catch his breath before continuing. I have also procured seeds on my end and even enlisted the help of an elderly farmer for cultivation. Su Yegge clapped his hands, signaling the elder to approach. Upon reaching Uncle De, they exchanged a knowing glance before embracing tightly. Old friend, what brings you here? Uncle De inquired, patting the elder's shoulder. I am here to sell seeds, the elder replied, gesturing toward the stall on the ground. Turning to Su Yegge, he asked, Do you know this gentleman? Indeed, this is Su Yegge, my neighbor. Uncle De introduced him, then pointed to the elder, adding, This is my fellow villager, whom everyone in the village affectionately calls Old Li. Two elderly gentlemen, upon their first meeting, quickly established a rapport and engaged in lively conversation. Su Yegge, accompanied by Mengmeng, ventured to the parking lot to retrieve the car, subsequently driving to the entrance of the farmer's market. After loading seeds and rice into the trunk, he followed the guidance of Old Li to his home, where he collected all the remaining seeds. Before departing, Su Yegge advised Old Li that normal farming activities would commence the following day. The cultivation area at Shuanging Mountain had been prepared the previous night. Su Yegge scattered rice across the surface and then fetched spring water from Shuanging Mountain for irrigation. Once Mengmeng drifted into slumber, Su Yegge himself succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Su Yegge was in the midst of a deep slumber when the sound of Mengmeng crying roused him. What is it, Mengmeng? He inquired softly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Mengmeng remained silent, but upon seeing her father awake, her cries intensified. What is the matter? Please tell Daddy what has happened, Su Yegge urged, gently stroking her head. Daddy. Woo-woo, it's raining outside. Woo-woo, is it raining? Su Yegge was perplexed. But we are indoors. Surely rain cannot reach us here? In his bewilderment, he embraced Mengmeng, attempting to soothe her. As he held her, he noticed her clothing was damp, and in that moment, everything became clear. Mengmeng had wet the bed. After hastily changing her clothes, Su Yegge rose and entered the kitchen to prepare a warm cup of milk for her. It was only after drinking the warm milk that Mengmeng finally ceased her tears. However, Mengmeng remained silent, her head bowed as her small hands fidgeted with the blanket. Mengmeng, her father spoke gently, you are only 5 years old. It is perfectly normal to have accidents at night. Observing his daughter's shy demeanor, Su Yegge smiled reassuringly. All right. Mengmeng then raised her hand and embraced Su Yegge. This afternoon, Daddy will personally cook a meal for you. How does that sound? The affection of his daughter filled Su Yegge's heart with joy. He hugged her tightly and bestowed a kiss upon her. Chapter 40. The Wonders of the World Great. What delicious dishes will Daddy prepare for Mengmeng? She asked, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Su Yegge. We'll discuss that tonight. For now, how about I take you to the estate to harvest rice? Su Yegge stroked Mengmeng's head affectionately. Okay. Mengmeng exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of picking flowers and planting grass in the fields. Mengmeng, go wake Grandpa. After Su Yegge helped Mengmeng brush her teeth, he proceeded to wash up himself. Mengmeng approached Uncle Da's bedroom door, extending her chubby little hand as she called out in a sweet voice, Grandpa, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. The sun is roasting Grandpa's bottom. Heard from the bathroom, Su Yegge nearly burst into laughter at Mengmeng's playful shout. At her urging, Uncle Da finally emerged from his room, glancing at the wall clock. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning, and he let out a sigh. After Taixu dressed and freshened up, he noticed Su Yegge and Mengmeng playing joyfully on the sofa. He inquired, Yegge, why are you up so early at just past 5? Taixu, hurry up. Didn't we have to rise early to harvest the rice? Su Yegge urged. Harvest rice? Where did that rice come from? Taixu asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Su Yegge replied, I sowed seeds in the manor yesterday, so we can harvest them this morning. Wait, you sowed seeds yesterday and expect to harvest today? Who taught you such nonsense? Taixu exclaimed, taken aback. It was the most amusing thing he had heard in his long life. Even with scientific methods, harvesting typically takes a month after sowing. Never mind that, Taixu. Just prepare your tools. We need to set off. Su Yegge waved her hand, urging him once more. All right. As he exited the bedroom, preparing to leave, Taixu noticed Mengmeng dressed too lightly and shook his head, saying, Bring Mengmeng a jacket. A jacket? Why do we need one? It's not cold. Su Yegge questioned, perplexed. Jianghai City is near the coast. Although the temperature rises significantly after the sun is out, it can be rather chilly before sunrise. If Mengmeng goes out in such light clothing, she'll surely catch a cold, Taixu explained. You're right. Su Yegge turned and went back into the bedroom, retrieving a jacket adorned with a bear motif from the wardrobe to drape over Mengmeng. After leaving home, Su Yegge drove with Mengmeng and Uncle De to a nearby farmhouse restaurant, where they enjoyed a simple meal of congee paired with salted duck eggs. Following this, they set off towards the Shuanging Mountain Valley. Huh? Where is Shuanging Mountain? Uncle De inquired from the back seat, rolling down the window to peer outside. Shuanging Mountain is enveloped by 5 surrounding peaks, rendering it invisible until one ventures inside. Su Yegge skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the car towards the valley. Uncle De, astonished by Su Yegge's words, exclaimed, "How can that be? Shuanging Mountain is the tallest in this vicinity. How could it be surrounded by 5 other mountains? Uncle De, the world is full of wonders. Just as one can sow today and reap tomorrow," Su Yegge cryptically responded, leaving Uncle De bewildered. Upon entering the valley's mouth, Su Yegge parked beneath a towering tree and, cradling Mengmeng, approached the entrance shrouded by sand vine. Beneath the sand vine lay a passage leading directly into Shuanging Mountain's valley. Those who lacked the vine's approval would find themselves ensnared midway. The sand vine possesses the ability to read the memories of its owner. If the owner consents to someone's entry through their recollections, that individual gains the vine's acceptance. As they traversed the passage, they were greeted by a sprawling field lush with ripening rice. Uncle De, taken aback by the sight before him, stood in awe. "You truly sowed yesterday, and now it is ready for harvest?" "Night. Yegge, are you certain it was you who sowed?" Uncle De rubbed his eyes, astonished that the expanse of rice before him had indeed been sown merely yesterday. Uncle De, refrain from asking too many questions. Let us hasten to harvest. Su Yegge set Mengmeng down and proceeded to unpack the nylon bag Uncle De had brought, retrieving a sickle. "Mengmeng, amuse yourself for a while. Daddy must attend to work." Su Yegge planted a gentle kiss on Mengmeng's cheek and, alongside Uncle De, ventured into the fields with the sickle in hand. The quantity of rice was modest, as Su Yegge had sown only a small amount in haste the previous day. The two collaborated efficiently and soon harvested all the rice. However, while cutting was a straightforward task, separating the grains from the stalks proved to be considerably more arduous. Just as they finished transporting the rice from the fields, Old Li arrived at the Shuanging Mountain Valley. Observing their labor, he quickly approached to lend a hand. "Leave this work to us. You should focus on planting vegetables instead. Remember to irrigate with the spring water from Shuanging Mountain." Su Yegge waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Should you require assistance, just call for me," Old Li replied, shouldering a large burlap sack as he entered the fields. Su Yegge and Uncle De employed their knives to detach the grains from the stalks, placing them into the sacks. After a bustling morning, they finally managed to separate all the grains. Su Yegge stood up, stretched his limbs, and was about to seek out Mengmeng when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, it was the owner of the sign-making shop, informing him that the sign had been completed and dispatched to the restaurant's entrance. Su Yegge instructed the owner of the sign-making shop to wait at the restaurant and then spoke to Uncle De, who was still busy gathering rice stalks. "Uncle De, you can take the rice ears to be processed into rice later. I will take Mengmeng to the restaurant first." "All right." Uncle De nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions to Uncle De, Su Yegge walked towards the direction where Mengmeng was playing. Mengmeng was chasing after a butterfly, and upon seeing Su Yegge approaching, she stopped her pursuit and leaped into his arms. "Daddy, are you done with your work? Can you accompany Mengmeng to chase butterflies?" Mengmeng tugged at Su Yegge's arm, her voice sweet and pleading. "All right, my dear. Daddy is taking you to the restaurant now." Su Yegge did not embrace Mengmeng, as he was drenched in sweat and feared he might soil her clothes. Chapter 41. The grand opening of the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the bald man Su Yegge had previously met, along with 4 young men, awaited their arrival. As soon as he spotted Su Yegge, the bald man promptly approached him. "Mr. Su, you have finally arrived. Is the sign ready?"
Su Yegge inquired.
"It is finished. and we assure you it will exceed your expectations." The bald man clapped his hands, and the four young men immediately removed the sign from the truck parked nearby. As they unveiled the red cloth covering it, the 5 gilded characters spelling Love Pavilion came into view. "Wow, Daddy, look, it's so beautiful," Mengmeng exclaimed, shaking Su Yegge's arm with excitement. Su Yegge crouched down slightly and pinched Mengmeng's cheek affectionately, asking, "This is our restaurant sign. Do you like it?" "I love it." Dream's little head nodded vigorously like a pestle. Su Yegao gently brushed Dream's nose with his fingers, then waved his hand and addressed the bald man, saying, "Now, please proceed with the installation." "Yes, yes." The bald man responded with a deep bow, showing utmost respect. He then turned to the 4 young men staring at the sign and instructed, "Hurry and install the sign." After giving directions to the 4 young installers, the bald man leaned closer to Su Yegao and chuckled, "Mr. Su, since you are quite pleased with the sign, about the payment." The bald man did not finish his sentence completely but instead extended 2 fingers in a gesture for the money. Although Su Yegao found such indirect communication rather distasteful, he understood that paying for goods was a matter of course. Thus, he calmly inquired, "How much is it?" "The mahogany material is 11,000, the gilding is 15,000, and the processing fee is 1,000, totaling 27,000. The bald man extracted a calculator from his briefcase and tapped away before announcing the price. Without uttering a word, Su Yegao opened the car door, retrieved 3 bundles of 100 yuan bills from his bag, and counted out 27,000 yuan, handing it to the bald man. "Count it yourself," Su Yegao said nonchalantly. The bald man accepted the cash, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After counting the amount, he nodded and bowed repeatedly before Su Yegao, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Please hurry with the installation. I am eager to open for business." Su Yegao merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. "Mr. Su, rest assured, we will ensure everything is done impeccably." The bald man behaved like a mere servant, honoring Su Yegao as his master upon receiving payment. It must be said that the bald man's sign-making shop possesses remarkable skill. The sign produced is indeed of exceptional quality. "Mengmeng, shall we also create a sign for the estate?" Su Yegao inquired, observing Mengmeng, who was intently watching the 4 young men installing the sign. "Absolutely. May I have the honor of naming it?" Mengmeng eagerly nodded, resembling a chick pecking at grain. "Of course. What name does Mengmeng wish to bestow?" Su Yegao asked with curiosity. Let us call it Mengmeng's exclusive estate." Mengmeng pondered for a moment, then raised her hand to declare, "Wonderful." Su Yegao embraced Mengmeng's idea without hesitation and summoned the bald man, saying, "I would like to customize another sign, using the same materials." "Splendid, splendid." Upon hearing of the new business opportunity, the bald man was utterly exhilarated. He promptly pulled out a small notebook, bowing and asking what words would Mr. Su like to have inscribed. "Let it be Mengmeng's exclusive estate." Su Yegao gently tapped Mengmeng's nose, saying indulgently, very well, very well. Once completed, I will call Mr. Su immediately." The bald man responded with utmost respect. With these 2 orders, his sign-making shop had already earned several thousand yuan, filling him with joy beyond measure. Before long, the restaurant sign was installed. After Su Yegao inspected it thoroughly and confirmed there were no issues, he waved to signal the bald man and his team to depart. Before departing, Su Yegge approached the fields where Old Li was sowing seeds and called out, "Old Li, once you have finished sowing, do join us at the nearby Love Pavilion for a meal." "All right," Old Li replied while continuing his work. Once Uncle De had nearly completed his tasks, Su Yegge, accompanied by Mengmeng and Uncle De, made their way to the restaurant to commence their venture. Upon arriving at the restaurant, it was already 6 in the evening. Uncle De picked up the freshly milled rice along the way and poured it into the rice jar. Su Yegge took a handful of rice, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. The rice exuded a delicate fragrance, one that seemed out of place on earth. "This rice has a peculiar aroma," Uncle De remarked as he leaned closer to the jar and inhaled deeply. "Uncle De, your sole responsibility is the cash register,"
Su Yegge instructed,
pointing to the register near the kitchen. "Please write on that whiteboard that today we are serving only plain rice and fried eggs. priced at 100 yuan per bowl for the rice and 400 yuan per serving for the eggs. What? Uncle De was taken aback. 100 yuan for plain rice and 400 yuan for fried eggs. That's exorbitant. Yegge, are you trying to inflate prices? Uncle De cleared his throat awkwardly and inquired. Uncle De, please don't rush. Once you taste the plain rice and fried eggs I prepare, you will understand why the prices are set so high. Su Yegge replied with a slight smile. Yegge, I know your cooking is superb, but it shouldn't be priced so steeply. Uncle De frowned and said, if you charge that much, no one will come to dine at our restaurant.
Uncle Da, I reiterate.
Once you savor the fragrant rice and fried eggs that I have meticulously prepared, you will comprehend the reason behind their exquisite price. Su Yegge remarked with a slight smile, gesturing towards the cash register. For now, your sole responsibility is to manage the cash register. Very well. Uncle De responded with a resigned shake of his head, plopping himself down onto the swivel chair at the register. Chapter 42. The arrival of guests. Su Yegge carried Mengmeng over to the small pavilion, where she activated the large-screen television configured with a cannon-like setup, allowing Mengmeng to indulge in her favorite show, Bears on the Loose. Subsequently, Su Yegge began preparing a meal for Mengmeng. The rice was cultivated using the spiritually infused spring water from Shuanging Mountain, a quality that surpasses even the finest rice on earth. The rice from Shuanging Mountain naturally embodies a form of spiritual essence. When consumed, it allows the body to absorb this essence. For women, it promotes beauty and a radiant complexion, while for men, it strengthens the body and nourishes the kidneys. However, when this rice is paired with the spring water from Shuanging Mountain, the resulting white rice is nothing short of a culinary masterpiece. Now that the entirety of Shuanging Mountain belongs to Su Yegge, the spring water is exclusively hers, thus allowing her to indulge in her whims. Oh dear, I forgot to buy milk for Mengmeng. Yet, upon spotting the eggs nestled in the cabinet, she dismissed the thought. With an abundance of eggs available, Su Yegge could prepare a delicious and nourishing egg soup for Mengmeng instead. Su Yegge procured a basin and measured 5 scoops of rice, placing it within. Typically, rice is rinsed 3 times. The first wash removes the dust from its surface, the second provides a more thorough cleansing, and the third is merely a formality. However, Su Yegge intended to rinse it only once, for the rice cultivated in Shuanging Mountain boasts exceptional quality, requiring merely the removal of surface dust. Yet, the primary concern lies not in the washing frequency, but rather that excessive rinsing would strip the rice of its inherent fragrance. After rinsing the rice with tap water, Su Yegge retrieved it and placed it into a bowl. She then opened the cupboard to extract the rice cooker, which had been custom-made by Zhang Depeo. Its size appeared somewhat large, likely due to Zhang Depeo's belief that Su Yegge, in her restaurant endeavors, would require copious amounts of rice daily. However, the quantity of rice she was preparing this time was sufficient for only 10 people, rendering the rice cooker somewhat excessive for such a modest task. She poured the rinsed rice into the cooker and utilized a ladle to add spring water sourced from Shuanging Mountain. Cooking rice is quite precise. The water should reach just above the rice by approximately the width of a thumb. Too much water would result in sticky grains, while too little would leave them undercooked. Su Yegge reminisced about her days managing the Love Pavilion Welfare Institute with Bai Zhixuan, where she frequently prepared meals. Though time had passed, those memories remained vividly etched in her mind. After placing the rice into the rice cooker, Su Yegge found everything in readiness. Once the rice was cooked, she could proceed to fry the eggs. Fried eggs are best enjoyed while hot. Their flavor diminishes when they cool. Therefore, Su Yegge decided to prepare the eggs only after the rice was done. Meanwhile, not far from Shuanging Mountain, a man and a woman were walking, both exhibiting signs of fatigue. It's all your fault. The woman frowned, complaining, I told you to check if the car had enough fuel, but you wouldn't listen. Blame me. Blame me. The man replied, his expression equally troubled. He glanced at the irate woman and awkwardly said, It's pointless to blame me now. We need to leave the car for the bodyguards. Let's find something to eat first. Uncle will send someone soon. What food could possibly be found around Shuanging Mountain? This is the suburbs. The woman lamented as she scanned the surroundings. No, there are a few farm restaurants ahead. We can eat there. The man chuckled. Given the circumstances, I insist on treating you, so indulge yourself. That's more like it. The woman huffed, quickening her pace ahead. The two arrived in front of Su Yegao's restaurant, and the woman looked up at the sign, reading aloud, "Heartfelt Little Pavilion." The name sounded quite romantic. "Shall we dine here?" she inquired, glancing at the man. The man surveyed several nearby farmhouse restaurants and deemed the decor of the Heartfelt Pavilion particularly appealing, thus nodding in agreement. "What delectable dishes does your restaurant offer?" the woman inquired, her hunger evident as she stepped through the door. Upon noticing Mengmeng seated on the sofa, engrossed in watching television, her eyes widened in surprise. The woman was Lin Wan, the striking beauty who had previously wished to take Mengmeng out while at the Jiangshu Hotel, and the man was Xia Luoyun, a wealthy heir from Jianghai City and Lin Wan's suitor. Mengmeng was exceptionally adorable, with delicate features that made her a quintessential beauty, and her frequent endearing expressions left a lasting impression on Lin Wan. "Little Mengmeng," Lin Wan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the child. "Who are you?" Su Yegao lifted his head to regard Lin Wan, coldly inquiring. His indifference towards women, including beauties, was well known, with the sole exception of Bai Zhixuan. Thus, he held no recollection of Lin Wan. "Brother, your memory is truly lacking," Lin Wan retorted loudly. "At the Bai family's banquet, I wanted to take your daughter out for some fun, but you outright refused me." "Oh, I don't recall," Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. However, Mengmeng greeted Lin Wan warmly, waving her chubby little hand and saying, "Hello, big sister. Mengmeng, you are as adorable as ever," Lin Wan remarked, eager to approach the child sitting in the pavilion. Su Yegao interjected, "The 4 tables beside the piano are designated for customers. The red line ahead indicates a restricted area." Lin Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Excuse me, what do you serve in your restaurant?" Xia Luoyun inquired. Su Yigu silently gestured towards the whiteboard at the cash register. Following his direction, Xia Luoyun observed the clearly written prices. 100 yuan for a bowl of white rice and 400 yuan for a serving of fried egg. "What? 100 yuan for a bowl of rice? 400 for an egg? This is outrageous." Chapter 43. The first transaction. "Those are the prices set by my restaurant. If you do not wish to eat, I kindly ask you to leave." Su Yigu had no intention of engaging further. He established the restaurant solely to prepare meals for Mengmeng. Xia Luoyun scoffed, "Humph, there are other establishments nearby. You're merely taking advantage of your restaurant's decor to inflate prices. I repeat, if you do not wish to dine here, please exit."
Su Yegge replied.
Even the rice cooked by the renowned Chef Ali from Jianghai City does not sell for such exorbitant prices. What do you think your restaurant is worth? Enough. If you do not wish to eat, please leave, Su Yigu stated coldly. "Lin Wan, let us go." Xia Luoyun reached out to grasp Lin Wan's hand, intending to exit the restaurant. Although Lin Wan had initially considered leaving, the aroma of the rice cooking in the rice cooker wafted through the air, captivating her senses and dispelling her desire to depart. "If you choose to leave, I shall remain here to enjoy my meal." Lin Wan shrugged off Xia Luoyun's grasp and turned to sit at a nearby table. Addressing Su Yegao, "Boss, please bring me a bowl of white rice and a fried egg. Let us wait a moment. The egg will be cooked shortly." Su Yegao acknowledged her request with a nod. "Lin Wan, why do you choose to dine here when the prices are so exorbitant?" Xia Luoyun expressed her confusion. "Xia Luoyun, I have yet to settle the score for the trouble you caused me today. What is wrong with having a meal here? Are you really so stingy with that little money?" Lin Wan crossed her arms and scoffed. "No, not at all." Xia Luoyun awkwardly scratched her head and, seeing Lin Wan's determination to stay, reluctantly took a seat across from her. The rice had been cooked, and Su Yegao entered the kitchen to open the rice cooker. The fragrant aroma wafted throughout the restaurant. "Daddy, Mengmeng is hungry." Mengmeng, who was watching television, caught a whiff of the delicious scent and urged, "All right, you keep watching TV. Mengmeng, Daddy will fry the egg now." Su Yegao proceeded into the kitchen to prepare the egg. Although these eggs came from the local hens, he regarded them with disdain, suspecting their feed contained fertilizer. Consequently, he envisioned raising a flock of hens at his estate, which would not only supply the restaurant with eggs but also provide meat. However, as the estate was still undergoing renovations and the housing was yet to be completed, Su Yegao reluctantly shelved his plans for breeding livestock for the time being. Fortunately, Su Yegao possesses the spring water from Xuanjing Mountain, and within the Nine Dragons Ring, there are numerous materials from the interstellar realm, sufficient for Su Yegao to create culinary delights that would astonish the earth. The seemingly simple dish of fried eggs is, in fact, fraught with numerous intricate nuances. These nuances extend beyond the meticulous selection of seasonings. The mastery of heat is equally challenging. To prepare this dish, 2 eggs are required, and considering Su Yegao, Mengmeng, Uncle Da, the laboring old Li in the Manor-S fields, and the ordering Lin Wan, a total of 10 eggs are necessary. Additionally, since Su Yegao wishes to prepare egg soup for Mengmeng, the total escalates to 11 eggs. Su Yegao retrieves a relatively large plate from the cabinet and cracks 10 eggs into it, using chopsticks to blend the egg whites and yolks together. During this process, Su Yegao incorporates a small amount of spring water, ensuring it does not interfere with the egg form. Once prepared, Su Yegao glances at the kitchen doorway, ensuring no one is present, and gently taps the 9 Dragons Ring, extracting a peculiar fruit. This fruit, known as the exotic fragrance fruit, originates from the interstellar realm of cultivation. As its name suggests, the exotic fragrance fruit possesses a uniquely captivating aroma. In the interstellar cultivation world, practitioners often utilize it as a cooking ingredient. The exotic fragrance fruit in Su Yegao's possession has undergone a drying process, having lost its moisture yet preserved for an extended duration. When Su Yegao stored this batch of exotic fragrance fruits, he specifically employed vital energy to maintain their properties, preventing any loss of potency. Su Yi extended his palm towards the exotic fruit resting on the countertop, and a powerful surge of energy caused the fruit to levitate. It seemed to acquire a buoyancy, floating gracefully in the air after leaving the surface. Vital energy emanated from Su Ye's hand, enveloping the fruit. After a brief moment, the floating fruit gently descended, and with remarkable agility, Su Yi retrieved a plate to catch it. Initially, as the fruit fell, it remained intact, but upon landing on the plate, it immediately transformed into a fine powder. Su Yi then procured a small spoon, scooping up a bit of the powdered fruit and adding it to the well-beaten eggs. Next, he poured in an appropriate amount of soy sauce, chicken essence powder, and a dash of sesame oil, mixing them thoroughly until perfectly blended. With the ingredients for the fried eggs prepared, Su Yi fetched a soup pot, filled it with spring water, and placed it on the induction cooker to boil. Having completed these tasks, the next step was to heat the pan in preparation for frying the eggs. Su Yi retrieved another induction cooker from the cabinet, plugged it in, and set a frying pan atop it, pouring in peanut oil. He initially set the cooker to maximum frequency, waiting for the oil to reach a boil before swiftly reducing it to a lower setting. Su Yi then poured the beaten eggs into the frying pan, and once the first layer began to firm up, he skillfully flipped it over with chopsticks, proceeding to fry the second layer. This process continued until the egg mixture solidified into a perfect fried egg. Seizing the handle of the frying pan, Su Yi executed a swift flip. The fried egg soared gracefully into the air, executing a flawless flip before landing precisely back into the frying pan. As Su Yegge prepared the egg, its enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, permeating the entire dining area. While a typical fried egg is already delightful, the addition of exotic fruits and water imbued with spiritual energy rendered it utterly irresistible. Lin once sat at the dining table, inhaling the fragrant air that surrounded her, her mouth watering incessantly. A wave of curiosity washed over her. What could make a mere fried egg smell so exquisite? And why did even the plain rice seem so aromatic? Was it possible that her hunger had driven her to hallucinations? With this thought, Lin Wan beckoned to Xia Luoyun, and as he approached, she swiftly raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his cheek. The sound of the strike echoed, accompanied by Xia Luoyun's pained yelp. Having trained in karate, Lin Wan possessed greater strength than the average man, and this slap left Xia Luoyun momentarily stunned. Chapter 44. Delectable Delicacies. Lin Wan, what on earth are you doing? Why did you hit me? Xia Luoyun exclaimed, cupping his cheek in bewilderment, his expression one of innocent grievance. Does it hurt? Lin Wan inquired. Yes. Your slap made me feel as though my jaw might fall off. Xia Luoyun grimaced, rubbing his chin. That's good. It means I haven't begun to hallucinate yet. Lin Wan nodded, then leaned on the table, eagerly awaiting Su Yegge's culinary creations. In the kitchen, Su Yegge, having perfected the fried eggs, retrieved 5 plates and began to distribute the eggs among them. The spring water in the pot on the induction cooker had come to a boil. Su Yegge cracked an egg into it, followed by a splash of peanut oil and a sprinkle of fine salt. When it was ready to be served, she added a touch of exotic fruit powder. Thus, the egg soup was prepared. Su Yegge removed the inner pot from the rice cooker and placed it on a table against the wall outside the kitchen. She then set 2 plates containing fried eggs on the table. Mengmeng, Uncle De, dinner is served. Su Yegge carried a tray to a redwood round table beside the small pavilion, placing 3 portions of fried eggs and a bowl of egg soup onto the table. From the cupboard, she retrieved 3 bowls and filled them with rice, setting them down on the table. Su Yegge lifted Mengmeng and brought her to the dining table before taking her seat, ready to use her chopsticks. "Boss, what about mine?" Lin Wan inquired eagerly. "You can help yourself to a portion of fried eggs at the long table. The rice is self-served, and the bowls are in the sterilizer beside the long table." Su Yegge replied with a glance at Lin Wan, her tone unassuming. Oh, this was the first time Lin Wan, a young lady of privilege, had been treated in such a manner, yet she felt no irritation. It must be said that she was utterly captivated by the delightful aromas wafting through the room. "It smells so good." Lin Wan leaned closer to the rice, inhaling its subtle fragrance, unable to suppress her admiration. The fried eggs on the plate were a perfect golden hue, visually appealing, and the aroma was enticing. Lin Wan picked up a piece of fried egg with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. The fried egg was soft and melted instantly, and beyond the egg's natural flavor, it bore a uniquely delightful essence. Despite being consumed, the lingering aroma tantalized her senses. Could this truly be a fried egg? It was simply exquisite. It surpassed all the delicacies she had ever tasted. Lin Wan was utterly astonished by the flavor of this fried egg. She never anticipated that it would eclipse all the gourmet dishes she had savored over the years. Eagerly, Lin Wan devoured several mouthfuls of white rice. As the grains melted in her mouth, the fragrant essence transported her to another realm. The combination of white rice and fried egg was nothing short of celestial. At this moment, Lin Wan could only articulate one word to describe it. Delicious. 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 The significance of this statement warranted repetition. Observing Lin Wan's rapturous expression, Xia Luoyun nudged her and inquired, "Is it truly that good?" "Indeed." Lin Wan nodded enthusiastically, reminiscent of a chick pecking at food. "The grains are plump and round, and they dissolve upon contact, releasing a delightful aroma. It is 100 times more delectable than any culinary masterpiece I have encountered in recent years. No, 1,000 times, even 10,000. Is it that exaggerated?" Xia Luoyun mused, intrigued. Knowing that Lin Wan was a connoisseur of cuisine, he recognized her discerning palate. Even the renowned chefs of Jianghai City had only elicited a moderate response from her. Yet, he had never witnessed her employ such extravagant language to describe a dish before. "Xia Luoyun, I strongly advise you to order a portion as well. It is truly remarkable." Lin Wan observed as Xia Luoyun fixated on the bowl of white rice and the plate of fried eggs before him, instinctively extending her hand to shield her meal. Teased by Lin Wan's gesture, Xia Luoyun could no longer contain himself. He turned to Su Yegge, who was savoring her meal, and implored, "Boss, I too desire a serving of white rice and fried eggs." Xia Luoyun clearly noticed that there was indeed a plate of fried eggs on the long table, and the rice cooker still contained a substantial amount of rice. How could there possibly be none left? "Boss, did I not merely utter a few unkind words upon entering? Is that why you refuse to conduct business with me?" Furrowing his brow, Xia Luoyun continued, "I apologize. Please, sell me a portion. Regrettably, that belongs to someone else." Su Yegge replied, her chopsticks never ceasing their rhythm. "The restaurant serves breakfast promptly at 8 in the morning, lunch at noon, and dinner at 7 in the evening. Orders must be placed in advance. Boss, considering this is my first visit, I am unaware of the rules. Might you make an exception this time? I can offer double the payment if you would return to the kitchen." Xia Luoyun's tone was laced with desperation.
Su Yegge shook her head, stating,
"This establishment only operates the kitchen 3 times a day. If you miss the time, there will be no second chance." If you wish to dine, come back tomorrow. Observing Xia Luo Yun's crestfallen demeanor, Lin Wan patted the chair beside her and said, "Come sit here. My mood has brightened. Fetch yourself a bowl and chopsticks, and I shall dine with you." "Really?" Xiaoluo Yun was overjoyed and hurried to the sterilizer to retrieve a pair of chopsticks. However, midway he looked up at Su Yegao, who was eating without any apparent reaction. Without hesitation, he took the chopsticks and sprang over to Lin Wan's side. Lin Wan divided her rice in half for Xiaoluo Yun, also sharing half of her fried egg. "Remember this kindness? And in the future, share half of any delicious food with me." "MMM. MMM. Xiaoluo Yun nodded vigorously. He accepted the bowl Lin Wan handed him and eagerly took a few bites of the white rice, exclaiming from the depths of his heart, "So delicious, truly delightful." Upon tasting some fried egg, he shouted, "This is simply exquisite. After years of savoring fine cuisine, the flavor is absolutely marvelous." His exuberance caused Mengmeng, who was dining beside Su Yegao, to giggle. "The food my daddy makes is indeed delicious. Mengmeng, dear, come and try this soup. See if it pleases your palate." Su Yegao stood up to fetch a small bowl, serving Mengmeng a portion of soup and placing it beside her. Chapter 45. The piano piece of the night. Mengmeng took a sip of the soup and praised its taste. Seeing her daughter enjoy it so much brought a quiet joy to Su Yegao's heart. "Uncle De, you should try it too." Su Yegao then presented another bowl, offering Uncle De a serving of egg soup. "Yegao, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Uncle De, having tasted the egg soup made by Su Yegao, felt a deep admiration that words could hardly convey. Mengmeng's appetite was modest, and she soon felt satisfied. After indulging in a hearty meal, Mengmeng was eager to rush over to watch television. However, Su Yegao halted her, guiding her to sit on a chair. "Shall I play a piece for you, my dear Mengmeng?" Su Yegao proposed. Yes. Daddy plays the piano so beautifully." Mengmeng clapped her chubby little hands, her voice sweet and innocent. Su Yegao approached the grand piano at the center, lifting the lid with a graceful motion. He seated himself, inhaling deeply. His slender fingers danced across the keys, and a haunting nocturne began to resonate through the air. This particular composition was one that Su Yegge had co-created with Bai Zhixuan years ago, originally intended for their participation in the Huaxia National Piano Competition held in Jianghai City. Tragically, mere moments before the event, Su Yegge had fallen victim to an assassination plot orchestrated by the Bai family. As the piano's melodies gently filled the room, Lin Wan had just finished her serving of white rice and fried eggs at the dining table. Suddenly, a captivating piano tune wafted into her ears, compelling her to glance in the direction from which it emanated. This piece. It seems so familiar yet wholly unknown, she pondered. As a young lady from a wealthy family, Lin Wan reveled in exquisite cuisine and had a penchant for music. She adored various melodies, whether from guitars, violins, or pianos. Yet, the piece that Su Yegge was currently performing was entirely new to her. Could he be a master? Had this composition just been born? With curiosity, she studied Su Yegge's profile, inexplicably drawn to his charm, which had a captivating quality that only grew more appealing. As the final notes lingered in the air, Su Yegge withdrew his fingers from the keys. "Daddy is amazing." Applause. Although Mengmeng may not comprehend the melody, witnessing Lin Wan's enraptured expression, she could not help but applaud and exclaim, "Boss, what is the title of the piece you are playing?" Lin Wan inquired. "It is the piano piece of the night," Su Yegao replied with a hint of indifference. "You play exquisitely." Lin Wan smiled and remarked, "Who would have thought you possess not only exceptional culinary skills, but also a profound appreciation for the arts?" How peculiar this person is, thought Lin Wan, that he remains so aloof despite receiving compliments. "Boss, tomorrow we commence at 8 o'clock, correct?" Lin Wan asked. "Indeed, we shall begin at 8. Su Yegao nodded, adding, "Settle the bill at the counter." "Understood." Summer Luo promptly rose from his seat and made his way to the cash register. A fried egg and a bowl of rice, totaling 500 yuan. After paying for the meal, Summer Luo took Lin Wan's hand and led her out of the restaurant. Uncle De, counting 500 yuan bills, chuckled in disbelief. "This money is far too easy to earn. I made 500 in an instant." Uncle De, Please fetch a bag to pack some rice and fried eggs for old Li, Su Yegao said while clearing the dishes from the table. Certainly. Following this event, Uncle De found no reason to doubt Su Yegao's words. Henceforth, he would do as instructed, assured it would yield no error. Once the restaurant was tidied up, old Li arrived, carrying a sack from the Shuanging mountain valley. Boss, I have nearly finished sowing the seeds today. I will be planting them in batches. Old Li placed the sack from his shoulder at the entrance, dusted off his clothes, and then stepped inside. You've worked hard, Uncle Li, Su Yegao said with a gentle smile. Dream, who was watching television nearby, noticed old Li's arrival and dashed to the disinfection cabinet, tiptoeing to retrieve a teacup. She poured a cup of water and offered it to old Li. Grandpa, please enjoy some tea. Oh, thank you. Uncle De handed the bag containing food to old Li and remarked, next time, come earlier so we can enjoy some drinks together in the dining room. All right. Today is the first day, and there's quite a bit to do. Old Li chuckled. Su Yegao opened the cabinet, took out the car keys, and then, holding Dream's hand, exited the dining area. Once in the car, Su Yegao drove towards the rural residence of Old Li. Along the way, Uncle De engaged in lively conversation with Old Li about past events, while Dream observed the two elderly men animatedly exchanging tales. By the way, Uncle Li, do you raise livestock and poultry? Su Yegao inquired. Yes. Why do you ask? Old Li nodded, curious. That's good. But I fear I might struggle to manage it all alone. Old Li confessed, shaking his head in a moment of contemplation. Su Yegao brought the vehicle to a halt, stating, Old Li, it's no problem. You've arrived home. Su Yegao pointed to a small bungalow ahead. Then I shall bring them to the estate to visit you tomorrow. Old Li opened the car door and stepped out. Goodbye, Grandpa. Dream waved, her voice sweet and innocent. Farewell, little darling. Old Li waved back in response. Su Yegao turned the car around, heading towards home. Suddenly, Uncle De in the back seat spoke up. Yegao, how about I help you manage the estate? Uncle De, you still need to assist me with the cash register. Su Yegao chuckled in response. You can easily handle the cash register on your own. Besides, I do nothing in the restaurant. I sit around all day and feel like I'm going to grow mold. Uncle De scratched his head and replied, the main reason is that the crops in the estate are meant for Mengmeng's meals, so I must personally oversee them. All right then, you can keep an eye on them at the estate, and when it's mealtime, come over to eat. With Uncle Da's intentions clear, Su Yegao had no choice but to agree. Upon returning home, Su Yegao bathed Mengmeng, then brought out all her dolls from the bedroom, allowing her to play in the living room. After Uncle De finished his bath, Su Yegao also took her turn. Once she was done, she grabbed a cigarette and stepped onto the front steps. Uncle De was there, smoking, so Su Yegao joined him, crouching beside him. Uncle De, pass me the lighter, Su Yegao asked, holding the cigarette in her mouth. Uncle De took a lighter from his pocket and lit her cigarette, cautioning, you're still young. You should smoke less. Don't keep telling me to quit smoking. You should stop first. Your health is already deteriorating. Su Yegao replied with a wry smile. By the way, let me tell you something. Uncle De fell silent for a moment before speaking. Today, I inquired about the situation regarding the Bai family. They have re-established the Jianghai group in Jianghai City, with all matters overseen by President Bai Zhixuan. Su Yegao exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly responding, I cannot approach Zhixuan just yet. Why not? Uncle De asked. Indeed, you are correct. While the other groups in Jianghai City may not pose a challenge to the Bai family, the nature of the Bai clan means that pressuring other forces could be detrimental to President Zhixuan. Uncle De sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Su Yegao's shoulder. This is a matter for the youth. I shall not interfere. I only wish to ensure Mengmeng's well-being. With that, Uncle De stood and walked back into the house, leaving Su Yegao alone at the door, silently smoking. After tucking Mengmeng in, Su Yegao got up and drove to the Shuanging mountain valley. That night, he planned to cultivate the versatile wood into a house. After a bath, Lin Wan languidly reclined on her bed, took out her phone, and opened WeChat, accessing the wealthy second-generation group chat of Jianghai City. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen as she typed and sent a message. Today, I truly indulged. The username Love Without Regrets belonged to a boy who had pursued Lin Wan for quite some time. Truth be told, he was rather handsome, yet Lin Wan felt no inclination towards him. Isn't that rather ordinary? She mused. The bowl of white rice I consumed cost 100 yuan, and the fried egg was a staggering 400. I assure you, I was not deceived. The white rice and fried egg were simply exquisite. Just as Lin Wan was about to explain, a user with the moniker handsome enough to be hacked emerged. This individual had been dining in the same restaurant as Lin Wan, alongside Xia Luoyun. While this statement may appear unremarkable, it was laced with an undercurrent of tension. He and Xia Luoyun were rivals in love, perpetually at odds. Thus, upon hearing Xia Luoyun speak in Lin Wan's favor, jealousy surged within him. Lin Wan, observing these two from her phone, felt an immediate headache. Whenever these two crossed paths, whether in person or within their WeChat group, an argument was inevitable. Only a 7-second memory. Bring a small stool. Very masculine. Enjoy the show. This WeChat group comprised the second-generation wealthy of Jianghai City, numbering around 20. However, most members remained silent, as only 4 or 5 were engaged in casual conversation due to their leisurely work schedules. Love without regret. Miss Lin, may I invite you to dinner tomorrow? Let us go to that restaurant we just mentioned. Handsome enough to be hacked. Ha! Do you even know when they open? Are you aware of their rules? Tomorrow, Miss Lin will still dine in my company. Ha ha ha. Love without regret promptly typed a flurry of messages. Miss Lin, what is the name of that restaurant you just mentioned? I shall reserve the entire establishment. The Heartfelt Pavilion. Lin Wan merely typed 5 words before she closed WeChat. Chapter 47. Cultivating the versatile tree. While the group chat was in an uproar over Su Yegge's restaurant, in a luxurious villa, Bai Zhixuan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. President Bai, dinner is ready. Would you prefer it to be served in your room, or shall I accompany you downstairs? A female attendant promptly inquired with utmost respect. I will go down to eat myself, Bai Zhixuan replied, her icy visage devoid of any expression. Understood. The attendant dared not provoke the president of the Bai family and respectfully stepped aside. Bai Zhixuan descended the stairs, taking a seat on the sofa, whereupon the maid bent low to begin drying her hair. For reasons unbeknownst to her, ever since the last banquet, the image of Su Yegge had lingered in Bai Zhixuan's mind. Although it was her first encounter with Su Yegge, it seemed rather extraordinary for her to be so unforgettable. Moreover, her father had mentioned to Bai Zhe that the Su Yegge they attempted to assassinate had survived, piquing Bai Zhixuan's curiosity about the capabilities of this individual that warranted such drastic measures from the Bai family. The notion of assassination did not strike Bai Zhixuan as peculiar. It was a common occurrence in the business realm. When one could no longer control an individual commercially, it was not uncommon to resort to hiring assassins. However, the targets of such plots typically comprised business magnates or local power brokers. Su Yegge appeared rather ordinary. What could have provoked the Bai family? Miss, your hair is dry now. Please enjoy your meal. The maid bowed deeply before Bai Zhixuan and said, Miss Bai. Bai Zhixuan rose from her seat and approached the dining table, casting a glance at the array of dishes laid out before her. Why is it always the same food? She lamented. Don't we eat anything else every day? Furrowing her brow, she turned to the 2 maids trailing behind her. The maids immediately bent their backs and replied softly, Miss, this is the cuisine prepared by the private chef sent from abroad by the master. I have no desire to eat this. You may help yourselves, Bai Zhixuan declared, shaking her head as she ascended the stairs. The lavish seafood and meats had become tiresome to her. She craved fresh ingredients, for otherwise, she had no appetite whatsoever. In her moment of frustration, Bai Zhixuan opened WeChat and fortuitously stumbled upon the chat records of Lin Wani and her companions in their group chat. Steamed rice? Fried eggs? Are they truly that delectable? She murmured to herself. Over the years, her father had taken her abroad, where her meals consisted solely of steak or lavish feasts, leading her to feel nauseated at the sight of such dishes now. Love Heart Pavilion. As she continued to scroll through her phone, the phrase Love Heart Pavilion caught her eye, sending a sudden pang of recognition through her heart. For reasons unknown, those 5 characters seemed familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before, yet the memory eluded her. Never mind. I'll visit there tomorrow after finishing my work, she mused aloud. At that very moment, the clock struck past midnight. In the valley of Shuanging Mountain, Su Yegao sat cross-legged by the spring water. If it were not for the rhythmic rise and fall of a chest devoid of breath, many would mistake it for a statue. Su Yegao had been seated by the spring for a full 2 hours, facing Snow Clothes, who also sat cross-legged before him. The two exchanged breaths, their energies intertwining through the ground. Su Yegao practiced the 9-rank celestial immortal technique, allowing him to directly refine the spiritual energy from the spring into essence, which he absorbed into his being. In contrast, Snow Clothes had not cultivated the 9-rank celestial immortal technique. She was unable to refine spiritual energy. Moreover, as a primordial soul, she could only absorb the essence that overflowed from Su Yegao during his cultivation. Thus, they maintained this connection for over 3 hours. Finally, Su Yegao's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Snow Clothes, seated opposite him, followed suit, feeling a substantial increase in her essence. She rose and bowed slightly to Su Yegao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master." "Not at all. How do you feel now?" Su Yegao inquired, standing up and observing the more corporeal form of Snow Clothes. Had she not encountered Su Yegao, it seemed unlikely she could have regained her strength to the initial stage of the profound void, even if she had transformed into nothingness. Since she had recovered considerably, Su Yegao continued, "I need you to assist me with a task." Snow Clothes responded respectfully, "Please, master, speak." Su Yegao lightly tapped the 9-dragon storage ring, retrieving a seed the size of a goose egg and placing it upon the ground. "This is a seed of the ever-changing wood, a high-tier interstellar plant. I doubt I can cultivate it alone, so I require your assistance using the forbidden techniques of your Snow Lotus clan." Su Yegao lifted her gaze to Shui, who belonged to the unique Snow Lotus clan, renowned for their remarkable ability to foster plant growth. Regardless of how arduous it may be for a plant to flourish, under the care of the Snow Lotus clan, it would gradually thrive. "Master, how do you know of our clan's forbidden techniques?" Shui inquired, astonished. This esoteric knowledge had never been disclosed to the world, and even those closely allied with the Snow Lotus clan were oblivious to it. How could Su Yegao possess such knowledge? "Do not forget, I was once the individual closest to immortality in the cosmos, and my revered master is the esteemed Qin Shen Shenzhuan, the sage of the entire star realm." Su Yegao replied with a calm demeanor. Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. You have saved my life, master, so I shall utilize the forbidden techniques to assist you. Rest assured, in your current primordial spirit state, employing the forbidden techniques will pose no harm to your essence."
Su Yegao's gaze softened suddenly.
"Yes, master. Please safeguard me." Shui nodded, extending her delicate hand to cradle the shape-shifting tree seed in her palm, and made her way to an expansive area. She placed the seed upon the ground and gently covered it with a handful of sand. "It is about to begin," Shui said solemnly, casting a glance at Su Yegao. Su Yegao nodded, unleashing her internal energy, forming an invisible wave that enveloped the space around them. "Juyi, you must plant the shape-shifting tree swiftly. I can only maintain this for 3 minutes." Present, Su Yegao possesses merely the strength of the late stage of the Xuanxu realm, and it is evident that sustaining such a vast protective barrier is beyond his capabilities. Chapter 48. Exhaustion. Master, do not worry. Shui gently inclined her head, her delicate hands forming an array of intricate hand seals before her chest. As the seals took shape, a beam of white light surged into the seed of the transformative wood. In that fleeting moment of infusion, the seed of the transformative would suddenly swelled, then sank, embedding itself into the earth. Simultaneously, the spring waters of Shuanging Mountain began to bubble, and Su Yegao sensed a stirring beneath the ground, concluding that the roots of the transformative wood were advancing towards the spring. Once the seed of the transformative wood took root and sprouted, the surrounding aura protective barrier dissolved into nothingness. Su Yegao gasped for breath, struggling to rise. "Master, are you all right?" Shui hurriedly assisted him to his feet. "Help me to the spring." Su Yegao wiped away the cold sweat that had unexpectedly appeared on his forehead. "The depletion of my aura has been too great." With Shui's support, Su Yegao reached the edge of the spring, where he seated himself cross-legged. The 9-tiered celestial technique within him began to operate, and the spiritual energy emanating from the spring was refined into aura under the influence of the technique, flowing through the 72 meridians and entering Su Yegao's dantian. After a considerable time of recuperation, he finally exhaled a breath of relief. At that moment, the transformative wood that had been planted had already grown into a towering tree, approximately 20 meters high, with a diameter of a full 100 meters. At this instant, Su Yegao's consciousness merged with the transformative wood, which was flourishing in accordance with the visions held within his heart. In mere seconds, a house took shape, entirely constructed from versatile wood, rising 3 stories high. The roof, connected by branches, resembled a grand mushroom from a distance. At last, it was complete. Su Yegao took a deep breath and leaned against a tree to rest. Master, your exhaustion is quite severe. Allow me to assist you in recuperating, Shui said, half squatting before Su Yegao, her gaze filled with concern for his pale cheeks. No need, Su Yegao replied, struggling to rise. You are already in a spirit form. If you aid my recovery, it may harm you, making future restoration difficult. He pushed himself up, attempting to walk towards the vehicle. Shui swiftly extended her hand to support him, urging, Master, why not rest here for a while until you regain your strength? No, it's too late. Uncle Da is worried, and if Mengmeng wakes in the night to find me absent, she will undoubtedly cry. Shui, realizing she could not sway Su Yegao, reluctantly transformed into a wisp of white light and entered the Jilong Na ring. Su Yegao settled into the driver's seat, rubbing his slightly dizzy head before starting the engine and steering towards home. On the way back, he detoured into the city and entered a restaurant named Zhoumian Shijia. Sir, how may I assist you? The server inquired politely. With a wry smile, Su Yegao pointed to his pallid complexion and said, Given my current state, what would you recommend to restore my vitality? The waiter glanced at Su Yegao's pallid complexion and promptly assisted him to a nearby chair. Sir, why not try our blackbone chicken congee? It's excellent for replenishing blood, the waiter suggested, pouring a cup of hot tea for Su Yegao. Isn't blackbone chicken typically a remedy for women? Su Yegao replied, bemused. Indeed, but why concern ourselves with gender now? Look at how pale you are. You should drink some congee to restore your vitality. The waiter insisted, arranging for the chef to prepare a bowl of blackbone chicken congee for him. After finishing the congee, Su Yegao began to feel a semblance of strength returning to his body. Upon parking the car, he noticed the lights in the hall were still aglow and knocked on the door. Uncle Da answered, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Uncle Da, why are you still awake? Su Yegao inquired, curiosity piqued. I've been plagued by my old ailment. Sleep eludes me. Uncle Da grimaced, gently pounding the back of his neck with his fists. Is this cervical spondylosis you're suffering from, Uncle Da? Su Yegao moved closer and offered to massage his neck. Yes, I'm growing old. I'm not as capable as I once was. Uncle Da sighed. Uncle Da, you should visit the hospital tomorrow. Su Yegao retrieved a wad of 100 yuan bills from his backpack and placed them on the table. I have money. Keep your own. Uncle Da returned the notes to Su Yegao, chiding him gently, your restaurant and estate are just beginning. There are many expenses ahead, be frugal. Rest assured, Uncle Da. Yegge settled onto a nearby sofa and remarked, you need not go to the restaurant tomorrow. Your task is to transport all the furniture and belongings to the manor. But isn't the house at the manor still under construction? Uncle Da inquired, puzzled. Yegge smiled softly, gently removing Mengmeng's tiny finger from her grasp and placing it aside. She then tucked Mengmeng under the covers before lying down herself, surrendering to slumber. The following morning, Yegge was roused from her dreams by Mengmeng's cheerful antics beside her. Observing Mengmeng's playful self-entertainment, Yegge could not help but chuckle despite her weariness. Mengmeng, aren't you tired? She asked with feigned exasperation. Mengmeng is awake. Daddy is still asleep. How embarrassing. Mengmeng mimicked Yegge's usual tone, employing an adorably sweet inflection. All right. Daddy is getting up. Yegge was utterly charmed by Mengmeng's delightful demeanor and sprang up with a sudden burst of energy. She carried Mengmeng to the bathroom for their morning routine, prepared a glass of milk for her, and finally dressed for the day, ready to venture out. Since Uncle Da did not need to visit the restaurant today, she chose not to disturb him. Quietly, Yegge closed the door behind her and drove Mengmeng towards the restaurant. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a Porsche 715 came to a halt at the restaurant's entrance, its owner being none other than Bai Zhixuan, the president of Jianghai Group. Last night, Bai Zhixuan came across Lin Wan's discussion about the charming little pavilion in their WeChat group, which prompted her to arrive early this morning in hopes of savoring the restaurant's unique fried eggs and white rice before work. Chapter 49. Another guest arrives, miss. It's already 6:30. We have a meeting with the mayor of Jianghai City today. Perhaps we should return another time, a bodyguard standing beside Bai Zhixuan whispered. Why isn't it open yet? She exclaimed. Just then, as Bai Zhixuan's Porsche 715 vanished down the road, a Volkswagen Tiguan sped into view and halted at the restaurant's entrance. Su Yegge alighted from the vehicle and opened the door, ushering Mengmeng inside. Mengmeng, why don't you go watch television? Su Yegge suggested, as he prepared to tidy up the restaurant. He switched on the TV and tuned it to a children's channel. Mengmeng obediently settled on the sofa, clutching her doll while watching Bears Can't Get Enough. Meanwhile, Su Yegge began to clean the restaurant, as his obsessive cleanliness compelled him to scrub everything, regardless of its condition, before commencing operations. Once Su Yegge had everything in order, a BMW and a Mercedes pulled up at the entrance. Lin Wan exited her vehicle and entered the restaurant, followed closely by two men. One was Xia Luoyun, who had visited the previous day, and the other was Li Chun, known online by the moniker Love Without Regret. Boss, I hope I'm not too late today, Lin Wan inquired with a cheerful smile. Not at all, Su Yegge replied without lifting his gaze, continuing his task of washing dishes. What's for breakfast today? Li Chun, a first-time visitor, called out eagerly. Egg porridge, came the reply. Su Yegge's voice remained calm as she replied. What? Is there only egg congee at this restaurant? Are you even considering running a business? Upon hearing this, Li Chun immediately responded loudly. There are several farm-style restaurants next door, serving an abundance of meat and fish. If you don't wish to have egg congee, you may dine there. Su Yegge paused her work, lifting her gaze to meet Li Chen's, and replied coolly, Heh, don't mind him, boss. I would like 2 servings of egg congee for breakfast. After having experienced Su Yegge's culinary skills the previous day, Xia Luoyun had gained some wisdom and chimed in, Boss, I too would like 2 servings. Lin Wan followed suit, echoing the request. 2 servings for everyone, is it?
Su Yegge inquired nonchalantly.
Indeed. Lin Wan and Xia Luoyun nodded vigorously, as if they were pounding garlic. Observing their unhesitating orders of 2 servings each, Li Chun joined in. Then I shall have 2 servings as well. When will the cooking commence? Xia Luoyun asked, his anticipation palpable as he smacked his lips. It is currently 7 o'clock. Cooking will begin at 7:30. Su Yegge replied, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. In a bit, I will also need to send someone to gather some vegetables from the estate, so please allow me an additional half hour. Su Yegge anticipated that the vegetables planted by Old Li the previous day would be ready for harvest today, and thus she awaited Old Li's arrival with the produce. Boss, how about playing us a piece of music? Lin Wan suggested. I only play my music after the meal, Su Yegge replied with a gentle shake of her head. Lin Wan continued, by the way, what is your name, boss? May I ask, what is your name, dear little one? Lin Wan inquired, gazing affectionately at Mengmeng, wishing to bestow a gentle kiss upon her. Mengmeng lifted her chubby little hand and, with a sweet, childish voice, responded, My name is Su Mengmeng. What a lovely name, Lin Wan remarked with tenderness. Without hesitation, Mengmeng embraced her doll and scampered over to Lin Wan's side to play. Meanwhile, sitting off to the side, Xia Luoyun was preoccupied with thoughts of food, his gaze continually darting towards the kitchen. At last he chuckled and asked, Brother Su, may I inquire when your restaurant will offer delectable meat dishes? Those delicacies will require some time, Su Yegge replied, pausing slightly. He too was eager to prepare the meat but was uncertain where to procure the young livestock and poultry. I know, Xia Luoyun exclaimed eagerly. Brother Su, my family makes a living selling these. I can have my father personally select the young animals you wish to purchase and deliver them to you. Your family sells them? Su Yegge looked up at Xia Luoyun and asked, Can you guarantee the quality of the livestock and poultry? Brother Su, how can you even ask such a thing? Xia Luoyun proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. I vouch for the quality with my name. Ha! What is your name worth? Li Chun teased from another table. You! I can't be bothered with you, Xia Luoyun huffed, turning his back to Li Chun. Since you have them for sale after we finish our meal, would you take me to see them? Su Yegge suggested. Charlotte cracked a smile and said, in that case, I shall gladly comply. Su Yegge glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly breakfast, and began to prepare the meal. Just as Su Yegge was in the midst of her preparations, Old Li entered, carrying a large bag. Boss, look at the vegetables harvested from the fields. They are exceptionally fresh, Old Li exclaimed as he walked in. From the moment he sowed the seeds yesterday until the bountiful harvest this morning, he was initially taken aback. However, under Uncle Da's explanation, Old Li was utterly impressed by Su Yegge's expertise. Uncle Li, place the bag here, and later you can take your people to the estate to work, Su Yegge instructed, pointing to a spot by the kitchen door. All right. Old Li set the bag down as directed, drank a bowl of water in the dining area, and then left. Boss, will we have vegetables for lunch? Lin Wan's gaze fell upon the large bag at the kitchen entrance, her voice laced with anticipation. Su Yegge remained silent, swiftly unpacking the bag and bringing its contents into the kitchen. Noticing Su Yegge's silence, Lin Wan turned her attention to Mengmeng. Chapter 50. The delicious temptation of egg porridge. Mengmeng, tell your father to prepare several dishes for lunch and dinner. Every time I come to eat, I will bring you delightful little toys, all right? Lin Wan gently stroked Mengmeng's head, asking with affection. Really? Shoo, be quiet. Do not let your father know that I taught you this. Before Mengmeng could finish her sentence, Lin Wan hurriedly gestured for her to speak quietly. Imitating Lin Wan's tone, Mengmeng softly inquired, Sister, will you really bring me many delightful toys? Lin Wan nodded and pointed delicately towards the kitchen where Su Yegge was, indicating for Mengmeng to approach him. Mengmeng nodded, climbed down from her chair, and dashed into the kitchen. At that moment, Su Yegge was preparing to crack an egg into a bowl. Upon seeing Mengmeng rush over, he smiled indulgently and asked, What is the matter, Mengmeng? Daddy, can you cook a few more dishes for lunch and dinner today? Mengmeng blinked her lovely big eyes and asked in a sweet voice. Why is that? Su Yegge feigned ignorance, already aware of the reason. He had known ever since Lin Wan had taken an interest in Mengmeng. After all, one could discern truths from falsehoods with an astute ear. Mengmeng had come to persuade Su Yegge only because Lin Wan had enticed her to do so. After pondering for a while, Mengmeng finally replied, Because I want to eat. All right then, since Mengmeng wants to eat, Daddy will prepare a few more dishes. Su Yegge planted a kiss on Mengmeng's cheek and said, Why don't you go outside and play for a while? Once I finish making the egg porridge, I'll call you over to eat. Okay. Mengmeng, as if she had accomplished a mission, bounced over to Lin Wan, mimicking the gestures she had seen on television, and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Lin Wanla joyfully embraced Mengmeng, exclaiming, Mengmeng, you are simply marvelous. Meanwhile, Su Yegge observed from the kitchen's glass window, shaking his head in resignation as he watched Lin Wan hold Mengmeng. Each serving of egg congee required 1 egg, and with 3 guests requesting 2 servings each, that amounted to 6 eggs. Adding the portions for Mengmeng and Su Yegge, along with the 2 servings for Uncle Da and Old Li, a total of 10 eggs were required. Su Yegge retrieved a large basin and cracked 10 fresh eggs into it, swiftly whisking them together with chopsticks. Once the eggs were well blended, he opened the rice cooker, added an appropriate amount of rice, and pressed the button to prepare the congee. After placing the rice in the cooker, Su Yegge fetched vegetables from the sack that Old Li had gathered. Eggplants, lettuce, scallions, garlic, ginger, and a plethora of other ingredients were laid out, representing nearly everything available at the market. He took a cutting board and a knife from the cupboard, then tossed the washed lettuce into the air. With a flourish, he wielded the knife, its blade glinting with a cold sheen. As the lettuce descended, it met the sharp edge of the knife before landing neatly on the plate beside the cutting board. Observing through the glass window, both Xiaoluo and Li Chan were astonished by Su Yegge's skillful technique. It was evident he had honed his craft. Next, Su Yegge placed the scallions on the board and rapidly chopped them into fine pieces. With all the ingredients prepared, it was merely a matter of waiting for the congee in the rice cooker to finish cooking before proceeding to blend in the eggs. Su Yegge ignited the stove and set the clay pot atop it. After a little over 20 minutes, the congee in the rice cooker was nearly ready. The porridge cannot be cooked thoroughly in the rice cooker alone, as it must undergo further simmering in a clay pot. If overcooked in the rice cooker, it will become mushy in the clay pot, resulting in a loss of the rice's delightful flavor. Yegge poured the porridge from the rice cooker into the clay pot, cracked in an egg, and simmered it over low heat. Once the porridge was completely cooked, Yegge promptly turned off the stove, added fresh lettuce, and stirred it all together with a large spoon, garnishing it with chopped green onions. Finally, he sprinkled in the fragrant fruit powder he had prepared the day before and added peanut oil, mixing it thoroughly. A fragrant egg porridge was thus ready. Yegge brought the clay pot to the long table and called out to Mengmeng, who was playing with Lin Wan. "Mengmeng, breakfast is ready. Daddy, I'm coming." Upon hearing Yegge's call, Mengmeng immediately jumped off her chair and ran towards him. Yegge took out 2 bowls and chopsticks, serving a generous portion of egg porridge for both Mengmeng and himself, placing them on the table. They sat down at the round dining table, father and daughter beginning their breakfast. This time, the egg porridge is in the clay pot. You can serve yourselves. Yegge indicated the pot. What? We have to serve ourselves? Li Chun frowned at this notion. In any restaurant he dined at, he would never need to serve himself. This was not a buffet. If you don't want to serve yourself, then don't eat. Xia Luo Yen teased Li Chun, turning to follow Lin Wan as they approached the sterilization cabinet to fetch a bowl and spoon. Li Chun, feeling helpless, rose to follow Lin Wan and Xia Luo Yun, retrieving a bowl and spoon from the sterilizer. After Lin Wan and Xia Luo Yun had served themselves, he finally ladled a generous portion of egg congee into his bowl, appearing as though he hadn't eaten in days. Is it truly that delectable? Li Chun murmured to himself as he gazed at the congee in his bowl. Hey, Li Chun, if you don't wish to drink it, why not share some with me and Lin Wan? We can help you finish it, Xia Luo Yun exclaimed, slurping down his congee. You always find a way to chatter while eating, Li Chun thought, scooping a small amount into his mouth. The moment the flavor hit his palate, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly egg congee? The taste is exquisite. He lowered his gaze to the congee in his bowl, then lifted his eyes to observe Lin Wan and Xia Luo Yun devouring their portions. Without hesitation, he raised his bowl and drank heartily. Chapter 51. The restaurant runs smoothly. Li Chun had never experienced such delicious egg congee in his life. By the time he finished, both Xia Luo Yun and Lin Wan had already emptied their bowls and were heading for seconds. Li Chun hurried over, eager to fill his bowl again. After finishing his second serving, he still felt unsatisfied and desired a third bowl. Brother Su, I would like another bowl, please. This time, Li Chun had learned to be polite, addressing him respectfully before making his request. There's none left, Yegge replied coolly. Li Chun was taken aback and said, but I saw some remaining in the pot. Surely there is enough for 2 more bowls? That belongs to someone else. Your 2 bowls are already gone, Yegge remarked. Brother Su, how about this? Li Chun pondered for a moment, then pulled out a bulging wallet from his pocket, grinning as he said, Brother Su, I will pay double the price. Could you please serve me another bowl? Yegge continued to shake his head, stating calmly, no. A bowl of egg congee is priced at 1,000. Sitting nearby, Xia Luo Yun also yearned for a taste but recognized Yegge's steadfast nature, thus refraining from pleading for an additional bowl. Li Chun, Brother Su has his principles. Money cannot sway him, Xia Luo Yun chuckled. Aside from certain occasions, Brother Su will not step into the kitchen. This. Li Chun felt somewhat disheartened, letting out a sigh. Miss Lin Wan, could you accompany Mengmeng to play? Mengmeng blinked her beautiful big eyes, innocently asking. Oh dear, my little darling, I would love to take you out, but your father won't allow it. Lin Wan intentionally raised her voice, ostensibly addressing Mengmeng, yet truly speaking to Yegge. Yegge tidied up the 2 bowls and spoons from the round dining table, washing them before approaching Xia Luo Yun. Do you have time later? Take me to your home to see the young poultry and livestock. If I like them, I will purchase more. Yes. Brother Su, I've just finished eating. I can take you there right now. Xia Luo Yun nodded vigorously. Just wait a moment while I tidy up the dining area. Yegge nodded gently before approaching Lin Wan, saying, please take care of my daughter while I tidy up the restaurant. Lin Wan gazed at Yegge in astonishment, and after a moment's pause, she slowly nodded in agreement. She had longed to play with Mengmeng but had been met with Su Yegao's refusal. To her surprise, now Su Yegao was willingly entrusting her daughter to her. By the time Lin Wan regained her composure, Su Yegao had already begun to clear the dishes into the washing area. As Lin Wan observed Su Yegao's steadfast silhouette, she murmured to herself, not only does Su Yegao possess an artistic flair, but she is also quite attractive. My daddy is very handsome, Mengmeng declared proudly in her sweet, childish voice. Lin Wan tenderly stroked Mengmeng's head and curiously inquired, "Little darling, where is your mother?" "She has visited the restaurant twice, and aside from seeing an elderly gentleman on the first day, there has been no sign of a woman." "My mama," Mengmeng whispered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, threatening to spill. Lin Wan retrieved a tissue from her crossbody bag, gently wiped Mengmeng's face, and then lifted her into an embrace, soothingly saying, all right, little darling, it was inconsiderate of me. How about I take you to your brother's house to see some little animals?" Sitting nearby, Xiao Yun chimed in with a grin. "There's a big cow at brother's house." As he spoke, Xiao Yun mimicked the sound of a sheep. "Ba ba ba. Silly brother. That's the sound of a sheep. How embarrassing." Mengmeng giggled uncontrollably at Xiao Yun's antics. "Is that really the sound of a sheep? I seem to have made a mistake. Hee hee." Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment as Mengmeng playfully teased him. Lin Wan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Are you out of your mind? Haha." After washing the dishes and drying her hands, Su Yegao noticed his daughter laughing heartily, realizing that his usual approach to parenting might be flawed. Concerned about the dangers of the world, Su Yegao had kept Mengmeng away from others. During his busy hours, Mengmeng often watched television, which is not conducive to a child's physical and mental development. Seeing her daughter joyfully engaging with the customers in front of her, Su Yegao silently resolved to expose Mengmeng to the joys of life more often. "Mengmeng, daddy is all set. Let us go with your brother to buy some little animals," Su Yegao said as he walked towards Mengmeng with a smile. Okay. Daddy, hurry up," Mengmeng exclaimed, excitedly running to Su Yegao's side and reaching out to hold his hand. "Just a moment. We haven't settled the bill yet." Lin Wan, having just slung her crossbody bag over her shoulder and stepped outside the restaurant, suddenly remembered that they had yet to pay. She promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket. "Brother Su, I don't have enough cash. Can I pay with my phone?" "Of course." Su Yegao nodded, pulling out his own phone. Seeing this, Li Chun and Xiao Yun also took out their phones to scan for payment. The three of them ordered 2 servings of egg porridge each, totaling 6,000 yuan. After settling the bill, Su Yegao called Uncle Da, asking him to bring old Li to the restaurant for porridge shortly. "Boss, how about Mengmeng comes to my car?" suggested Xiao Yun. He found Mengmeng utterly adorable and took a liking to her. However, he harbored his own motives, for Lin Wan also cherished playing with Mengmeng. If Mengmeng were to occupy his vehicle, Lin Wan would undoubtedly follow suit. No need for that. Su Yegao was well aware of his subtle intentions. Nevertheless, given that driving pertained to Mengmeng's safety, he would not permit her to ride in their car. "Brother Su, may I ride in your vehicle? I could keep Mengmeng company," Lin Wan inquired tentatively. Su Yegao merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Wonderful." Lin Wan promptly lifted Mengmeng into the car. Su Yegao's Volkswagen Touareg was indeed a commendable family car, stable regardless of the road conditions. "Brother Su, your driving skills are remarkable. So steady," Lin Wan remarked as she entertained Mengmeng inside the car, which exhibited an unparalleled smoothness, surpassing even the comfort of riding in Li Chen's Mercedes. Most importantly, Su Yegao's Volkswagen Touareg was closely tailing the BMW driven by Xiao Yun, which, at that moment, was likely experiencing a rather bumpy ride. Chapter 52. Journey to the breeding farm. A vehicle need not be extravagant, but it must possess excellent performance, Su Yegao stated matter-of-factly. "By the way, Brother Su, what did you study? How is it that your culinary skills are so impressive, and you play the piano so exquisitely?" Lin Wan inquired with curiosity. Such a man was a rarity in Jianghai City, possessing diverse talents. Although accompanied by a young girl, his brilliance remained undiminished. "I am merely an ordinary stay-at-home dad," Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. "What about the child's mother?" Lin Wan originally intended to pose this question. Yet she recalled the distressing sight of Mengmeng weeping at the restaurant upon hearing it, and her voice immediately softened. Nevertheless, Su Yegge caught her words. With an impassive demeanor, Su Yegge calmly remarked, "The child's mother has lost her memory, and her in-laws no longer acknowledge us." "How utterly despicable!" Lin Wan exclaimed indignantly. "Do not worry, I will manage this matter. I shall ensure that Mengmeng does not lose her mother." Su Yegge spoke in a hushed tone. "Brother Su, I support you," Lin Wan said, observing the pained expression on Su Yegge's face. Her tone shifted to one of tenderness.
Su Yegge replied softly.
"By the way, Brother Su, I am Lin Wan, the heiress of the Lin Group. Although the Lin Group may not rival the Bai family or the Wanhao Group, it still holds a significant position in Jianghai City." Lin Wan retrieved a business card from her crossbody bag and placed it in Su Yegge's car compartment, stating, "This is my card. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me." "Thank you," Su Yegge replied with a brief acknowledgement before lapsing into silence. Shortly thereafter, Su Yegge, driving a Volkswagen Tiguan, followed Xia Luoyun's BMW to the entrance of a breeding farm. After parking the car, Su Yegge accompanied Xia Luoyun into the facility. Upon entering, an unpleasant odor assailed their senses. "Ew, it stinks here," Mengmeng grimaced. Lin Wan took out a fragrant tissue from her bag and handed it to Mengmeng, affectionately saying, "Mengmeng, if you cover your nose with this fragrant tissue from your sister, you won't smell the unpleasant odor anymore." "Thank you, sister." Mengmeng accepted the tissue, broke free from Lin Wan's grasp, and ran to Su Yegge, presenting the tissue with a sweet voice. "Daddy, sister said this is a fragrant tissue, and if you cover your nose with it, you won't smell the stinky smell. Here you go. Daddy doesn't need it. You should use it yourself, Mengmeng." Su Yegge chuckled while pinching Mengmeng's cheek. "No way. Daddy must hold it." Mengmeng pouted, looking quite pitiful. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Su Yegge extended his hand to take the tissue, soothingly saying, "All right, Daddy will hold it. But if Daddy has the tissue that sister gave to Mengmeng, what will Mengmeng do?" Mengmeng will ask sister for another one." After saying this, Mengmeng ran back to Lin Wan, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand and shaking it. "Sister, I gave the tissue you gave me to Daddy. Can you give Mengmeng another one?" Mengmeng blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Wan with innocence. "Of course, little darling." Lin Wan took out another tissue from her crossbody bag and handed it to Mengmeng. "Why?" Li Chun and Xia Luoyun exchanged glances. "What do you two big men need a tissue for? Can't you handle such a little smell?" Lin Wan shot them a glance. "But isn't Brother Su a man too?" Xia Luoyun asked awkwardly. Lin Wan held Mengmeng's hand and followed Su Yegge's footsteps, leaving behind a remark that was given by the adorable Mengmeng. Xia Luoyun and Li Chun faced each other, helplessly shrugging their shoulders before hastily joining Su Yegge. "Brother Su, whatever animal cubs you desire, just choose, and I shall immediately send someone to deliver them to you," Xia Luoyun proclaimed confidently, walking alongside Su Yegge. "Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, sheep, fish."
Su Yegge replied.
"I require these 7 for breeding purposes to supply meat for the restaurant." "Really?" Xia Luoyun exclaimed with delight. According to Su Yegge, these animals were indeed for breeding to provide meat for the restaurant, which meant that soon, the establishment would have a meat supply. "Brother Su, rest assured. This is my family's business. I will select the finest breeds for you." Xia Luoyun patted his chest and turned towards the breeding farm, calling out loudly, "Xiao Wang, come here quickly." Immediately, a slightly younger man, appearing to be in his 20s, rushed out from the office of the breeding farm. The young man approached Xia Luoyun with a grin and inquired, "Young master, what brings you here today? Aren't you off enjoying yourself at the bar?" "Enjoy yourself? With so many people around, how can you say that?" Xia Luoyun smacked Xiao Wang's head and glared at him. Only then did Xiao Wang turn his gaze to the individuals following Xia Luoyun and ask, "Oh, young master, what are you bringing them to the breeding farm for?" "This is my elder brother, Su Yegge. He intends to purchase young poultry and livestock for cultivation." Xia Luoyun pointed at Su Yegge, who had his hands clasped behind his back, and addressed Xiao Wang, saying, "My brother Su requires chicks, ducklings, goslings, piglets, lambs, calves, and fish fry. Take us to see them, especially the finest quality offspring. Do you understand? I entrust this to you. Xiao Wang responded with an okay gesture, saying, please wait a moment while I gather the necessary equipment. Xiao Wang, a university graduate, could have pursued a high-ranking executive position, yet he chose to become a farm manager instead. Rather foolish, wouldn't you agree? Xia Luoyun remarked. However, the poultry and livestock he raises truly possess exceptional meat quality. With him around, my brother Su is sure to select satisfactory younglings. Upon hearing Xia Luoyun's words, Su Yegao merely smiled faintly and replied, he is not foolish. Just as Su Yegao finished speaking, a wave of energy emanated from his Zhilong Na ring. Master, this individual is remarkable. I sense a resonant energy fluctuation within him. Could he also be from the stars? Chapter 53, Purchasing Younglings. Let us assess first. Su Yegao's vital energy enveloped his words as they resonated within the Zhilong Na ring. Very well. Please exercise caution, Master. The hidden Shui within the Zhilong Na ring quickly regained her composure. Their conversation was shrouded in vital energy, inaudible to anyone who was not a cultivator. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. I shall now escort you into the breeding farm. Xiao Wang hurriedly emerged from the office, now donned in a pristine white work uniform, and in his hands he clutched 5 masks. Let us all wear a mask, he urged, for the stench of animal waste in the farm can be quite pungent. Although it has been disinfected, a faint odor lingers. Distributing the masks among Su Yegao and his companions, Xiao Wang waited until everyone was appropriately equipped before leading them into the heart of the farm. This area is designated for chicken rearing, Mr. Su. Please take a look, Xiao Wang announced as he guided Su Yegao into the designated poultry enclosure, gesturing toward the densely packed flocks in the distance. They are primarily categorized into broilers and layers. Which type would you prefer, Mr. Su? Both, please, Su Yegao replied. Very well. For layers, the finest are native breeds, specifically the Luohua chicken, which we have in our country. These chickens are mainly fed insects and wild grasses, resulting in eggs that far surpass those found in the market. Each egg weighs between 50 to 60 grams and is nutritionally superior, Xiao Wang explained. As for broilers, the common varieties we consume include the yellow chicken and black chicken, while higher-end options include the Guifei chicken and the Xinghua chicken, along with the Maji chicken. What distinguishes these broilers? Inquired Su Yegao. The yellow chicken is typically used for steaming or roasting whole, while the black chicken is primarily utilized for its nourishing properties, often in soups, Xiao Wang elaborated, pointing to the Maji chicken and Guifei chicken nearby. The Guifei chicken and Maji chicken are considered gourmet ingredients, reserved for exquisite culinary creations. Lastly, the Xinghua chicken is celebrated for its delectable meat, ideal for the most refined dishes. Suyage purchased 200 layers and 50 of each variety of meat chickens. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, all right then. Little Wang promptly opened his notebook to record the details. As Suyage strolled around the chicken coop, he noticed an unusual type of grass within the enclosure, resembling a plant known for promoting growth. How could such a botanical marvel from the realm of interstellar cultivation be found here? What was this plant? It appeared to be something he had never encountered before, though he feigned ignorance. Little Wang, somewhat embarrassed, explained, this is a type of grass that chickens in rural areas particularly enjoy. I specifically went to the countryside to gather a considerable amount and planted it in the coop. Very well. Lead me to see the ducklings. Suyage nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he and his companions followed Little Wang as he introduced them to ducklings, goslings, fish, and piglets, detailing the various breeds they encountered. Based on Little Wang's recommendations, Suyage also acquired a substantial number of poultry and livestock. However, Suyage observed that numerous areas within this breeding farm were adorned with plants from the interstellar cultivation realm. It could be said that the entire establishment thrived on these extraterrestrial plants to raise its poultry and livestock. Mr. Su, the cattle and sheep you wish to purchase have arrived. We have placed them in a designated area for breeding. Little Wang opened the gate to the enclosure housing the cattle and sheep, ushering Suyage and his party inside. It was truly an artificial pasture. Mengmeng, upon witnessing such a splendid scene, was overwhelmed with excitement, dancing joyously. Miss Lin, please keep a close eye on Mengmeng. This is an enclosure for cattle and sheep, and unforeseen incidents could occur. Su Yegao turned her head and spoke to Lin Wan. All right. Lin Wan lovingly embraced Mengmeng and said, "Be good. Sister will hold you, and when we go out later, I'll buy you a doll. Shall we?" "Okay." Mengmeng nodded obediently. "Boss Su, look, these cows are the finest dairy cattle. Imported Holsteins renowned worldwide for their milk production." Xiao Wan pointed to a calf as he introduced. Su Yegao replied, "We'll take 10 of these. From now on, when Mengmeng wants milk, we can simply milk the cows ourselves. The milk we produce will be both safe and reliable. Oh, and we need goat's milk as well. If we tire of cow's milk, we can switch to goat's milk, which is even more nutritious. Could you tell me if there are any dairy goats available?"
Su Yegao inquired.
Yes. Look over there." Xiao Wang pointed to a goat grazing in the distance. "That is a Nubian dairy goat, famous globally for its impressive milk yield. Then let us take 10 of those as well," Su Yegao instructed. Subsequently, Xiao Wang also introduced Su Yegao to beef cattle and sheep, and she promptly purchased 10 of each. Thus, all the poultry and livestock needed were acquired, and Xiao Wang personally loaded them onto the vehicle, delivering them to the valley of Shuanging Mountain as per Su Yegao's instructions. After departing from the farm, it was already 11 o'clock, lunchtime. "Daddy, I'm so hungry," Mengmeng said, patting her tummy and urging, "Hurry and cook." "All right. Mengmeng can play here with her sister for now." Su Yegao gently patted Mengmeng's head, filled with boundless affection. "Sure." Mengmeng joyfully ran over to Lin Wan's side to play. Su Yegao began to prepare lunch, having promised Mengmeng that she would add a few more dishes at noon. She took various vegetables from the sack and placed them in a basket. After washing the vegetables thoroughly, Su Yegao rinsed the remaining rice and put it in the rice cooker to cook. "Brother Su, what are you making for lunch today?" Li Chun, having tasted Su Yegao's culinary skills, couldn't help but ask. "Braised eggplant, sauced lettuce, and fried eggs," Su Yegao replied calmly. "Today is indeed thanks to Mengmeng's good fortune. Finally, we can indulge a bit more," Xia Lo Yun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He stood near the threshold, straining to catch a glimpse of Su Yegao's every movement in the kitchen, eager to see how such delectable dishes were crafted. Noticing Xia Lo Yun's eager posture, Su Yegao called out, "Mr. Xia, would you please step inside?" "What? Brother Su, did you just ask me to come in?" Xia Lo Yun asked in astonishment, pointing at himself repeatedly. "Yes, please come in," Su Yegao nodded. Xia Lo Yun, thrilled, rushed into the kitchen, following closely behind Su Yegao, and quickly inquired, "Brother Su, is there anything I can assist you with?" "I can do many things. No need for assistance, but I do have a question for you," Su Yegao said, looking at Xia Luo Yun. "Are you familiar with that young man from the breeding farm, Xiao Wang?" Chapter 54. Extorting protection fees from elementary school to university. He and I were classmates. He possessed remarkable social skills, but ever since the accident 3 years ago, he has undergone a profound transformation. "The accident? When did it happen?" Su Yegge inquired with curiosity. "Well, it seems to have occurred 3 years ago, the day before the international piano competition." The day before the international piano competition.
Brother Su.
"It's nothing." Su Yegge shook his head, recalling how Xia Lo Yun had mentioned that Xiao Wang changed entirely after the accident. He then asked, "Didn't you say that Xiao Wang began to change after the accident? In what way did he change?" "It's as if he became an entirely different person. His voice altered, and his personality shifted as well." Xia Lo Yun had also pondered over this matter previously, but since the hospital found no abnormalities, the issue was left unresolved. However, from the day he was discharged, the sociable Xiao Wang grew fond of solitude, rarely interacting with others save for Xia Lo Yun. "All right, thank you. You may leave now," Su Yegge remarked with a nod. Taken aback by Su Yegge's words, Xia Lo Yun hesitated but was reluctant to step outside. He immediately inquired, "Brother Su, do you think I could lend a hand?" "No need, just wait outside," Su Yegge replied without a moment's thought, declining the offer. With Xia Lo Yun present, Su Yegge found it increasingly difficult to prepare a meal swiftly. "What's the matter? Feeling defeated?" Li Chun chuckled, covering his mouth. "What does it concern you?" Xia Lo Yun glared at Li Chun, turning his back to him. As Su Yegao was preparing lunch, a van came to a halt at the intersection of Shuanging South Road. 3 individuals descended from the vehicle, and it was evident that upon entering any restaurant, they would emerge with a substantial bundle of 100 yuan bills. These individuals were members of the Feihu gang, and today marked their designated time for collecting protection fees, so they had driven over to gather the dues. Among them, a young man stood out, clearly holding a higher status than the others. This was Zhang Long, a skilled fighter of the Feihu gang. Brother Long, we collected quite a sum this time, boasted a robust man in the passenger seat. 1,000 yuan from each establishment, we amassed tens of thousands. Zhang Long shot a glance at the man beside him and coldly inquired, "How much did the boss instruct you to collect from each shop?" 500. I collected an extra 500. Let us divide the surplus among ourselves. The burly man declared as he counted out half of the 100 yuan notes and handed them to Zhang Long. In response, Zhang Long swiftly slapped the man, leaving him bewildered and confused. "Brother Long, why did you hit me?" he asked in puzzlement. Zhang Long, with a gaze as piercing as a wolf stalking its prey in the night, swiftly struck the man again and coldly stated, "The boss decreed that each shop can only be charged 500 yuan. If you take even a penny more, I shall take your life." "But, Brother Long..." Before the sturdy man could finish his sentence, Zhang Long's unwavering glare silenced him. I will return it immediately," the man stammered. "There are still a few farmhouse restaurants on Shuanging Mountain North Road that we haven't collected from yet. Let us go there now and then we can dine at the farmhouse restaurant after." Zhang Long spoke indifferently. "Brother Long is truly loyal. He often treats us to grand feasts." A young man with green-dyed hair, seated in the back row, chuckled. "Indeed, anyone who dares to disrespect Brother Long will face my wrath first." Another young man in the back row added, "All right, enough of that. Let us quickly collect the protection fees and then head for dinner." With that, Zhang Long pressed the accelerator and sped towards Shuanging North Road. Zhang Long, a veteran, had been sentenced to prison for eliminating persistent adversaries who dared to provoke him. However, the leader of the Flying Tiger gang paid for his release, after which Zhang Long became a skilled fighter for the gang. Despite his affiliations, Zhang Long led a free-spirited life, unwilling to serve the Flying Tiger gang indefinitely. After repeatedly declining to undertake missions, the gang leader was left with no choice but to assign him the task of collecting protection fees. Chapter 55. Zhang Long's wariness. Brother Long. These 5 farm-style restaurants have yet to pay their protection fees. A burly man pulled out a notebook, compared it, and then pointed to a restaurant nestled at the foot of a mountain. Zhang Long remained silent, turned the vehicle around, and parked by the roadside. "Let us go. We'll collect together." Zhang Long opened the car door and stepped outside. Accompanied by his companions, Zhang Long collected the protection fees from the first 4 restaurants, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Su Yegge's restaurant. "Oh dear, the name Love Pavilion is utterly sickening." The green-haired man scoffed behind Zhang Long. "Enough of your complaints." Zhang Long shot a glare at him and replied coolly. Yes, murmured the green-haired man submissively. "Let us proceed. After collecting the protection fee, we shall dine here." Zhang Long waved his hand and stepped through the door first. "Hey, boss, come out." As the 4 entered, the burly man immediately bellowed. Mengmeng, who had been playing with Lin Wan, was startled by the sudden shout and quickly shrank behind Lin Wan. Observing Mengmeng's fright, Lin Wan glared at the burly man and scolded. "What kind of manners do you possess? You frighten the child." "Oh, this young lady is rather unique in appearance." The burly man leered at Lin Wan, rubbing his hands together. "Are you seeking death by laying your eyes on me?" Lin Wan, hailing from a wealthy family, had always commanded respect and had never before been subjected to such harassment. "Ha ha ha! Spirited. I like that," the burly man said, reaching out to grasp Lin Wan's hand. She instinctively shielded Mengmeng behind her, her fists clenched in a defensive stance. Li Chun and Xiao Lu also tightened their fists, standing protectively beside Lin Wan. "Brothers, attack." The burly man swung his fist toward Lin Wan. Just as she prepared to retaliate, she heard Su Yegge's calm voice from behind, "Crouch." Lin Wan swiftly turned, cradling Mengmeng as she half-crouched on the ground. At that very instant, a shadowy figure hurtled through the air, striking the burly man's massive fist. "Ouch!" He howled in agony, clutching his hand as he wailed. Upon closer inspection, the object that had hit him was a chopstick, which had soared out from the kitchen. Zhang Long clenched his fist tightly. Just as his chopsticks struck the burly man, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Zhang Long was a veteran. During his service, even elite soldiers were no match for him, let alone a mere chef. Yet, why did the aura emanating from the kitchen leave him gasping for breath? Could there be a master hidden within the kitchen? He sat at the square table outside the red line, contemplating the unfolding situation, surrounded by an abundance of chopsticks. Su Yegge emerged from the kitchen, carrying a basin filled with eggs that had yet to be whisked. "Are you the owner?" Zhang Long squinted, scrutinizing Su Yegge. This seemingly ordinary individual exuded an aura so potent it rendered him breathless. "Indeed," Su Yegge replied nonchalantly. "Fried eggs are 400 yuan per serving, braised eggplant 3,000 per dish, and sauce-dressed lettuce 2,000 per dish." As he stirred the eggs, Su Yegge continued, "Steamed rice is 100 yuan per serving." "What? So expensive? Are you out of your mind?" The green-haired man following Zhang Long grumbled. "Leave if you don't wish to eat," Su Yegge retorted, showing no regard for him. "Do you believe I won tea smash your establishment?" The green-haired man fumed, rolling up his sleeves to confront him. Zhang Long interposed, smiling as he addressed Su Yegge. We would like 8 bowls of steamed rice, 4 servings of fried eggs, 2 dishes of braised eggplant, and 2 dishes of sauce-dressed lettuce. That totals 12,200 yuan. Please, let us settle the payment first." Su Yegge spoke softly. "The cash register has a QR code, and you can also pay directly with Union Pay. Please place your cash on the counter." "All right, yes," Zhang Long responded, and the green-haired man, as a subordinate, nodded in compliance, retrieving 2,200 yuan from his pocket and placing it on the counter. "Boss, please confirm the amount," Zhang Long said with a smile directed at Su Yegge. "No need. The food still requires some time," Su Yegge replied as she turned and walked into the kitchen, carrying a basin. Zhang Long, accompanied by the 3 young men, found a table and took a seat. Upon turning around, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Lin Wan, who was anything but cordial, huffing in irritation. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Long merely smiled slightly, nodding at Lin Wan, before shifting his gaze to the timid Mengmeng beside her. With a tone of apology, he said, "Little sister, I am truly sorry that my subordinate spoke too loudly and frightened you." Afterward, he tugged at the green-haired man's clothing and instructed, "Apologize. Brother Long, this." The green-haired man clearly showed reluctance. "Do I need to repeat myself? I never say my words a second time," Zhang Long stated coldly. "Little sister, I apologize." The green-haired man reluctantly stood up and bowed to Mengmeng. "That's more like it," Lin Wan huffed, turning her back to Zhang Long while holding Mengmeng. Meanwhile, in the bustling kitchen, Su Yegge had prepared the ingredients, opting to fry the eggs last, as they are best enjoyed fresh and hot. As Zhang Long and his companions arrived unexpectedly, Su Yegge cracked 8 eggs anew, whisking them thoroughly before embarking on the preparation of the first dish. The initial creation was a sauce-drenched lettuce, which required merely a brief plunge in boiling oil before being retrieved. Following this, a mixture of soy sauce, garlic, and fragrant fruit powder was combined with the hot oil and drizzled over the lettuce, completing the dish. The second course was oil-braised eggplant. The eggplants were first boiled to perfection, after which hot oil and seasonings were amalgamated and poured over the eggplants. The third dish comprised fried eggs, necessitating the frying of 11 portions, totaling 22 eggs, leaving precisely 23 eggs in the basket. Consequently, Su Yegge utilized the last egg to create a fragrant bowl of Chinese cabbage and egg custard. Chapter 56. Zhang Long's reservation. Mengmeng, hurry over for dinner, Su Yegge called out as he arranged all the dishes and the rice cooker on the long table. "Daddy, I'm coming," Mengmeng exclaimed, her excitement propelling her towards him. "Come." Mengmeng, quickly taste the oil-braised eggplant that Daddy made. Su Yegge placed a piece of eggplant onto her plate. Mengmeng picked up her chopsticks, lifted the eggplant, took a bite, and gave Su Yegge a thumbs up. "Daddy, you're amazing. This food is delicious. Enjoy it while it lasts. Try the sauce-drenched lettuce," Su Yegge encouraged, adding some lettuce to her plate. Zhang Long observed the tender scene between Su Yegge and Mengmeng, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion in his heart. He was uncertain when he might find the opportunity to retreat into seclusion in this bustling metropolis with his child. Perhaps it was necessary to part ways with the Flying Tiger gang. The meal had been prepared. You may fetch your own plates. After taking a bite, Yegge turned to the group observing the father-daughter duo dining and remarked, "What are you all staring at? From now on, whenever I set the dishes on the long table, you are welcome to serve yourselves." "Splendid. Let the feast begin." Lin Wan took the lead, approaching the long table where she retrieved 2 plates and a bowl from the sterilizer and placed them on the tray. "Hey, we've paid for this. Why must we serve ourselves? This isn't a buffet," shouted a young man seated beside the green-haired individual. Yegge paid him no heed, continuing to enjoy her meal and engage in light-hearted banter with Mengmeng. Conversely, Li Chun, sitting beside Zhang Long, coolly retorted, "The rule here is to serve yourself. If you don't wish to, then refrain from complaining after your meal. Kid, are you courting death? Do you dare to oppose the Flying Tiger gang?" The young man slammed the table and bellowed, "Am I to fear you thugs?" Li Chun stood his ground, asserting that in Jianghai City, wealth reigns supreme. "Keep your voices down. It is prohibited to raise a ruckus here." Yegge placed her chopsticks down with a sharp clack, raising her gaze, her eyes piercing like a serpent in the night, fixed intently on the two. "Humph. I am eager to see what such expensive dishes truly taste like. Goodness gracious. This is absolutely delicious." The green-haired man once again picked up a serving of oil-braised eggplant, and this time, tears truly flowed from his eyes. The flavor was utterly unparalleled. Was it really that exaggerated? Zhang Long, intrigued, picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of eggplant into his mouth. This taste is simply extraordinary. The moment the eggplant entered his mouth, it became remarkably smooth. With every bite, the sauce bursting forth from the eggplant was simply magnificent. Zhang Long found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the sensations dancing on his palate, relying solely on the phrase "too wonderful" to convey his delight. "How is it?" Zhang Long lifted his gaze to the 3 little brothers beside him, who were devouring their food voraciously, and quietly inquired, "Brother, this is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything like this in my life." The previously boastful green-haired man was now completely conquered by the exquisite dishes prepared by Yegge. "But it's too expensive. If we were to eat here 3 meals a day, it would cost over 10,000 a day. How could we poor folks afford that?" remarked the sturdy man who had earlier been struck by Yegge's chopsticks. "All right, eat up. I'll cover the protection fee for this restaurant. From now on, don't come here to collect it," Zhang Long said after finishing his bowl of white rice. Naturally, Yegge heard these words. He rose and walked toward the cash register, taking a pen to write on the whiteboard. "From today onwards, a portion of white rice costs 100 yuan, dairy products 200 yuan, vegetarian dishes 300 yuan, and meat dishes 500 yuan. Daddy, why did you change those prices?" Dream. Having seen the writing on the whiteboard, couldn't he help but ask. "There's no reason. Mengmeng, hurry and eat." After finishing her meal, her father, Yegge, gently brushed Mengmeng's nose and affectionately asked, "Shall we go hiking this afternoon?" All right, let's go hiking," Mengmeng exclaimed, her excitement causing her to wiggle in her seat. After the meal, the group proceeded to settle the bill. Lin San and his companions ordered a serving of steamed rice, a fried egg, a plate of sauce-dressed lettuce, and a dish of oil-braised eggplant, totaling 3,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Long's party spent 3,200 yuan. Once they finished dining, Mengmeng took Lin Wan's hand and approached Yegge, her voice sweet and innocent. "Daddy, can we take Lin Wan's sister with us when we hike?" Yegge paused from tidying up the dishes, looking tenderly at Mengmeng, and inquired, "Why do you want to bring Lin Wan's sister along?" Mengmeng blinked her captivating, almond-shaped eyes and replied, "Because Lin Wan's sister knows so many things. She can be our guide."
"Ah, Mengmeng.
It's not just about whether Daddy agrees. We must also consider if Lin Wan's sister has the time. She has to work too," Yegge said with a slight smile. "Daddy, don't worry. Lin Wan's sister has already agreed," Mengmeng said, swaying her body and acting cute. All right, we'll take Lin Wan's sister with us," Yegge reluctantly conceded. After tidying up, Yegge turned to everyone in the restaurant and announced in a clear voice, "Lunch hour is over. Please make your way out. The restaurant opens promptly for all 3 meals each day," he added as he locked the door, speaking calmly. Approaching Yegge, Zhang Long offered a slight smile and remarked, "Your culinary skills are exceptional, proprietor. Henceforth, I would be grateful if you could prepare a portion for me each time you cook. I shall partake of it without fail." "Understood," Su Yegge responded. "Shall I remit a deposit in advance?" Zhang Long inquired. "There is no need for the time being." Su Yegge gently placed Mengmeng inside the vehicle, then lowered the window and leaned out, addressing Zhang Long. "Let us discuss the matter of a deposit once I have deliberated on the operational aspects. I shall, however, prepare your meals." "I am most grateful," Zhang Long expressed, bowing to Su Yegge before turning to enter his vehicle with his 3 astonished subordinates. Once inside, the green-haired man curiously questioned, "Brother Long, is the proprietor of that establishment not merely an ordinary individual? Why did you treat him with such deference?" "An ordinary individual?" Zhang Long retorted, glancing at the green-haired man through the rearview mirror. "Have you ever witnessed an ordinary person repel a well-muscled man with a mere chopstick?" "Indeed," the green-haired man conceded. "Even so, he is no match for you. My esteemed brother Long is the foremost combat expert in the Flying Tigers gang." The green-haired man then proceeded to flatter him. Wearied by the constant adulation, Zhang Long waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Henceforth, none shall extort protection money from that establishment. Should anyone defy my directive, I shall disavow any responsibility for their fate." As Zhang Long and his entourage departed, Su Yegge drove towards the White Cloud Mountain scenic area in the Jianghai district, accompanied by Mengmeng and Lin Wan. The Baiyun Mountain scenic area stands as the premier hiking destination in the entire Jianghai City. Not only does it boast the most extraordinary peak in Nanhua, Baiyun Mountain, but it also features the finest facilities throughout the region. Traversing from the Jiangnan district to the Jiangbei district requires crossing the entirety of Jianghai City. As the city extends in a north-south orientation, the journey takes a full 2 hours before reaching the Baiyun Mountain scenic area in Jiangbei. "Daddy, look how incredibly tall that mountain is," exclaimed Mengmeng, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the towering Baiyun Mountain, her joy reflected in her animated gestures. For children, the essence of happiness lies in the ability to play freely. Su Yegge parked the vehicle in the lot and then escorted Mengmeng out of the car. Since there were no shops atop the mountain, Lin Wan took the initiative to purchase a few loaves of bread and snacks, placing them into her bag at the foot of the mountain. "Daddy, can we ride that fun-looking cable car over there?" Mengmeng pointed excitedly towards the distant cable car. "Mengmeng, that's called a cable car, and you must ascend the mountain to board it," Su Yegge explained patiently. "All right then." A hint of disappointment flickered across Mengmeng's face. "Sugu, how about this? I'll take Mengmeng on the cable car, and we can wait for you at the top," Lin Wan suggested, lifting Mengmeng into her arms as she turned to Su Yegge. He was resolute in his stance, unwilling to let Mengmeng out of his sight. Baiyun Mountain posed certain dangers once one boarded the cable car, and Lin Wan felt she had not yet established sufficient trust in Su Yegge. Observing the determination etched across Su Yegge's face, Lin Wan sighed in resignation, grasped Mengmeng's hand, and followed closely behind him. Not long after setting off, Su Yegge heard a voice from behind, neither masculine nor feminine. "Oh, isn't this Lin Wan, the esteemed lady of the Lin group? How did you end up mingling with Su Yegge?" "Bai Zhe." A hint of murderous intent seeped into Su Yegge's voice. It was this man who had caused the rift between him and Bai Zhixuan all those years ago. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to end his life. "Oh dear, Mr. Su Yegge, could you lower your voice a tad? I am rather timid," Bai Zhe said with a peculiar tone, chuckling. "Bai Zhe, your insolence is utterly excessive." Lin Wan's expression instantly darkened as she glared at Bai Zhe, coldly retorting, "My relationship with Su Gu is merely platonic. How can you dare to label it otherwise?" "Well, how am I to know?" "Oh, this child resembles you both so much. Could it be that you have children?" Bai Zhe continued with his mocking tone, teasingly. "Daddy, who is he?"
Mengmeng timidly inquired, inching closer to Su Yegge.
Observing his daughter's frightened demeanor, Su Yegge enunciated deliberately, "He is but an ant." "Ant? Does that mean very weak, Daddy?" Mengmeng shook Su Yegge's arm, her curiosity piqued. "Listen well, Mengmeng. An ant signifies the scum among men, the most worthless of beings." Su Yegge raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Zhe, deliberately amplifying his voice. When confronted with such ants, Mocking them is the only recourse we possess. Su Yegao, do not revel in your verbal prowess. Do you truly wish for history to repeat itself? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's anger surged, and he bellowed at Su Yegao, I truly wonder how you survived back then. Surviving a great calamity does not guarantee future blessings. Let us see how this unfolds. With a cold snort, Bai Zhi turned away, leading his companions down the mountain. Su Yegao, hand in hand with Mengmeng, continued to ascend the mountain as if nothing had transpired. Daddy, that uncle was so fierce just now. Mengmeng shivered slightly and spoke softly. Su Yegao lifted Mengmeng into his arms and gently reassured her. Do not be afraid, my dear. No matter what happens, you need not fear, for your father is here. Daddy, why did that mean uncle treat you like that? Despite no longer trembling in Su Yegao's embrace, Mengmeng's voice remained faint. Ah, he is simply envious that your father has such a delightful daughter like you. Su Yegao replied with a light chuckle. Really? Mengmeng pondered for a moment before bursting into giggles. Mengmeng is the cutest. Indeed, Mengmeng was undoubtedly the most adorable. Lin Wan observed the tender bond between the father and daughter, feeling a sense of warmth akin to home. If Su Yegao were not already wed, she might have found herself drawn to him. However, as he was already taken, Lin Wan could only admire Su Yegao, who resembled an angel with envious eyes. Brother Su, I know several renowned neurologists. Perhaps I could invite them to examine your wife? Lin Wan suggested, trailing alongside Su Yegao with a hint of trepidation. There's no need for that. This matter is quite delicate. It would be best if you refrained from getting involved, Su Yegao replied, shaking his head gently as he declined her offer. Chapter 58. The uninvited guests. What could possibly be the matter? My Lin family group holds a significant position in Jianghai City, Lin Wan inquired. Miss Lin, I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter is far more complex than you can fathom. It would be prudent for you to refrain from getting involved, came the response. Very well, Lin Wan nodded. Although she appeared to acquiesce and ceased her inquiries, a profound curiosity lingered within her regarding the enmity between Su Yegge and Bai Zhi. Behind Bai Zhi stood the illustrious Bai family, the foremost clan in Huaxia, while Su Yegge was a remarkably talented individual who had chosen to retreat to the tranquility of Jianghai City. What could possibly have transpired between them? Could it be that Su Yegge's wife belongs to the Bai family? These were the musings that swirled in Lin Wan's mind, yet she knew that she would need to seek validation for her thoughts. As she accompanied Su Yegge and Mengmeng, Lin Wan retrieved her phone and opened WeChat, searching for an individual with the user named Wanqing. This person was none other than Bai Zhixuan, the president of Jianghai Group, the local power of the Bai family. Lin Wan had known Bai Zhixuan since childhood, though their paths had diverged over the years. However, it was not a daunting task to locate Bai Zhixuan, as many affluent second-generation heirs of Jianghai City congregated in a single group. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jianghai Tower, Bai Zhixuan awaited her bodyguard, whom she had dispatched to procure her dinner. Unable to secure breakfast from the beloved Shaoxin Pavilion that morning, she had sent her bodyguard there after work. Alas, much to her dismay, the establishment was closed once again, compelling her to instruct her bodyguard to fetch her a steak instead. She simply could not comprehend why that particular establishment was perpetually shuttered. Suddenly, the WeChat on my phone chimed incessantly. Upon checking, I saw a message from Lin Wan Zhixuan. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Lin Wan continued, Zhixuan, let's get together sometime. Bai Zhixuan replied, sure, let's meet at that charming little pavilion. Lin Wan responded, great, you're interested too. I must tell you, the owner of that pavilion is quite handsome, and the food is exquisite. Today for lunch, we had sought egg lettuce and braised eggplant. Bai Zhixuan remarked, I went there this morning, but it was closed. I even sent someone to check around noon, and it was still closed. Lin Wan explained, this restaurant is quite unique. It only opens at specific times. Come by at 6:30 this afternoon. Bai Zhixuan agreed. All right. By the way, what made you think of me today? Lin Wan replied, oh, it's nothing. We just haven't tea gathered in a while, so I thought it would be nice to meet. Bai Zhixuan confirmed, okay, then we'll meet at the little pavilion at 6:30, and we won't leave until we see each other. Lin Wan, being astute, knew that people like them, who were affluent, detested being remembered only when something was needed. Thus, she quickly concocted an excuse. Daddy, why is Sister Lin Wan lagging behind? She's so slow. Dreaming, cradled in Su Yegao's arms, turned her head to look at Lin Wan, who was leisurely strolling and fiddling with her phone, and said to Su Yegao, "All right, I'm coming." At that moment, Lin Wan had just finished chatting with Bai Zhixuan, tucked her phone into her crossbody bag, and hurriedly caught up with Su Yegao, who was holding Dreaming. "Daddy, put me down. I want to race Sister Lin Wan up the hill." As Mengmeng noticed Lin Wan pursuing her, she decided to leap from Su Yegao's embrace. Gently placing Mengmeng on the ground, Su Yegao tenderly caressed her little head, saying, "Mengmeng, do take care." Mengmeng waved at Lin Wan with a sweet, childlike voice, exclaiming, "Sister Lin Wan, let's race up the mountain and see who is faster." With that, Mengmeng turned and dashed towards the hilltop. Baiyun Mountain, having undergone human modification, now boasted constructed steps along its slopes. Thus, the ascent merely involved following these steps around the mountain. Lin Wan quickly caught up with Mengmeng, and together they frolicked as they climbed. Su Yegao trailed closely behind, watching the playful silhouettes of the two with a knowing smile. Just as Su Yegao prepared to quicken his pace to join them, a peculiar aura began to permeate the air. To be precise, this aura was laced with murderous intent, which Su Yegao sensed from a distance. This presence was not that of an interstellar cultivator, but rather emanated from a formidable practitioner on Earth. Practitioners on Earth cultivate inner strength, while interstellar cultivators harness vital energy. Both derive from spiritual essence. However, inner strength poses significant limitations on the human body, which is why many martial artists struggle to break through their bottlenecks. Yet, there are those with profound inner strength who are regarded as masters in this discipline. The inner strength approaching Su Yegao belonged to one who had transcended certain limitations, powerful enough to rival vital energy. "Daddy, hurry up." As Su Yegao pondered the source of this inner strength, Mengmeng stood ahead, waving her hand and calling out, "Coming." Su Yegao replied, quickening his steps towards Mengmeng. "Daddy, what's wrong?" As Su Yegao approached, Mengmeng suddenly leaped into his embrace, her large eyes twinkling with curiosity. "It's nothing, my little Mengmeng. How about we make a wager?" Su Yegao gently pulled Mengmeng away, reaching out to smooth the hair that had fallen over her forehead. "What kind of bet?" "Hear us the deal. You and Sister Lin Wan will climb up first, and I will descend the mountain and then begin my ascent once more. If I reach this spot and find you have already arrived with Sister Lin Wan, then you win. Of course, if I arrive first, then you lose." Su Yegao planted a kiss on Mengmeng's cheek and teased, "If you lose, you won't be allowed to visit the amusement park for a week." "Humph. Mengmeng would never lose to Daddy," she retorted. "Daddy, I'll start first, so you wait a moment before beginning." Mengmeng trotted over to Lin Wan, extending her chubby little hands to grasp Lin Wan's. She then turned to Su Yegao and made a silly face, giggling, "Daddy, if I win, you have to take me to the amusement park." Su Yegao couldn't help but chuckle at Mengmeng's antics, especially when she made that silly face. It was utterly adorable, reminiscent of Zhixuan in her lowly costume years ago. He stood still, watching as Mengmeng and Lin Wan climbed the mountain, disappearing from view before he hastened down the path. Chapter 59. The invasion of the Wokubayun Mountain is a scenic area, vast in expanse and naturally contains certain perilous spots. These places are strictly off-limits to tourists. However, for Su Yegge, it serves as an excellent battlefield. Upon entering the restricted zone, Su Yegge sought out an open space and stood upon the ground. "When did you notice my presence?" A robust voice resonated, followed by another sound emerging from behind Su Yegge. Turning around, Su Yegge scrutinized the newcomer from head to toe. A middle-aged man of average build stood behind him, his face obscured by a black cloth, and a katana was sheathed at his back. His attire bore little resemblance to that of a Huaxia person, resembling more that of a Japanese individual. "You are not Huaxia." Su Yegge narrowed his eyes and inquired. "Hehe, I am certainly not Huaxia. I am Japanese," the masked man replied with an eerie laugh. The Japanese, hailing from the eastern island nation of Huaxia, are known for their reverence for martial prowess, having trained in combat since childhood, each possessing formidable strength. However, most of them engage in the profession of assassins, aligning themselves with the highest bidder. Someone has commissioned you to eliminate me, haven't they? Su Yegge asked nonchalantly. You are indeed a clever one. Given your intelligence, I shall present you with two choices. The masked man let out a chilling laugh once more. What choices? Su Yegge maintained his indifferent demeanor. First, I shall offer you the katana. You may end your life yourself. And the second option. Secondly, I will torment you to death. Alas, I am not inclined to choose either. After hearing this, Su Yegge smiled faintly and said, instead, I shall present you with two paths to consider. Oh, you are not yet qualified to make a choice for me. Upon receiving such a retort from Su Yegge, the masked man erupted in fury, and the katana strapped to his back flew into his grasp. Since you refuse to choose, I shall make the choice for you. You will choose the second option. The masked man swung his katana menacingly towards Su Yegge. With a slight smirk gracing his lips, Su Yegge forcefully pushed off the ground with his foot, propelling himself into the air, evading the murderous blade of the masked man. Once again, with his initial strike having missed its mark, the masked man swung the katana once more towards Su Yegge. Undeterred, Su Yegge remained calm in the face of the fierce onslaught, showing no inclination to dodge. He stood his ground, awaiting the moment the katana would descend upon him. Suddenly, like a wraith, his hand shot forth, his middle and index fingers pinching the oncoming katana. Astonishingly, the once menacing blade was now firmly held between Su Yegge's two fingers. Observing that his katana had been ensnared, the masked man forcefully channeled his internal energy, which surged along the blade. To his astonishment, the katana, held tightly by Su Yegge, began to advance slowly, the unleashed energy ruthlessly pouring onto Su Yegge's fingertips. You seek death. Yet, before the masked man could complete his sentence, a piercing scream erupted, not from Su Yegge, but from the masked man himself. An invisible wave surged forth from Su Yegge's body, effortlessly snapping the masked man's katana in half. The residual force struck the masked man's chest with unrelenting ferocity. A mouthful of sweet, crimson blood erupted from his lips, and it was only then that he realized Su Yegge's influence had already extended when he drew his sword. Option 1, you relay my message. Option 2, I shatter your leg and arm, Su Yegge declared, flicking the severed katana, which whizzed past the masked man's ear, causing the black cloth covering his face to fall away. Now speak. What is your choice? Su Yegge approached the masked man and inquired with an air of indifference. I choose the first option. The masked man swallowed hard, astonished that Su Yegge had not exerted his full strength during their confrontation. How did you know I was sent by young master Bai Zhixuan? He asked, bewildered. What level of internal power do you possess now? He hesitated before asking. Sufficient to crush your level, Su Yegge replied before turning away. Upon returning to his original position, Su Yegge found Mengmeng and Lin Wan already waiting there. Mengmeng scanned the surroundings, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of Su Yegge among the passing tourists. Mengmeng, you have won, Su Yegge announced as he appeared before her, offering a gentle smile. Upon seeing Su Yegge, Mengmeng immediately leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Father, Mengmeng has won. You shall take her to the amusement park. Mengmeng wriggles in Su Yegge's embrace. Very well, let us venture to the amusement park tomorrow morning. Su Yegge gently pinches Mengmeng's nose and affectionately inquires, is Mengmeng hungry? I am. Mengmeng nods. Come on, Su Gu. Let us hurry. After climbing this mountain for so long, I am quite famished. You must treat me well today. Lin Wan's spirits soared as she followed closely behind Su Yegge. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, Li Chun and Xia Luoyun had long been awaiting them. The two were incessantly smacking their lips, evidently entranced by Su Yegge's culinary creations. It's barely past 5. Didn't you have lunch? Lin Wan chuckled, glancing at Xia Luoyun. Indeed, you are quite the foodie. Nonsense. I am no foodie. Xia Luoyun scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. It's just that without any meat. The delectable dishes I had earlier were digested rather swiftly. Tonight we shall have meat dishes, Su Yegge replied with a hint of resignation, shaking his head. So soon? Xia Luoyun exclaimed in astonishment. You just bought poultry and livestock this morning, and we already have meat this afternoon? As Su Yegge opened the grand door to the dining hall, he asked, do you not wish to eat meat? Perhaps we should reconsider? No, no, no. Sugu. I want to eat meat. I dream of it. Xia Luoyun quickly clarified, shaking his head. Yes. Sugu. Just take Xia Luoyun's previous comment as a mere jest. Pay it no mind, Li Chun interjected. As soon as Mengmeng finished speaking, Xia Luoyun and Li Chun nearby imitated her tone, exclaiming, Brother Su, we are also hungry. Upon hearing them mimic her, Mengmeng shyly buried her head in Su Yegao's embrace. You two should be off doing your own things. Don't mimic my daughter's speech. Su Yegao said, both amused and helpless in the face of the two gluttons. He entrusted Mengmeng temporarily to Lin Wan and drove straight to the valley of Shuanging Mountain. Upon entering the valley, Su Yegao spotted Uncle De conversing with Old Li, who had a young man behind him holding a notebook, seemingly taking notes. Uncle De, Uncle Li, Su Yegao greeted. Yegao, look at the little ones you sent over today. After just one meal, they have grown remarkably, almost reaching adulthood, exclaimed Uncle De. Indeed, indeed. Boss Su, you must enlighten me. Why can I harvest just one day after planting? Old Li added, perplexed. I took the same seeds to plant elsewhere, yet the results were completely different from those here in Shuanging Mountain. This place is indeed a treasure trove, a splendid location, he continued. Su Yegao merely smiled slightly and replied, you see, if I dared to invest in acquiring such a vast expanse of land, it must possess significant value. Do you think I would be foolish otherwise? His words enlightened Uncle De, who had previously disapproved of Su Yegao's purchase of Shuanging Mountain. Later, Su Yegao decided to purchase Shuanging Mountain, having long been aware that it was a land of exceptional feng shui. Yet, even if this place were indeed blessed, it seemed implausible for crops to flourish so rapidly. Old Li, who had toiled in the fields his entire life, had never witnessed such miraculous barren land, where crops could ripen overnight. Uncle Li, remember this. The world is full of wonders, Su Yegao said, patting Old Li on the shoulder. He then approached the poultry enclosure and inquired of Uncle De, how many eggs have these Luohua chickens laid? Many. I can hardly keep count. Given the current situation, after supplying the restaurant we still have plenty left, Uncle De replied. Here's what we'll do. Share some of the eggs with the farmers working here, and sell the remainder, Su Yegao suggested. Sure, no problem, Uncle De nodded in agreement. At this rate, Su Yegao would soon help these individuals achieve prosperity. After a stroll around the estate, Su Yegao ordered the slaughter of 3 royal chickens, caught 3 crucian carp, and collected some potatoes along with a few eggs. As he parked his vehicle at the entrance and began unloading the ingredients, he suddenly heard Mengmeng's cries. Mengmeng Su Yegao rushed inside, placing the ingredients on the long table before hurrying to Lin Wan's side. Mengmeng was sobbing uncontrollably in Lin Wan's arms and, upon seeing Su Yegao enter, reached out her chubby little hands for a hug. Mengmeng, my dear, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Su Yegao cradled Mengmeng in his arms, gently swaying her as he comforted her. Brother Su, Lin Wan hurriedly interjected, the moment Mengmeng saw Miss Bai Zhixuan. She kept calling for her mother and crying. Su Yegao cast a glance at Lin Wan, and then his gaze abruptly shifted to the individual seated in the far corner. Zhixuan, he exclaimed in astonishment. The person at the corner table was none other than Su Yegao's wife, Mengmeng's biological mother, Bai Zhixuan. Daddy, why does Mama say she doesn't know me?
Mengmeng wept pitifully,
clinging to Su Yegao's neck, repeatedly posing this heart-wrenching question. All right, Mengmeng is the best. Don't cry. Su Yegao gently patted her back, soothing her.
Upon noticing Su Yegao,
Bai Zhixuan rose and approached him, her expression laden with regret. I apologize, Mr. Su. I do not understand why your daughter calls me mother. This is truly my first encounter with her. I'm sorry. It's just that you resemble Mengmeng's mother too closely, Su Yegao replied, a pang of bitterness coursing through him, a wry smile gracing his lips. And where is the child's mother? Bai Zhixuan inquired. The child's mother was taken away by her in-laws and has lost her memory. She can no longer remember me or Mengmeng, Su Yegao recounted, and at that moment, the tears he had tried to suppress finally flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Lin Wan gazed at Su Yegao in shock. Though her acquaintance with him had been brief, she had always perceived him as a strong man. To her surprise, he was unable to hold back his tears in the face of such emotional turmoil. A man only sheds tears of anguish when he has endured endless grievances. Yet, how much suffering could the seemingly aloof Su Yegge have truly faced? Chapter 61. The child calls for mother. If my resemblance to the child's mother is too striking, I sincerely apologize. Bai Zhixuan bowed respectfully to Su Yegge and inquired, May I take care of the child? Su Yegge remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Bai Zhixuan. Their eyes met for a brief moment, enveloped in a silence that lingered. Bai Zhixuan, feeling the awkwardness, offered a shy smile and said, I apologize, Miss Bai. Su Yegge halted Bai Zhixuan, who was about to turn away, and gently placed Mengmeng into her arms, whispering, Miss Bai, I am entrusting Mengmeng to you for the time being. I must prepare dinner. Understood, Bai Zhixuan replied, cradling Mengmeng and guiding her to the dining table. She then retrieved a tissue from her crossbody bag and tenderly wiped away Mengmeng's tears. Little darling, please do not cry. I have a little secret to share with you. Really? Mengmeng asked through her sobs. Observing Mengmeng's tears gradually ceasing, Su Yegge felt a weight lift from her heart. Brother Su, are you all right? Lin Wan quietly offered a tissue to Su Yegge, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I'm fine, Su Yegge replied, accepting the tissue and turning to enter the kitchen. Today, with Zhixuan's visit, she intended to prepare a special meal for her. Zhixuan had lost considerable weight, appearing quite haggard. Today, she had brought imperial chicken and crucian carp from the estate. Thus, Su Yegge decided to make a grand plate of chicken and braised crucian carp for dinner. Su Yegge first rinsed the rice thoroughly before placing it in the rice cooker to cook. Next, he took 3 crucian carp, dispatched them and filleted the fish, dividing the flesh into 9 portions. He applied a brush of soy sauce, then heated oil in a pan, frying the fish slices until they achieved a golden hue on both sides. Water was added, along with oyster sauce, minced garlic, slices of ginger, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, followed by rock sugar, starch, and a sprinkle of exotic fruit powder, simmering gently to reduce the sauce. During this reduction, Su Yegge chopped the chicken into pieces, blanching them in boiling water to remove any blood impurities and adding vinegar to eliminate the fishy odor. He then incorporated Sichuan peppercorns and other seasonings, cutting potatoes into chunks and adding them to the pot for a vigorous boil. By the time the sumptuous plate of chicken was complete, the braised crucian carp had also reached perfection. Su Yegge brought the inner pot of the rice cooker to the long table, presenting the prepared dishes all at once. Dinner was served. As Su Yegge carried his and Mengmeng's portion to the round dining table, he remarked, Today we have 2 meat dishes, braised crucian carp and a generous plate of chicken. How wonderful! Finally, we can indulge in some meat. Charlotte was the first to rise to serve the dishes, having already been tantalized by the aroma wafting from the kitchen while Su Yegge cooked, his mouth watering in anticipation. Su Yegge took his seat, and Mengmeng trotted over, her voice laced with eagerness as she asked, Daddy, may I bring Mama over to eat with us? Silly child, don't call out like that, Su Yegge responded, his heart tightening at the mention of Mama. An inexplicable pang of sorrow washing over him. This is my decision. Since Mengmeng's mother is not present, and I bear a resemblance to her, I shall raise Mengmeng as my own goddaughter. Bai Zhixuan stood by the red line, smiling at Su Yegge as she spoke. Thank you. Su Yegge lowered her head, avoiding a glance at Bai Zhixuan. Mengmeng noticed Su Yegge's silence and fervently shook her arm, pleading, Daddy, please say something. Can we? All right, Mengmeng, hurry and bring Mommy over to dine with us.
Su Yegge nodded.
That's wonderful. Fantastic. Mengmeng can have dinner with Mama, Mengmeng exclaimed, her excitement causing her to squirm as she pulled Bai Zhixuan to sit at the round dining table. Lin Wan observed Mengmeng and Bai Zhixuan, an inexplicable pang of sorrow gripping her heart. She could not comprehend why, as Mengmeng leaned on Bai Zhixuan, a vague sense of loss washed over her, particularly when she beheld the moment Su Yegge shed tears. An indescribable feeling stirred within her. Perhaps it was sympathy. Lin Wan murmured to herself, then moved to fetch her portion of food to the table, seating herself at a separate table. Lin Wan, why aren't you joining us for dinner? Li Chun inquired, noticing Lin Wan sitting alone with her meal at a nearby table. I fear that if I sit with you, you might snatch my food, Lin Wan replied, a statement she had never uttered in her life. Then I shall sit apart from this rascal Li Chun as well, Xiao Yun declared, carrying his meal to a different table. Humph, as if I care, Li Chun retorted, casting an eye at Xiao Yun. As everyone began their meal, the tardy Zhang Long quietly carried his food to a corner. He glanced over at the round table, his gaze landing on Bai Zhixuan. In the entire Jianghai City, virtually everyone acquainted with the underworld knows of Bai Zhixuan, the esteemed leader of the Bai family. However, one might ponder why the illustrious Bai family heiress would be seated in the company of a mere business owner. Moreover, her affectionate demeanor towards the owner's daughter raises questions. Could there be a deeper connection between them? Zhang Long's mind was awash with curiosity, yet he swiftly dismissed the thought, recognizing that his primary focus should be on the meal at hand. To his delight, the feast included 2 delectable meat dishes, their aromas tantalizing his senses. At the round dining table, Bai Zhixuan was feeding Mengmeng, who savored each bite with evident enjoyment. Conversely, Su Yegge, seated beside Bai Zhixuan, appeared rather uneasy, struggling to voice the sentiments that lingered within him in the presence of his wife. Mr. Su, how do you manage your operations here? Bai Zhixuan suddenly inquired. I've sent people over this morning and afternoon, yet your establishment was closed. Bai Zhixuan continued, your irregular business hours may cause you to miss out on numerous patrons. Your culinary skills are unparalleled in Jianghai City. Even the renowned chefs cannot rival your talent. If you were to capitalize on this, you would soon amass considerable wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhixuan posed, I have an excellent suggestion. Would you be open to hearing it, Mr. Su? Yes, please do share. Su Yegge nodded in agreement. Consider this, she said, these individuals are your loyal customers, often dining here, and thus you prepare their meals daily. But think about it. When new customers arrive, if you have already prepared dishes based on the appetite of your regulars, wouldn't you be missing the opportunity to cater to the newcomers? Indeed. But how should I proceed? Su Yegge inquired. Chapter 62. The advantages of membership cards. You can apply for a membership card, Bai Zhixuan remarked. A membership card? Su Yegge looked at Bai Zhixuan in confusion and inquired, what distinction does it hold? The distinction is substantial, Bai Zhixuan continued. This membership card is not intended for discounts. Rather, it serves to facilitate meal reservations. Please elaborate. Su Yegge's interest was piqued immediately. This membership card functions as a reservation system. Regardless of whether the cardholder has made an advance booking, each time a meal is prepared, a portion will be made specifically for the cardholder. Additionally, you can prepare extra servings to sell to non-cardholders at a premium price. This way, those who miss out on a meal will increasingly yearn for it, prompting them to acquire membership cards as well. What a splendid idea! Su Yegge nodded in agreement. Bai Zhixuan, undoubtedly from a business background, casually provided Su Yegge with a blueprint for development. Another crucial point is that the membership card should not be excessively inexpensive, Bai Zhixuan added. I understand. The membership card for my restaurant will be priced at 2 million yuan, Su Yegge stated. Bai Zhixuan, who had intended to suggest a price of 100,000, was taken aback by Su Yegge's offer of 2 million. Isn't 2 million rather exorbitant for a single card? While Bai Zhixuan's family was affluent, this price was indeed steep compared to other customers. Not at all. Su Yegge stood up, clapping his hands and proclaiming loudly, ladies and gentlemen, after careful consideration, I shall undoubtedly launch the membership card privileges. Membership card? How much for a card? I wish to acquire one. Su Yegge had just finished speaking when Xiao Yun raised his hand and exclaimed loudly. Su Yegge replied with clarity, I have heard you. A membership card costs 2 million. 2 million? Does that include future consumption? Xiao Yun inquired, slightly taken aback. Not at all. Su Yegge shook his head and continued, acquiring a membership card solely pertains to meal reservations. Regardless of whether you dine with me or not, I will prepare a dish exclusively for you. Members enjoy 2 dishes for breakfast, and 3 for both lunch and dinner, consisting of 1 vegetarian, 1 meat, and 1 soup, with the added benefit of never gaining weight while also bolstering physical health. Non-members are permitted only 1 dish, at a cost double that of a member's meal, and must make a reservation in advance. Boss, your culinary creations are exquisite. I, Zhang Long, wish to obtain a membership card. Zhang Long, seated in a corner and having finished his meal, stood and approached Su Yegao, stating, I did not bring sufficient funds today, but I shall bring 2 million in cash when I return for breakfast tomorrow. Very well, Su Yegao nodded. We open at 7 in the morning.
Brother Su.
I too desire a membership card. With Zhang Long's declaration, Xia Luoyun promptly shouted. I also wish for a membership card. Naturally, Li Chun would not be left behind now that Xia Luoyun had decided. Brother Su, I too would like to obtain a membership card. Lin Wan, seated nearby, slowly raised her hand. All right, I shall find time tomorrow to create the membership cards, Su Yegao affirmed with a nod. After dinner service concluded, Su Yegao bid farewell to the guests. Su Yegao left only Bai Zhixuan behind. Although Lin Wan felt displeased, she had no choice but to depart. She had arranged to meet Bai Zhixuan, initially intending to inquire about any grievances between the Bai family and Su Yegao. However, this only ignited her irritation. Nevertheless, it underscored a connection, one that was undoubtedly intricate, between the Bai family and Su Yegao. Otherwise, Su Mengmeng would not have wept uncontrollably upon seeing Bai Zhixuan, nor would Su Yegao have shed tears. Before leaving, Bai Zhixuan handed Su Yegao a bank card, stating, This is 2 million, my card's limit. Miss Bai, do you truly not recall the events of 3 years ago? Su Yegao inquired, a flicker of hope within him. Regrettably, I possess no recollection of you, Mr. Su. I am truly sorry, Bai Zhixuan replied languidly, leaning against the sleek body of her Porsche. Could it be that I resemble Mengmeng's mother so closely that you mistook me for her? Perhaps, Su Yegao responded, offering no further elaboration. Since I have come to regard Mengmeng as my goddaughter, I shall visit her frequently. With that, Bai Zhixuan opened the car door and slipped inside. At that moment, Mengmeng was perched by the window, watching as Bai Zhixuan drove away from the restaurant. Daddy, do you think Mommy will come again tomorrow? Mengmeng asked, her eyes glistening with sadness at Bai Zhixuan's departure. Mommy will come every day to share meals with Mengmeng, so you will see her tomorrow, he reassured her. The manor? Okay. Dream, filled with excitement, immediately dashed to the cash register and climbed onto the table to call Uncle Da. Upon arriving home, Su Yegao, handsome and charming, took Dream's hand and led her to the valley entrance of Xuanging Mountain. Yegao, this is the sign that was sent, and I have already paid for it. Uncle Da followed closely beside Su Yegao, pointing at the sign hanging above the wisteria vines. This custom sign is indeed quite remarkable. Su Yegao looked up at the sign at the entrance, where 5 gilded characters stood out prominently. Dream's exclusive manor. Let us go inside, Su Yegao said with a slight smile, leading Dream into the manor. Yegao, I think we should find someone to get a night lamp tomorrow. It's not safe to walk around in the dark, Uncle Da suggested as he followed Su Yegao. No need to rush, Uncle Da. Just take a look inside first, Su Yegao replied with a smile. Uncle Da, puzzled, glanced at Su Yegao before stepping into the manor, only to be met with a brilliant sight. These trees can glow? Uncle Da was taken aback, as he usually worked in the manor during the day and had never noticed the tree's extraordinary nature. Moreover, it was still summer, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky was still bright, so the trees, planted by Su Yegao from the interstellar cultivation realm, had not yet revealed their luminescence. Chapter 63. Secrets. Uncle Da, just remember, in this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly explain everything to you, Su Yegao said, embracing Dream as they walked toward the enchanting little pavilion transformed from the ever-changing wood. Wow, Father, this house is so beautiful, exclaimed Mengmeng, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the enchanting little pavilion. Children are often captivated by whimsical things, and Mengmeng was no exception. Do you like it, Mengmeng? Su Yegao asked, affectionately ruffling her hair. I love it. I absolutely adore it, Mengmeng replied, her excitement palpable as she pushed open the door of the pavilion, standing at the threshold and waving to Su Yegao and Uncle Da, calling out, Father, Grandpa, hurry up. Su Yegao turned to the still astonished Uncle Da and urged, Uncle Da, let's go. Tidy up and prepare to rest. You must be exhausted today. You go in first. I'll step outside for a smoke. The craving has hit me, Uncle Da said, retrieving a cigarette pack from his pocket and squatting casually on the steps. Su Yegao shook his head in resignation and stepped inside. Uncle De had arranged the little pavilion quite nicely, dedicating a room for Mengmeng's toys. There was also a study, a bathroom, and 3 rooms in total. The main bedroom, shared by Su Yegao and Mengmeng, was neatly organized, untouched by renovation, showcasing the original wooden walls that exuded a natural charm. "Father, how wonderful it would be if Mother could sleep here too," Mengmeng said, pulling Su Yegao to sit on the sofa, her innocence shining through. "Silly girl. Mother will definitely sleep with you in the future," Su Yegao reassured her, choosing not to elaborate on Bai Zhixuan. "Mengmeng, shall I turn on the television for you? Would you like that?" he asked. "Yes, yes," she replied eagerly. Mengmeng clapped her hands and then obediently settled onto the sofa. Su Yegge switched on the television, tuning it to the children's channel. After a tiring day of climbing, Mengmeng soon fell asleep on the sofa while watching TV. Su Yegge's gaze swept across the room, landing on the pack of diapers on the table, which he surmised must have been purchased by Uncle De. He promptly opened the package and changed Mengmeng into a fresh diaper. Uncle De was still squatting on the steps, smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing Su Yegge approaching, he handed over his cigarette box and inquired, "Mengmeng has fallen asleep, hasn't she?" Su Yegge lit a cigarette and replied slowly, "Yes, I took her climbing today. She was exhausted and fell asleep quite quickly." Uncle De exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "I am unaware of what has transpired in your life over the past 3 years, but I wish to express that if there is anything you do not mind sharing, I am all ears. However, if you prefer to keep it to yourself, that is also acceptable. Just remember to consider Mengmeng in all your actions." "Rest assured, Uncle De," Su Yegge responded, exhaling a cloud of smoke. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Today Mengmeng saw Zhixuan, who recognized her as her goddaughter." "What? Goddaughter?" Su Yegge recounted the events of the afternoon to Uncle De, who simply sighed in response. Perhaps he felt a profound sorrow as well. Mengmeng, confronted by her biological mother, could only call her godmother. Yet, Uncle De's concern lay not with this title but rather with the issues pertaining to the Bai family. As the night song echoed, Taixu cautioned, "If the Bai family becomes aware of this matter, they will undoubtedly take action. Whatever you do, remain vigilant." "Is vigilance truly effective?" Su Yegge smiled faintly and replied, "Today, while climbing the mountain, the Bai family sent someone to kill me." "What?" Taixu's cigarette slipped from his fingers, and he stood in shock. "The Bai family's Bai Zhe dispatched a foreign assassin intending to take my life, but I managed to drive him away." Su Yegge also rose, his tone suddenly grave. "I am no longer the Su Yegge of yesteryear. If the Bai family continues to encroach upon me, I will ensure they pay dearly." Taixu stammered, unable to articulate a single word. Upon exiting the estate, the Zhilong Na Jie flickered with a silvery light, and the figure of Shui Yi gradually appeared, taking a seat in the passenger side. "Master, where are you headed?"
Zhu Yi invited.
"To the breeding farm from today. I wish to ascertain the true identity of that Xiao Wang," Su Yegge responded nonchalantly. The breeding farm was situated on the outskirts, and Su Yegge drove directly there. After allowing Shui Yi to enter the Zhilong Na Jie, he arrived at the entrance of the breeding farm. He knocked on the door, and soon, footsteps approached. The door was opened by Xiao Wang, who recognized Su Yegge and promptly asked, "Isn't this Boss Su? What brings you here at this late hour?" "I have something to discuss with you," Su Yegge said, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wang. "Apologies, but the breeding farm is closed at this hour. If you have matters to address, please come back tomorrow." Xiao Wang and Su Yegge exchanged a glance, intent on closing the door. Su Yegge extended his hand, firmly grasping the door, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "We all hail from the same origin. There is no need for such hostility." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang suddenly swung his fist towards Su Yegge. Su Yegge tilted his head, evading the blow, and swiftly maneuvered behind Xiao Wang, his ghostly hand seizing Xiao Wang's arm and pinning him to the ground. "Let go," Xiao Wang demanded, his earlier composure dissipating into a fierce agitation. Su Yegge pushed him away with a firm shove, releasing his grip. "Mr. Wang, please remain calm. I have come here merely to converse with you, harboring no ill intentions." "There is nothing of interest to discuss," Xiao Wang replied, his demeanor still frosty. "In that case, enlighten me as to why your breeding grounds are teeming with flora from the interstellar cultivation realm," Su Yegao inquired directly. Then I shall compel you to unleash your true energy. Su Yegao's lips curled into a slight smile as he unleashed his inner energy. As one who once stood closest to transcending into immortality within the cultivation realm, Su Yegao's keen perception revealed that Xiao Wang before him possessed merely the strength of the initial stage of the mystical realm. You! Confronted with Su Yegao's unleashed energy, Xiao Wang had no choice but to mobilize his own. After all, in a conflict between energy and the physical form, the latter was clearly at a disadvantage. If you had acknowledged your origins from the interstellar cultivation realm earlier, it would have sufficed. Mr. Su, what is it that you wish to discuss? Please do so without delay. As Xiao Wang observed Su Yegge entering the breeding facility, he hesitated momentarily before following in her footsteps. Mr. Wang, you hail from the interstellar cultivation realm, do you not? Su Yegge inquired as she chose a chair and seated herself. Well, yes. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Xiao Wang finally nodded in affirmation. Do not be anxious. I too originate from the interstellar cultivation realm, Su Yegge replied. During my time there, many referred to me as the Celestial Xian. What? You are the Celestial Xian? Upon hearing Su Yegge introduce herself, Xiao Wang trembled with astonishment. The Celestial Xian and his mentor, the Celestial Qing Xian, are among the most transcendent beings. Why did you not continue your cultivation in the celestial realm, but instead come here? Su Yegge replied nonchalantly, the matter of my tribulation failure is not one shrouded in difficulty to discuss. Without hesitation, she disclosed the reason behind her circumstances to Xiao Wang. How did you transition from the interstellar cultivation realm to this place? Su Yegge countered. 3 years ago, I was engrossed in my cultivation when I encountered a heavenly tribulation. I was engulfed by the storm of tribulation and found myself here, Xiao Wang recounted. Heavenly tribulation? Typically, such tribulations are triggered during a cultivator's trial, and throughout the years in the cultivation realm, Su Yegge had been the sole cultivator. Thus, it seemed that Xiao Wang's arrival here was entirely due to Su Yegge's failure to navigate her tribulation, which consequently incited the heavenly storm. In that case, the tribulation must have caused a temporal distortion, leading numerous cultivators to this strange world. And then what? Please, continue, Su Yegge prompted. Another cultivator? Who is it?
Su Yegge inquired eagerly.
Xiao Wang forced a bitter smile, lifting his gaze to Su Yegu, and said, She is a female cultivator, though I am unaware of her name. Her vital energy was suffused with malevolence, and she swiftly defeated me, subsequently absorbing my cultivation. Is she like this? The voice of Shui Yi resonated as Su Yige's Zhilong Na Jie emitted a flash of white light, gradually revealing Shui Yi's presence. Yes, indeed. Upon seeing Shui Yi's appearance, Xiao Wang immediately tensed, retreating several steps as a surge of vital energy erupted within him. Do not be alarmed, Su Yegu interjected, raising his hands. The one who defeated you is not her. Not her? Then who could it be? The individual I faced back then bore an uncanny resemblance to her, Xiao Wang said, his eyes warily fixed on Su Yegu and Shui Yi. Allow me to clarify, Su Yegu explained. Her name is Shui Yi, also hailing from the realm of cultivation. She is reverently known as the Snow Lotus Sovereign. She arrived here due to the malevolent ghost sovereign's malevolent ghost array, which subsequently led to her body being seized by the malevolent ghost sovereign, leaving only her soul behind. Thus, the one who harmed you years ago was none other than the malevolent ghost sovereign, a scourge upon the interstellar cultivation realm. What? The malevolent ghost sovereign? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Wang's complexion turned a shade of green and purple. The title of malevolent ghost sovereign instilled terror throughout the entire interstellar cultivation community. As one of the 3 foremost powers, the malevolent ghost sovereign had cast the malevolent ghost array across the cosmos in pursuit of transcendence, leaving behind a notorious reputation. Wasn't he defeated by you and your master in unison? How then has he come here? Xiao Wang inquired in astonishment. I cannot fathom why he has appeared here, yet I can accurately inform you that he has also established the malevolent spirit formation on Earth. Su Yegao shook his head, expressing his own confusion regarding how the malevolent spirit immortal sovereign could have arrived on Earth. Alas, my cultivation has been entirely absorbed by him. Discussing it further with you serves no purpose. Xiao Wang pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, I simply wish to live well in this otherworldly realm. Please, both of you take your leave. This, Shui, our conversation has reached this juncture. Let us depart. Before Shui could finish her sentence, Su Yegao interrupted her, speaking up. With Su Yegao having spoken, Shui had no choice but to acquiesce. She transformed into a wisp of white light and entered Su Yegao's nine-dragon ring. Farewell, Su Yegao said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect before turning and leaving the breeding ground. Upon exiting the breeding ground, Su Yegao started his vehicle and headed towards the manor. Master, why are we leaving? That individual has engaged in combat with the malevolent spirit immortal sovereign and survived, indicating he must possess formidable strength. Why not ally with him? The nine-dragon ring shimmered with white light, and Shui's voice echoed in Su Yegao's ears. He will seek me out once he learns of my identity. Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. Why? Shui inquired, bewildered. Of course, Shui feels the same. Chapter 65. Cultivation Master. Do you believe you can currently contend with the malevolent spirit immortal sovereign? Shui remained silent for a moment before posing the question. I believe I am entirely outmatched by the malevolent spirit immortal sovereign at this juncture. Present. Su Yegge is merely a practitioner at the late stage of the mysterious realm. Although this level of power is sufficient for Su Yegge to traverse Earth with ease, it is, in fact, the lowest tier within the cultivation system. Should he truly encounter the malevolent ghost immortal, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Master, how would you respond if we were to encounter the ghost immortal right now?
Jui invuiret.
Upon hearing her words, Su Yegge furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Although the ghost immortal's strength far surpasses mine, in a place like Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce, his power will not reach an invincible level. Thus, if we can lure him to Xuangang Mountain, I shall have a means to contend with him. Let us hope we do not encounter the ghost immortal before we have sufficiently strengthened ourselves. After saying this, Shui transformed into a wisp of white light and entered the Jilong storage ring. Su Yegge shook his head in resignation and continued driving toward the estate. In a villa located in the heart of Jianghai City, the door to Bai Zhixuan's room was knocked upon. A masked man entered, clutching his chest, and bowed his head before Bai Zhixuan. What's the matter? Have you incapacitated Su Yegge? Bai Zhixuan inquired, lighting a cigar and taking a slow drag. The mission has failed, the masked man replied, his voice barely audible, as if he himself could scarcely believe the words he uttered. Young Master Bai, I was not able to handle Su Yegge. Please send someone else to assist me, the masked man implored quietly. Not capable? Bai Zhixuan gave a cold laugh and said, Aren't you Japanese people renowned for your prowess and might? How is it that you cannot defeat a mere Su Yigu? Young Master Bai, Su Yiji's martial prowess far surpasses my own. In a one-on-one duel, I stand no chance against him. However, if you were to send more men to assist me, I am confident I could sever one of Su Yiji's arms. The masked man declared resolutely. Damn it, I shall send you 3 more men. Bring me both of Su Yiji's arms incapacitated. Bai Zhixuan retorted furiously upon hearing this. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Yigu arrived at the spring by Xuangang Mountain to commence his training. A life of extraordinary talent certainly necessitates extraordinary methods of cultivation. Ever since he last practiced the 9-rank celestial immortal technique, which propelled him directly from the early to the late stages of the profound void realm, Su Yigu sensed an unusual energy fluctuation concealed within the spring water. Shui, you may emerge now. Seated cross-legged by the spring, Su Yiji's finger glimmered with the 9 dragons ring, and Shui's figure gradually materialized. Master, are you about to break through again? Indeed. I feel that beneath this spring lies something that resonates with the essence of my cultivation technique. Would you dare to descend and investigate? Su Yigu inquired, gazing at Shui. Of course, Shui replied without hesitation. I wish you success. With a motion towards the void, Su Yigu conjured an intangible wave of energy that enveloped Shui. Descend now, he said softly. I will remain here meditating by the spring until you return. Should any danger arise, I will be the first to come to your aid. Snowy nodded in acknowledgement, then gracefully leaped into the spring. As Su Yegge watched the ripples on the surface of the water gradually dissipate, he promptly closed his eyes, forming hand seals and entering a state of meditation. The cultivation of the 9 is divided into 3 levels, and given Su Yegge's current prowess, he could only practice the first level. However, this initial stage alone could elevate him from the early stages of the profound void realm to its later stages, showcasing the superiority of the nine. During his first breakthrough, Su Yegge sensed that his body was teetering on the edge of transcending levels. With a bit more cultivation, he could surmount the initial barrier and enter the Jade Void realm. Although the profound void and Jade Void realms are merely one tier apart, the energy harnessed in the Jade Void far surpasses that of the profound void, signifying a qualitative leap. Su Yegge activated his 72 meridians, absorbing the energy refined by the nine. With each intake of energy, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. The cultivation method of the nine is distinct from other techniques. It is assertive and forceful, directly refining spiritual energy into vital energy and compelling it into the body. First, it rejuvenates all the meridians traversed by the vital energy, followed by the explosive expansion of the dantian, which then regenerates anew. Practitioners must continuously regenerate their dantian and revitalize the 72 meridians to perpetually absorb vital energy and ascend in rank. Generally, cultivators focus on the Ren and Du meridians along with 36 other channels, while those pursuing the path of immortality engage all 72 meridians simultaneously, which necessitates enduring the excruciating agony akin to 1,000 cuts. Just a fraction more and the breakthrough was imminent. Su Ye's Singer's Seal was swiftly executed, accelerating the operation of the 9-rank celestial technique. Simultaneously, the refinement speed of the technique increased, yet the impurities mingling with the vital energy also multiplied. When these impurities entered the body, it required the practitioner to expel a portion of their vital energy to eliminate them. However, the pain endured during the operation of the vital energy was far more excruciating than the entry of the energy itself. Boom! A minor conflict erupted at the location of Su Ye's dantian, resulting in a sudden explosion that sent waves of blood and qi surging within him. Had Mengmeng and Uncle not been present in the estate, Su Yi would have undoubtedly let out a deafening scream. Chapter 66. Detaining members of the Wanhao group following the explosion of his dantian. Su Ye's blood and qi roiled within him, while simultaneously, a new dantian began to reorganize and regenerate inside his body. The pain stimulated every nerve in Su Yi, causing them to swell at that very moment. Hoo. A heavy panting escaped Su Ye's lips, as streams of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Grant me this breakthrough. The unbearable agony erupted from the location of Su Ye's dantian, a torment so intense that even the strongest would falter. Yet, Su Yi, through sheer willpower, persevered. Boom! 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 It was uncertain how long Su Yi endured, but eventually, a burst of golden light erupted from within him, shooting skyward.
En overwhelming aura radiated forte.
And Su Ye's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, as formless waves distorted the space around him. At last, he had broken through to the initial stage of Jade Void. Su Yegge clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his hands, and murmured, "The sensation of Yusu is indeed different from that of Xian Su." Suddenly, bubbles emerged on the water's surface, revealing the figure of Shui Yi. "You have come out? What lies within?" Su Yegge inquired upon seeing Shui Yi's emergence. "Master, the depths beneath the spring are unfathomable, and the ground is exceedingly cold. My primordial spirit cannot endure such frigid conditions. Thus I could only ascend," Shui Yi explained. "I must personally descend next time," Su Yegge replied with a wave of his hand. "Master, have you broken through?" Shui Yi observed Su Yegge, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, and asked in astonishment. "Yes, I have reached the early stage of Yusu." "It was not an easy feat," Su Yegge responded, rising to his feet and approaching the spring. He cupped his hands to wash the blood-stained skin. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance. Su Yegge immediately realized that the golden light from his recent breakthrough had attracted Uncle to quickly. "Retreat into the 9 dragons storage ring," he instructed. Shui Yi swiftly transformed into a wisp of white light and entered the ring. Only then did Su Yegge proceed toward the source of the sound. After a few steps, he spotted Uncle running towards him, draped in an outer garment. "Yegge, what brings you here?" Uncle asked with curiosity upon seeing Su Yegge. "I saw it too. Have you discovered anything?" Su Yegge inquired. "There was nothing here, absolutely nothing. I went to take a look, only to find the spring water of Shuanging, devoid of any golden light." Su Yegge shook his head, feigning ignorance. Mengmeng was sound asleep, occasionally kicking off the blankets. Su Yegao covered her with the quilt and then lay down, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, Mengmeng roused Su Yegao as per her usual routine. After merely 4 hours of sleep, Su Yegao felt drowsy and hazy. Following a brief wash-up, he finally awoke fully. When it was time for breakfast, Su Yegao drove Mengmeng to the restaurant. Lin Wan and the others were already waiting outside. As soon as Mengmeng stepped out of the car, she waved at Lin Wan and cheerfully called out, "Good morning, big sister." "Ah, my little darling has arrived," Lin Wan exclaimed as she rushed forward to scoop Mengmeng into her arms. "By the way, brother Su, Zhixuan is attending a meeting this morning and asked me to convey a message to you." Lin Wan, still cradling Mengmeng, followed closely behind Su Yegao. "What message?" Su Yegao halted, intrigued by the mention of Bai Zhixuan's absence. "She said she would like you to deliver something to her at the company," Lin Wan replied. "Understood." Su Yegao nodded and turned to enter the restaurant. Lin Wan gazed at his retreating figure, her curiosity deepening. Su Yegao had always been so cold, yet why did he exhibit a warmth when it came to Bai Zhixuan? Could it be that there was truly a connection between them? Unbeknownst to Lin Wan, Su Yegao remained oblivious to her doubts, as he went about preparing breakfast, today adding a special touch with a Western-style steak. "Brother Su, why is breakfast so lavish today?" Xia Luoyun gazed at the Western-style steak on the table, brimming with excitement. "Don't you like it?" Su Yegao removed his apron and hung it on the wall. "I do." Xia Luoyun chuckled. "Well, entrusting Mengmeng to me is the best decision. I assure you I will take excellent care of her," Lin Wan said with a smile. She was quite fond of Mengmeng and eagerly anticipated the opportunity to look after her. As girls mature, maternal instincts often blossom. After temporarily entrusting Mengmeng to Lin Wan, Su Yegao packaged up Bai Zhixuan's portion and drove directly to Jianghai Group. Situated in the heart of Jianghai City, Jianghai Group stood in opposition to Marriott Group. Su Yegao parked in a nearby underground garage and, with the breakfast in hand, prepared to enter Jianghai Group. "I'm delivering meals to President Bai Zhixuan of Jianghai Group. Why has Director Zhang come over here?" Su Yegao's gaze passed over Zhang Depeo and caught sight of several middle-aged men in sharp suits following behind him. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, he realized something was amiss. "There has been a conflict between Jianghai Group and our Marriott Group. Some of our people have been detained by Jianghai Group, and I am here to demand their release," Zhang Depeo sighed, informing Su Yegao of the situation. "Detained? Surely it can't be that extreme," Su Yegao exclaimed in surprise. "Who is responsible for this detention?" "It was Bai Zhe, the vice president of Jianghai Group," Zhang Depeo replied, his tone growing increasingly grave. "Bai Zhe." Su Yegao softly murmured those two words, a flicker of murderous intent dancing in his eyes. This Bai Zhe, a figure of malevolence, was inextricably linked to the enmities and grievances of the Bai family. "Director Zhang, what is your plan? Will you confront Bai Zhe directly for the person?"
Su Yegao inquired.
"The individual is in Bai Zhe's custody. I have no choice but to seek him out," Zhang Depeo replied, his anger escalating. Having navigated the complexities of Jianghai City for many years, he had never endured such indignity. "How about this? We approach President Bai Zhixuan and directly explain the situation. This could help us avoid unnecessary conflict. What do you think?" Su Yegao suggested, aware that Zhang Depeo, a formidable figure in Jianghai City, would not easily tolerate being wronged. Thus, a fierce rivalry between the Wanhao Group and the Jianghai Group was inevitable. "Very well, Mr. Su," Zhang Depeo nodded. He, too, wished to avoid a confrontation with the Jianghai Group, especially given the Bai family's backing. As Zhang Depeo, a widely recognized figure in Jianghai City, arrived at the Jianghai Group, his presence naturally drew considerable attention. Soon, a throng of gossip reporters encircled the area, eager for any developments. Su Yegao, carrying a bag, followed the staff's guidance to the president's office in Jianghai Building, gently knocking on the door. "Please enter," came Bai Zhixuan's voice from within. Su Yegao opened the door and placed the bag on the desk. "Miss Bai, here is your breakfast. I have yet to obtain the membership card, so please bear with me a little longer." "Thank you for your effort," Bai Zhixuan replied, a rare smile gracing her fatigued face. Since last night, she had received an urgent notification from the group, indicating that the Marriott Group intended to acquire the Donghai port in Jianghai City at a premium price, a port that Jianghai Group also sought to purchase. Consequently, Bai Zhixuan spent the night in a meeting, unable to find rest. "Miss Bai, you appear quite haggard. What troubles you?" Su Yegao inquired with concern, observing Bai Zhixuan's weary demeanor. With a bitter smile, she replied, "It's nothing. I held a meeting all night. After breakfast I shall rest for a bit. By the way, there is someone who wishes to meet you." Su Yegao hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether to speak. However, after a brief pause, he continued, "Who is it?" Bai Zhixuan rose from her office chair, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Su Yegao. "It is Zhang Depeo, the chairman of the Marriott Group. He has accompanied me here." Su Yegao shifted his gaze towards Zhang Depeo, who had just entered the room. "Miss Bai, Chairman Zhang has come to discuss an important matter with you." Su Yegao then exited the office, showing no interest in the affairs of the two conglomerates. He settled onto the sofa outside the office, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. As Su Yegao silently smoked, his brow suddenly furrowed, for he recognized an individual, someone with whom he had exchanged words at Qianlai Tower. Previously, during an underground boxing match at Qianlai Tower, after Su Yegao had decisively defeated the reigning champion, a manager had approached him, hoping he would join the establishment, but Su Yegao had politely declined. However, Qianlai Building is an illicit boxing casino in Jianghai City, and many groups in Jianghai harbor reservations about such establishments. Why has Qianlai Building found its way into the Jianghai Group? Su Yegao rose and followed the manager of Qianlai Building, observing as he entered an office, knocked on the door, and handed a file to a bald man before departing from Jianghai Tower. Just then, Zhang Depeo emerged from the president's office. The seriousness that had adorned his face moments ago had vanished, leading Su Yegao to conclude that the matter had been resolved. "Mr. Zhang, how did it go?" Su Yegao inquired as he approached. "It's all settled," Zhang Depeo replied. "President Bai stated that he would send someone to explain to Bai Zhe and ensure the release of our people from the Wanhao Group." Zhang Depeo exhaled in relief. Had Jianghai Group taken a more rigid stance, it could have escalated to a lawsuit with the Bai family directly involved, which would have been detrimental to Wanhao Group. "That's good to hear." Su Yegao nodded and continued, "By the way, Mr. Zhang, may I ask you something?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted past Zhang Depeo, settling on several bodyguards closely trailing him. Zhang Depeo understood Su Yegao's intention and promptly gestured for the bodyguards to wait nearby. "Mr. Zhang, are you familiar with Qianlai Building?" Su Yegao inquired in a lowered voice. "Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Has Mr. Su encountered any trouble with Qianlai Building?" Zhang Depeo, having spent several years in Jianghai City, was well acquainted with the undercurrents of the local scene. Su Yegao shook his head and inquired, "There seems to be no conflict, but may I ask if your group has ever collaborated with Qianlai Tower?" "We have not engaged in any collaboration. When our company was first established, some shareholders urgently proposed that we partner with Qianlai Tower, suggesting that the champion of Qianlai Tower be employed as a bodyguard for the Wanhao Group. However, the proposal did not pass the vote and thus faded away." Zhang Depeo pondered for a moment before responding. "Thank you, Chairman Zhang, for the information. I have matters to attend to with President Bai, so I will take my leave now," Su Yegao said with a respectful gesture. "Certainly, when I find the time, I will definitely visit your restaurant, Mr. Su. I am eager to see the establishment that has captivated Miss Bai so." Zhang Depeo replied with a nod. "Absolutely." Su Yegao smiled gently as he watched Zhang Depeo enter the elevator. He then knocked on the door of the president's office and, upon receiving Bai Zhixuan's consent, entered. Inside the office, Bai Zhixuan was enjoying the breakfast that Su Yegao had brought. Upon noticing his entrance, she paused her meal and complimented, "Very well done. The food you prepared is delightful. Miss Bai, please, call me Zhixuan. Addressing me as Miss Bai makes me feel rather elevated." She interrupted before Su Yegao could finish his sentence. "Zhixuan." Su Yegao hesitated for a moment, finally managing to pronounce her name. Was it truly that awkward? Bai Zhixuan smiled faintly and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me?" "Oh, there is indeed something I would like to ask you." The question posed by Bai Zhixuan allowed Su Yegao to recover from his previous embarrassment, and he promptly replied, I would like to know where the bodyguards or security personnel of your Jianghai group are recruited from. I'm afraid I cannot provide that information, as my responsibilities lie within the economic management of the group. The security matters fall under the purview of Vice President Bai Zhixuan responded, shaking her head with a smile. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Are you considering applying for a position as a bodyguard at Jianghai Group? Chapter 68. Internal conflicts within Jianghai Group. No. I merely encountered the manager of Qianlai Building within Jianghai Group, and it seems there is a connection between them. Su Yegge chuckled at Bai Zhixuan's remark, shaking his head as he explained. What is Qianlai Building? Bai Zhixuan asked, her confusion evident. Su Yegge was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Bai Zhixuan in disbelief. How could she be unaware of Qianlai Building, which has long operated within the underground black market of Jianghai City? Qianlai Building is an illegal fight club, a venue for the wealthy's amusement and a battleground for the destitute. Su Yegge shook his head and remarked, the impoverished who enter Qianlai Building do so out of desperation. Once they face the champion, more than 90% either perish or are left severely injured. Bai Zhixuan clicked her tongue and asked, naturally, I would refrain from engaging in such illegal fights, but why did you suddenly bring up Qianlai Building today? As I stepped outside, I spotted the manager of Qianlai Tower within the Jianghai Group, which led me to suspect whether there was a collaboration between Jianghai Group and Qianlai Tower. Su Yegge took a deep breath and remarked, most of the champions from Qianlai Tower are desperate individuals, hailing from both domestic and international backgrounds. If a partnership were to occur, it would only be if Jianghai Group sought to utilize these rogues to eliminate their rivals. It is utterly inconceivable. Jianghai Group conducts legitimate business in Jianghai City and would never engage in such morally reprehensible actions. Bai Zhixuan's expression shifted dramatically. Miss Bai, you may have forgotten the events from 3 years ago, but I feel compelled to remind you. If you were to uncover everything the Bai family did 3 years ago, you would understand. Su Yegge's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Zhixuan, enunciating each word with precision. The matter he referred to concerned the Bai family's aggression towards Su Yegge. What do you mean? Bai Zhixuan inquired, her brows furrowing in confusion. What exactly did the Bai family do? Miss Bai, I shall refrain from elaborating further. I suggest you keep an eye on your vice president, Bai Zhe. Thank you. Bai Zhixuan replied, her gaze softening as she watched Su Yegge's retreating figure. For reasons unknown, a piercing pain surged within her mind. Shortly after Su Yegge departed Jianghai Group, Bai Zhe received word from his subordinates, informing him that Su Yegge and Zhang Depeo from Wanhao Group had previously visited Jianghai Group and entered the president's office. Upon receiving this information, Bai Zhe rushed to Jianghai Group, barging into the president's office without knocking or seeking Bai Zhixuan's consent. What brings Su Yegge and Zhang Depeo here? Bai Zhe, exuding an air of arrogance, approached Bai Zhixuan. Nothing of significance, Bai Zhixuan replied, shaking her head and lowering her gaze to continue her work. Bai Zhe, wielding half the power of the Jianghai Group, often opposed Bai Zhixuan during shareholder meetings. Su Yegge and Zhang Depeo are adversaries of our Bai family. What could they possibly want from you? Are you unable to disclose it to me? He pressed. Bai President, Bai Zhe leaned against the desk, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Bai Zhixuan. Speaking with authority, Patriarch Bai Kuan has entrusted us to jointly manage the Jianghai Group. It is not solely your responsibility to oversee the entire entity. With a sharp clap, Bai Zhixuan struck the desk, her voice rising in indignation. Bai Zhe, what business do Su Yegge and Zhang Depeo have in my office is my concern. You claim I have never confided in you, yet have you concealed anything from me? Madame Bai, heed my words. It is not that I conceal matters from you, but rather that Patriarch Bai Kuan has stipulated that security affairs are beyond your purview. You are to manage only the financial aspects of the Jianghai Group. Bai Zhe remained undeterred, slamming his palms on the desk with even greater force, startling Bai Zhixuan. If you persist in this nonsense, I hold the authority to take control of your office, Bai Zhe declared, clapping his hands. At his summons, a dozen imposing figures, all of similar stature, entered the president's office. Young Master Bai, how may we serve you? The bodyguards in unison inquired. Bai Zhe waved his hand, signaling the dozen or so bodyguards to remain silent. He then approached Bai Zhixuan and in a low voice inquired, Miss Bai, may I ask what brings Su Yegge and Zhang Depeo to this place? You. By the way, should I choose to detain you, I could directly inform clan leader Bai Zhixuan of your audacious attempt to usurp my security authority, conspiring with Su Yegge and the individuals from the Wanhao group. How do you suppose clan leader Bai Zhixuan would respond? Before Bai Zhixuan could finish her thought, Bai Zhe interjected, threateningly stating, "It is likely that clan leader Bai Zhixuan would send someone to take action against both Su Yegge and Chairman Zhang Depeo of the Wanhao group." Bai Zhe, I can divulge the purpose of Su Yegge and Zhang Depeo's visit to my office, and I may disregard your security interests, but you must agree to one condition. After a moment of silence, Bai Zhixuan finally relented. What is it?
Bai Zhe inquired.
You must release the individuals detained from the Wanhao group. On what grounds? Bai Zhe retorted. Those individuals from the Wanhao group are foolish enough to vie for territory against my Jianghai group. I cannot allow them to succeed. Bai Zhe had always been emboldened by the backing of the Bai family, viewing numerous groups in Jianghai City as mere trifles. Acquiring territory falls within my purview. You, Bai Zhe, have no right to interfere. Bai Zhixuan's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Bai Zhe. Since you insist on my non-involvement in your security matters, then you must refrain from meddling in our economic affairs. Very well, I shall release the individuals from the Wanhao group. Bai Zhe let out a cold laugh and inquired, Miss Bai, could you enlighten me on the purpose of Su Yiggu and Zhang Depeo's visit to your office? Bai Zhixuan responded, Zhang Depeo's presence in the CEO's office was merely to persuade me to release individuals from the Wanhao group, while Su Yigji's visit was solely to deliver food. Was it truly just a food delivery? Did Su Yiggu not elaborate further? Bai Zhe pressed on. No, there was nothing more to say. Bai Zhixuan replied with a hint of indifference. Bai Zhe continued to probe, what prompted Su Yiggu to deliver food to you? He opened a restaurant near Shungung Mountain and possesses remarkable culinary skills. I became a member there, hence he brought it to me, Bai Zhixuan explained, slowly lifting her gaze to glare at Bai Zhe, stating, what is it? Do you intend to meddle in my dining choices? Not at all. But I reiterate my advice. Keep your distance from Su Yiggu, Bai Zhe retorted coldly, turning away with a dozen bodyguards trailing behind him as he exited the CEO's office. Once Bai Zhe had departed, a female secretary approached Bai Zhixuan and whispered, Miss, Bai Zhe is exceedingly arrogant. Shall we devise a strategy to deal with him? Deal with him? How so? Bai Zhixuan sighed. Within the Jianghai group, I only hold the reins of the financial sector. The rest are under Bai Zhe's control. How could I possibly confront him? Miss, did Su Yiggu not just mention something? The secretary prompted. What did he say? Bai Zhixuan queried. Upon the mention of Su Yegge by the female secretary, Bai Zhixuan lifted her gaze towards her and inquired, what did Su Yegge say? The female secretary glanced at the entrance, then leaned closer, whispering, we could enlist Su Yegge to teach Bai Zhe a lesson. Su Yegge tenderly picked up Mengmeng and approached the piano, gently placing her beside it. With a doting tone, he asked, Mengmeng, would you like to hear Daddy play the piano? Yes. Daddy, I want to listen, Mengmeng replied, nodding enthusiastically like a little chick pecking at grains. Then you must sit still on the chair and listen as Daddy plays for you. Su Yegge affectionately patted the obedient Mengmeng before lifting the piano lid. His long fingers glided over the keys, producing a melodious tune. Listen closely, Mengmeng, he said with a slight smile, his fingers dancing across the keyboard like a dragon gliding through the sea. The enchanting music resonated, at times soaring high and at times sinking low, skillfully weaving human emotions into its fabric. Shoo! Just as Xia Luoyun beside the piano was about to utter a word of praise, Lin Wan's gesture silenced him. Su Yegge appeared utterly absorbed in the melody, as if he and the music had become one. The entire piece seemed to narrate a story, evoking deep emotions and resonating with the listener. Daddy, this piece is so beautiful. Mengmeng clapped her hands, her voice filled with innocence and admiration. Mengmeng, this piece is from a song long, long ago, and only Daddy can play it. Su Yegao gently caressed Mengmeng's head and stood up, surveying the restaurant. He noticed that all the patrons were casting peculiar glances his way, as if they wished to devour him whole. What is the matter?
Su Yegao inquired.
Perplexed by the attention. Brother Su, your piano composition is truly remarkable, exclaimed Xia Luo, gazing at Su Yegao with envy and a pleading tone. Please take me as your disciple. Apologies, but I have little interest in accepting disciples. Su Yegao replied with a smile, his demeanor calm. I merely wish to care for my daughter in this bustling metropolis. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Long, seated in the corner, rose and approached Su Yegao. Mr. Su, your piano performance was exquisite. It seems to narrate a profound story. I have a suggestion if you would be so kind as to consider it. What suggestion do you have? Please do share, Su Yegao responded with genuine curiosity. The international piano competition is approaching, Zhang Long continued. You should enter this piece into the contest. The story conveyed within your composition is bound to resonate with many, including the figure hidden within your melody. How did you know there is a figure concealed within my piece? Su Yegao asked, astonished. He had composed this piece during his time in the interstellar cultivation realm, driven by his longing for Bai Zhixuan. The composition encapsulated his emotions for her, intertwined with the bitterness of an assassin's resentment. Could be said to be a narrative of Su Yegao's heartfelt story. I will consider it, Su Yegao said after a moment's hesitation, nodding in agreement. Very well. When Mr. Su takes the stage to compete, I shall certainly be there to support him. Zhang Long clasped his hands together and smiled, saying, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Indeed, Su Yegao replied, bidding farewell to all the guests. After seeing everyone off, Su Yegao drove with Mengmeng towards the amusement park. He had promised Mengmeng during their last visit to Baiyun Mountain that they would enjoy a day of fun together today. Daddy, where are we going? Mengmeng asked inquisitively, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity as she noticed they were not heading towards Shuanging Mountain. I'm taking you to the amusement park to play, Su Yegao answered affectionately, turning the car around and heading onto the highway that led directly to the park. Can we call Mommy and have her join us for some fun? Mengmeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Recalling Bai Zhixuan's weary demeanor when they were at Jianghai Group, Su Yegao shook his head and sighed heavily. I'm afraid Mommy can't come out. Why not? Mengmeng pouted, a look of grievance crossing her face. Su Yegao gently reassured her. Mommy's company has encountered a significant issue, and she needs to handle it. You are a good girl, Mengmeng, and you wouldn't want to trouble her at this time, would you? No, I wouldn't. I'm the best, Mengmeng exclaimed, shaking her head enthusiastically, her two little braids bobbing at the back of her head. Chapter 70. A day of delight at the amusement park that's wonderful. Mengmeng is the sweetest. Su Yegao gazed at his daughter's adorable expression, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. As the car approached the amusement park, Mengmeng lifted her head and looked at Su Yegge, timidly asking, Daddy, can Linwan come over? I want to play with her too. Does Mengmeng not wish to play with her father? Su Yegge teased Mengmeng. Is Linwan more important than Daddy? That's not true. I just want. Mengmeng stammered for a long while, unable to articulate her thoughts, and finally gazed at Su Yegge with a pitiful expression. With a chuckle at Mengmeng's forlorn demeanor, Su Yegge gently stroked her head and reassured her, I was just teasing you. Daddy will call Lin Wan right away. Upon saying this, Su Yegge took out his phone and dialed Lin Wan, conveying Mengmeng's wishes to her. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wan arrived at the entrance of the amusement park in her car. Little darling, you want to play with your sister, don't you? Lin Wan approached Mengmeng, pulling out a lollipop from behind her and offering it to her. Wow, a lollipop! Mengmeng accepted the treat, joyfully planting a kiss on Lin Wan's cheek. Wait a moment, where did this lollipop come from? As Lin Wan prepared to unwrap the lollipop, Su Yegge furrowed his brow and inquired. Don't worry, Brother Su. I made this lollipop myself with all authentic ingredients, Lin Wan replied, half amused, recognizing Su Yegge's overly serious concern regarding Mengmeng's well-being. Daddy, can I eat it? Mengmeng looked at Su Yegge with pleading eyes. Go ahead, he replied. Su Yegao nodded in agreement. With Su Yegao's consent, Mengmeng eagerly tore open the bag of lollipops and began to savor them with delight. All right, let us proceed inside, Su Yegao said, handing a ticket to Lin Wan while taking Mengmeng's hand as they entered the amusement park. Mengmeng, there will be a dolphin show soon. Would you like to see it? Lin Wan inquired, glancing at the performance schedule on the ticket and then at her watch. Let's go, Mengmeng exclaimed, raising her hand. Upon arriving at the dolphin show venue, they found a sizable crowd, and nearly every spot was taken. Mengmeng gazed at the throng of people, her face reflecting concern as she looked up at Su Yegao. Daddy, there are so many people. What should we do if there are no seats? Does Mengmeng wish to see the dolphin show? Su Yegao asked, crouching down to play with the two little braids in Mengmeng's hair. Yes, I really want to see it, Mengmeng replied, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Then leave this matter to Daddy, Su Yegao said with a gentle smile, lowering his neck and patting the back of it. Mengmeng, come sit up here. Is this all right, Daddy? Mengmeng asked timidly. Absolutely. Hurry up and climb on. Su Yegao chuckled. Miss Lin, could you please assist by lifting Mengmeng up? Of course, Lin Wan replied, effortlessly picking Mengmeng up and placing her on Su Yegao's shoulders. Can you see clearly now? Su Yegao asked, standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters. With Mengmeng perched atop his shoulders, she could certainly see everything in front of her. I can see clearly now. Daddy is so amazing. Mengmeng giggled with delight. Behind Lin Wan, she observed the tender bond between the father and daughter before her, feeling a warmth in her heart. Having grown up in a wealthy family, she never experienced the plight of hunger or cold. However, her parents were seldom present in her life. Lin Wan, look, that dolphin jumps so high, exclaimed Mengmeng. Her face lit with delight as she gazed at Lin Wan, shaking the hand of Su Yegao who was supporting her. With a hint of childish charm, she pleaded, Daddy, Mengmeng wants to take a photo with the dolphin. All right, as long as Mengmeng is happy, Daddy will accompany her to take a photo with the dolphin. Su Yegao responded, his expression brimming with paternal affection. Miss Lin, what must one do to take a photo with the dolphin? Su Yegao turned to Lin Wan, his curiosity evident. He seldom delved into matters regarding amusement parks, as during the time Bai Zhixuan was by his side, their days were consumed with the pursuit of earning more to aid impoverished children. It's quite simple. In a moment, the trainer will toss a beach ball, and whoever catches it will have the opportunity to go on stage and take a photo with the dolphin, Lin Wan explained, gesturing towards the trainer directing the dolphin's performance. Is it really that simple? Su Yegao paused, for as a cultivator, he could easily grasp the ball with his energy the moment it was thrown. Indeed, it is that simple. Lin Wan nodded, her eyes reflecting surprise as she curiously asked, Su Go, you haven't been to an amusement park before, have you? Su Yegao replied with a nonchalant tone. Lin Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. Following the dolphin performance, it was time for the beach ball toss. The majority of the spectators were children, and upon learning they could take photos with the dolphins, they eagerly implored their accompanying adults to retrieve the tossed balls. These adults, having brought the children to the amusement park, were undoubtedly contemplating ways to amuse them, and thus, they too prepared to seize the balls that the trainers were about to throw. Miss Lin, please keep an eye on Mengmeng, Su Yegao said as he set Mengmeng down from his shoulders and handed her to Lin Wan. The trainer on stage took the microphone, counted to 3, and then forcefully launched the beach ball into the air. As the ball soared, a group of parents stretched their arms, all vying to catch it. Su Yegao shook his head in resignation. A surge of energy coursed through him as he extended his palm towards the void, unleashing a formidable force that emanated from his hand. The beach ball, propelled into the air, began to drift towards him, but just as it was about to land in his grasp, an opposing force drew it away. Sensing this counteracting pull, Su Yegao furrowed his brow. This force was clearly derived from the same source as his own energy, belonging to the realm of interstellar cultivation. Chapter 71, The Conflict Backstage. Su Yegao's brow tightened as he unleashed an even greater surge of energy from his palm, directing the beach ball back towards him with a sudden force. He reached out and successfully caught it, then turned his gaze toward the source of the unexpected pull. In that direction, amidst a throng of people, he discerned nothing peculiar. Father, Qiu and Mengmeng tugged at Su Yegao's clothing, lifting their chubby little hands. Mengmeng, let us descend and take a photograph with the dolphins, Su Yegao suggested, handing the ball in his possession to Mengmeng. Mengmeng eagerly embraced the ball, nodding enthusiastically. Following Su Yegao, they ventured down a path that the crowd had opened, making their way to the stage. The dolphin, Mengmeng, returned the ball to the trainer, and then extended her chubby little hand to stroke the dolphin's back. The dolphin seemed to comprehend Mengmeng's words, bobbing its head in the water, performing a variety of playful gestures. Giggling, Mengmeng was thoroughly entertained by the dolphin's antics. All right, get ready to take a photo with the dolphin. A photographer beside the trainer signaled, indicating that Su Yegao and Mengmeng should prepare their poses. Father, crouch down. The dolphin will be in the middle, and we shall make adorable expressions. Mengmeng cheerfully instructed, pulling Su Yegao's hand. He crouched down, mimicking Mengmeng's expression, adopting a cute demeanor. With a click, the photograph was captured. Sir, when you leave the amusement park later, please present your ticket stub at the entrance to collect your photo. The trainer said with a smile. Understood. Where shall we head next? Su Yegao turned to Lin Wan, inquiring. Lin Wan glanced at the parade map in her hand, sighed, and replied, there are many places Mengmeng cannot visit. We can only go to the Dream Kingdom. Father, why can't Mengmeng go to many places? Mengmeng wiggled in Su Yegao's embrace, asking curiously. As Mengmeng is still quite young, she will be able to play when she grows taller, Su Yegao patiently explained. If this were in the realm of interstellar cultivation, Su Yegao would have lost his temper long ago. As the esteemed Tianxian immortal sovereign, how could he tolerate a multitude of questions? Yet, when it comes to his daughter, he exhibits remarkable patience. During their conversation, the trio arrived at the Dream Kingdom. Brother Su, how about taking Mengmeng to see the concert? Lin Wan suggested. What concert? Su Yegao inquired with curiosity. The parent-child concert. Lin Wan replied. Adults and children perform together on stage. Very well. Let us go take a look, Su Yegao said, gently setting Mengmeng down and following Lin Wan towards the concert venue. Just as they reached the vicinity of the backstage, a young man in a suit hurried over and respectfully bowed to Su Yegao, saying, Sir, could you assist us with our concert? This unexpected scene momentarily stunned Su Yegao, who calmly asked, What kind of assistance? The suited young man explained, You see, our concert invited a celebrity father-son duo, but due to financial issues, they turned us down at a critical moment. The concert is about to begin, and we have no other celebrity parent-child pair to call upon, so we could only ask for your help. With so many people here, why specifically me? Su Yegao asked in a neutral tone. If this were anyone else, they would likely be overjoyed at such an opportunity, for not just anyone could take the stage. The man in the suit gazed at Su Yegao, smiling as he remarked, This gentleman possesses an impressive demeanor. It is evident that he is of extraordinary stature. Coupled with the charming appearance of the young lady, I was immediately drawn to you both. I'm afraid I have no interest. Should my daughter wish to participate, then I shall consider it, Su Yegao replied coolly. The man in the suit realized at that moment who truly held the power among the three. By engaging with the little girl, he could likely secure the agreement of the notably aloof gentleman. Little miss, do you know what the prizes are for the competition? He inquired, bending slightly and smiling at Mengmeng. What are they? Mengmeng asked curiously, her delicate brows fluttering like willow leaves. A large teddy bear, 2 meters tall. If you and your father participate and win, you shall receive the teddy bear, he responded. It must be said, these individuals were adept at charming children. Within moments, Mengmeng was utterly captivated. Daddy, Mengmeng wants a teddy bear. Let us join the competition together, she implored, tugging at Su Yegao's arm and playfully swaying. With a resigned smile, Su Yegao affectionately ruffled Mengmeng's hair and said, All right, we shall participate. Wonderful. Please hold on, here is your number 10. Kindly proceed to the backstage to wait. Inside the backstage tent, numerous parent-child pairs occupied their designated spots, amusing their children. Su Yegao and Lin Wanxuan found their place marked number 10, eager to sit with Mengmeng, only to discover a pile of suitcases occupying their seats. Who is this person? What kind of character is this? Occupying another space with a suitcase. Lin Wan raised her voice deliberately, ensuring the entire backstage could hear her. Such a lack of decorum to attend a parent-child singing competition is truly a farce. Born into a prestigious family, Lin Wan was unperturbed by such matters. She simply acted. What are you saying, little girl? An aged voice interrupted, as a middle-aged man stepped forward, accompanied by a chubby little boy, who was savoring a lollipop with great delight. What am I saying? I am saying that whoever places their suitcase here lacks manners. Lin Wan placed her hands on her hips and took a step forward. Do you dare to threaten me? The middle-aged man glared at Lin Wan with a murderous intent. Threaten me? Lin Wan scoffed, her tone laced with provocation. I have lived in Jianghai City for many years, and no one has ever dared to threaten my life. Why don't you give it a try? Seeking death? Suddenly, the middle-aged man lunged forward, attempting to grasp Lin Wan by the throat. Observing this, Su Yegao quickly pulled Mengmeng behind her, executing a swift movement akin to a phantom, her hand seizing the man's wrist just as he reached for Lin Wan. Chapter 72. What of the Bai family? With Su Yegao's grip tightening around his wrist, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, then forcefully broke free from her hold, spinning to retreat beside the little boy. Who are you? The middle-aged man regarded Su Yegao warily, his tone icy as he inquired. Su Yegao remained silent, yet his gaze was imbued with an unmistakable intent to kill, fixed intently upon the middle-aged man. Should the man make any aggressive move, Su Yegao would not hesitate to retaliate, bringing him to the ground without mercy. Although this middle-aged man possessed formidable strength and a robust internal energy, making him a master in the martial world in the eyes of ordinary individuals, his prowess was ultimately limited by the constraints of the human body, rendering him no more than a practitioner at the mid-stage of the ethereal realm in the interstellar cultivation domain. Noticing Su Yegao's silence, the middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice, proclaiming, I am a member of the Bai family from Jianghai City. Do you wish to engage me in combat?
Su Yegao rimanda unresponsive.
His sharp eyes still fixed on the man. What do you mean, boy? The middle-aged man squinted, scrutinizing Su Yegao from head to toe. I will say this only once. Take your suitcase and leave, Su Yegao replied coolly. Ha! What if I refuse? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, countering the statement. In an instant, Su Yegao's expression turned icy. He calmly approached his seat, lifted the suitcase resting on the chair, and with a swift flick of his arm, hurled it outside the backstage tent. You seek death, the middle-aged man fumed, his anger igniting like wildfire as he swung his fist towards Su Yegao. Be careful, brother Su, Lin Wan warned, cradling Mengmeng and stepping back to provide Su Yegao with space to maneuver. As the fist approached, Su Yegao's countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond, unwavering as the threat drew nearer. The man's fist advanced relentlessly towards Su Yegao's throat, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a single strike, the force could incapacitate an ordinary individual. A light blow might result in a fractured bone, while a severe impact could render one mute for a lifetime. Just as the fist was about to collide with Su Yega's throat, it abruptly halted a mere centimeter from its target. No matter how the middle-aged man exerted himself, he could not advance his fist any closer. Is it my turn now? Su Yegge inquired with a subtle smile, lifting his own fist and delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The impact sent the man staggering several steps back. Had he not managed to grasp the edge of a table for support, he would likely have lost his balance and fallen to the ground. Care for another round? Su Yegge asked nonchalantly. The middle-aged man quickly regained his footing, channeling his inner strength as he seized a nearby wooden chair and swung it towards Su Yega's head. In response, Su Yegge executed a swift spin, delivering a decisive kick to the man's midsection, sending him sprawling backward, with the chair crashing down upon him from above. Dream. Let us take our seats, Su Yegge announced, moving towards their designated area, gently patting the chair and beckoning Dream over. Lin Wan lowered Dream to the ground, taking her hand as they settled into their seats. Just as they were getting comfortable, Lin Wan noticed the middle-aged man rising once more, brandishing a chair leg as he lunged at Su Yega's head. Brother Su, Lin Wan exclaimed in alarm. Not a problem, Su Yegge replied with a dismissive snort, forming his hand into a fist and striking backward with precision. His fist connected squarely with the man's abdomen, resulting in an eruption of blood from the man's mouth. Lying on the ground, struggling to catch his breath, the middle-aged man finally mustered the strength to speak. Who are you? He inquired. My identity is of little consequence. However, I must impart a warning. Young man, I caution you. Though your martial prowess surpasses mine, before the Bai family, you are but an ant. To extinguish your life would be a trivial endeavor. The middle-aged man, in a state of disarray, rose to his feet, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Su Yegge. And what of the Bai family? Su Yegge replied, his tone remaining remarkably composed. At this moment, he turned to face the middle-aged man, a glimmer of murderous intent evident in his gaze. Young man, if you possess any courage, reveal your name. The middle-aged man was unnerved, his body shivering as he beheld Su Yigu's eyes, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the darkness. Listen closely. Su Yigu stood tall, advancing step by step towards the middle-aged man, his voice cold as he declared, "My name is Su Yigu, a name that strikes terror into the hearts of your Bai family." Though the preceding words had been uttered loudly, the latter part was deliberately whispered, meant solely for the middle-aged man. Su Yigu. The man's brow furrowed slightly. The name resonated with familiarity, yet eluded his recollection. "Leave at once. I do not wish to see you here." The middle-aged man's complexion paled as he grasped the small boy's hand, preparing to depart from the backstage. However, the boy stubbornly insisted, "Father, I want to compete. I do not want to leave." Unfilial wretch. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man raised his hand and struck the boy sharply across the face. The little boy let out a cry, weeping uncontrollably as he was forcibly pulled away by a middle-aged man. The villain struck the chubby older brother simply because he was disobedient. Su Yegge gently caressed Mengmeng's head, speaking affectionately, "If Mengmeng misbehaves, will daddy hit her?" Mengmeng blinked her large, captivating eyes at Su Yegge. With a smile, Su Yegge shook his head. "Of course not." "Does Mengmeng think daddy is violent?" "No," Mengmeng replied, extending her chubby little hand to embrace Su Yegge's arm, her voice sweet and innocent. "Daddy is not violent. He is very gentle, very gentle." Su Yegge planted a kiss on Mengmeng's cheek and cheerfully inquired, "Mengmeng, when you go on stage later, what will you perform? Singing or dancing?" Mengmeng pouted, "Daddy, I can't dance." "Let daddy teach you," Su Yegge suggested with a thoughtful smile. "Mengmeng, all you need to do is stand on stage, sway your waist and wave your hands. Then you can leave the rest to daddy." "Really?" Mengmeng wiggled in Su Yegge's embrace, asking eagerly. "Yes, it's very simple." Su Yegge kissed her cheek again. "All right, then Mengmeng will dance." Mengmeng nodded in agreement. Sitting nearby, Lin Wan asked, "Brother Su, will you play the piano?" Su Yegge's emotions had reached an unprecedented height, leading Lin Wan to believe he would indeed play the piano. "Indeed, I wish to perform a piece of music, a composition I created with Mengmeng's mother back when I had not yet departed from Jianghai City." Su Yegge nodded and spoke.
Lin Wan inquired, "Brother Su,
"Have you studied music together?" Su Yegge shook his head and smiled. "I have not received formal music education, but Mengmeng's mother has. She is a renowned musical artist. She composes melodies, and I make revisions." A musical artist. Many artists primarily focus on singing, and few are known for their compositions. However, there are 3 individuals who both sing and compose. One is male while the other 2 are female. The male can be dismissed, and one of the females is a venerable figure in her 50s, leaving the other, who appears to be associated with the Bai family. It seems Bai Zhixuan was also a self-composing pianist 3 years ago. Lin Wan's voice softened as she slowly raised her gaze to meet Su Yegge's. Su Yegge offered a bittersweet smile and said, "Indeed. Let me tell you, Bai Zhixuan is Mengmeng's mother. As expected, I had my suspicions long ago." Lin Wan's eyes locked onto Su Yegge's as she quietly asked, "Has Zhixuan forgotten who you are? Could it be amnesia?" Su Yegge refrained from recounting his past experiences to Lin Wan, merely advising her, "I cannot say for certain. In any case, the enmity between the Bai family and myself is far from simple. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise for you to maintain a certain distance from me. No matter how formidable the Bai family may be, our Lin family is not to be trifled with." Lin Wan gazed steadfastly at Su Yegge and declared, "Brother Su, I am unaware of the matters that transpired between you and the Bai family, but regardless of the circumstances, I shall support you." "Why?"
Su Yegge inquired softly.
"Because behind me stands the entire Lin family. I possess the resources to contend with the Bai family." Lin Wan shifted her gaze to Mengmeng, arching her delicate brows as she smiled and said, "Brother Su, if you don't mind, I would like to be Mengmeng's aunt." "Aunt?" Su Yegge was momentarily taken aback before realizing, "You wish to be my sister?" "Indeed, Brother Su. Think about it. As a man, you may find it challenging to care for Mengmeng alone, so wouldn't it be better to have an additional sister to assist you?" Lin Wan's tone was exceptionally gentle at this moment. She flashed a charming smile at Su Yegge and continued, in dealing with the Bai family, the Lin family can serve as your support. Moreover, I have known Zhixuan since childhood, so I can also help you awaken her memories. As long as you don't mind, my life, Su Yegge, is destined to be extraordinary. Su Yegge chose not to meet Lin Wan's gaze, and instead snapped his fingers at a passing attendant. Could you please bring me 3 cups of plain water? Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment. The attendant bowed respectfully and pushed a small cart over, placing 3 cups of water on the table. Thank you. Su Yegge handed 1 cup to Mengmeng and another to Lin Wan. In a while, Mengmeng and I will go on stage to compete. Please cheer for us from the audience. A hint of warmth softened the coldness on Su Yegge's face. Lin Wan cradled her cup in both hands and took a sip of water. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yegge always instilled a sense of security within her. By the way, I wish to inquire about how I might best approach the creation of a membership card for my restaurant. Su Yegge took a sip of water and glanced towards Lin Wan. I believe it should possess a unique quality, perhaps a membership card crafted from gold. Lin Wan, known for her creative ideas, reminded Su Yegge that the Lin family was engaged in the advertising business in Jianghai City. By the way, your family also offers membership cards, does it not? Su Yegge pondered before asking. Lin Wan replied, indeed, if you do not mind, you could come to Lin Group this afternoon, and I shall design the logo for your membership card. Thank you for your assistance, Su Yegge smiled gently. Brother, this is a task I ought to undertake. It is no trouble at all. Lin Wan hesitated briefly before responding. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Bai Zhixuan at Jianghai Group convened another shareholders' meeting, wherein the decision was made to explore a new direction for economic development. This involved leveraging the star effect to stimulate the trade of products within Jianghai City. Therefore, the primary objective of Jianghai Group now was to invest significantly in recruiting prominent celebrities. Bai Zhixuan exited the conference room in her high heels, and her secretary, Xiao, promptly approached her, inquiring, Miss, what is the new assignment for the company? We are to recruit celebrities. The shareholders' meeting has resolved to utilize the star effect to drive product promotion. Bai Zhixuan replied as she made her way to the president's office. Has the selection of candidates begun, Miss? Xiao asked. At present, I am not particularly informed about the situation in our homeland, as I have spent the past 3 years abroad. I wonder if you have any suggestions, Bai Zhixuan inquired. Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. Miss, our Jianghai City has an abundance of popular celebrities, yet their reputation here is somewhat lacking, and their fees are exorbitantly high. Therefore, I have a proposition. What sort of proposition? Bai Zhixuan prompted, lifting the already brewed coffee to her lips for a sip. Aside from the renowned stars, Jianghai City is also home to numerous internet influencers. We could consider inviting these influencers, as their fees are considerably more reasonable compared to those of celebrities, and they possess a more approachable demeanor. For the people of Jianghai City, this would offer a refreshing change. Xiao articulated her thoughts. To be candid, Jianghai City boasts a resident population exceeding 50 million, and the local celebrities are often pursued by fervent fans, which contributes to their inflated egos and high demands. Conversely, while these smaller influencers may not command the same level of fearsome presence, they do possess their own following. Furthermore, most of these influencers have ascended through their own merits, making them potentially more relatable than the illustrious stars. Indeed, that is a commendable suggestion. What type of influencer do you think we should invite? Bai Zhixuan nodded in agreement. Today, an artistic competition is being held at the amusement park, and many influencers are expected to participate. Why not go observe the event? If we come across any suitable candidates, we could extend an invitation for them to join us, Xiao proposed. What a splendid idea! After the match, I shall take you to the heartfelt pavilion for a meal, Bai Zhixuan mused, nodding in agreement. Xiao observed Bai Zhixuan's enchanted demeanor and teased. Oh, to earn the favor of our esteemed lady, this restaurant must indeed be exceptional. Indeed, a membership card here costs a staggering 2 million, Bai Zhixuan replied. As her words lingered in the air, the sound of Xiao spraying her coffee filled the room. Xiao had never heard of a humble eatery charging 2 million for a membership card. Even a 5-star hotel's card was not that exorbitant. Does that 2 million cover the meal as well? Xiao Xiao inquired with curiosity. No, the meal is charged separately. Bai Zhixuan chuckled, observing Xiao Xiao's astonished expression. At Heartfelt Pavilion, a bowl of plain rice costs 200 yuan. Goodness! Exclaimed the usually composed Xiao Xiao, momentarily breaking her refined demeanor. Let us tidy up for now. When noon arrives, I shall take you to experience it for yourself. You will soon understand why it is so costly. With that, Bai Zhixuan rose from her office chair and exited the room. Once they had gathered their belongings, they set off in the company's shared vehicle, a BMW 5 Series. They arrived at the parent-child competition arena, seeking a suitable spot to settle down. By that time, 10 participants had already taken their turn in the contest. As Bai Zhixuan and Xiao Xiao reached the arena, Su Yegge was backstage preparing with Mengmeng. I told you to hurry, but you didn't believe me. 9 participants have already gone. Bai Zhixuan gently patted the small arm, voicing a complaint. It's my fault. Miss, please stop hitting me and focus on the competition. The little one, with a playful grin, pointed to the host who was about to enter the arena and said, Next, we have a delightful father-daughter duo, Mr. Su Yegge and his daughter, Su Mengmeng. As the host's words faded, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience below. Bai Zhixuan, momentarily taken aback, lifted her gaze and fixed her attention on the entrance. Before her and the eager spectators, a handsome man emerged, holding the hand of a delicate little girl resembling a work of art. Wow, that man is incredibly handsome, exclaimed one. Indeed, not only is he handsome, but his daughter is also a stunning beauty. The audience nearby began to cheer, while the little one beside Bai Zhixuan stared intently at the girl entering the stage. After glancing at Bai Zhixuan, she suddenly spoke. Miss, why does that little girl look so much like you? What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Zhixuan replied playfully, feigning annoyance. It's not nonsense. They really do look alike, the little one insisted. Her gaze flitted between Bai Zhixuan and Mengmeng's faces, and it was undeniable that Mengmeng bore a striking resemblance to Bai Zhixuan. Mengmeng's elegant brows, petite jade-like nose, large eyes reminiscent of the finest beauty, and lips as delicate as willow leaves were almost identical to Bai Zhixuan's features, making it seem as if they were cast from the same mold. Stop your nonsense. How could I possibly have a daughter? Bai Zhixuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a glare at the little one, playfully scolding her. No, absolutely not. If she were my daughter, I would undoubtedly raise her to be a little princess. Xiao Xiao continued to cast envious glances at Mengmeng on the stage. Of course, neither Su Yegge nor Mengmeng was aware that Bai Zhixuan was discussing them with her secretary. At that moment, Su Yegge approached the piano and took a seat. Mengmeng stood beside Su Yegge, tugging at the hem of her little skirt, preparing to twirl. Mengmeng, what are you doing tugging at your skirt? Su Yegge inquired, unable to contain her amusement at her daughter's adorable demeanor. This is what my aunt taught me. She said that gently pulling up the skirt while dancing looks lovely. Mengmeng replied in a sweet, childish voice. Then let us begin. Su Yegge smiled gently, her fingers gliding over the piano keys from the bass to the treble, producing a clear, melodious sound. As her fingertips danced, a beautiful tune emerged from her spirited play. This piece was composed during the time when Bai Zhixuan, disregarding her family's objections, insisted on being with Su Yegge. Bai Zhixuan had given this enchanting melody a whimsical title, Fairy Tales Without Sorrow. The composition conveyed a message to the powerful, asserting that love knows no social bounds, and that true love is everything. Miss, this piece is truly magnificent. If our company were to promote this gentleman, he would soon rise to prominence, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, utterly captivated by Su Yegge's piano performance, shaking Bai Zhixuan's arm in her excitement. Little Xiao turned her head and noticed Bai Zhixuan gazing dreamily at Su Yegge on stage. She immediately reached out and tapped Bai Zhixuan's arm. Miss, what is the matter? Xiao inquired with curiosity. This melody, I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before, Bai Zhixuan murmured. Xiao was taken aback and asked, No way, I have never heard this piece before, and you don't actually know this man, do you? Yes, I do. Bai Zhixuan nodded, speaking softly. This gentleman is the owner of the Heartfelt Pavilion, and that little girl is my goddaughter. Really? Miss, you truly know this man? And you are indeed the godmother of Su Mengmeng? Xiao gazed at Bai Zhixuan in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Su Yegge is the proprietor of the Heartfelt Pavilion. He is exceptionally skilled at playing the piano, yet I feel as though I have encountered this particular piece before. Bai Zhixuan reflected. Although it was her first time hearing this composition, she could not shake the feeling that it was familiar. Chapter 75. Memories. Furthermore, as the notes of this melody resonated, an image lingered in Bai Zhixuan's mind, refusing to fade away. Miss, are you all right? Xiao, seated beside Bai Zhixuan, observed her clutching her head and frowning, prompting her to inquire. Noticing Bai Zhixuan's silence, Xiao gently nudged her arm and asked with concern, Miss, are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine, Bai Zhixuan replied.
Bai Zhixuan was roused from her reverie by Xiao Xiao, her gaze shifting to Su Yegge, as she murmured to herself, Su Yegge, what grievances do you bear against our Bai family? Xiao Xiao suggested, Miss, this Su Yegge plays the piano remarkably well. Perhaps we could consider him as a candidate for our Star Effect initiative. What do you think? Indeed, that seems plausible. Bai Zhixuan nodded, rising to make her way toward the stage exit. Miss, where are you headed? Xiao Xiao quickly followed in her wake. I am going to the backstage to find them, Bai Zhixuan replied. Upon reaching the backstage, Lin Wanfei rushed over, embracing Mengmeng with great affection. Mengmeng, you are truly wonderful. Lin Wanfei expressed her adoration. Brother, your piano performance was splendid, she added with a gentle smile. Ahem, Mr. Su. A melodious voice rang out as Bai Zhixuan and Xiao Xiao approached Su Yegge in their high heels. Zhixuan, what brings you here?
Su Yegge inquired,
his face lighting up with a tender smile upon seeing Bai Zhixuan in her sunglasses. I came to observe the parent-child competition and fortuitously sought to recruit an internet celebrity for our Star Effect initiative, only to encounter you here, Bai Zhixuan replied with a smile. Mama, Mengmeng, noticing Bai Zhixuan's approach, wriggled in Lin Wanfei's arms, reaching out for a hug. Bai Zhixuan took Mengmeng from Lin Wanfei, gently pinching her cheek and affectionately saying, Mengmeng, your performance on stage was truly captivating. Mengmeng waved her hand and said in a sweet voice, Thank you, Mama. This is what my aunt taught me. Aunt? Bai Zhixuan lifted her head, gazing at Lin Wan with a slight smile, and inquired, Lin Wan, have you acknowledged Mr. Su as your elder brother? Indeed, Brother Su possesses remarkable abilities. I have much to learn from him, Lin Wan admitted, for it was undeniable that a man as exceptional as Su Yegge would attract many flirtatious glances from women. By the way, Zhixuan, what did you say about the celebrity effect? Su Yegge interjected, shifting the topic. It is like this. After the shareholders' meeting, the company decided to hire a celebrity to represent the product, which could also promote the development of the company's music sector. Before Bai Zhixuan could respond, Xiao Xiao eagerly spoke up, Our young lady has taken a liking to your piano composition, so we have decided to invite you to collaborate with an external company. Su Yegge remained silent, pulling out a chair to gesture for Bai Zhixuan to sit before he finally spoke. This piano piece of mine is titled A Fairy Tale Without Sorrow. A Fairy Tale Without Sorrow. What a beautiful name, Bai Zhixuan murmured. This piece was composed 3 years ago by a couple. Su Yegge smiled faintly and continued. 3 years ago, a man and woman met on a train. The man came from a poor family, while the woman was the daughter of a wealthy household. They fell in love at first sight and decided to live together. However, their relationship was discovered by the woman's family, who vehemently opposed their union. And then what happened? Bai Zhixuan inquired. Subsequently, disregarding her family's objections, the young woman moved in with her partner. The two often collaborated on composing melodies and penning lyrics. Su Yegge continued, eventually, the girl's family sent someone to assassinate the young man. After she gave birth to his child, she was forcibly taken away by her family. The song, titled A Fairy Tale Without Sorrow, was composed during their time together. The narrative of this piece is truly poignant. Sitting beside Bai Zhixuan, Xiao Xiao wiped away her tears, striving to regain her composure. It is a common trait among girls. Upon encountering something deeply moving, tears often flow freely. Meanwhile, Bai Zhixuan fell into a reverie, uncertain why a particular individual had lingered in her mind since she had heard Su Yegge's performance. Especially after listening to the story behind the song, a dull ache began to throb at her temples. Miss, are you all right? Xiao Xiao noticed Bai Zhixuan's unusual silence and quickly grasped her delicate wrist, inquiring with concern. I'm fine. It's just that there is something weighing on my mind, yet I can't quite recall what it is, Bai Zhixuan replied, shaking her head, a pained expression crossing her face. At times, the most frustrating moments arise when one is on the verge of remembering something significant, only to be met with an empty mind. Bai Zhixuan felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, yet her thoughts remained elusive. Shall I assist you in uncovering it?
Su Yegge tentatively suggested.
Do you possess medical knowledge? Bai Zhixuan asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Su Yegge nodded slightly and said, I have studied some traditional Chinese medicine. Allow me to take your pulse. Upon finishing his statement, he extended his finger and pressed it against Bai Zhixuan's delicate wrist. Of course, Su Yegge was not truly taking her pulse. Rather, he intended to channel the vital energy within himself into Bai Zhixuan, seeking to uncover the reasons behind her amnesia regarding events from 3 years prior. What's the result? Xiao Xiao inquired eagerly. Just a moment, Su Yegge replied, as his vital energy surged through his fingertip and into Bai Zhixuan's body. Under the scrutiny of Su Yegge's energy, there appeared to be no significant changes in Bai Zhixuan's physical state. Yet, within her mind resided a peculiar force, seemingly originating from the same source as Su Yegge's energy, which appeared to be sealing off a portion of her brain. Chapter 76. Uncle De's ramblings. Su Yegge furrowed his brow, pondering whether this strange energy could indeed be the reason behind Bai Zhixuan's memory loss. What's the matter? Bai Zhixuan asked, observing Su Yegge's expression twisted in contemplation. It's nothing, you have experienced amnesia before. My melody merely stirred many memories within you, though they have yet to fully resurface. However, Su Yegge was intrigued by the presence of this energy from the interstellar cultivation realm within Bai Zhixuan. But why does your piano piece allow me to recall so many forgotten moments? Bai Zhixuan queried, clearly unaware that the matters Su Yegge spoke of were experiences he had encountered. Perhaps you have experienced this as well. Su Yegge hesitated for a moment before speaking. Bai Zhixuan, upon hearing Su Yegge's words, fell into a deep contemplation. The most significant aspect was that this sensation felt more like a personal experience rather than mere imagination. Could it be that I have truly lost my memories of the past? Bai Zhixuan gazed at Su Yegge, who sat before her, murmuring to herself. All right then.
Su Yegge nodded.
As long as it meant getting closer to Bai Zhixuan, she did not mind a little fatigue. Furthermore, Su Yegge was also eager to approach the Jianghai group to uncover the identity of the individual who had infused such potent energy into Bai Zhixuan's ocean. Rising to her feet, Su Yegge waved at Mengmeng, who was playing beside Lin Wan. Mengmeng, are you hungry? I am, Mengmeng replied, blinking her large eyes and nodding. Great. Mengmeng nodded enthusiastically, reaching out her hand to take Bai Zhixuan's, eager to walk together. Let us go. Mengmeng exclaimed, extending her arms and mimicking flying. Bai Zhixuan lifted Mengmeng into her car, and Su Yegge did not object. After all, Mengmeng had not seen her mother for many years, and he wholeheartedly supported their time together. Upon returning to the restaurant, Su Yegge noticed that Xia Luoyun and his companions were already waiting at the entrance. However, today there were 4 additional young men who appeared to be affluent young masters, seemingly brought along by Xia Luoyun's group. Let us commence the meal.
Su Yegge remarked nonchalantly.
Su Yegge opened the restaurant's grand door and stepped inside, activating the sound system to play a selection of enchanting piano melodies, before retreating into the kitchen to commence her culinary endeavors. Bai Zhixuan kept Mengmeng company in the dining area, allowing Su Yegge to focus with ease. The various plants in the estate had flourished, and Uncle De delivered fresh ingredients to the restaurant daily. Su Yegge lightly tapped the fresh produce brought by Uncle De today: potatoes, beef, duck blood, and chives. These 3 ingredients were perfect for preparing potato beef and chive stir-fried chicken blood. The 2 dishes would be served to members, while non-members could only enjoy egg-fried rice. As Su Yegge busied herself with lunch preparations, she suddenly heard Meng exclaiming from the hall, Daddy, Grandpa has arrived. Peering out, Su Yegge spotted Uncle De entering with a small bucket. Uncle De, what brings you here? She inquired with curiosity. The cows at the estate have begun to produce milk, so I brought you some, Uncle De replied. As he passed by Bai Zhixuan, he cast a furtive glance her way, but quickly averted his gaze when she looked back, proceeding into the kitchen with the bucket. "That's splendid news about the milk production," Su Yegge exclaimed, accepting the bucket from Uncle De and placing it on the kitchen table. She ladled a small amount, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. "Delightful. The milk from our estate has a wonderfully rich aroma, far surpassing any store-bought variety."
Su Yegge pressed enthusiastically.
Uncle De cast a glance at Bai Zhixuan, who was playing outside with Mengmeng, and whispered, "Yegge, how did Zhixuan come to play with Mengmeng?" Su Yegao observed Uncle Da's serious demeanor and promptly clarified, "Oh, you mean Zhixuan? She has merely lost her memory, but now she acknowledges Mengmeng as her goddaughter. This is beneficial. At least it can provide some comfort to Mengmeng's tender heart. Yegao, you must be cautious of the Bai family. Although Zhixuan harbors no ill intentions, remember, the Bai family is not to be trifled with." Uncle Da's greatest concern remained the potential actions of the Bai family, whose influence in the entirety of Huaxia was formidable. Should they act recklessly, it would not only place Su Yegao in peril, but Mengmeng would also face danger. Su Yegao, listening to Uncle Da's incessant warnings, felt a twinge of impatience. While Uncle Da's intentions were undoubtedly for Su Yegao's well-being, the incessant admonitions felt somewhat beneath the dignity of the esteemed celestial master. Thus, Su Yegao found himself slightly irked. "Very well, I reiterate, take good care of Mengmeng. In all your endeavors, you must prioritize the child's welfare. No need for that. When you cook, there's no need to prepare meals for us. Old Li and I are preparing to grill beef in the manor." Uncle De was not oblivious. He could discern Su Yegao's impatience. He refrained from voicing it, for he recognized that his thoughts had diverged from those of that group. Chapter 77. The privileges of membership are distinct. After bidding farewell to Uncle De, Su Yegao hurriedly set about cooking. With the milk brought over by Uncle De, he poured it into the clay pot. The milk had just been extracted from the cows, teeming with numerous bacteria. Some of these bacteria pose a threat to human health. Thus, it is imperative to simmer the milk gently until it reaches a boil. As the milk was poured into a clay pot and slowly heated, Su Yegao added a sprinkle of passion fruit powder, enveloping the kitchen in a rich, creamy aroma. The delightful scent of milk wafted beyond the confines of the small kitchen, permeating the entire hall. In the hall, a group of individuals became invigorated by the enticing fragrance. Among them, the food enthusiast Xia Luoyun smacked his lips in anticipation, gazing towards the kitchen, and exclaimed loudly, "Brother Su, will there be milk for lunch today? What business is it of yours?" Xia Luoyun retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chun. Zhang Long, who had just entered, caught a whiff of the milk's delightful aroma and his gaze eagerly fixed on the kitchen. Anyone familiar with Zhang Long knew of his fondness for milk. He indulged in at least 1 cup of the delectable beverage daily. Upon entering, he noticed that all 4 tables in the dining area were occupied. He approached the table where Xia Luoyun sat and inquired, "Do you mind if I join you?" "Please, have a seat," Xia Luoyun replied. Recognizing Zhang Long, he felt a modicum of goodwill towards him, especially given Zhang Long's amiable demeanor during his first visit to the restaurant. Once Zhang Long settled in, Su Yegao emerged, carrying 5 trays, which he placed on the dining table. He then returned with 2 inner pots from rice cookers, positioning one on the long table and the other on the square table in the corner. At last, Su Yegao emerged from the kitchen, bearing a large earthen pot, which he placed upon the round table where he and Mengmeng were to dine. The meal commenced. The members enjoyed their dishes at the long table, while the non-members were seated at the square table. Each was provided with a glass of milk, which they were to serve themselves. After relaying this, Su Yegao brought the meals for himself, Mengmeng, Bai Zhixuan, and Lin Wan to the round table. "Mengmeng, it's time to eat," Su Yegao said, offering a gentle smile filled with affection. "Today, the manor's dairy cows have produced fresh milk, and I have brought some for you to taste." "Thank you, Daddy," Mengmeng replied, lifting her cup to sip the milk, her face lighting up with a giggle. "Is it delicious?" Bai Zhixuan inquired, delicately wiping away the milk that had dribbled onto the corner of Mengmeng's mouth with a tissue. "It's delicious. Mommy, you should have some too," Mengmeng said sweetly, taking up another cup and, with her small hand gripping the spoon, served a portion of milk for Bai Zhixuan. Meanwhile, Xia Luo and his companions sequentially collected their meals and retrieved blankets from the disinfection cabinet, lining up to fetch their milk. The four newly arrived men gazed at their bowls of fried rice, bewildered, and one inquired, "Why do they receive such fine dishes while we are left with fried rice?" "This is unjust." "Because they are members," Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. "How much does membership cost?" "We wish to join," asked one of the older men among them. "Such an exorbitant price." The man was momentarily taken aback, his tone revealing dissatisfaction at the steep cost of the membership card. "You will come to understand the value of it after you finish your meal," Zhang Long, the last to serve himself milk, remarked as he passed by the men, taking a sip from his glass. Although these four young men were also scions of wealthy families, in comparison to Xia Luo and his companions, they appeared rather insignificant. The sum of 200,000 was somewhat challenging for them, leading to a prolonged internal struggle before they ultimately decided against purchasing a membership card. However, their resolve transformed after they savored the first bite of the fried rice. They had never tasted such exquisite fried rice in their lives. It was truly a culinary masterpiece. "Brother, I must get a membership card," exclaimed a young man with chestnut-colored hair as he stood up, an impish grin adorning his face, and approached Su Yegge, who was dining. "Boss, I would like to apply for a membership card as well." "Very well." Su Yegge promptly tucked the bank card into his pocket, retrieved a small notebook and a pen from the shelf beside the dining table, and handed them to the young man. "Please write your name." "Thank you, boss." The chestnut-haired young man joyfully inscribed his name and, with a pleading tone, inquired, "Does this mean I can enjoy the privileges of a member for dinner?" "Indeed."
Su Yegge replied nonchalantly.
"Boss, we too desire membership cards." Upon witnessing the chestnut-haired young man obtain his card, the other three promptly produced their own bank cards and presented them to Su Yegge. "Write down your names, and you shall receive your membership cards." "Thank you, boss." The restaurant basked in a serene ambience as they enjoyed their lunch. After bidding farewell to the guests, Mengmeng, taking advantage of the afternoon break, dozed off while watching television. After Bai Zhixuan draped a coat over Mengmeng, she departed the restaurant with Xiao Xiao. Before leaving, she reminded Su Yegao to arrive at Jianghai Group by 8 o'clock in the evening to complete some paperwork. Along the way, Su Yegao briefly assessed his current assets. A total of 9 individuals had acquired membership cards, amounting to 18 million. This sum, astronomical to the average person, still fell short of Su Yegao's ambitions. His aspirations were grand. He sought to dominate not only Jianghai City but the entirety of Huaxia. Without substantial financial resources, such dreams were unattainable. Upon arriving at Lin's group, Su Yegao neatly organized the documents. Lin Wan then instructed him, "Brother, you may enter first. At the front desk, simply inform them that you were referred by me, and express your desired type of membership card. I will head to the president's office for a moment." "All right, I can manage on my own," Su Yegao replied with a nod. Chapter 78. A dog's view of others. Upon entering Lin's group, Su Yegao approached the front desk directly. "Welcome," greeted a young man at the reception, who instinctively offered a standard greeting upon hearing footsteps. However, as the young man scrutinized Su Yegao from head to toe, his tone shifted. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow with an air of indifference. "Yes, there is," Su Yegao responded coolly, meeting the young man's gaze. The young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, sported striking silver hair and was clad in a sharply tailored suit, his expression revealing a palpable disdain. "What is it? Speak quickly," the silver-haired man impatiently inquired. "You have no right to converse with me. Summon your manager." Respect is reciprocal. Since the silver-haired man showed disdain for Su Yegao felt no obligation to reciprocate. If this were the realm of interstellar cultivation, the silver-haired man would have long been reduced to a mere skeleton in the grave. "What do you mean by that? Dressed like this, you still wish to meet our manager? Be gone." Upon hearing Su Yegao's words, the silver-haired man bellowed, "You ought to consider where you are. This is Lin Group, a place where someone of your impoverished status has no business being. Is it because I am dressed modestly that I am unworthy of being here?" Su Yegao's expression immediately turned frigid, his gaze emanating a murderous intent. "Indeed, a pauper. Now leave at once." Seeing Su Yegao standing his ground, the silver-haired man approached, intending to shove him aside. However, before his hand could make contact, Su Yegao's hand darted out with ghostly swiftness, seizing the silver-haired man's wrist and twisting it with a subtle yet forceful grip. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the silver-haired man crumpled to the ground, clutching his arm and wailing in agony. His cries drew the attention of everyone in Lin Group, prompting security to rush over and encircle Su Yegao. In a short while, the guards parted to make way for a middle-aged man of considerable stature who approached with authority. "Dad, this pauper nearly broke my hand. You must avenge me." The silver-haired man kneeling on the ground noticed the middle-aged man approaching and immediately rose, rushing to stand before him with a sorrowful expression. "Is everything all right, my son?" The middle-aged man observed the swollen wrist of the silver-haired man and promptly instructed the security personnel behind him, "Quickly take the young master to apply some medicine." With a venomous glare directed at Su Yegge, the silver-haired man shouted, "Dad, I want you to deal with this brat first. Only then will I go for treatment. He has struck me, and I cannot bear it. Are you seeking death?" As soon as the silver-haired man's words fell, Su Yegge's gaze sharpened, akin to a predator stalking its prey in the night, fixating intently on him. "How audacious, young man, you dare to lay a hand on my son. Today, I am keen to see what prowess you possess that could lead my son to his demise." The middle-aged man was further incensed. Having held a position of power in Jianghai City for many years, he was accustomed to respect. His only son had never been harmed by anyone, yet this young man before him had dared to injure him. How could he not be furious? Just as he was about to command the security to take action, he suddenly felt a rush of wind pass by him, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yegge had vanished. The one now gripping his son's neck was none other than Su Yegge himself. "Do you truly believe I lack the ability to bring about your son's end?"
Su Yegge magt.
"Hurry! Let him go! Murder is a crime," the middle-aged man exclaimed, filled with anguish and urgency. "I must ask you, what position do you hold at the Lin Group?" Su Yegge inquired, ignoring the middle-aged man's plea and speaking in a nonchalant tone. I am the head of the advertising design department." The middle-aged man had initially refrained from speaking, but upon witnessing Su Yegge's grip tightening around his son's neck, his veins bulged with tension, prompting him to respond hastily. "Very well, I am here to design the membership card. What, do you also wish to critique my attire?" Su Yegge continued to inquire. No, that's unnecessary," the middle-aged man quickly replied, fearful that Su Yegge might exert his grip further and choke his son. "Then tell me, your son insulted me. Do I not have the right to retaliate?" As Su Yegge concluded his sentence, his gaze pierced like a blade, causing the silver-haired young man, who was being dangled by his neck, to tremble uncontrollably.
No. Lauder, Su Yegge que mandid.
Before the middle-aged man could finish his response, Su Yegge forcefully tossed the silver-haired youth against a nearby stone pillar. No. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted in desperation. "Remember, do not look down upon others with disdain." Su Yegge exerted just enough pressure to instill fear without resorting to lethal force. With a decisive motion, he flung the silver-haired youth as if he were a bird stripped of its wings, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact left the silver-haired young man dazed, sitting on the ground, staring blankly at Su Yegge. "Son, are you all right?" The middle-aged man rushed over to assist his son, noticing his bewildered state. He then fixed a furious glare upon Su Yegge, demanding, "Who exactly are you? My name is not something a mere insect like you could comprehend." Su Yegge retorted with a cold laugh, turning to stride towards the front desk. "He came here solely to design membership cards. He certainly does not have the luxury of time to entertain those who look down on others." "Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant," the middle-aged man commanded. "Attack! Whoever knocks this brat to the ground will receive 1 million. 1 million is not a substantial amount for him, a minister of the Lin Group, but for these security guards it represents a significant fortune." Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Su Yegge clenched his fists. He initially intended to let this father and son go, but their audacity in seeking to save face left him no choice but to discard any semblance of courtesy. "Those who do not wish to perish, step forward." Su Yegge stomped his foot against the floor, unleashing a formidable aura. At that moment, a resounding rumble echoed through the hall, leaving everyone bewildered, their gazes darting around in search of the source of the noise. However, As their eyes fell upon the ground beneath Su Yegge, shock washed over their faces. Cracks radiated outward from Su Yegge's feet, branching out like tree limbs across the hall's floor. Why the silence? Come at me all at once. Su Yegge scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, terror evident in his gaze as he regarded Su Yegge. Anyone capable of shattering the floor with a mere stomp is no ordinary individual. What is this? Were you not just so boastful? Su Yegge sneered coldly. I am here to spend money. What I wear is of no concern to you. No need at all. A middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head, stating he was not addressing you, but rather the silver-haired youth. Su Yegge cast a scornful glance at the middle-aged man before shifting his gaze to the young man with silver hair behind him. What are you? Even if you shatter the floor, what of it? In Jianghai City, wealth reigns supreme. Do you believe I cannot hire someone to eliminate you? The silver-haired youth, brimming with youthful arrogance, could not tolerate being humiliated before so many witnesses. Enraged, he shouted at Su Yegge, "Damn it! If you have the guts, don't run." As he spoke, the silver-haired youth pulled out his phone to make a call. However, Su Yegge would not grant him the opportunity. A surge of energy erupted within him. He propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his foot, swiftly appearing before the silver-haired youth. In an instant, the youth found himself face to face with Su Yegge, his skin crawling in terror. A demon! This is a demon! The silver-haired youth screamed in horror, attempting to flee. Yet it was too late. Su Yegge raised his hand and struck the youth's back with what seemed like a light tap, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth.
Son.
The middle-aged man rushed over to assist the fallen youth. His eyes filled with venomous resentment as he glared at Su Yegge, roaring in fury, "You wait. I will make you regret this." "I await that day," Su Yegge replied coolly. Su Yegge coldly smiled and remarked, "If your son had been sent to the hospital a bit later, I fear all his limbs would be rendered useless. However, if he is sent promptly, perhaps only one arm would be lost." With that, Su Yegge turned and strode into the office, calling out, "Where can I design a membership card?" A trembling female office worker, who had been observing the scene, timidly extended her hand and replied, "Right here." "Hello, I would like to design a customized membership card for Zhixuan," Su Yegge said as he approached her. "This card should be gold-plated on the surface and feature a unique design. Money is not an issue." "Good day, sir. Allow me to show you our design team's options. If they do not meet your expectations, I can contact our department." The office worker was about to mention their department head when the words caught in her throat. She hesitated, recalling that her superior had just had a confrontation with this young man. Would mentioning the head provoke his ire? "If you are dissatisfied, you may contact Miss Lin Wan from your company directly," Su Yegge declared confidently. "Understood." The office worker nodded weakly in response. She opened her computer to present the membership card design options to Su Yegge, but none seemed to please him. Reluctantly, she dialed Lin Wan. Before long, Lin Wan arrived, her high heels clicking on the floor. "Brother, how is it? Is there nothing to your liking?" she asked sweetly. "At present, there is nothing available. I find it rather mundane. I desire a membership card that is a touch more unique." Su Yegge shook her head and spoke. "No, allow me to handle it." Su Yegge declined Lin Wan's kind offer, as she had conceived a more splendid design idea. She took the pen and paper from Lin Wan's hand and illustrated her vision inspired by the symbols of her interstellar cultivation realm. After a brief revision, she presented it to Lin Wan. "Brother, have you studied design?" Lin Wan inquired, astonished. "Yes, this will suffice. How much will it cost to craft it entirely in gold?" "I can settle the payment in full at once," Su Yegge asked. "Regarding gold, it depends on what type of gold you prefer, sir," the female office worker responded. Su Yegge pondered for a moment before asking, "Which type of gold is generally preferable?" "Perhaps platinum," Lin Wan suggested. "Very well, let it be platinum." Su Yegge nodded in agreement with Lin Wan's proposition. With a swipe of her card, Su Yegge, possessing ample funds, knew that even a casual bank card held $1 million within. Chapter 80. Bai Zhixuan is not a member of the Bai family. After finalizing the membership card arrangements, Lin Wan escorted Su Yegge out of the Lin group. Once seated in her vehicle, Su Yegge rolled down the window and addressed Lin Wan. "Lin Wan, I fear that the head of your company's design department may clash with me. However, allow me to caution you, it would be wise to distance yourself from such a manager. I have heard accounts from within the company regarding previous incidents, and I have never held them in high regard. Thus, it is indeed a good thing that my brother intends to reprimand them. Long before the conflict arose between Su Yegao and the head of the design department at the Lin Group, someone had already informed Lin Wan. However, Lin Wan merely turned a blind eye. I shall take my leave. Su Yegao nodded and departed from the Lin Group. He parked his Volkswagen Tiguan at the entrance of Villa No. 9, and upon stepping out of the car, his gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Zhe, who had come out to greet him. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Zhang Zhe smiled warmly as he welcomed Su Yegao into the house. I specifically came to return this jade pendant to you. Su Yegao retrieved the jade pendant, which Zhang Zhe had previously entrusted to him, from his pocket and handed it over. You still remember, Mr. Su? Zhang Zhe remarked as he accepted the pendant, casually placing it on the coffee table. After all, it is your possession. It cannot remain with me indefinitely, Su Yegao replied. Would you care for a drink? Perhaps some de hong pao? Zhang Zhe clapped his hands, signaling a maid standing nearby to approach. No, just a glass of plain water will suffice, Su Yegao politely declined. The maid soon brought a glass of water, and after taking a sip, Su Yegao inquired, How have you been feeling lately? Is there any improvement? Much better, though the talisman you gave me has changed color. Zhang Zhe replied as he pulled out the yellow talisman from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table. The talisman had transformed from yellow to black. Su Yegao extended his hand, his vital energy surging from his palm as it made contact with the talisman. In the next moment, a powerful, invisible wave emanated from the talisman, intertwining with Su Yegao's vital energy. The spatial undulation consumed the coffee table placed at the center of the hall, engulfed by two streams of vital energy. Zhang Zhe watched in astonishment as the table vanished, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, resembling yellow beans. Do not be alarmed. This is merely the collision of two vital energies that has resulted in the table's disappearance, Su Yegao remarked with an air of calmness, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. What exactly is vital energy? Zhang Zhe inquired, confusion etched across his face. Vital energy, you see, Su Yegao replied, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back, is akin to the internal force found on Earth, referred to by cultivators as vital energy. Cultivators? Zhang Zhe's expression was one of bewilderment as he gazed at Su Yegao's silhouette. He understood internal force. Every martial artist possessed it, and the stronger the internal force, the greater the prowess. However, the notion of cultivators seemed utterly implausible. After all, even the most formidable humans relied on their inherent abilities for training. Once one transcended the innate limitations of the human body, internal force could lead to ruin. Hence, the concept of cultivation appeared far-fetched. You need not comprehend the notion of cultivators. Simply understand that the change in color of the yellow talisman serves as a warning from the individual who seeks to ensnare you. Su Yegao waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Su, do not fear. I shall immediately have my father dispatch someone to protect you, Zhang Zhe said, furrowing his brow upon hearing Su Yegao's words. That is unnecessary. This matter does not concern you. I have inquiries to make. Su Yegao turned back and took a seat, then asked, Does your Marriott group have any plans to counter the Jianghai group? At the mere mention of countering the Jianghai group, a troubled expression appeared on Zhang Zhe's face. The strategic plan against the Jianghai group remained a closely guarded secret among several prominent figures within the organization. Even within the Marriott group, apart from Zhang Zhe and Chairman Zhang Depeo, there were virtually no others privy to this information. Should this plan be divulged to Su Yegao, the repercussions for the Marriott group and its allied factions would undoubtedly be severe. Mr. Su, this is a confidential plan of utmost importance to both the Marriott group and our coalition. It would be ill-advised to disclose it, Zhang Zhe remarked with a hint of remorse. Although Su Yegao had once been his savior, Zhang Zhe could not jeopardize the plans of multiple corporations for the sake of one individual. It's quite all right if you choose not to share. But I must convey something to you, Su Yegao said, gently patting Zhang Zhe's shoulder. He understood the gravity of the situation, especially considering his acquaintance with Bai Zhixuan, the president of the Jianghai group. Thus, it was imperative that this plan remain undisclosed. What is it, Mr. Su? Please do tell, Zhang Zhe inquired with utmost respect. Su Yegao took a deep breath, articulating each word with deliberate care. Regardless of your approach towards the Bai family, Bai Zixuan must remain untouched. Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his voice to ask, I am aware of your connection with President Bai, yet I am curious about the reasoning behind this. Rising from his seat, Su Yegao offered a faint smile and replied, Bai Zixuan does not belong to the Bai family. She is merely a victim of their coercion. With that, Su Yegao clasped his hands in farewell to Zhang Zhe and turned to exit through the door. Upon leaving the Zhang residence, he entered his vehicle and set off towards the estate. Throughout the journey, his mind was filled with the image of Bai Zhixuan. He had been reborn in this life for her, and thus he would never allow anyone to harm her. This included their daughter, Su Mengmeng. Chapter 81. The visit from Bai Zhixuan was that not the custom Porsche 715 belonging to Bai Zhixuan? Su Yegge hurried into the estate, swiftly making his way towards the small pavilion. As he approached a nearby patch of cultivated land, he noticed Mengmeng and Bai Zhixuan planting flowers together. At that moment, Bai Zhixuan was holding Mengmeng's hand, gently wielding a small trowel to dig holes before burying the flower seeds. If buried so deeply, they might not survive. Su Yegge mused as he approached, smiling. Be good. Daddy just went to handle the membership card matters. Su Yegge scooped Mengmeng into his arms and walked over to Bai Zhixuan, smiling as he inquired, What brings you here? SNT the company busy today? Indeed, it is, Bai Zhixuan replied with a smile. I came specifically regarding work. Work matters? Su Yegge asked, puzzled. Isn't there anything I could assist with concerning Jianghai Group? Weren't you the one who promised to take charge of the Star Effect event for Jianghai Group? That's why I came to discuss it with you. The delicate features of Bai Zhixuan were overshadowed by a solemn expression. Initially, this matter was under her jurisdiction, but Bai Zhe unexpectedly intervened, asserting that it pertained to the external security of Jianghai Group. Thus, he insisted on recommending a candidate to compete against Bai Zhixuan's selection. What is it? Please tell me. If I can assist you, I will certainly do so, Su Yegao inquired. Bai Zhixuan sighed. Bai Zhe has forcefully recommended a candidate to compete with you. I am here to seek your opinion. Let them come. I am not intimidated by competition, Su Yegao replied, seizing this opportunity, as it was an ideal chance to draw closer to Bai Zhixuan. By engaging with her, he could uncover the source of the peculiar energy within her. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease, Bai Zhixuan said with a faint smile, a blush gracing her cheeks. I have seen a photograph of your wife. She indeed bears a striking resemblance to me. For a moment, Su Yegao was at a loss for words. Should he directly inform Bai Zhixuan that she was, in fact, his wife? He gently set Mengmeng down, patting her on the head. Mengmeng, go find Grandpada and ask him to take you to milk the cows. We shall prepare milk for dinner. Okay. Mengmeng, unaware of Su Yegao's intention to divert her, cheerfully ran off in the direction of Uncle Da. Shall we take a stroll over there? Su Yegao suggested, pointing towards Xuangang Mountain. All right, Bai Zhixuan nodded, accompanying Su Yegao as they leisurely walked along the path to Xuangang Mountain. Mr. Su, I never anticipated that you would acquire such a vast expanse of land and construct a magnificent estate, living a life of bliss akin to that of deities. What is most remarkable is that within the grounds of Su Yegge's estate lies a scenery unparalleled by the outside world. One could indeed say that this estate is a veritable paradise. Please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Su. I am merely a tad older than you, and calling me Mr. Su makes me feel aged, Su Yegge earnestly remarked. Bai Zhixuan, observing the earnest expression on Su Yegge's face, found herself both amused and exasperated. While Su Yegge often appeared aloof, those who spent time with him would soon discover that he was not devoid of warmth. He simply struggled to express it. Have you smiled? It has been ages since I last saw you smile, Su Yegge remarked, his face alight with joy. Ages? We only just met not long ago. Bai Zhixuan chuckled softly. Suddenly, Su Yegge adopted a serious demeanor and turned to Bai Zhixuan, inquiring, Zhixuan, would you like to uncover the truth behind that elusive memory you cannot recall? His sudden gravity took Bai Zhixuan by surprise. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon his exquisite visage. She nodded, responding, I certainly wish to know, yet I am at a loss to remember. I know how to help you regain that memory, but I currently lack the means to do so, Thus I require time, Yegge explained. His present abilities were merely at the initial stage of Yushu, a mere beginning for a cultivator. To achieve a transformative distinction in their internal powers, a cultivator must advance to the late stage of Qingshu. Moreover, while Yegge was taking Bai Zhixuan's pulse, he discerned that the peculiar energy within her was at least on par with the vital essence of a practitioner in the early stages of the Void Realm. To be precise, only a cultivator at that level possesses the capability to implant such an unusual energy into Bai Zhixuan's mind. What astonished Yegge even more was the revelation that the Bai family was acquainted with a practitioner of the early Void Realm. Such a formidable individual must surely be unparalleled on Earth. After a moment of hesitation, Yegge spoke up. I cannot elucidate this matter completely, but there is something I must advise you. What is it? Bai Zhixuan inquired, noting the grave expression on Yegge's face, her brows knitting together in concern. Should you recall any forgotten memories, refrain from disclosing them to anyone but me, including anyone from your Bai family, Yegge cautioned, a flicker of vigilance crossing his gaze as he articulated each word with precision. Bai Zhixuan's brows furrowed even more. Not even my parents? Indeed, no one aside from you and me should be privy to this information, Yegge reiterated firmly. Why? Bai Zhixuan asked, her curiosity piqued. There is no reason. If you wish to remember those things you have forgotten, then it is imperative that you do not share them with others, especially the members of the Bai family. Yegge shook his head, withholding the underlying rationale from Bai Zhixuan. Chapter 82. Bai Zhixuan's astonishment, of course. If you encounter any inexplicable individuals sent by the Bai family, you may inform me in advance, Yegge continued.
Inexplicable individuals.
At that moment, Bai Zhixuan was taken aback, completely unaware that the enigmatic figure mentioned by Yegge referred to the cultivator who had implanted the peculiar energy within her. In summary, if you wish to recall those events, you must adhere to my instructions, Yegge asserted with unwavering certainty. As long as you follow my guidance, I assure you will recover the memories you have lost. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes. Bai Zhixuan nodded, eager to remember those forgotten moments, including the reason behind her inexplicable familiarity with the piano piece played by Yegge. If her memories could indeed be restored, it might shed light on why the Bai family forbade her from associating with him. By the way, Zhixuan, you must exercise caution during this time. The Jianghai group has stirred up quite a commotion in Jianghai City, and the older conglomerates there are likely to unite against you. Remain vigilant. Yegge suddenly recalled this concern as he took a few steps. Do not worry. They are hardly worthy of causing a disturbance before me. Their seemingly flawless schemes are nothing more than a matter of early or late awareness for our Jianghai group, she replied confidently. I cannot concern myself with the affairs of your group, but your safety is my utmost priority. As their conversation unfolded, Yegge led Bai Zhixuan to the spring beside Shuanging Mountain. He dipped his hand into the crystalline water, cupping it to take a sip. The water infused with ethereal energy is distinctly different from ordinary spring water, both in flavor and other aspects. The spring water of Shuanging Mountain is undeniably superior. Is there really a spring atop this mountain? I recall that only Shuanging Mountain in this vicinity possesses a spring. Bai Zhixuan pondered seriously as she gazed at the lake before her. Beneath your feet lies Shuanging Mountain, Yegge remarked with a shrug. What? That can't be true. This truly is Shuanging Mountain. Yegge smiled, lightly tapping the 9 dragons ring on his back, producing a land deed and presenting it to Bai Zhixuan. With a mix of skepticism, Bai Zhixuan accepted the deed, which indeed confirmed the transaction for Shuanging Mountain and its surrounding peaks. Upon verifying the authenticity of the contract, she found it to be genuine. Yet, how could Shuanging Mountain have diminished in height? Bai Zhixuan was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Shuanging Mountain had seemingly become shorter. I have transformed it, he stated. That's impossible. Bai Zhixuan shook her head in confusion. Even if one were to fill in the mountain, such alterations were not permitted by the contract. The peaks are government property, and the purchaser cannot forcibly alter the original state of the mountain. Could it be some sort of legal loophole? In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. In response to Bai Zhixuan's astonishment, Yegge merely smiled faintly. Many phenomena in the interstellar cultivation realm are beyond the understanding of Earth. If Earth could grasp them, humanity would not struggle to become stronger due to issues of inner strength and physical constitution. Bai Zhixuan took a deep breath, striving to steady her astonishment. Let us go. I shall take you to view the meadows and fields of my estate. With that, Su Yegao led Bai Zhixuan to the farm, where an array of vegetables and fruits thrived in their ripeness. Old Li, accompanied by several workers, was laboring in the fields. Upon noticing Su Yegao and Bai Zhixuan's arrival, he paused his tasks and hurried over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, "Indeed, being with the right master makes all the difference." A simple smile graced Old Li's face. Had he not encountered Su Yegao, he would likely still be peddling goods at the farmer's market, barely scraping by for his daily sustenance. "All right then," he gestured with an approving okay sign. Su Yegao guided Bai Zhixuan around the farm, personally selecting some cherry tomatoes for her to savor. It was undeniable that the cherry tomatoes from the estate far surpassed those found in the outside world. "Impressive. I never anticipated you possessed such skills," exclaimed Bai Zhixuan, giving Su Yegao a thumbs up after tasting one. "Then I shall defer to your wishes," Su Yegao replied with a playful smile. It had been quite some time since Bai Zhixuan felt such joy. Today, at Su Yegao's estate, she not only witnessed numerous miraculous wonders, but also found happiness, which filled her heart with delight. Su Yegao then led Bai Zhixuan to the pasture, where Mengmeng was milking the cows alongside Uncle De. Bai Zhixuan eagerly joined in. Meanwhile, Su Yegao settled onto a large stone, lighting a cigarette, a satisfied smile gracing his features. How wonderful it would be to experience this every day, he mused. Chapter 83. Lin Wan as assistant. Though she had her thoughts, Su Yegge had already devised a plan of action in her heart. Once she uncovered the identity of the cultivator hidden behind the Bai family, she would take decisive action against him, compelling him to purge the energy from Bai Zhixuan's body. However, pleasant moments are often fleeting. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 6 o'clock. Su Yegge received a message from Lin Wan, informing her that the membership card had been prepared. It must be said that the efficiency of the Lin group was indeed commendable. Of course, this was largely contingent on financial matters, and Su Yegge did not deny Lin Wan's contributions. Approaching Mengmeng and Bai Zhixuan, who were happily playing, Su Yegge spoke. "Zhixuan, I am heading to collect the membership card now. When it's time for dinner, please take Mengmeng to the restaurant." "All right, you can trust me to take care of Mengmeng," Bai Zhixuan replied with a gentle smile. As Mengmeng's godmother, she felt a duty to look after her. With Bai Zhixuan's reassurance, Su Yegge felt at ease and drove away from the estate. Upon arriving at the Lin group, she found Lin Wan just exiting the building. "Brother, the membership card has been made. What do you think?" Lin Wan handed Su Yegge a wooden box, twirling around him like a child in delight. "Very good indeed. The purity of this platinum is remarkably high," Su Yegge praised. As a cultivator in the interstellar realm, he could sense the purity of metals merely through his vital energy. After all, the platinum found on Earth originated from a meteorite that fell 2 billion years ago, a celestial object that journeyed from the interstellar realm. Indeed, the purity of platinum produced by our Lin group can reach an astonishing 90% or more. Lin Wan proudly proclaimed. Moreover, our Lin group excels primarily in industrial design, holding a dominant position in Jianghai City. "All right, thank you very much. By the way, brother, may I be your assistant?" Lin Wan inquired eagerly as she noticed Su Yegao preparing to enter the vehicle. "Can you cook?" Su Yegao asked. "Not at all. Precisely because I cannot cook. I wish to assist you and learn from you," Lin Wan replied after a moment's contemplation. "How about I call it a learning fee and you teach me?"
Su Yegao
Naturally did not ponder such matters. Since Lin Wan wished to ride in his car, he was more than agreeable. The purpose of their visit to the restaurant was unmistakably to dine, and their conversation naturally revolved around the culinary delights. These two young ladies had discovered this place through recommendations in Li Chen's WeChat moments and had decided to follow him here. They had heard that the dishes served were delectable, and one could indulge without gaining weight, in fact, enhancing one's figure. Thus, the two youthful maidens, who longed for exquisite cuisine while maintaining their figures, accompanied Li Chen to this establishment. "I must tell you, the meals my brother prepares are such that one can eat without gaining weight, and they even promote beauty," Lin Wan declared with a proud expression. "Wait, how did Su become your brother?" Xia Luo inquired curiously. "It happened recently. He became my brother not long ago." Lin Wan, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "No wonder you can share a meal at the table with Brother Su. It turns out you've acknowledged him as your elder brother." Xia Luoyun suddenly understood that Lin Wan had been dining at Su Yigye's round table a few days prior because she had recognized him as her brother. "I shall take my leave now. I am off to the kitchen to lend a hand and perhaps learn my brother's culinary skills," Lin Wan said, arching her delicate brows as she followed Su Yigu into the kitchen. This left Xia Luoyun and the others standing in place, their eyes filled with envy. Once in the kitchen, Su Yigu began to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Lin Wan, like a devoted shadow, trailed closely behind him. "Brother, what should I do?" she inquired, her gaze full of eagerness. Su Yigu paused in his tasks, looking back at Lin Wan. "Can you chop vegetables?" he asked. "Of course. It's just using a knife. I can definitely manage that," Lin Wan replied, her face aglow with confidence. "Well, I fear you might end up in the hospital with that knife," Su Yigu said with a wry smile, pointing to a rice container in the corner of the kitchen. "Why don't you go wash some rice instead?" "All right then." Lin Wan rolled up her sleeves, picked up a scoop, and drew 3 large scoops of rice from the container. "Wait, what are you doing?" Su Yigu exclaimed, quickly grabbing her arm. "Why are you taking so much rice?" "To cook, of course," Lin Wan responded. "There are 13 of us, so that's a total of 13 scoops of rice." Su Yegge fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he poured the rice that Lin Wan had measured back into the rice jar. Then, pointing towards a distant bag of vegetables, he instructed, "Please help me categorize the vegetables." Observing Su Yegge returning the rice she had measured, Lin Wan curiously inquired, "Brother, why don't you let me rinse the rice? With my ladle, I can cook 3 bowls of rice at a time. You've measured out 13 ladles, which totals 36 bowls of rice." Su Yegge took a deep breath and remarked, "It seems the young lady of a wealthy family is quite unfamiliar with these kitchen basics. Inviting her to assist is perhaps not the wisest decision. Isn't it true that such a small amount of rice requires 13 ladles to suffice?" Lin Wan questioned, puzzled. At a loss for how to explain to Lin Wan, Su Yegge merely replied, "You can look it up on your phone. A search on Baidu will suffice. This is a rather serious matter, and I cannot elucidate it clearly." "All right," Lin Wan said, pulling out her phone. After discovering the answer, she smiled awkwardly and turned to sort the vegetables. Su Yegge shook his head in resignation, washing the rice before placing it into the rice cooker. He then categorized the meat and rinsed it thoroughly. The meat delivered by Uncle Da today consisted mainly of lamb and chicken. Su Yegge planned to prepare a lamb dish and a yellow braised chicken. After soaking the lamb in Shenzhen Mountain spring water, he deftly sliced it into thin pieces. Gently pinching it, it felt as delicate as a sheet of white paper. "Wow, brother! Your knife skills are truly impressive," Lin Wan exclaimed, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. She extended her hand, cradling the slices of lamb that Su Yegge had expertly cut. It was common knowledge that the finest chef in Jianghai City was the head chef of a 5-star hotel. However, the lamb slices produced by Su Yegge were evidently superior to those of the esteemed chef. In response to Lin Wan's praise, Su Yegge inquired nonchalantly, "How did you fare with the vegetables I asked you to sort?" "They are sorted," Lin Wan replied, opening a bag filled with vegetables and placing it before Su Yegge. "Why did you put the scallions and garlic together?" Su Yegge asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. While the two did share some visual similarities, the distinctions were quite pronounced. If Lin Wan could confuse the two, it was quite concerning. Shaking his head, Su Yegge emptied the entire bag of vegetables and began to reorganize them. Today's offerings included scallions, garlic, and pumpkin. The scallions were perfect for seasoning the lamb, while the garlic could be used for the braised chicken. As for the pumpkin, it was just right for making pumpkin cakes. "Brother, have I made things worse?" Lin Wan observed as Su Yegge poured out her neatly sorted vegetables to reclassify them, realizing she had inadvertently hindered his efforts. After a brief pause, she spoke up, "I seldom engage with these matters, and I have little understanding of kitchen tasks, so I hope you can forgive me." "Not a problem, you can focus on the dough," he replied. Su Yegge rose to his feet, pouring out the flour and adding water, which he then handed over to Lin Wan. If he had not mixed the right proportions with water, he would have felt uneasy entrusting the task of kneading the flour to Lin Wan. "Brother, can you teach me how to do it?" Lin Wan asked, gazing at the flour mixed with water, uncertain of how to proceed. Simply combine the flour and water until it reaches a sticky consistency, Su Yegao explained. All right, I understand. Lin Wan nodded, extending her hands and cautiously kneading the dough. With each knead, she was particularly careful, as she did not wish to hinder Su Yegao any further. Thus, this task of kneading the dough held great significance for her. After Lin Wan painstakingly finished kneading the flour, Su Yegao had already prepared the roasted lamb and braised chicken. At that moment, the white rice in the rice cooker was also cooked, prompting Su Yegao to stir-fry some egg-fried rice. Brother, I have finished kneading the dough, Lin Wan said, wiping her cheek with her flour-dusted hand and offering a faint smile to Su Yegao. He fetched a damp towel and handed it to her, saying, "Wipe your cheek." It was then that Lin Wan realized her cheek was smudged with white flour. After she cleaned her face, Su Yegao presented her with a wooden box he had retrieved from the Lin group. "Please distribute these membership cards to those who wish to sign up," he said as he cracked an egg into a bowl. "Understood," Lin Wan replied, taking the wooden box and exiting the kitchen. Su Yegao hurriedly finished making the egg-fried rice and then fried some pumpkin cakes. Just as he completed all the dishes, Mengmeng rushed into the kitchen and immediately wrapped her arms around Su Yegao's leg. "Father, have you prepared the meal? Mengmeng and Mama are both hungry." Mengmeng tiptoed.
Igr to pinch Su Yegao's cheek.
"It will be ready shortly. I just need to boil the milk," Su Yegao replied, bending down to allow Mengmeng to tug at his cheek. "Yegao, is it not ready yet? Do you need my assistance?" Bai Zhixuan entered, following closely behind Mengmeng. Su Yegao shook his head, politely declining. "Oh, no need. I am almost finished." "Very well then, I shall wait outside with Mengmeng," Bai Zhixuan nodded. As a young lady of privilege, she was seldom acquainted with the intricacies of the kitchen. Remaining in the kitchen would only serve to complicate matters further. Thus, it was wiser to assist Su Yegao by watching over the child. After frying the pumpkin cakes, Su Yegao proceeded to boil the milk, a rather straightforward process, primarily involving the exotic fruit. Once the milk was prepared, as per usual, he separated the dishes for VIP members and regular customers. After everyone had collected their respective meals, Xiao Yun, seated not far from Su Yegao, leaned in and inquired, "Brother Su, I heard from Lin Wan that you designed the membership card. Could you create one for me?" With a tone of earnest pleading, Xiao Luoyun spoke. "Heavenly Xian immortal."
Su Yegao articulated slowly.
"The person is not on earth. What a tragic reality. May the departed rest in peace. This is not." He sighed, unwilling to elaborate further. "Father, what are you thinking about?" As Mengmeng observed Su Yegao lost in thought, she gently grasped his hand and asked in a sweet, childlike voice. Su Yegao smiled softly and replied, "It's nothing, Mengmeng. Let's have dinner." After their evening meal, Mengmeng spent a while watching television in the dining room before she began to feel drowsy. Children, with their short attention spans, easily succumb to fatigue. Moreover, having played with Bai Zhixuan at the manor for an entire afternoon, Mengmeng was indeed tired. Throughout the journey, Bai Zhixuan, seated in the passenger seat, scrutinized Su Yegao intently, her brows slightly furrowed. It had been quite some time since Su Yegao had felt such a piercing gaze from her, leading him to awkwardly inquire, "Is something the matter? Is there something on my face?" "No," Bai Zhixuan shook her head. "I just think your attire is not quite suitable. How about we stop by a nearby mall to purchase something more appropriate? But today is merely for the election. It's not a performance on stage. Why the need for formal clothing?" Su Yegao asked curiously as he turned the steering wheel. "No, you don't understand. If Bai Zhe sees you not dressed well, he will make things difficult for you." Bai Zhixuan's expression darkened. Bai Zhe held significant power within the Jianghai group, which instilled a sense of apprehension in her. Though the company had decided on the celebrity effect independently of Bai Zhe, he insisted on meddling. It was rumored that the individuals he recommended were also from the Bai family. However, due to the family's vastness, Bai Zhixuan could not ascertain their exact identities. "Are you very worried?" Su Yegao observed the tension etched on Bai Zhixuan's face, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Yes, Yegao, let me be honest with you." Bai Zhixuan nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Jiang." Before Bai Zhixuan could articulate her thoughts, Su Yegao pressed his long finger against her alluring lips, signaling her to remain silent. A frown crossed Bai Zhixuan's brow as her previously calmed breaths began to quicken once more. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at Su Yegao in bewilderment. He extended his hand, gradually inching towards her chest. The sight before him elicited heavier breaths as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Zhixuan, decisively reaching out. Bai Zhixuan held her breath. It was the first time in 3 years she had been this close to a man outside the Bai family. Her delicate cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Su Yegao's fingers deftly slipped into the neckline of her garment, retrieving a small object the size of a fingernail. With a gentle squeeze, he crushed the minuscule device. A listening device. Su Yegao observed the astonishment on Bai Zhixuan's face and smirked with satisfaction. Bai Zhixuan replied with a faint smile. It must have been Bai Zai's doing. It seems he truly believes himself to be the elder brother of the Jianghai group. What? They've installed a listening device on you, and you can still smile? Su Yegao parked the car by the roadside, intrigued as he looked at Bai Zhixuan.
I am merely amused by Bai Zai's naivety.
By the way, what were you about to say? He inquired as he restarted the vehicle. I said, the Jianghai group is essentially divided into 2 parts. I oversee the economic decisions of the Jianghai group, while Bai Zai wields considerable power and influence within Jianghai City. Bai Zhixuan sighed and spoke up. Why is it like this? Su Yegao inquired with curiosity. The central authority of a group being fragmented imposes significant constraints on its development. Bai Zhixuan shook her head in resignation. She too was baffled as to why her father chose to split the authority of the Jianghai group and, more perplexingly, why he appointed Bai Zai to monitor her. Never mind, this is your group's internal affair, she concluded. After Su Yegao parked the car in the designated area, he addressed the still silent Bai Zhixuan. All right. Bai Zhixuan's gaze dimmed slightly. She bit her lip and, after a moment's hesitation, exited the vehicle. Follow me, she said with a prolonged tone as she glanced back at Su Yegao. Upon entering the Jianghai group, Su Yegao followed Bai Zhixuan to the top floor, entering the president's office. Meanwhile, Bai Zai's informants swiftly relayed this information to him. Upon learning that Su Yegao had entered the president's office, Bai Zai rushed in with his entourage. Bai Zhixuan shot a cold glance at Bai Zai as he barged in, her voice icy as she remarked, What is it? Have you not heeded my words from last time? Do you not knock before entering? Knock? Bai Zai's gaze fixated on Su Yegao as he coldly inquired, May I ask, President, why have you brought Su Yegao into the president's office? Do I need to inform you whom I bring into the president's office? Following the incident where Bai Zai secretly installed a listening device, Bai Zhixuan's tone towards him has grown increasingly frigid. Miss Bai Zhixuan, please remember that Jianghai group does not welcome Su Yegao. Bai Zai's gaze was sharp, fixated intently on Bai Zhixuan.
Bai Zhi.
Bai Zhixuan exclaimed, slamming her jade hand upon the desk. Rising from her seat, she leaned on the desk with both hands and asserted sternly, Remember, I am the president of Jianghai group. Even if you are the president, you cannot overturn the regulations established by the Bai family. Jianghai group does not welcome Su Yegao. Bai Zai stood his ground, mirroring her gesture as they faced off across the desk. Although Bai Zhixuan held the title of president, Bai Zai was backed by the entirety of the Bai family's support. Years ago, Su Yegao was deemed a disgrace by the Bai family, and now she had become their adversary. Ha! Although Jianghai group does not welcome me, I entered here through my own merit. What are you curious, Vice President Bai? As Bai Zhixuan was being cornered by Bai Zai, Su Yegao cleared her throat and spoke up audibly. Merit? Su Yegao, what merit do you possess? Bai Zai turned his attention to Su Yegao, sneeringly questioning her.
Su Yegge replied calmly. Rat?
SNT Jianghai group in need of a star effect? I am the star that President Bai has brought in. A star? I see you more as a gorilla, Bai Zai retorted with a mocking tone. Bai Zai, you have gone too far. Mr. Su is someone I invited for the interview. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Bai Zhixuan huffed coldly. I have already found a star on behalf of the company. Bai Yi from the Bai family, a renowned pianist, famous across the northern realm of Huaxia. Bai Zai clapped his hands, and a bodyguard behind him respectfully presented a set of documents, placing them in Bai Zai's hands. Chapter 86. United Front. Look, how can Bai Yi possibly be inferior to this Su Yegao? Bai Zai waved the documents in front of Su Yegao, then forcefully tossed them onto Bai Zhixuan's desk. Bai Zhixuan furrowed her delicate brows and extended her slender fingers to pick up the documents. A colorful photograph attached to the file showcased Bai Yi's striking features. Graduated with honors from the Royal Music Academy of Huaxia. Bai Zhixuan's attention fixated entirely on those 13 words, causing her heart to clench suddenly. The Royal Music Academy of Huaxia is renowned worldwide. Every student who emerges from it becomes a celebrated musical master. Bai Zhixuan herself had once graduated from that very academy, yet she had completely forgotten every detail about it. Her passion for music had waned, but for some reason, upon reading those 13 words, a surge of thoughts flooded her mind. If Su Yegge were to lose, he would never set foot in Jianghai Group again. Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow and proclaimed loudly. Although this statement was directed at Bai Zhixuan, its true target was Su Yegge. He was warning Su Yegge that if he were to lose, she would be barred from entering the Jianghai Group in the future. But what if Bai Yi were to lose? Bai Zhixuan inquired with her expressive, thick eyebrows and large eyes. If Bai Yi were to lose, the arrangements for this event would be entirely your responsibility. I shall not intervene, Bai Zhe replied with a cold smirk. Bai Zhe held considerable faith in Bai Yi's artistic prowess, for few individuals in the world could boast of graduating from the prestigious Huaxia Royal Music Academy. Moreover, Bai Zhe was well acquainted with Su Yegge's background. A graduate from an ordinary university without a major in music paled in comparison to Bai Yi's credentials. Very well, Bai Zhe. I shall remember your words, Bai Zhixuan said, a hint of a smile gracing her cool, delicate features, for at that moment, she had finally brought Su Yegge into the Jianghai Group with legitimacy. Humph. Bai Zhe turned and departed the president's office with his entourage of bodyguards. Once inside the elevator, he turned to one of his bodyguards and quietly instructed, have someone keep a close watch on the president. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, in the president's office, after confirming that Bai Zhe and his group had left the floor, Bai Zhixuan turned to Su Yegge and asked, do you have confidence in surpassing Bai Yi? I do, Su Yegge replied with a single, resolute word, affirming her steadfast determination. The opponent is a high achiever from the Huaxia Royal Music Academy. Are you certain? Having confidence is commendable, but excessive confidence can lead to peril. Bai Zhixuan was quite pleased with Su Yegge's artistry. However, she felt a lingering sense of unease regarding Bai Yi. After all, the latter was a prodigy who had graduated from the prestigious Huaxia Royal Music Academy. The essence of musical creation does not solely depend on one's major, but rather on personal experiences. Only through genuine experiences can one achieve profound artistic creation. Su Yegge firmly asserted that when it comes to experiences, few in this world could compare to those she had personally endured. Before facing her tribulations, she had spent countless years in the wilderness of time, ultimately earning the chance for rebirth. The depth of such experiences is unparalleled by the so-called encounters of others on Earth. All right, please fill out your information first, Bai Zhixuan responded, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing Su Yegge's words, which indeed held considerable merit. Su Yegge accepted the information card that Bai Zhixuan handed her, casting a swift glance over it before her gaze settled on a particular section. Marital status. Slowly, she raised her head to meet Bai Zhixuan's eyes, her heart inexplicably aching. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Zhixuan, initially flustered by Su Yegge's gaze, sensed something was amiss when she noticed Su Yegge's slight frown. She immediately inquired with concern. I am fine. It's just this marital information. I'm uncertain how to fill it out. Su Yegge took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although I am married, my wife and I did not obtain permission from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and she no longer remembers me. Should I fill in unmarried or married? For a moment, Bai Zhixuan was at a loss for words. She glanced at Su Yegge and sighed. Since there is no official recognition from the Civil Affairs Bureau, you should indicate unmarried on the form. Bai Zhixuan had heard about some of Su Yegge's circumstances, particularly regarding his marriage, in which he had invested so much. If Bai Zhixuan were to dismiss Su Yegge's marital status, what would that imply for him? Su Yegge replied softly. After completing the form, he stood up and gazed out the glass window. Even though it was already 10 o'clock at night in Jianghai City, the streets were still bustling with traffic. Zhixuan, how about we go for a walk? Su Yegao hesitated before extending the invitation. Well, all right, I haven't been out shopping in a long time, Bai Zhixuan nodded. Where shall we go? Bai Zhixuan tidied up the documents on her desk, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yegao. Where do you want to go?
Su Yegao countered.
Bai Zhixuan shook her head and replied, I have no particular destination in mind. Just take me for a casual stroll. All right, there's a food street over by the 5th Ring Road, filled with local delicacies. Shall we go there to try some?
Su Yegao suggested.
Sounds good. I'm a bit hungry and could use a bite to eat. Bai Zhixuan pondered for a moment before speaking. However, she found little pleasure in such a life. To put it more accurately, she detested a life devoid of enjoyment. Thus, when Su Yegao suggested that they take a leisurely stroll through the streets, it ignited a spark of interest within Bai Zhixuan's heart. Her vehicle, a luxury car of considerable expense, felt too ostentatious for such an outing, so Su Yegao opted to drive his modest Volkswagen Tiguan, transporting Bai Zhixuan towards the vibrant food street of the 5th Ring. Chapter 87. A visit to the food street. The 5th Ring Food Street stands as the largest and most frequented culinary destination in Jianghai City. Not only does it boast an array of delectable snacks, but its prices are also remarkably accessible to the average citizen. Despite Jianghai City being the foremost metropolis of the South Huaxia nation, wielding control over a significant portion of its economic lifeblood, the wealth disparity is glaring, with a mere 0.3% of the population holding the majority of the city's financial resources. Consequently, many residents lead commonplace lives, making the 5th Ring Food Street a favored locale among them. Each evening, citizens gather with friends and family to indulge in meals, share drinks, and engage in lively conversations, creating a festive atmosphere. As the highest authority of the Bai family in Jianghai City, Bai Zhixuan had never set foot in such a place. Once Su Yegao parked the car, he guided Bai Zhixuan into the bustling food street. Such a crowd, Bai Zhixuan exclaimed, astonished by the throngs of people, which far surpassed those found within the confines of the hotel. Indeed, this is where the true essence of Jianghai City resides, Su Yegao remarked with a gentle smile. What delightful offerings can be found here? Bai Zhixuan inquired, her senses captivated by the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. Certainly, these are authentic local delicacies from Jianghai City, incomparable to those offered by grand hotels, Su Yegge replied. Jianghai City is a historic metropolis of Huaxia, showcasing a diverse array of snacks from across the nation. As the largest snack street in Jianghai City, Wuhuan Snack Street naturally encompasses a majority of the city's culinary offerings. I haven't brought much cash. Do you think this will suffice? Bai Zhixuan retrieved a bundle of banknotes from her crossbody bag and handed it to Su Yegge, adding, if it's insufficient, I can call my secretary to bring more. That's more than enough, Su Yegge chuckled, bemused. This bundle typically contains 10,000 yuan, which may not afford exquisite delicacies at a star-rated hotel, yet it is ample for indulging in the street food. Bai Zhixuan regarded Su Yegge with skepticism, inquiring, is it truly sufficient? Su Yegge nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is. Really? Bai Zhixuan remained unconvinced, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yegge as she pressed further. It is truly adequate. Observing Bai Zhixuan's astonishment, Su Yegge found her reaction amusing. Once Bai Zhixuan received Su Yegge's assurance, she followed him into the vibrant snack street, albeit with lingering doubt. The air was rich with enticing aromas, overwhelming Bai Zhixuan with the myriad of snack options available, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Zhixuan, would you like to try the grilled squid? Su Yegge paused at a stall, calling out to Bai Zhixuan, who was about to venture deeper into the food street. Grilled squid? Yes, I am eager to sample the grilled squid here and see if it lives up to its reputation. Bai Zhixuan, intrigued, gazed at Su Yegge and nodded, saying, then I shall have a serving of grilled squid. One. Su Yegge appeared flustered. Are you certain it's just one? Do you really think you can satiate your appetite with that? Su Yegge looked at Bai Zhixuan with a puzzled expression. Isn't one squid rather small? At the hotel, it's customary for 2 people to share one squid, and there are just the 2 of us. Bai Zhixuan, perplexed, inquired what's wrong. Zhixuan, the grilled squid at the snack street is quite diminutive, merely 50 cents a skewer. One person could easily consume dozens of them.
Su Yegge hastily clarified.
This is not comparable to the large squid served in five-star hotels. Then let us order 20 skewers to try, Bai Zhixuan mused playfully. It was a rare occasion to venture outside, and the playful spirit that lay hidden beneath her typically serious demeanor began to surface. Boss, we'll have 40 skewers of grilled squid, she declared. Su Yegge retrieved a 20 yuan bill from her pocket and handed it to the vendor. The vendor, an elderly gentleman, though advanced in years, worked with remarkable efficiency. He accepted the payment and swiftly prepared 40 skewers of grilled squid, placing them on the grilling plate. After sprinkling the seasonings, he pressed the squid down with a small iron plate. Would you like it spicy? The elderly man called out. Do you want it spicy? Su Yegge turned to Bai Zhixuan. Bai Zhixuan retorted, well, do you want it spicy? I certainly do.
Su Yegge nadid, efermin.
Grilled squid without a touch of spice is rather unpalatable. I generally prefer it mildly spicy. Bai Zhixuan pondered for a moment and said, then I shall have a mildly spicy portion as well. We all want it mildly spicy, correct? The elderly man lifted his head and, upon noticing Su Yegge and Bai Zhixuan standing before the stall, suddenly inquired, aren't you Yegge and Zhixuan? Sir, do you know me? Bai Zhixuan asked in astonishment as she gazed at the old man. Of course, who doesn't know you? The elderly man replied while adding seasoning to the grilled squid. You are Yegge's wife after all. I always said that Yegge married a wonderful woman. I was even the matchmaker at your wedding. Hee, sir, you must be mistaken. I have no connection with Yegge, Bai Zhixuan blushed and hurriedly clarified. There is no mistake. 5 years ago, you two hastily wed. I, along with old Da, acted as matchmakers. Your wedding banquet was organized by the residents near the Love Pavilion. The old man continued as he finished preparing 40 skewers of grilled squid, sprinkled them with chili, and divided them into 2 portions, handing them to Su Yegge and Bai Zhixuan. Bai Zhixuan accepted the grilled squid handed to her by the old man, perplexed, and asked, but, isn't the Love Pavilion a restaurant? It was just established not long ago? What restaurant? The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. The Love Pavilion is your home with Yegge. Back then, when you were preparing for your wedding, neither of you had sufficient funds to purchase a house, so the villagers pooled their resources to help you build one. Once the house was completed, you named it the Love Pavilion. I am utterly unaware of these matters, sir. You must be mistaken, Bai Zhixuan said, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at the elderly gentleman, forcing a smile. Please, do continue with your business. We shall take our leave. With that, Su Yegge grasped Bai Zhixuan's hand and led her away from the stall. At this moment, Bai Zhixuan's memories had been sealed, and further inquiries would likely draw unwanted attention. Su Yegge, keen to avoid such scrutiny, was determined to remain inconspicuous. Yegge, why did that old gentleman speak so bizarrely? Once they had distanced themselves from the old man, Su Yegge finally paused. Upon halting, Bai Zhixuan's question emerged. It's nothing. Perhaps he simply thought you resembled someone, Su Yegge replied with a chuckle. If it were merely a matter of resemblance, why would they call me Zhixuan? Could it be that your wife bears the same name? Bai Zhixuan inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yegge, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Chapter 88. A renewed assault. Very well. Bai Zhixuan acquiesced, nodding her head. Though Su Yegge had not explicitly stated it, she surmised that this matter was indeed linked to her lost memories. She took a bite of the steaming grilled squid, exclaiming, wow, this flavor. It is truly delectable. In comparison to the grilled squid she had previously tasted at a 5-star hotel, this street food was far superior. The squid served at the food stall was notably smaller, barely a fraction of the size she had enjoyed at the upscale establishment. In essence, it was merely a tentacle. What do you think? How does it taste? Su Yegge asked, taking a bite and savoring the dish. Quite good, and with a hint of spice. The flavor is even more delightful. Bai Zhixuan nodded, unaware that she had already consumed around 10 skewers. The grilled squid was so scant that each skewer vanished in a single bite. Let us go. I shall introduce you to candied hawthorn. Su Yegge swiftly finished his grilled squid and led Bai Zhixuan deeper into the venue. He recalled that she had once been particularly fond of candied hawthorn, especially the cantaloupe flavor. Candied hawthorn? How delightful! Bai Zhixuan had long heard from her peers about a delicacy called candied hawthorn in the street food market, renowned for its sweetness and delectable taste. She had yearned to try it, but her family had consistently opposed her indulging in what they deemed junk food. Su Yegao purchased a serving of candied hawthorn for Bai Zhixuan and then guided her to a spot near the skewers, where they settled down. Zhixuan, allow me to tell you, the skewers here are exquisite. It's an established eatery, Su Yegao remarked. I used to bring my wife here to savor the skewers. Her favorite was the small fishball skewer. Small fish balls. Bai Zhixuan murmured to herself, for she too relished small fishball skewers. Yet, as she accompanied Su Yegao, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this place. However, over the years, she had been abroad and had never visited such locales. Good day, what would you like to order? A young waitress approached Su Yegao and Bai Zhixuan, respectfully presenting a menu. Zhixuan, why don't you place the order? Su Yegao took the menu and handed it to Bai Zhixuan. She nodded, accepting the menu, and took up a pencil to circle the dishes she desired. Su Yegao cast a glance at the menu, noting that it featured items marked during her time with Bai Zhixuan, including those she particularly enjoyed. With a gentle smile, Bai Zhixuan handed the menu to the waiter, remarking, I don't know why, but I couldn't help but circle some ingredients. This place serves exquisite skewers. Su Yegao, however, chose to evade Bai Zhixuan's inquiry, diverting the conversation instead. Aware of Su Yega's reluctance to confront the issue, Bai Zhixuan refrained from pressing further. The two meandered through the bustling snack street, sampling a myriad of delightful treats until they felt thoroughly satisfied. By this time, the moon hung high in the sky, and it was past 1 in the morning, yet the snack street remained a hive of activity. Well, all right then, Bai Zhixuan hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement.
A subtle smile graced Su Yegge's lips.
As long as Bai Zhixuan resided in the estate, Su Yegge could harness the ethereal energy of the Shuangding spring to satiate and seal the vital essence within Bai Zhixuan. Shall we depart now? Bai Zhixuan, noticing Su Yegge still lingering, reached out to tug at her sleeve. There's no rush, Zhixuan. Come with me to a place where you shall witness a splendid spectacle. Su Yegge raised an eyebrow, glancing into the depths of the shadows ahead.
Un splendide spectacle?
Bai Zhixuan looked bewildered, her curiosity piqued. What kind of spectacle? Don't be hasty, follow me, Su Yegge said, unexpectedly grasping Bai Zhixuan's delicate hand and leading her toward the mysterious darkness. Behind the bustling snack street lies an exceedingly long alley, a pathway seldom trodden by passers-by, rendering it a favored haunt for nefarious bandits. Bai Zhixuan, enveloped in the surrounding darkness, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her and timidly inquired, Yegao, what brings you to this place? Su Yegao responded with a resonant voice, Is it truly amusing to cower in concealment? After accompanying me for so long, it is time to reveal ourselves. Bai Zhixuan gazed at Su Yegao, her expression one of perplexity, as she awkwardly queried, Didn't you bring me to the snack street? I was referring to those individuals behind you, Su Yegao replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the shadows lurking behind Bai Zhixuan. Who are you? Why are you following us? Bai Zhixuan retreated hastily until she stood beside Su Yegao. We ought to inquire about their identity from Bai Zhe, she murmured. Su Yegao unfastened the button at her wrist, rolled up her sleeves, and stretched her neck, asking, So, what shall it be? Shall we confront them together or engage in a duel? Su Yegao, I am no match for you in solitary combat. However, I have received orders to incapacitate you today. Thus we are compelled to outnumber you. A chilling voice from the leader of the trio declared as they unsheathed their swords, the blades gleaming ominously under the moonlight, sending a shiver down the spine. Zhixuan, do you fear? Su Yegao inquired softly. I do not fear. Bai Zhixuan stammered. Very well, since you are unafraid, remain silent and await my return, Su Yegao instructed, her inner vitality surging with intensity in that very moment. 3 adversaries faced him, each possessing formidable strength. Without resorting to his vital energy, Su Yegge would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Come on. All at once I am pressed for time. Alas, you shall not have the opportunity to be so arrogant. The Japanese warrior, who had previously clashed with Su Yegge, brandished his katana and launched an assault towards him. Chapter 89. Overwhelming numbers. Yegge, be cautious, Bai Zhixuan exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the aggressors initiate their attack. With 3 opponents, It was evident that Su Yegge was at a disadvantage. "Do not worry," Su Yegge retorted with a dismissive snort, clenching his fists and striking towards the oncoming masked man. The vital energy, already nearly imperceptible, became even more elusive in the darkness. The masked man sensed a formidable aura approaching and hastily shifted from offense to defense, positioning his katana in an attempt to cleave through the intangible wave. However, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. Upon contact with the formless energy, the katana shattered before the warrior could exert any force. Startled by the imminent wave, the masked man swiftly pivoted on his toes, his body moving like a leaf caught in the wind, narrowly evading the formless surge. The Japanese warriors practiced a form of internal energy akin to lightness skills, placing great emphasis on speed. While their offensive might may not have been overwhelming, their mobility could easily surpass that of their foes. Yet this time they faced Su Yegge, once hailed in the interstellar cultivation realm as the one closest to immortality. In the pursuit of speed, Su Yegge was undeniably on par with the group of masked assailants. "What? With such little swiftness, do you dare attempt to slay me?" The chilling voice of Su Yegge echoed in the ears of the masked man, who turned pale with dread. In the blink of an eye, Su Yegge materialized beside him, exhibiting an unparalleled velocity. In desperation, the masked man called out for aid to the other two shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. "Hurry! Save me!" From the shadows, the other two masked men swiftly drew their katana, launching themselves towards Su Yegge with fervor. "Want to save him? Too late." Su Yegge extended his hand, and like a specter, his palm penetrated the masked man's internal defenses, seizing his throat with a firm grip. A mere exertion of force caused the man to crumple lifelessly to the ground. "Your life is forfeit." Witnessing their comrade fall at Su Yegge's hands, the remaining two masked men charged at him in a frenzy. With a cold glance at the advancing assailants, Su Yegge swung his hand in their direction. Vital energy surged forth, stirring gusts of wind that swept closely past the two men. Realizing the formidable power behind Su Yegge's strike, the masked men were taken aback, retreating with incredible speed, unable to even retrieve their fallen companion before it was too late. In the realm of mastery, a profound fear emanated from the depths of the hearts of two masked men, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "What do you mean by mastery?" Su Yegge inquired, bewildered.
Su Ye.
"If you allow us to leave, our leader will certainly refrain from causing you any trouble," one of the masked men stammered. "Who is your leader?" Su Yegge's cold gaze fixed upon the speaker, her voice icy and unyielding. Under the weight of her penetrating stare, the masked man felt a shiver run through him, yet he summoned the courage to invoke his leader in hopes of intimidating Su Yegge. "I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge of your leader, nor do I fear him. I have no desire to kill you. He is not dead, merely rendered powerless. As for you..." Before Su Yegge could finish her sentence, her figure surged forth like a cheetah springing into action, her hands swiftly encircling the throats of the masked men. "I'm sorry, but your powers must also be extinguished. Blame yourselves for your heinous deeds," she declared. "Su Yegge, how dare you?" Before the masked man could complete his protest, the essence within him surged through his pores, assaulting his dantian. "Once I have incapacitated you, you will understand who is not to be trifled with." With the ease of lifting a mere chick, Su Yegge hurled both men forcefully to the ground, dusting off her hands as she proclaimed, "They are no longer a concern." From her concealed position, Bai Zhixuan witnessed the three masked men rendered powerless on the ground and finally spoke up. "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. These men were sent by Bai Zhe to eliminate me." Su Yegge spoke with an air of calm. Bai Zhixuan paused, unable to fathom the truth of Su Yegge's words. Although Bai Zhe often flaunted his power within the Jianghai group, it seemed implausible that he would resort to illegal actions. Bai Zhixuan's gaze remained fixed on Su Yegge, pondering whether there might be some misunderstanding. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded slowly. On the surface, Su Yegge appeared unfazed, yet internally, he was a tempest of emotions. His entanglements with Bai Zhe were complex, and his animosity toward the entire Bai family was deeply rooted. Upon returning to the estate, it was already past 3 in the morning. Su Yegge suggested that Bai Zhixuan and Mengmeng share a room, while he retreated to the guest room to meditate and rest. "Master, As Su Yegao closed his eyes in meditation, Shui emerged from the 9-dragon storage ring. What is it? Su Yegao slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Shui blinked her beautiful eyes. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Why don't you disclose the entire situation to Miss Bai Zhixuan? Revealing it now would serve no purpose. It is better left unsaid," Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. Shui continued with her questioning. "Do you possess a method to uncover the cultivators hidden within the Bai family?" "There are methods, but it ultimately hinges on your willingness," Su Yegao replied, momentarily taken aback before he posed the question. "Are you brave enough to investigate this matter?" "Me?" Shui gazed at Su Yegao in astonishment, hesitantly asking, "What does the master require of me?" Chapter 90. The inner strength levels of Huaxia I desire for you to remain concealed beside Zhixuan, observing her every action, and subsequently report back to me. Su Yegao exhaled a breath of frustration and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, should you truly choose to shadow Zhixuan, you might encounter an attack from the hidden cultivator of the Bai family. If you feel hesitant, I shall not compel you." Shui gently bit her crimson lip, gazing at Su Yegao in silence for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. "Were it not for my master, I would have long since been reduced to ashes. Therefore, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task entrusted to me by my master." "Indeed." Su Yegao nodded, his eyes filled with reassurance as he regarded Shui. He comforted her, "You need not worry. Since I have sent you to such a perilous location, I shall ensure your safety." With a subtle flick of his finger on the Zhilong Na Jie, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and a jade pendant materialized in the palm of Su Yegao's hand. As soon as the pendant appeared, Shui felt a powerful surge of energy radiating from it. "What is this?" This jade pendant is known as the Turtle Shell Shield, an ancient treasure from the interstellar cultivation realm. Su Yegao rose and approached Shui, placing the pendant in her palm. "This pendant is a gift for you. Should you find yourself in peril, simply infuse it with your vital energy, and it shall manifest the Turtle Shell Shield to protect you." The Turtle Shell Shield. As a denizen of the cultivation world, Shui had some understanding of its significance. The Turtle Shell Shield, esteemed as a precious treasure within the realm of interstellar cultivation, is capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a void-empty cultivator. While it merely serves to delay within the interstellar cultivation world, the situation on Earth is markedly different. On this planet, there are few cultivators, and even those present are unlikely to possess high levels of cultivation due to the scarcity of vital energy. Thus, for Shui, the Turtle Shell Shield undoubtedly serves as an excellent safeguard. "Thank you, Master," Shui said respectfully, accepting the jade pendant. "How do you wish for me to infiltrate Miss Zhixuan's side?" Su Yegao pondered for a moment before responding. "It is quite simple. You shall inhabit this jade pendant, and I will temporarily lend it to Zhixuan. This way you can accompany her at all times." "Understood." Shui nodded. Having resolved this matter, Shui sat cross-legged before Su Yegao and, under his guidance, commenced her cultivation. Her current strength had reached the early stages of the mysterious void realm, just a step away from advancing to the mid-stage. The energy required for this initial phase is not substantial. By absorbing the residual vital energy from Su Yegao's cultivation, she could likely break through to the mid-stage quite rapidly. Su Yegao placed great importance on cultivation, and with the 9-rank celestial immortal technique, he had made some progress in his own practice. Although he could dominate on Earth in the early stages of the Jade Void Realm, there were still many individuals with profound inner strength capable of contending with him. Thus, Su Yegao aspired to advance further. As dawn broke on the second day, Su Yegao concluded his cultivation session. He rose and walked towards the small pavilion, spotting its lights aglow from a distance. As Su Yegao pushed the door open, he found Uncle De preparing to head out and tend to the estate. Noticing Su Yegao entering so early, Uncle De curiously inquired, "When did you venture outside?" "When I awoke, the door was still locked. I didn't sleep last night. I spent the entire evening smoking in the estate," Su Yegao replied with a chuckle. "Smoking? Smoking again. Haven't I told you? You should refrain from it. You are still young," Uncle De retorted angrily, stepping closer to Su Yegao and retrieving the cigarette pack from his pocket. "What benefits does this habit bring to your health? You must smoke less, much less." In front of Uncle De, Su Yegao resembled a child, scratching his head, entirely devoid of the grandeur befitting a celestial being. All right, I've placed today's ingredients by the car door. When you head to the restaurant later, take them with you, Uncle De instructed before turning and departing with a hoe in hand. Compared to working in the restaurant, Uncle De preferred cultivating vegetables in the estate, as this lifestyle was carefree and devoid of the struggles for survival. After Uncle De left, Bai Zhixuan emerged from the bedroom, cradling Mengmeng in her arms. "Good morning," she exclaimed, taking Mengmeng into the bathroom for a wash. Meanwhile, Yegge sipped coffee to invigorate himself, then drove Bai Zhixuan and Mengmeng to the restaurant. They arrived rather early, as Charlotte and her companions had yet to arrive. Once Yegge had prepared the rice in the rice cooker, Zhang Long pushed open the restaurant door and stepped inside. "Good morning," he greeted with a slight smile. "Boss, what are we having for breakfast today?" Zhang Long inquired, smacking his lips. "Crab congee and jing sauce shredded pork," Yegge replied while arranging the ingredients that Uncle De had prepared for the morning. "That sounds delightful," Zhang Long remarked, giving Yegge a thumbs up. "Of course, my father is the best cook," Mengmeng proudly declared, twisting her body. Zhang Long, charmed by Mengmeng's cuteness, concurred with a smile. "Absolutely, the boss is the best chef. By the way, Mr. Zhang Long, you know martial arts, right?" Yegge suddenly paused in her tasks and looked at Zhang Long with a question. "Yes, why do you ask?" Zhang Long nodded, curious. Yegge continued, "Are you familiar with the levels of martial prowess, such as Earth level and Heaven level masters? Don't you know?" Zhang Long looked at Yegge with confusion, sensing that her aura was at least equal to his own. Why was she unaware of these levels of inner strength? Was it merely his misperception? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Long explained, "In our Huaxia, practitioners of inner strength are categorized into 4 levels: human, earth, heaven, and divine, with each ascending level presenting greater challenges." "What level are you?" Yegge inquired with curiosity. Zhang Long chuckled awkwardly. "I am merely at the late stage of the human level, just a step away from reaching the earth level, but I have yet to encounter the right opportunity." Chapter 91. The theft case. Who is currently the strongest? Yegge inquired with great interest. "As for the strongest, I recall that Guqian, the minister of the command department of Huaxia, is indeed a celestial level powerhouse. However, Guqian's formidable prowess is largely attributed to his advanced age and the accumulation of experience over time." Zhang Long pondered before continuing, "Yet, other practitioners of internal strength seldom disclose their levels, leaving us with scant knowledge in this regard." Celestial level powerhouse. Yegge murmured to himself. If we were to compare the rankings of the interstellar cultivation realm with those of Huaxia, then a divine level adept would correspond to a Taixu cultivator, while a celestial level adept would equate to a Chong-Su cultivator. Yegge, positioned within the Yusu realm, is recognized as a terrestrial level adept. Thus Yusu cultivators and Qing-Su cultivators align with terrestrial level practitioners. The remaining Xian-Su cultivators would correspond to mortal level experts. However, what astonished Yegge was the emergence of an individual on Earth who was equivalent to a Chong-Su cultivator. Logically speaking, the frailty of the human constitution hinders one's ability to cultivate to the level of a Qing-Su practitioner, making it a remarkable feat to achieve even that. What could possibly enable an Earthling to transcend to the level of a Chong-Su cultivator? Could it be that they employed some arcane methods? Yegge felt a tremor in his heart, recalling why he had allied with his master to confront the malevolent ghost immortal. It was due to the latter's impatience for immediate results, leading him to slaughter cultivators and harvest their essence to enhance his own vitality. This malevolent cultivation method, although capable of swiftly enhancing one's vitality, is exceedingly brutal. Zhang Long observed the silent Yegge and lowered his voice to inquire, "Boss, have you also practiced internal energy?" "Yes, I have," Yegge acknowledged with a nod, not denying it. Having practiced internal energy himself, Zhang Long possessed a certain sensitivity to the vitality within Yegge. Even if Yegge concealed some truths, Zhang Long could still perceive it. "Your strength must be formidable." Long before Zhang Long arrived with his entourage to collect protection fees, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Yegge, a presence that exuded the dominance of a superior over an inferior. "It's all right," Yegge replied nonchalantly. "In my youth, I apprenticed under a master. By the way, boss, what is the name of your master?" I have never heard of him," Perhaps he is a reclusive expert? Zhang Long, who had gained some notoriety in this realm, had never come across the name of the esteemed Qing Xian Xianzun. Nevertheless, regardless of his unfamiliarity, Zhang Long still showed profound respect for the master Su Yegge mentioned. Something like that, Su Yegge nodded, resuming his preparation of breakfast. As he neared completion, Lin Wan and the group led by Xia Luoyun finally entered the dining area. Upon their arrival, instead of engaging in their usual banter, they sat in silence at the table. "What's the matter?" Zhang Long asked, bewildered by the sudden quietude of a group that typically brimmed with laughter. Bai Zhixuan, filled with curiosity, took Mengmeng's hand and approached Lin Wan. She whispered, "What is going on?" Lin Wan cast a fleeting glance at Bai Zhixuan before turning away to sit beside Xia Luoyun. Confused, Bai Zhixuan wondered why Lin Wan had distanced herself upon her arrival. Just then, Bai Zhixuan's phone rang. She pulled it out to find it was her secretary, Xiao Xiao, calling. Typically, Xiao Xiao would send text messages unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Bai Zhixuan answered the call. "What is it?" "Miss, there is a serious problem." Xiao Xiao's anxious voice came through as soon as Bai Zhixuan spoke. Furrowing her brow, Bai Zhixuan quickly suppressed her tension and calmly inquired, "What has happened?" "Last night, the Marriott Group, the Lin Group, and several other companies in Jianghai City experienced a theft, resulting in the loss of crucial documents. The media has now surrounded our Jianghai Group," Xiao Xiao reported. In the background, the faint sounds of commotion indicated the presence of the media. Bai Zhixuan pondered, "What does their loss have to do with our Jianghai Group?" Miss, do you remember the internet celebrity you were looking into?" Xiao Xiao asked. "Yes, what about him?" Bai Zhixuan replied. "According to the surveillance footage, he is the primary suspect, and given your recent closeness to him, those companies believe it was our Jianghai Group that was involved." With a hint of anxiety, Xiao Xiao remarked, "I estimate that the police have already headed towards the restaurant." "What?" Bai Zhixuan immediately hung up the phone and dashed into the kitchen. Just as Su Yegge was about to serve breakfast, she noticed Bai Zhixuan rushing in and curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Are you hungry?" Confused by Bai Zhixuan's sudden urgency, Su Yegge looked at her in bewilderment and asked, "What's going on? Why do you want me to leave?" "There's no time for explanations. We must hurry," Bai Zhixuan urged, grasping Su Yegge's hand as they exited the kitchen. 4 or 5 police cars screeched to a halt in front of the restaurant, and a dozen officers, fully armed, emerged from the vehicles. The leader was a stout, middle-aged man, Lu Xian, the captain of the Jianghai City patrol team. He had come here following orders from above to apprehend the suspect, Su Yegge, involved in a theft case that was far from simple, as it implicated several of Jianghai City's prominent economic giants. Furthermore, prior to his deployment, a young master from the Bai family had specifically briefed him on the matter, making it imperative for him to handle this case with utmost diligence. Lu Xian boldly entered the restaurant and shouted to everyone, "Freeze! This is a police operation." Startled by his commanding voice, Mengmeng shivered and instinctively retreated behind Su Yegge. "Daddy, I'm scared." "Do not fear, do not fear," Su Yegge gently reassured Mengmeng, stroking the back of her head. Chapter 92. The Murderer's Intentions. "Everyone stand down." Bai Zhixuan positioned herself before Lu Xian, her piercing gaze sweeping over him as she sternly inquired, "President Bai, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure that obstructed his path. At that moment, all the police officers entering the dining hall raised their firearms, aiming them at Su Yegge. Unfazed, Su Yegge raised his hands in a gesture of indifference and asked, "Are you arresting me?" "Surely, a reason must be provided." "A reason?" Lu Xian scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Take him away. Once you arrive at the police station, you shall understand the reason." Following Lu Xian's command, 2 officers standing behind him moved forward, intending to place handcuffs on Su Yegge. Su Yegge remained rooted in place, his expression chillingly fierce. The iron shovel he had tightly grasped was abruptly shattered. Standing opposite Su Yegge, Lu Xian felt a slight tremor in his hand that held the firearm, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. Both sides locked eyes, the tension palpable, as the atmosphere thickened with the potential for violence. A mere spark could ignite an all-out confrontation. Bai Zhixuan, narrowing her eyes at Su Yegge, understood that should he make a move, he would fall into the adversary's trap. Thus, with urgency, she implored him, do not act rashly. Accompany them to the station. I will find a way to secure your release. If you engage now, it will lead to considerable complications, and they could easily charge you with assaulting an officer if they were to shoot you. Upon hearing Bai Zhixuan's words, Lu Xian finally felt a weight lift from his chest. Once he found his inner confidence, he once again commanded the young police officers behind him, take me away. With newfound assurance, his voice naturally ascended several octaves. The two young officers retrieved their handcuffs, preparing to apprehend Su Yegge. Su Yegge twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Lu Xian held his gun steadily aimed at Su Yegge, not daring to shift for even a moment. Don't act like this, brother. Please go with them to the station. I will certainly find a way to bring you out, Lin Wan, seated nearby, cautioned. She understood that when police were tasked with apprehending a suspect, if there was any indication the suspect might resist, they had the authority to use lethal force. Thus, upon sensing Su Yegge's potential for violence, she quickly intervened. At that moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became peculiar. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. Just as Bai Zhixuan and Lin Wan were filled with trepidation, Su Yegge merely smiled coldly and remarked, very well, I will accompany you to the station. However, if you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, I assure you this gun will one day find its way into your mouth, officer. Take me away. Lu Xian's face twitched, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled the young officers to escort Su Yegge. The two officers placed the handcuffs on Su Yegge and attempted to push him towards the exit. Yet no matter how hard they tried, he stood resolutely in place. Zhixuan, please take care of Mengmeng for me. Su Yegge offered a faint smile to Bai Zhixuan and Lin Wan before rising to follow the young police officer outside. The sound of several police cars whirring away filled the air. Once Su Yegge was taken away, Bai Zhixuan and Lin Wan finally exhaled in relief. Their greatest fear had been that Su Yegge might suddenly turn on the officers during the journey, for such a scenario would undoubtedly complicate matters immensely. Mama. Mengmeng wept uncontrollably, nestled in Bai Zhixuan's embrace. Zhang Long approached Bai Zhixuan, producing a small slip of paper on which he hastily inscribed a series of numbers before handing it to her. This is my phone number. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call. Thank you. Bai Zhixuan accepted the note, well aware of Zhang Long's reputation in Jianghai City. Regardless of whether she could make use of it, it was prudent to retain his contact information. After bidding farewell to everyone, Bai Zhixuan and Lin Wan exchanged glances, prompting Bai Zhixuan to inquire, what is your perspective on this matter? What do you mean? Lin Wan asked, puzzled. How should we handle this situation? Let us address it directly, Bai Zhixuan replied, furrowing her delicate brow. This incident was captured on surveillance, and the individual was headed towards your Jianghai group. Whether it was Su Yegge or not, it is up to your Jianghai group to clarify, Lin Wan stated. I am completely unaware of this matter, and I can assure you that the person in question is certainly not Su Yegge, Bai Zhixuan declared emphatically. She was with me the entire night. Thus, the perpetrator who stole the documents could not possibly be Su Yegge. Were you together last night? Lin Wan asked, her expression laced with confusion. White Zhixuan nodded slightly and said, last night, she was by my side. The person who stole the documents could not possibly be Su Yegge. This implies that someone is framing my brother? Lin Wan's heart trembled. Since Su Yegge was with White Zhixuan all night, there must be something amiss in this situation. White Zhixuan's analysis was quite logical. This person evidently wished to eliminate Su Yegge. If it were Bai Zhe, he wouldn't resort to using Jianghai Group as collateral damage. Could it be that Su Yegge has offended someone? Chapter 93. Interrogation. Do you think Yegge has offended someone? White Zhixuan pondered aloud. I am uncertain, but I recall that Yegge has an uncle named Uncle De. We could inquire at his estate, Lin Wan suggested. Moreover, we can temporarily entrust Mengmeng to Uncle De, which would be more prudent. Very well, let us proceed there. White Zhixuan glanced at the exhausted Mengmeng, who had fallen asleep in her embrace, and sighed softly. The two drove to the estate, where Uncle De was busy and unaware of Su Yegge's abduction. Upon seeing White Zhixuan and Lin Wan enter with Mengmeng, he approached them. Uncle De. Su Yegao has been taken away, Bai Zhixuan said, taking a deep breath. Uncle De paused, surprised, and replied awkwardly, taken away?
Donod jest.
Yegao has not committed any crimes. How could he possibly be taken? Last night, confidential documents from the 7 major groups led by the Marriott Group were stolen in Jianghai City. The perpetrator was captured on surveillance footage, which subsequently led to accusations against my brother, as he was seen entering Jianghai Group. Lin Wan explained, however, we all know that my brother is innocent. He was with Miss Bai the entire time yesterday. Therefore, we have entrusted Mengmeng to you for the time being, allowing us to investigate this matter more conveniently. Yegge is certainly not that kind of person. We must clear his name. Uncle De, rest assured we will get to the bottom of this. Bai Zhixuan and Lin Wan spoke in unison. With their assurance, Uncle De felt considerably more at ease, yet thoughts of the Bai family left him feeling unsettled. Inside the interrogation room, aside from a table and 2 chairs, there was a glaring spotlight aimed directly at the suspect's eyes, its intensity inducing a sense of panic. This is a customary practice of the police department, employing such bright lights to shine on suspects for several hours, thereby facilitating the interrogation once the suspect begins to relent. It wasn't until lunchtime that Lu Xian finally lifted his head to address the officer on duty, inquiring, "How long has it been? Can you check the time?" The officer replied, "Sir, it has been 6 hours since 7 o'clock this morning, and it is now 1 o'clock. Ordinary individuals typically find it unbearable to endure intense illumination for more than 2 hours, let alone Su Yegao, who had been confined in the interrogation room for 6 grueling hours. Such relentless exposure to harsh light can easily drive a person to the brink of collapse." Lu Xian, with a triumphant smirk, lit a cigarette, eager to witness whether the once arrogant Su Yegao now resembled a wilting eggplant, scalded by boiling water. With a smile, Lu Xian swung open the door to the interrogation room. Once anyone steps into the police precinct, he possesses a myriad of methods to compel submission. However, as he prepared to apprehend the individual, the mastermind behind the scenes had dispatched someone to emphasize that Su Yegao was a particularly obstinate character, urging him to intensify his efforts, which elicited a sardonic chuckle from Lu Xian. With a creak, the door swung wide open. Upon casting a glance inside, Lu Xian's demeanor abruptly hardened. Logically speaking, after enduring such prolonged exposure to the blinding lights in the police interrogation room, even the strongest-willed individual would falter. Yet, within that room, Su Yegao sat cross-legged atop the table. Lu Xian's face contorted with rage as he glared at Su Yegao, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Get up! Get up! This is not your home. Why are you sleeping?" Hearing Lu Xian's furious shout, Su Yegao finally opened his eyes slowly, regarding Lu Xian with an unhurried tone. "Oh, Chief, you've come. Haven to you?" Lu Xian retorted with a cold laugh. "Yes, I have. What of it? Did I disturb your slumber?" He then casually adjusted the blinding light, directing it into Su Yegao's eyes. Unfazed, Su Yegao met the intense glare with unwavering resolve. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth, a hint of playful amusement flickering in his expression, and spoke. "Commander, it appears you have yet to inform me why I am being detained." Upon finishing his words, Lu Xian activated the projector, took a deep breath, and seated himself opposite Su Yegao, exclaiming, "Sit properly."
Sit properly.
"Am I not seated correctly?" Su Yegao raised his gaze to Lu Xian, retorting, "Fine." Lu Xian finally lifted his head, grasped the remote, and pressed the play button. The video projected an image of a man entering a sealed room, extracting a document-like item, and then departing. "Doesn't this man bear a striking resemblance to you?" Lu Xian scoffed, inquiring. "Whether it is I or not, I am well aware. I remained at home all night yesterday. This individual is not me," Su Yegao replied with an air of indifference, revealing no signs of anxiety. "Regardless of whether it is you or not, your suspicion is the highest at present. Hence you must remain here," Lu Xian stated coldly. "My suspicion is the highest? If it turns out that I am innocent, what will you do then, Commander?" Su Yegao's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression laced with amusement as he regarded Lu Xian. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, raising his voice. "Is this any of your concern? Hurry up and report your name and other details. Remember this. My name is Su Yegao, 25 years old. and I am currently the owner of the Aishin Dialogue restaurant. Su Yegao replied, counting off on his fingers. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Should there be no food, I implore you to bring me some swiftly. Should you allow me to perish from hunger, you shall surely regret it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes widened in fury. He harbored an overwhelming desire to strike the young man before him. However, the unseen master had decreed that he must not resort to violence, for it would appear as though Su Yegao had confessed under duress. Chapter 94. Cell number 4, where were you last night? Lu Xian managed to suppress his rage, slamming his palm onto the table as he inquired. I accompanied President Bai to the snack street for a meal, Su Yegao replied nonchalantly. Lu Xian scoffed derisively, proclaiming, would someone of President Bai's esteemed stature truly visit a mere snack street? Are you jesting with me? I am not jesting. You may inquire for yourself, Su Yegao shrugged, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Lu Xian inhaled deeply, his voice icy as he asserted. The surveillance footage captured the individual who pilfered the documents fleeing to Jianghai Group. Even if you were not in President Bai's company yesterday, she would still shield you to uphold the company's reputation. Ha! Shield me? And where is the surveillance footage? You may as well review the cameras from the snack street, Su Yegao retorted, his tone frigid. The snack street's footage? Prior to that, you should prepare to spend some time in custody. Lu Xian clapped his hands, and 2 young officers entered the room. Indeed, you may detain me, but I must forewarn you, officer, if the true culprit of the document theft is not I, there will be consequences to bear. Su Yegao rose and followed the 2 officers out of the interrogation room. Lu Xian observed as Su Yegao exited the interrogation room, making his way towards the holding cells, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As long as you remain in my grasp, I refuse to believe I cannot bring you to your downfall. While Lu Xian muttered to himself, a young officer entered, saying, Sir, our police station's holding cells are at full capacity. Where shall we place Su Yegao? Without hesitation, Lu Xian replied, let him be confined in cell number 4. The young officer trembled at the mention of cell number 4. Lu Xian nodded, a cold smirk gracing his features. Indeed, I am quite curious to see if he can maintain his bravado within cell number 4. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the young officer's forehead as he stammered. But, didn't the chief say that no one is to be placed in cell number 4 except for you? Can only accommodate one person. Growing impatient, Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively. Why do you concern yourself with such trivialities? Just do as I instruct. Hurry and attend to your duties. Should anything arise, I shall bear the responsibility alone. Yes. The young officer finally nodded, turning to leave the interrogation room. Upon exiting, he approached Su Yegao and, gesturing towards the holding cells with a slight smile, said, Sir, please proceed. All right. Su Yegao shrugged and followed the young officer toward the holding cells. But I must warn you, the officer cautioned, cell number 4 houses a rather terrifying individual. You must tread carefully and comply with whatever he says. The young officer gazed at Su Yegge, who remained remarkably composed, and intentionally lowered his voice. Is it terrifying? How terrifying?
Su Yegge halted.
Curiosity evident in her eyes as she inquired about the officer ahead of her. It is said that many places could not contain him. It was our city's elder who personally confined him. Oddly enough, room 4 seems to be his nemesis, the officer remarked. Su Yegge, intrigued, asked, Is it truly that sinister? Many have been imprisoned there, yet by the next day, not even a trace of them was found. Only those with exceptional martial prowess have managed to exit, but what? Su Yegge interjected before the officer could finish. But these so-called masters emerged with severed limbs, the officer replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon hearing this, Su Yegge began to grasp the situation. Lu Xian intended to use the person confined in room 4 to orchestrate her demise. Lu Xian was indeed formidable. It appeared that the injustice she faced was inextricably linked to him. However, to extinguish the life of the celestial master of the starry cultivation realm was no simple feat. Just be cautious. That is all I can advise, the officer said, observing Su Yegge's indifference with a sigh. Many who, like her, had been overly confident had met a brash end before even entering room 4. However, upon entering the fourth holding cell, it felt as though I had traversed the very depths of hell. Thank you, but I am indeed curious to see what manner of individuals are confined within this fourth cell. Su Yegao smiled, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. Although it was midday, an oppressive gloom enveloped the entire holding area. The atmosphere was steeped in an eerie chill, rendering one's body susceptible to involuntary shivers. As the young officer guided Su Yegao through the lengthy corridor, the detainees within the cell glared at them with malevolent eyes, each one more menacing than the last. The officer paid no heed to these glares but continued silently, leading Su Yegao to a secluded corner. Su Yegao lifted his gaze to survey the unremarkable holding cell, which was situated in the corner and did not adhere to any orderly arrangement. With a creaking sound, the officer opened the door. Su Yegao stepped inside, his eyes scanning the surroundings. In the corner of the room sat a disheveled figure. At that very moment, the lights outside abruptly extinguished. With the officer's departure, the illumination faded naturally. Su Yegao sensed the malevolence emanating from the fourth holding cell but remained silent, opting instead to find a spot and sit cross-legged. Suddenly, as Su Yegao settled into his position, a chilling laughter erupted from the corner, instilling dread in anyone who might hear it. It resonated like the cries of a child, yet carried an unsettling mockery. Being confined comes with its own demeanor. Let us refrain from theatrics, shall we? Su Yegao cast a glance at the individual in the corner and spoke aloud. He. No sooner had Su Yegao's words faded than the eerie laughter echoed once more. Simultaneously, he discerned faint sounds emanating from the corner. The figure within the shadows rose to his feet. Su Yegao maintained an air of composure, remaining seated in a cross-legged position. Yet, at that moment, the vital energy within him began to flow steadily through the 72 meridians. Should that individual dare to strike, Su Yegao would not hold back. Chapter 95. The Mysterious Old Man Boy, How Do You Wish to Die? The shadowy figure materialized not far from Su Yegao, asking ominously. As he drew nearer, Su Yegao was assailed by an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of stale urine, a scent undoubtedly born of neglecting personal hygiene for an extended period. I have yet to exhaust my days. I do not wish to perish, Su Yegao replied coolly. You must die. The vital energy within Su Yegao surged rapidly, and the impending conflict loomed. The shadow flickered and lunged, delivering a punch aimed directly at Su Yegao. Unfazed, he swung his own fist with force towards the incoming blow. Bang! A resounding thud filled the air as Su Yegao felt a powerful force wash over him, propelling him backwards. Utilizing the momentum, he pushed off the wall with his foot, forcing his body to stabilize. The strength behind that punch was immense. No, to be precise, it was not merely strength, it was vital energy. The individual confined in the fourth detention chamber was a cultivator from the stars. Through their recent encounter, Su Yegao discerned that his opponent's prowess was not only formidable but had even reached the level of a clear void practitioner. It was astonishing to find such a powerful individual confined within the modest confines of a police station's holding cell. While a clear void practitioner is merely one tier above a jade void practitioner, the chasm between the two is akin to that between heaven and earth.
Su Yegao,
Being in the early stages of jade void cultivation, faced an adversary likely at the mid-stage of clear void cultivation, rendering him utterly outmatched. I bear you no grudge, yet why do you seek to harm me? Su Yegao inquired, squinting his eyes and utilizing the faint light to illuminate his question. The world has wronged me. I ought to eradicate all in it. Does that not constitute a reason? The shadowy figure replied coldly. Should you wish to eliminate me, you must be prepared to sustain injuries yourself, Su Yegao retorted, his gaze turning icy as he recognized that he had encountered an unreasonable foe. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. The mightier one is, the more their words resonate as law. This principle holds true even on earth. You are quite audacious, the shadow scoffed, launching a swift kick towards Su Yegao. In response, Su Yegao propelled himself off the ground with a forceful push, narrowly evading the incoming strike. However, just as he evaded, the figure's fist arrived with blinding speed, leaving Su Yegao no opportunity to dodge. Consequently, he could only raise his hands to shield his chest, bracing for the impact of the oncoming blow. Bang! As the shadowy figure's fist made contact with Su Yegao's body, the vital energy clinging to him was violently dispersed. A powerful surge of energy crashed against Su Yegao's chest, causing a tumult within him. With a cough, crimson blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Young man, what is your name?" the figure inquired ominously as he approached Su Yegao. "Are you seeking to kill me before knowing my name?" Su Yegao laughed heartily, enunciating, "Listen closely. I am Su Yegao, the celestial sovereign of the immortal realm." "Ha ha ha. If the celestial sovereign is truly so feeble, then I would indeed be invincible in the immortal realm." The figure responded with a booming laugh, stepping closer to Su Yegao and gently placing his palm atop his head. At that moment, Su Yegao attempted to channel his vital energy to break free, only to discover that it was nearly impossible to do so. His breath quickened as his gaze fixed upon the figure's visage, his pupils dilating in shock. "Seventh uncle." The words struggled to escape Su Yegao's lips as he beheld the weathered man before him, tears glistening in his eyes. "Yegao! Yegao! Is it truly you?" The man's hand, which had pressed upon Su Yegao's crown, slowly lifted to cradle his cheek. "Seventh uncle, it is I, Yegao." Only after the man withdrew his hand did Su Yegao feel a profound sense of relief wash over him. The man hurriedly assisted Su Yegge to her feet, his gaze gentle as he looked at her, but suddenly turned away, unable to face her. "Seventh uncle, why are you here?" Su Yegge referred to seventh uncle as her master's junior brother, the esteemed Jianghai City, Chile. Years ago, during the campaign against the malevolent ghost immortal, Chile had participated indirectly in the battle. However, after the defeat of the ghost immortal, Chile had retreated from the world of cultivation. "When you failed your tribulation, your master and I braved the wrath of the heavens to rescue your physical form. Yet while reviving you, I was struck by heavenly lightning and found myself in this place," Chile explained. "Wasn't your power supposed to be nearing that of an immortal? How have you become so vulnerable?" His confusion was palpable. His nephew, once heralded as the closest being to an immortal in the realm of cultivation, now appeared utterly defenseless in his presence, a reality he struggled to accept. "Seventh uncle, after my rebirth, my vital energy was merely at the Xuanshu level. It is only through my recent cultivation that I have attained the early stages of Yushu," Su Yegge replied, shaking her head with a sigh. "The vitality on earth is scarce. I cannot foresee when I might return to my peak strength." Su Yegge continued, "However, seventh uncle, although you were once inferior in strength, you still possessed the prowess of the mid-Taixu phase. How is it that today you seem to fall short of even the Chongsu level?" "This matter is rather lengthy." Chile sighed heavily, his fists clenched tightly. "I have fallen to this state due to the ghost immortal." "What? The ghost immortal? Have you encountered him?" Upon hearing the term death demon, Su Yegge's nerves tensed, and he urgently inquired. "Indeed, since my arrival here, I encountered the death demon. We engaged in battle. Although his strength was comparable to mine, he had long established himself here and utilized the formation to his advantage, resulting in my severe injuries and subsequent imprisonment." Chile removed his tattered shirt, revealing a chest marred by wounds. "I fell victim to the blood demon poison of the death demon, rendering my strength stagnant for a lifetime, and each year, I find myself regressing. Currently, my power has dwindled to the late stage of the clear void realm." Chapter 96. Leaving the prison room, what about that death demon? What is his current strength? Where is he? Su Yegge asked anxiously. The fact that he could severely wound the Jianghai City, who possesses strength in the mid-stage of the Great Void Realm, indicates that he is formidable. Should the death demon decide to attack Su Yegge and his companions now, they would stand no chance of resistance. When I confronted the death demon, he too was at the mid-stage of the Great Void Realm, but after inflicting serious harm upon me, he sustained injuries as well. I suspect he will not appear for some time." Chile remarked, "But how did you end up here in good health? This matter is rather lengthy to explain." Upon hearing this, Chile was taken aback. "You have a daughter now?" "Yes. My wife has given birth to a daughter."
Su Yegge nodded.
Suddenly, Chile burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Your master must be eager for you to start a family so he can hold a child. Though he hasn't had the chance to see it, I have had the pleasure first." Su Yegao, in a state of helplessness, inquired, "Seventh uncle, please do not be so agitated. How do you intend to leave?" "Leave? As long as I desire to escape, no one can confine me," Chile scoffed, settling himself cross-legged on the ground. This is not the realm of cultivation, where strength grants one the liberty to act recklessly. Therefore, seventh uncle, you should contemplate alternative methods of exit. Fearing that Qi Li might provoke further trouble, Su Yegao felt increasingly precarious in his own situation on Earth. Should any calamity arise, he would be utterly unable to assist Qi Li. Since this path is unfeasible, I have another plan. Qi Li pondered for a moment before continuing. Previously, after my confrontation with the Death Ghost, I encountered a formidable individual here. He sought to recruit me into their ranks, but I declined. Consequently, he imprisoned me here. If I acquiesce to his demands, he will undoubtedly release me. Oh, the one capable of imprisoning you, seventh uncle, must be quite extraordinary, Su Yegao remarked, taken aback. It was surprising that someone as wild and untamed as Qi Li could be confined by another. The opponent is a celestial-level expert equivalent to our Chongshu cultivators, I suppose. Qi Li, resigned, replied, I sustained severe injuries in my battle with the Death Ghost, resulting in a significant reduction of my strength. Naturally, I am no match for him. However, I have no desire to associate with their group, so I must remain here. Chongshu level, you say?
Su Yegao murmured.
It seems this individual wields considerable influence in Jianghai City to have managed to imprison you within a police station. What is a police station? Curiosity piqued. Qi Li inquired. What is it? It's nothing. Uncle Qi, you may as well acquiesce to him, proposed Su Yegge Song. If you agree, in the event that we encounter the demon ghost immortal, we could harness each other's strength to confront him. Should the demon ghost immortal collaborate with others against us, we would find ourselves in grave danger. Very well. I shall contact him now. Upon finishing his words, Qi Li rose from his seat and approached the imposing iron door. He extended his hand, grasping the door firmly, and with a vigorous twist, he wrenched the entire iron gate free. What a flimsy door! It lacks durability. I barely exerted any effort, he scoffed, casually discarding the massive door aside. The young officer, alerted by the commotion, witnessed Qi Li emerging from cell number 4 and was so startled that his legs trembled uncontrollably as he fled outside with a cry of terror. Truly a pitiful coward, Qi Li sneered. Enough. Uncle Qi, devise a way to contact that individual. Su Yegge followed Qi Li out of the cell, waving his hand dismissively. Come with me. Qi Li nodded and, with purposeful strides, led Su Yegge out of the confinement area. The moment they exited, they encountered Lu Xian and his entourage, all of whom stood aghast, firearms in hand, staring at Qi Li and Su Yegge, their faces pale with fear. Stay right there and do not move, Lu Xian commanded, his weapon aimed squarely at Qi Li and Su Yegge. If you take another step, we shall not hesitate to act. Hey, kid! Summon the old man who had me imprisoned. I have come to a decision. Qi Li shouted with a carefree demeanor. Old 7, you may come out, but that Su Yegao cannot. What do you mean cannot? Tell me why. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, Qi Li interrupted him, cursing, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will blow your head off. He has stolen confidential documents from multiple corporations in Jianghai City. It is an order from above to apprehend him. Lu Xian stammered, mustering the courage to speak. What? My disciple would steal? Damn it, do I need to repeat myself? Bring him to me, Qi Li shouted furiously. Lu Xian, aware of Qi Li's terrifying nature, dared not confront him directly and could only stutter in response. Yet Qi Li had no patience. He suddenly stepped forward and struck Lu Xian's cheek with a resounding slap, knocking him to the ground. Without pausing, Qi Li raised his foot and stomped hard on Lu Xian's back. You have one last chance. Call someone over, Qi Li declared, forcefully stamping on Lu Xian's chest. Finally sensing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xian trembled as he hastily dialed the number to report the events occurring at the police station. After hanging up, Qi Li lifted his foot from Lu Xian's back. As Lu Xian attempted to rise, he was met with another brutal kick to the abdomen from Qi Li. Did I tell you to get up? With a cold snort, Qi Li raised his hand and pressed Lu Xian's neck forcefully against the ground. Serve as my seat. You understand what that means, or I shall ruin you. Lu Xian hesitated, then obediently knelt, bending his body low. Qi Li stood and sat upon Lu Xian, imparting a weight akin to 1,000 pounds, suffocating him. This was the consequence of disobedience. Li scoffed, inquiring, Yegge, would you care to join me? No, I find such filth distasteful. Yegge did not even deign to glance at him, her gaze settling on a wooden chair nearby. She promptly walked over and seated herself. Bring forth the wine. Li commanded the several junior officers behind him with a booming voice. This police station has no alcohol, stammered one slightly bolder officer, his voice dwindling to a whisper. What did you say? Li's gaze sharpened, fixing a fierce glare upon the officer who had spoken. I will go buy some wine. The officer, trembling at Li's fierce look, hurriedly exited the police station, only to stumble and fall as he left. The other officers within the station watched in terror at the sight of Li sitting upon Lu Xian's back, each one silently fuming yet too afraid to voice their anger. Before long, the officer returned, clutching 2 bottles of mutai, and presented them to Li with great reverence. Li accepted 1 bottle and casually tossed it to Yegge, saying, Here, drink. Yegge received the mutai liquor tossed by Li and took several hearty sips, then reclined comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs with nonchalance. Meanwhile, Li seized the bottle and began to guzzle it down voraciously, treating the potent liquor as if it were mere water. Beneath him, Lu Xian wore a pained expression, the weight of the situation pressing down on him like a mountain, leaving him breathless. Unable to endure any longer, he shifted slightly. With a swift motion, Li harshly stamped his foot onto Lu Xian's hand and demanded, Who permitted you to move? Lu Xian, grimacing and feeling a sense of indignation, replied, I simply cannot hold on any longer. No sooner had Lu Xian's words escaped his lips than Li brought his foot down forcefully upon Lu Xian's hand once more. Did I allow you to speak? Li's gaze turned sharp, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Lu Xian.
Mr. Li truly possesses remarkable audacity.
At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the entrance, followed by a figure bursting through the door. Yegge, seated on the wooden chair, fixed his gaze like a hawk locking onto its prey, springing up with the agility of a coiled spring, and unleashed a powerful punch toward the incoming figure. A whirlwind accompanied his fist, producing a sound akin to the breaking of air. Yet, the figure did not flinch. Instead, it met Yegge's punch head-on with a clenched fist. Though Yegge was merely at the initial stage of the Jade Void, the energy infused in his strike rendered it formidable, augmented by his inherent strength. The fist, though seemingly small, concealed an immense power within. If an ordinary person were to confront Yegge's fierce punch head-on, they would either perish or suffer greatly. However, the shadowy figure effortlessly countered Yegge's aggressive onslaught, causing the residual force to send Yegge staggering back several paces, his blood surging tumultuously. Observing this, Li sprang into action, leveraging his foot against Lu Xian's back to propel himself upward. Old man, you ought to release me now, shouldn't you? Li declared as he landed before Yegge and the shadowy figure. So what's the verdict? Have you come to a decision, old man Li? The elder stroked his beard, smiling as he inquired. After being confined for 10 years, have you finally come to your senses? Li glared with wide eyes and retorted, You old man, must you always refer to me as such? Do I appear as decrepit as you? Now, old man Li, I know you'll want to negotiate terms upon your release. The elder, unfazed, chuckled in response. All I desire is my freedom. Whenever you require my assistance, you may seek me, Li stated slowly. That won't suffice. You, elusive as a dragon, how shall I locate you when I need your aid? The elder shook his head. Foolishness. You seem to grow more senile with age. I have yet to finish my thoughts. Li shrugged, saying, I reside with my master's nephew. If you need my help, simply approach my master's nephew. He gestured towards Yegge, who had just engaged in combat with the elder. You are the nephew of old man Li? The elder scrutinized Yegge, asking, Where do you reside? Xuangang Mountain, Yegge replied nonchalantly. Xuangang Mountain? Xuangang Mountain is, after all, government property of Jianghai City. How is it that you reside there? The elder gazed at Yegge in bewilderment, his curiosity piqued.
Yegge replied slowly.
I have leased Xuangang Mountain, where I have constructed a manor and cultivated various plants, in addition to establishing a restaurant nearby. I see. If the esteemed elder does not mind, You may accompany me. Su Yegao smiled gently as he spoke. During their conversation, Su Yegao sensed a formidable aura emanating from the elder, which transcended the so-called internal power of the human body, approaching the essence of vitality itself. The elder likely possessed the strength of the initial stage of Zhongshu. By the way, how did you come to be here? The elder inquired further. I was falsely accused of stealing confidential documents from multiple corporations, which led to my imprisonment. Su Yegao cast a glance at Lu Xian, who had just risen from the ground, and spoke slowly. The police officer Lu Xian is indiscriminate. He directly incarcerated me in holding cell number 4. Had it been someone else in custody today, it could have escalated to a fatal outcome. Is such a thing possible? The elder's sharp gaze shifted to Lu Xian, his icy words cutting through the air. He detains Qili here solely to prevent him from leaving Jianghai City, and before departing, he even instructed that no one should be placed in holding cell number 4. Marshal, I was wrong. As the elder's gaze turned upon him, Lu Xian trembled in sheer fright. The elderly man was none other than the military marshal of Jianghai City, capable of altering the entire landscape of the city with a mere utterance, let alone that of a modest police station's arrest captain. Restrain yourself, the elder commanded icily. Lu Xian had barely escaped death at the hands of Qili, and now faced punishment from his superiors, leaving him filled with resentment. Are you suggesting that I assist you? The elder inquired coldly. I wouldn't dare. Slap, slap, slap. After delivering an indeterminate number of slaps, the elder finally waved his hand, signaling Lu Xian to stand aside. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. The elder, despite his stern demeanor, was known for his fairness, and he was taken aback by such occurrences. It's all right. I will look into this matter, he assured. Su Yegao nodded and declared with conviction, I will not let those who wronged me go unpunished. Chapter 98. The mysterious man in black. I admire a young man with such resolve. The elder smiled with satisfaction and introduced himself. I am Li Shintian, the old marshal of the Jianghai military. Should you encounter any troubles in Jianghai, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Thank you, esteemed elder Shintian. Su Yegao replied with a respectful gesture. Since this matter is resolved, Qi Lao too, you may accompany your master's disciple now, Li Shintian suggested after a brief pause. Thank you once again, Su Yegao said, bowing once more as he rose to leave the police station with Qili. Once Su Yegao and Qili had departed, Li Shintian cast a venomous glare at Lu Xian and coldly warned, should this happen again, I will make your existence a living hell. Having spoken, Li Shintian seized the wine bottle resting on the table, applying a gentle yet firm grip, causing the bottle to shatter into countless minuscule fragments. It was. Lu Xian lowered his gaze. Although his eyes brimmed with murderous intent, he chose to bow before Li Shintian. Only after Li Shintian departed did Lu Xian exhale a sigh of relief. He had initially received a directive from the shadowy figure behind the scenes to devise a charge against Su Yegao, but unexpectedly, Li Shintian had appeared, compelling him to fulfill the task of his enigmatic employer, yet he found himself reaping no rewards for his efforts. That evening, the city of Jianghai transitioned into its vibrant nightlife. A taxi halted before a villa, and a masked man alighted from it. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize this masked individual as Lu Xian, the very man who had escorted Su Yegao into the police station earlier that day. Once inside the villa, Lu Xian, guided by a servant, arrived at a particular chamber. Young Master Bai's, Lu Xian bowed respectfully to the young man seated on the sofa, his tone imbued with courtesy. Speak, came the languid reply from young Master Bai's, who was indulging in a cigar. The mission has failed, Lu Xian stammered. What did you say? The mission has failed? Young Master Bai's demeanor remained composed, yet his tone hinted at an unsettling undercurrent. Young Master Bai's, the situation is as follows. Lu Xian felt beads of sweat, resembling yellow peas, forming on his forehead, and his trembling hand wiped away the cold perspiration. I have no interest in your explanations. All I know is that when you take my money, you are obliged to deliver results. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences, are you not? Bai Zhe rose slowly from the sofa, turning his back to Lu Xian, and spoke deliberately. As per our agreement, Failure to fulfill the Bai family's task entails not only a tenfold compensation of the deposit but also the severance of a leg. The gravity of Bai Zhe's words sent shivers down Lu Xian's spine. He fell to his knees, prostrating himself fervently. "Young Master Bai, please help me. I am willing to atone for my sins. I beg you. How can I assist you? Are you capable of confronting Su Yegge? Do you dare to offend your superiors?" Bai Zhe questioned, still facing away from Lu Xian, his tone laced with derision. I. Lu Xian was nearly in tears, realizing that incurring the wrath of the Bai family was far from a favorable outcome. Even if he fled abroad, he would remain within the reach of the Bai family's influence. "Young Master Bai, I implore you, help me." Lu Xian's head knocked against the ground repeatedly as he wept profusely. "I am willing to do anything to rectify this situation." "Anything, is it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe finally turned to face Lu Xian, asking coolly, "Are you certain?" Yes, I am certain. I will agree to anything that can make amends for this matter." Seeing Bai Zhe turn towards him ignited a glimmer of hope in Lu Xian, and he eagerly nodded, proclaiming, "I will brave fire and water without hesitation. I shall not send you into peril. Rather, I will ensure you continue to ascend." Bai Zhe approached Lu Xian, half-squatting as he picked up a cigar from the ground. After igniting it, he placed it into Lu Xian's hand and asked, "Do you wish to indulge in cigars every day henceforth?" Lu Xian cradled the lit cigar, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. "Young Master Bai, what must I do?" "Quite simple, I need you to grow stronger."
A faint smile graced Bai Zhe's lips.
"Grow stronger," Lu Xian murmured, momentarily taken aback. With a sharp clap of his hands, the door swung open. To Lu Xian's astonishment, a figure clad in a black robe strode in and stood before him. "Young Master," the raspy voice of the robed figure sent a shiver down Lu Xian's spine. "Young Master Bai, who is this?" Lu Xian's voice barely rose above a whisper, as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the black-robed individual. "This is a master of the earth level from the Bai family. With his assistance, you shall soon attain greater strength," Bai Zhe explained. "Do not be alarmed. Martial energy in the mortal realm is categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. Most martial artists are merely at the lowest tier, the human level, while our Bai family's masters are all at least earth level or higher." "Heaven, earth, and man?" Lu Xian gazed in shock at the figure before him, having never heard of such classifications of inner strength. "This is the essence of inner strength." The black-robed figure's hoarse voice resonated as he stretched his withered hand toward the where Lu Xian stood. An invisible force instantly seized Lu Xian's throat, rendering him breathless. With a quiver of trepidation, Lu Xian gazed at the figure cloaked in black, his legs thrashing desperately. "Release him," Bai Zhe commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the shadowy figure to relent. "Lu Xian, I wish to see you grow stronger, to usurp Li Xuantian's position. Do you dare?" A smile graced Bai Zhe's face as he observed Lu Xian, who continued to cough intermittently. After a few coughs, Lu Xian found his voice. "Cough. Cough. What level of power does Li Xuantian possess?" Li Xuantian ranks 5th on the Jianghai City strongman list, a celestial-level expert. The raspy voice of the black-clad figure replied slowly. "Celestial-level expert," Lu Xian nearly exclaimed. Even though he was not well-versed in the intricacies of inner strength rankings, he understood the chasm that separated realms. If he was not even a match for the black-cloaked figure, how could he possibly replace Li Xuantian? The thought was too daunting. The black-robed figure was merely a terrestrial-level master, while Li Xuantian was of a celestial caliber. The prospect of confronting such a formidable opponent seemed insurmountable. "As long as you desire to take his place, I can assist you. It all hinges on your resolve," Bai Zhe continued, his hands gesturing nonchalantly. "Of course, should you choose to languish under Li Xuantian's oppressive shadow for eternity, I can ensure your suffering is profound." Chapter 99. Bai Zhe's Methods. I wish to," Lu Xian lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "But I am at a loss as to how to supplant him. If it were as simple as claiming the position of the military's old marshal, he would have already done so, having long harbored disdain for Li Xuantian. You need not concern yourself with the means of replacement. Simply articulate your desire to me." Bai Zhe extended his hand and placed it firmly on Lu Xian's shoulder, his tone significantly more serious. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely, saying, I want to. Very well, since you desire it, you shall comply with our arrangements. Bai Zhe turned to face the figure in the black robe, instructing, proceed as you see fit. Understood. The black-robed figure nodded and stepped before Lu Xian, placing a hand upon the crown of his head. Relax, the rasping voice of the black-robed figure echoed, and in that instant, excruciating pain radiated from Lu Xian's head, spreading throughout his entire being in a wave of intensity. Ah, ah, ah. The cries of agony lingered in the air. Seventh uncle, this shall be your room from now on. You will reside here. Su Yegao tossed the key in her hand to Qi Li, saying, this is the key to your room. Ensure you lock it before you leave to prevent Taixu from entering. Got it. Qi Li accepted the key and stowed it within the space of his finger ring. Yegao. At that moment, Taixu entered, cradling a set of clothes, which he handed to Su Yegao. Tell your seventh uncle to take a bath and change into these clothes. They may be a bit worn, but they will suffice for now. All right. Su Yegao passed the garments to Qi Li, instructing him to head to the bathroom. As Qi Li went to bathe, Su Yegao, feeling fatigued, sank onto the sofa. No sooner had she settled than she was met with the sound of Mengmeng's cries. Bai Zhixuan entered, holding Mengmeng, and upon seeing Su Yegao seated on the sofa, she expressed her astonishment. Mengmeng nodded and, nestled in Su Yegao's embrace, broke into a smile through her tears. Uncle Da, please take Mengmeng to get something to eat first. I have something to discuss with Zhixuan. Su Yegao gently placed Mengmeng into Uncle Da's arms. Once Uncle Da had taken Mengmeng to the kitchen, Su Yegao patted the sofa beside him, signaling Bai Zhixuan to sit down. Yegao, how did you manage to come out? Bai Zhixuan asked in surprise. You didn't escape, did you? What are you thinking? I was released by the old marshal of the military in Jianghai City.
Li Xuantian.
Su Yegao chuckled wryly, pondering why others perceived him as such a rough character.
Li Xuantian.
Bai Zhixuan recognized the name. He was the esteemed old marshal of Jianghai City, someone whom even the Bai family would regard with respect. Do you have a connection with Li Shantian? She inquired with curiosity. None. I don't know him, Su Yegao replied, shaking his head. Bai Zhixuan was even more puzzled. She looked at Su Yegao, befuddled. Then why would he assist you? Because of my seventh uncle. He has been eager to collaborate with my seventh uncle, which is why he allowed us to leave. Su Yegao offered no concealment regarding this matter, knowing it would eventually come to light. It was better to clarify it now than to explain later. Your seventh uncle? Who is he? Bai Zhixuan asked, intrigued. Aren't you alone in Jianghai City? Aside from Uncle Da and your daughter, do you have no other relatives here? I never expected my seventh uncle to appear at the police station in Jianghai City, leaving me quite perplexed. Su Yegao shrugged, expressing his bewilderment. However, the arrival of my uncle did not bring any good news. Rather, it revealed that the ghostly immortal was not only alive but also at an incredibly formidable level of power. Where are you now? Bai Zhixuan inquired. I'm right here, came the reply from Qi Li, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Uncle, you're out so soon? Su Yegao asked, gazing at Qi Li, who was dripping wet, struggling between amusement and exasperation. I wasn't sure how to use that thing. As soon as I activated the switch you mentioned, water drenched me completely, Qi Li lamented. So, I decided to wash up quickly and come out. Su Yegao shook his head in resignation and pointed to Qi Li, saying to Bai Zhixuan, this is my seventh uncle, Qi Li. Nice to meet you, uncle, Bai Zhixuan said with a slight bow and a gentle smile. Having had some experience in the martial world during her youth, she understood the proper etiquette to show respect to the elders before her. This is my daughter's godmother, Bai Zhixuan. Su Yegao introduced her to Qi Li, but before he could finish, Qi Li interrupted. Quickly, bring your daughter out. I want to see her. Dream is eating.
Su Yegao replied, Bemused.
It seemed that these elders always had an affinity for children. If Master were here, he would surely be clamoring to see Dream as well. Speaking of the Master, Su Yegge felt a profound sense of nostalgia, pondering how he was faring in the interstellar realm after losing countless years of cultivation. Yegge, come here for a moment, Bai Zhixuan said, furrowing her brow as she extended her delicate hand to pull Su Yegge closer. Lowering her voice intentionally, she remarked, I can't shake the feeling that your uncle seems a bit peculiar. Don't overthink it. My seventh uncle simply has a fondness for children. There's nothing to worry about. Rest assured. Yegge understood Bai Zhixuan's concerns. She was merely anxious that Qi Li's boorishness might frighten Mengmeng. As Mengmeng's godmother, I naturally consider her well-being. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder, Bai Zhixuan replied boldly, bowing slightly to Qi Li. Qi Li said nothing, merely pushing open the door and stepping inside. Yegge, the incident regarding the theft of files from the multifamily conglomerate appears to be more complex than it seems. I believe we must conduct a thorough investigation. Bai Zhixuan shifted the conversation to a more pressing matter. Indeed, we must investigate, and I am determined to mete out a severe reprimand to the perpetrator. Yegge's anger ignited at the mention of the incident. How do you intend to conduct this investigation? Bai Zhixuan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Yegge replied, we should start by looking into Lu Xian, the one who captured me. I have a strong suspicion that he is linked to the mastermind behind this. My suggestion is for you to reach out to the Marriott Group first, and then utilize their resources for a more effective investigation. Bai Zhixuan paused for a moment before continuing. If you were to investigate, you would undoubtedly face obstruction from the hidden forces behind this, making it exceedingly difficult. After all, you are in the light while they operate in the shadows. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Zhang Depeo. Yegge nodded. Although the confidential documents of the Wanhao Group had also been stolen, he held an unwavering trust in Zhang Depeo. However, I entrust Mengmeng to you. Yegge lifted his gaze to the sky and added, the Bai family harbors deep animosity toward me. Especially since Mengmeng is my daughter, it is far safer for her to be by my side than with Bai Zhixuan. Although Bai Zhixuan cares for Mengmeng, she would never wish for her affection to bring harm to her. Yegge smiled faintly and remarked, with you watching over Mengmeng, I feel a greater sense of assurance. What do you mean by that? Bai Zhixuan inquired, catching the implication in Yegge's words. The Bai Zhe of your Jianghai Group is likely not unconnected to this matter, is he? A subtle smile graced Yegge's lips as he slowly articulated. If I truly had stolen confidential files from multiple groups and taken them to Jianghai Group, why has Bai Zhe not come forth to clarify? Why has he not dispatched someone to unearth the truth behind this affair? Bai Zhixuan found herself at a loss for words in response to Yegge's counterargument. Yet, his logic was compelling. If Bai Zhe were uninvolved, he would surely hold a press conference or send someone to investigate the matter, thereby restoring Jianghai Group's reputation. However, Bai Zhe has yet to partake in this matter. Aside from her extensive investigations as the president, she has taken no further action. For the time being, I shall entrust Mengmeng to you. Bai Zhe feels a sense of reassurance with Mengmeng by your side, which ultimately benefits my inquiry into this situation. Thank you for your trust. Bai Zhixuan lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she murmured, by the way, do you have any jade pendant with you? Yegge suddenly recalled the previous plan with Shui and inquired, what do you need the jade pendant for? Bai Zhixuan unfastened the pendant from her wrist and handed it to Yegge, saying, this pendant was a protective charm my mother sought for me during my childhood. What do you intend to do with it? Do not question my motives. Simply close your eyes. Yegge replied with a mysterious smile, instructing, close your eyes and after counting to 10, open them again. Why? Bai Zhixuan looked at Yegge in bewilderment before gradually closing her eyes and beginning to count. 1, 2. Yegge made contact between the jade pendant in her palm and the 9 dragons ring on her finger, allowing Shui, hidden within the ring, to transfer into the jade pendant held in Yegge's palm. 9, 10. By the time Bai Zhixuan reached 10, Shui had already shifted into the jade pendant concealed within Yegge's 9 dragons ring.
All right, I've counted to 10.
Bai Zhixuan smiled playfully and asked, what's next? Yegge smiled gently, extending her hand to grasp Bai Zhixuan's delicate wrist, fastening the jade pendant onto her. The intimate connection caused Bai Zhixuan's cheeks to flush a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. Your jade pendant carries not only your mother's blessings but also my heartfelt wishes for you. Promise me, regardless of where you go, to always keep this pendant with you. Will you? Yegge summoned his courage and gently caressed Bai Zhixuan's silky hair. While such a gesture is commonplace between couples, Where a man often reaches out to touch a woman's hair, the current circumstances were different. Su Yegao and Bai Zhixuan stood in opposing positions, making this action require immense bravery from Su Yegao. For Bai Zhixuan, accepting Su Yegao's affection demanded even greater courage. "Yegao, I promise you," she murmured softly. Su Yegao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and continued, "During this time, you should take care of Mengmeng. Each morning, I will prepare breakfast at the restaurant and have Lin Wan oversee the establishment. Just ensure you take Mengmeng to eat on time. Alright, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me. Do not face challenges alone," Bai Zhixuan replied with a nod. "Face challenges alone? We have only just met. How could you possibly know that about me?" Su Yegao paused his smoking, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Zhixuan. "Seventh uncle." Su Yegao suddenly recalled that although seventh uncle's strength had significantly diminished due to injuries, he was still at the late stage of Yusu, just a step away from the realm of Chongsu. If seventh uncle could access the peculiar energy sealed within Bai Zhixuan, she would undoubtedly recall many forgotten memories. "Follow me," Su Yegao exclaimed with delight as he took Bai Zhixuan's hand and headed towards Qili's room. At that moment, Qili sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes suddenly widening as they entered. "Could you not inquire before coming in?" he remarked. "Uncle Qi, I need your assistance." Su Yegao, disregarding any formalities, led Bai Zhixuan before Qili. "Can you help me determine if you can unravel the energy within Zhixuan?" "Energy?" Both Bai Zhixuan and Qili echoed almost in unison. "Cough. I misspoke." Su Yegao leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Uncle Qi, I suspect that there may be a sealing energy placed within Zhixuan by another cultivator. Could you see if it can be released?" "Another cultivator?" Qili glanced at Bai Zhixuan, then beckoned her to come closer. If indeed another cultivator had sealed Bai Zhixuan, it would imply her identity was quite extraordinary. Bai Zhixuan exchanged glances with Su Yegao before stepping beside Qili, extending her hand. Qili merely placed his palm beneath Bai Zhixuan's delicate hand without any physical contact. What followed was an astonishing spectacle that left Bai Zhixuan in awe. Although Qili's hand did not touch hers, an invisible force lifted her hand, seemingly flowing through her wrist and into her being. "Do not speak. Close your eyes and focus." Bai Zhixuan had just intended to speak, but her thoughts were interrupted by Qili. Su Yegao nodded towards Bai Zhixuan, signaling her to heed Qili's words. Only then did Bai Zhixuan feel reassured and gradually close her eyes. After a while, Qili finally withdrew his hand and sat in meditation. "Uncle Qi, how is it?"
Su Yegao inquired eagerly.
Qili shook his head and sighed, saying, "This matter is likely more complicated than it appears. Uncle Qi, will I ever be able to recall my past?" Bai Zhixuan gazed at Qili's expression, understanding that he felt powerless. "Very well then. Uncle Qi, please rest in the room for now. It's getting late. I shall arrange for Zhixuan to leave the estate." Su Yegao felt a twinge of disappointment and glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was already past 6 in the evening. Bai Zhixuan comprehended the underlying meaning in Su Yegao's words. Their conversation with Qili was not suitable for her ears, hence the intention for her to depart with Mengmeng. Upon exiting Qili's room, Mengmeng had finished her meal and was now seated on the sofa, preparing to watch television. Spotting Su Yegao and Bai Zhixuan approaching, Mengmeng joyfully raised her hand, wanting Su Yegao to embrace her. Su Yegao lifted Mengmeng into his arms, showering her with affection, and after a tender moment, he gently stroked the bridge of Mengmeng's nose, asking indulgently, "Mengmeng, do you wish to play with Mama?" "Yes," Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with innocence. "I especially love playing with Mama, but I also want Papa to be with us. Okay?" Her innocent words, coupled with her playful blinking, captivated all who beheld her charm. "It is as follows. Father, starting tomorrow, I must attend to important matters, so Mengmeng will accompany Mother for some leisure time. Is that agreeable? I must admit, Su Yegao possesses a remarkable talent for charming children." Under his persuasive words, Mengmeng obediently followed Bai Zhixuan. Uncle De stood by, astounded, and once Bai Zhixuan had taken Mengmeng away, he gave a thumbs up to Su Yegao, exclaiming, "Yegao, you truly have a gift for entertaining children. He, Uncle Da. Today you shall continue to manage the estate." Just ensure the ingredients are delivered to the dining hall punctually. Su Yegao replied with a smile. But aren't you supposed to investigate the origins of this matter? If you leave, who will oversee the dining hall? Uncle Da inquired with curiosity. Su Yegao patted Uncle Da's shoulder, assuring him, do not worry about that. Our loyal customers will keep an eye on the dining hall for me. Just follow my instructions. Shaking his head, he reaffirmed his decision. Very well then. Uncle Da sighed and exited the pavilion. Su Yegao turned and entered Chili's room, where Chili sat in silence. Su Yegao surmised that he was troubled by the peculiar energy within Bai Zhixuan. Uncle Chili, how is it? Su Yegao asked. The seal within that young girl is derived from a strange energy, which bears resemblance to our cultivation realm. Furthermore, I have detected the aura of the evil spirit immortal sovereign within this energy. Chili's expression turned grave as he looked intently at the other, articulating each word with caution. If the malevolent ghost immortal were to strike at this moment, even united, we would not stand a chance against him. What are your thoughts on this? Sighing deeply, Chili added, very well. For the sake of your master, I shall assist you. Is there a way to help Zhixuan recall her past? Su Yegao inquired, his excitement palpable. Although Chili's prowess in the realm of cultivation paled in comparison to Su Yegao's, he had spent a far longer time in that world, possessing knowledge that surpassed Su Yegao's in many respects. There is a method, albeit perilous, Chili replied reluctantly. In the cultivation realm, one can utilize a spirit body as a conduit to extract the peculiar energy residing within Bai Zhixuan. But does that not mean the spirit body would have to endure immense energy, potentially leading to its own destruction? Su Yegao exclaimed in shock. This method essentially traded a life for Bai Zhixuan's memories. If this were to be employed, how would Su Yegao differ from the malevolent ghost immortal of yore? I recall that the jade pendant on that young lady's wrist contains a spirit body. If you truly wish for her to regain her memories, you could use that spirit as the conduit, Chili continued. That will not do, absolutely not. Su Yegao replied without a moment's hesitation, outright rejecting the suggestion. Shui has always treated Su Yegao with kindness and willingly cares for Mengmeng. If Su Yegao were to regard Shui merely as a transitional vessel, would that not make him a second incarnation of the malevolent ghost immortal? Why is that? What is your connection to that spirit? Chili inquired with curiosity. Chapter 102. Su Yegao's dilemma. Her name is Shui, hailing from the Shuelian clan in the realm of cultivation, renowned as the sovereign of Snow Lotus. Su Yegao shook his head and said, years ago, when the malevolent ghost immortal established the ghost array in the cultivation world, she, as the saintess of the Shuelian clan, was used as the focal point of the formation. After the malevolent ghost immortal was vanquished by us, he was reborn on earth and brought her along, not only seizing her physical form but also severely injuring her soul. Yegao, I am aware of your deep sense of loyalty and affection. However, the energy within Bai Zhixuan belongs to the primal essence of our cultivation realm. If you wish to safely lift this seal, we must utilize a spirit from our world as the transitional vessel. Otherwise, even if the seal is broken, the harm to Bai Zhixuan would still be substantial. You must weigh your options carefully. Chili understood that Su Yegao was a person of profound loyalty, which led him to hesitate before revealing the consequences of the matter. In Chili's view, Bai Zhixuan is Su Yegao's wife, while Shui merely harbors feelings for him. Thus, Su Yegao must choose between the two. Is there no other way? Su Yegao sighed and asked, I do not wish to sacrifice another for my own sake. There are alternatives, but you must consider them thoroughly. Chili pondered for a moment before speaking. Did you not cultivate the 9-rank celestial technique previously? Once one reaches the 6th rank in this technique, they can harness external spiritual energy to dispel the peculiar energy within Bai Zhixuan. However, but what?
Su Yegao inquired eagerly.
It's just that, in this place, I cannot sense the richness of the primordial energy, let alone the more precious spiritual energy, Chili replied. Upon arriving on Earth, he had immediately perceived the scarcity of primordial energy. Compared to primordial energy, spiritual energy is purer and rarer. To seek out spiritual energy on Earth is no trivial task. Fear not, for I know where spiritual energy can be found. Our concern lies solely with the cultivation of the 9-rank celestial technique. Currently, my cultivation level in this technique is only at the 2nd rank. Reaching the 6th rank is merely a matter of time, Su Yegao declared confidently, patting his chest. However, should any unforeseen events occur along the way, that would be another matter. Qili shook his head, his expression remaining serious. If the evil spirit were to emerge unexpectedly, let alone our own safety, Bai Zhixuan would undoubtedly be in peril as well. The reason I urged you to use that spiritual entity as a conduit is that I wish to restore Bai Zhixuan's memories as soon as possible. At that point, we could launch a surprise attack on the evil spirit, potentially increasing our chances of victory. Qili continued, if we wait until the evil spirit has fully recovered before confronting it, our odds of success would be exceedingly slim. Moreover, considering your previous encounters with the evil spirit in the realm of cultivation, do you truly believe it would allow us to escape unscathed? Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never become a second incarnation of the demon, nor will I allow Shui to serve as this transitional pawn. Su Yegge steadfastly declined Qi Li's proposal, for to him gratitude must always be repaid. In light of this, I shall refrain from further discourse. After all, I was part of the coalition against the demon sovereign back in the day. Should the demon sovereign seek vengeance, I harbor no fear. Death is merely an alternative. With that, Qi Li slowly closed his eyes, preparing to enter a state of meditation. Seventh uncle, are you not gravely injured?
Su Yegge invuiret.
I know of a place that can significantly enhance your recovery speed. What place? Qi Li, who had already shut his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, intrigued. Although Qi Li's strength had been diminished, should he heal, his prowess could very well be restored. At that point, even if the demon sovereign came seeking retribution, facing someone of equal rank such as himself, the demon sovereign might not dare to be so arrogant. Follow me, Su Yegge instructed, pushing open the door and leading Qi Li to Shungung Mountain. As they approached the mountain, Qi Li sensed an unusual energy permeating the air. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the spiritual essence became, as if a vast reservoir of vitality had converged in this location. Seventh uncle, behold that mountain ahead. Su Yegge pointed towards Shungung Mountain and continued. This mountain is known as Shungung Mountain, and atop it lies a spring of crystal-clear water, rich in spiritual essence. If you cultivate amidst this energy, your recovery will be vastly accelerated. Qi Li, filled with elation, hastened his pace towards the summit of Shungung Mountain. As he stood by the spring, Qi Li noticed that the spiritual energy contained within the water was even more potent than the vitality found in the outside world. How did you discover this place? Qi Li inquired, unable to conceal his delight. I was searching for a location suitable for cultivating the 9-rank celestial technique when I stumbled upon this area. Thus, I decided to invest a significant sum to lease the entire vicinity and establish a manor. Su Yegge replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had not shared the existence of this spiritual haven with anyone aside from Shui, including Bai Zhixuan. Now, revealing this secret to his uncle Qi Li was intended to hasten his recovery. Uncle, you shall cultivate here from now on, Su Yegge said, bowing slightly. I have matters to attend to, so if you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Go on, Qi Li replied, inherently a fervent cultivator, now even more enamored with the prospect of such concentrated spiritual energy. After departing from Shungung Mountain, Su Yegge reminded Uncle De not to allow those working in the manor to approach the mountain. Uncle De did not question further, understanding that Su Yegge harbored many secrets that he need not unravel. Su Yegge drove his Volkswagen Touareg toward the luxurious district of Shangjiang, where Zhang Depeo resided in Villa 009. Upon arriving at the opulent area, he did not proceed directly to Villa 009, but instead parked his vehicle nearby. At present, Su Yegge's identity is quite unique. Thus, entering Zhang Depeo's villa directly might inadvertently cause him undue trouble. Therefore, it would be most prudent to visit Zhang Depeo's villa under the cover of night. Just then, Su Yegge's phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Wan calling. Once the call connected, Su Yegge heard Lin Wan's anxious voice on the other end. Brother, I heard you are out? Indeed. How did you know? Su Yegge inquired curiously. It was Bai Zhixuan who informed me, Lin Wan replied. With a faint smile, Su Yegge asked, Lin Wan, do you think the person who stole confidential documents from multiple corporations is me? Chapter 103. Lin Wan's investigative findings. Of course not. Brother, Lin Wan chuckled. The reason I called you today is to share that I've uncovered some clues. I am unsure if they will be of any assistance to you. You found something? Su Yegge was quite surprised. As the victimized Jianghai group, Bai Zhixuan had been unable to uncover a single lead, yet Lin Wan had managed to do so. Indeed, I am on my way to the manor to meet you, Lin Wan said, preparing to end the call. Wait, I am not at the manor. Where are you now? I will come to find you, Su Yegge quickly interjected, halting Lin Wan's attempt to hang up. I am at home. It's not convenient for you to come here right now. Please suggest a location and I will come to meet you, Lin Wan proposed. Currently, the Lin family views Su Yegge as an adversary. Should Su Yegge recklessly approach the Lin group, it is certain that they would take action. Moreover, given the internal discord within the Lin family, such a situation would not bode well for them either. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Wan is deeply concerned for Su Yegge, yet she must also consider her family's interests. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yegge suggested, why not wait for me near the Jianghai building? Jianghai building? Very well. Lin Wan agreed and promptly ended the call. After hanging up, Su Yegge drove straight to the Jianghai building. As the saying goes, the most perilous places can often be the safest. Previously, Su Yegge had engaged in underground fighting at the Jianghai building, where they had sought to recruit her as a champion, only to be met with her indifferent refusal. It is likely that they still harbor resentment towards her for this. After a brief wait, she spotted Lin Wan, adorned with a baseball cap, alighting from a taxi and making her way towards Su Yegge's vehicle. Brother, are you all right? Lin Wan inquired with concern as she entered the car. Su Yegge shrugged nonchalantly, responding, do not underestimate your brother. That Lu Xian fellow is no match for me. By the way, didn't you uncover some evidence? Su Yegge deftly shifted the conversation to the main topic. Indeed, I was perplexed by this matter, so I dispatched someone to investigate. It turned out that on the day when the confidential documents went missing from several companies, Lu Xian had visited Jianghai Group. Lin Wan explained, pulling out her phone and handing it to Su Yegge. Could this possibly be a trap? Su Yegge took the phone and, before even glancing at it, remarked, even if Bai and Lu Xian are somewhat slow-witted, they surely comprehend the necessity of eliminating evidence from the road surveillance. Indeed, they have managed to erase it, yet it is the store's surveillance that remains. Although it did not capture the footage of Lu Xian entering Jianghai Group, it did record his direction. Lin Wan pressed the play button, allowing Su Yegge to observe the entire video. In the footage, Lu Xian indeed changed into casual attire and took a taxi to the vicinity of Jianghai building, heading in the direction of Jianghai Group upon alighting. However, the surveillance did not document his entrance into Jianghai Group, thereby affording Lu Xian an opportunity for explanation. Su Yegge sighed helplessly. Brother, consider what lies near Jianghai Group. Lin Wan inquired with a smile. Although Jianghai Group is situated in the heart of the city, its vast structure divides the road into two parts. For safety reasons, the government prohibits non-motorized vehicles from accessing those two roads. Your words have illuminated my understanding, Su Yegge said with a slight smile. Upon disembarking here, there is but one path to take, which is to enter Jianghai Group, as pedestrians cannot access those two roads. Precisely. Now do you see, brother? Why would Lu Xian venture to the suspect-laden Jianghai Group before the incident? And why, immediately after the event, did they dispatch someone to confine you? Lin Wan, much like Sherlock Holmes, astutely analyzed the situation. All these phenomena can only point to one conclusion, which is that this incident involves the theft perpetrated by multiple conglomerates, closely intertwined with the Jianghai Group. However, on the day of the incident, Zhixuan was with me, and she was also investigating the matter. Although Lin Wan's analysis was quite reasonable, Su Yegge chose to trust Bai Zhixuan. After all, a day as husband and wife fosters 100 days of affection. The bond of trust between Su Yegge and Bai Zhixuan, forged through years of shared hardship, was beyond question. Lin Wan nodded and continued. Indeed, Zhixuan may be unaware, but do not forget, the Jianghai Group is not solely under Bai Zhixuan's command. There is also Bai Zhe, who harbors animosity towards you. Indeed, your point holds merit. Bai Zhe has always resented me and has consistently prevented Zhixuan from getting close to me. If Bai Zhe were to exploit the confidential documents of multiple conglomerates to frame me and imprison me, It would not only separate me from Zhixuan but also allow for greater control over the power within the Jianghai group. At this moment, Su Yegge grasped the entirety of the situation, yet one crucial question loomed. Who exactly had stolen the confidential documents from the multiple conglomerates? Not only was Su Yegge curious, but so was Lin Wan. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Su Yegge and possessed the ability to steal sensitive documents. Evidently, this thief was no ordinary individual. I suspect that there are moles within these conglomerates. Su Yegge and Lin Wan exclaimed almost in unison. The two exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles, each in awe of the unspoken understanding they shared. Once the laughter subsided, Lin Wan inquired, "In light of this, what are your plans, dear brother?" "I intend to visit the Marriott group to seek out Zhang Depeo." Followed by an investigation into Lu Xian, Su Yegge articulated his strategy, revealing that he would require Lin Wan's assistance. "Do you need my help?" Lin Wan asked. "Indeed, if I were to investigate Lu Xian directly, it would draw too much attention. Therefore, I would like you to continue the inquiry into Lu Xian, to ascertain if there are any irregularities," Su Yegge explained. Upon learning of Su Yegge's plan, Lin Wan donned her cap and exited the Volkswagen Tiguan. After she departed in a taxi, Su Yegge also turned his vehicle away from the vicinity of Qianlai Building. Chapter 104. Farewell to Zhang Depeo. After Su Yegge left the area around Qianlai Building, atop a nearby high-rise, three figures stood on the rooftop, watching as Su Yegge's vehicle vanished from sight. At the center stood a bald man, flanked by two muscular individuals, one adorned with a red lotus tattoo on his forehead, the other bearing a white lotus. These two formidable men were known in Jianghai City as the Red and White Masters of Qianlai Building, tasked with dealing with those reluctant to step up as challengers. As Su Yegge's car disappeared from their view, the man with the red lotus murmured, "Boss, should we take action? For the time being, let us observe whether there are any movements from Bai Zhe." The bald man shook his head and chuckled, expressing his curiosity about what significant stirrings that inexperienced young lad might cause in Jianghai City. "However, boss, I find it difficult to accept our subservience under the command of this immature youth." The typically reticent White Lotus interjected, suggesting, "Why not eliminate Bai Zhe and seize control of the Jianghai group?" "No, we must refrain from acting rashly, as we are still unaware of the Bai family's true strength." The leader responded, "Even if the Bai family were to strike against us, we need not fear them. Our Qianlai Tower boasts at least 5 celestial-level experts. Though they remain withdrawn from the world, should the Bai family overstep their bounds, we will ensure they suffer significant losses." Coldly, Red Lotus added, "Our Qianlai Tower has lain in wait in Jianghai City for many years. We are not to be trifled with by mere nobodies. If we must take action, it need not be direct. Let us enlist the underground forces of Jianghai City to do our bidding." After a moment's hesitation, the bald man spoke up. "Are you referring to Wan Yan and his group?" White Lotus inquired cautiously. "Indeed, Wan Yan is at least an early-stage terrestrial-level expert. We have invested considerable effort into training him. It is time for our well-fed hound to hunt." The bald man turned and began to walk slowly towards the staircase. "Understood, we will act accordingly," White Lotus and Red Lotus replied, kneeling respectfully in the direction the bald man had departed. As the night cloaked the city of Jianghai in its enchanting embrace, the vibrant nightlife commenced. In the opulent district of Xiangjiang, luxury vehicles surged forth, converging upon the most lavish hotels. Amidst this spectacle, a rather unremarkable Volkswagen Tiguan caught the attention of bystanders. Su Yegge parked the vehicle to the side and alighted, making his way toward Villa Number 9. He rapped gently on the door, which creaked open with a soft groan. "Mr. Su, when did you arrive?" "I hope no one saw you," inquired the doorkeeper, Zhang Depeo, his surprise evident upon recognizing Su Yegge. After scanning the surroundings to ensure they were alone, he ushered Su Yegge inside. "Mr. Su, let us proceed to the study," Zhang Depeo urged as he quickly led Su Yegge upstairs to a concealed study. "Please make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare you a cup of tea." He retrieved a teapot and 2 glass cups from the bookshelf, poured the tea, and settled across from Su Yegge. "Mr. Zhang, do you suspect that I have pilfered confidential documents from several corporations?" Su Yegge inquired, lifting his cup to take a sip. "Certainly not. However, how do we account for the surveillance footage?" While I have faith in you, the evidence appears to incriminate you, making it challenging for me to provide explanations to the other corporations, Zhang Depeo sighed. Following the disappearance of classified documents from multiple companies, their chairpersons had sought Zhang Depeo due to his close association with Su Yegge. I am here today because I require your assistance with a pressing matter. Su Yegge merely smiled faintly and inquired, might I ask if Director Zhang would be willing to assist me with a small favor? Mr. Su, you need only to state your request. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Zhang Depeo replied. Yet, despite his assurances, it was evident that he would never compromise the interests of the Marriott Group. After all, the Marriott Group was intricately linked to the formidable Zhang family, and the consequences of its downfall would be catastrophic for them. Today, Miss Lin Wan of the Lin Group approached me, sharing the findings of her investigation. Would Director Zhang be interested in hearing about it? Su Yegge raised his gaze, locking eyes with Zhang Depeo. Without hesitation, Zhang Depeo agreed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If the investigation were to yield unclear results, the ramifications could be dire. The prospect of multiple conglomerates uniting against the Jianghai Group was a secret that, if leaked, would surely prompt the Jianghai Group to take precautions, thus thwarting their efforts. Both I and Miss Lin suspect that the mastermind behind this is Bai of the Jianghai Group. Upon hearing Su Yegge's words, Zhang Depeo, who had been seated across from him, abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, after a moment of contemplation, he retook his seat and pondered before asking, but Bai should not act in such a manner. Why might that be? Su Yegge inquired with genuine curiosity. If Bai Zhe of Jianghai Group is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, it would certainly exonerate Mr. Su from being the one who pilfered confidential documents from multiple corporations. However, it seems improbable that Bai Zhe would allow the perpetrator of such a theft to seek refuge within Jianghai Group, especially when captured on surveillance footage. Zhang Depeo was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, that seems utterly impossible. This situation offers no advantage to Jianghai Group. With a light chuckle, Su Yegge replied, you are indeed correct, Director Zhang. Therein lies the crux of the issue. How so? Zhang Depeo inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Su Yegge. Curiosity etched upon his face. Why do you assert that this is the crux of the matter? Director Zhang must be aware of the enmity between Bai Zhe and myself. Correct? We have never seen eye to eye, yet I maintain a close rapport with President Bai Zhixuan of Jianghai Group, which has led to numerous confrontations between Bai Zhe and her. Su Yegge inhaled deeply before continuing. The power within Jianghai Group is divided. Bai Zhixuan holds the economic lifeblood, while Bai Zhe wields the authority. Thus, if Bai Zhe were indeed the mastermind, he would not only gain access to the confidential documents of several corporations but could also leverage this incident to eliminate me. More importantly, he could seize a portion of the power that rightfully belongs to President Bai Zhixuan. Chapter 105. Farewell to the Wok people. Furthermore, the Bai family's influence is substantial. Even in the event of compensation, their losses would be negligible. Do you now perceive my suspicions regarding the heiress of the Lin family, Director Zhang? Su Yegge observed Zhang Depeo's serious demeanor and posed the question in return. While I understand your perspective, it is imperative to possess tangible evidence, for without it, I find myself unable to persuade those skeptics, he remarked. Indeed, after Su Yegge's insights, Zhang Depeo began to harbor doubts. Yet, the absence of substantial evidence pointing toward Bai Zhe rendered their discussions futile. Without further elaboration, Su Yegge extracted his mobile device and played the surveillance footage that Lin Wan had previously sent him for Zhang Depeo's perusal. Zhang Depeo, a seasoned veteran of Jianghai City, immediately discerned the crux of the matter. This Lu Xian is indeed the individual who apprehended you. He had visited Jianghai Group prior to the incident. Thus, the evidence becomes conspicuous. Bai Zhe must have engaged in clandestine dealings with Lu Xian. I suspect there is a direct correlation to the defamation against you. Fuming, Zhang Depeo struck the table with his palm. Today I conferred with numerous shareholders from various groups for an extensive duration, yet none had focused their scrutiny on the captain of the police squad responsible for your arrest. It is astonishing that this seemingly inconspicuous Lu Xian is the linchpin of the entire issue. I spent yesterday in the company of President Bai Zhixuan, leaving Lu Xian with only Bai Zhe to approach, Su Yegge added. To thoroughly investigate the origins and ramifications of this situation, we need to pursue two avenues. First, scrutinizing Lu Xian, and second, examining the multiple groups from which confidential documents have gone missing. Do you suspect that there are traitors within our ranks? Zhang Depeo inquired. Indeed, if there were no internal saboteurs, how could the confidential documents of the group be so effortlessly pilfered? Su Yegge inquired with a smile. Isn't it rather simple to explain why I resemble you so closely? Cosmetic surgery. This revelation suggested that the matter at hand was a long-conceived scheme. Zhang Depeo was utterly astonished. In a seemingly casual remark, the internal conflicts of multiple groups were suddenly laid bare. Mr. Su, I now comprehend the necessary course of action, Zhang Depeo declared, rising to his feet and bowing slightly to Su Yegge. Thank you, Mr. Su. I shall prepare for the investigation immediately.
Do proceed, Su Yegge replied.
Lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip. Suddenly, he soared into the air, leaping effortlessly out of the window. Upon landing in the alleyway behind Villa No. 9, a shadow emerged from the darkness.
Are Su Yegge?
A peculiar laughter echoed as the figure approached him slowly. Are you a Japanese?
Su Yegge es Quintet.
Scrutinizing the advancing silhouette as he retorted. Indeed, I have come seeking vengeance, the figure responded, revealing, my name is Yamashita Takamitsu. The assassin you incapacitated was my brother, and I am here to claim your life. As Yamashita Takamitsu introduced himself, he swiftly drew a katana from his waist. In the moonlight, the blade glimmered ominously, instilling a sense of dread.
Bai is indeed a stoet.
Fearing that this little scheme might fail to eliminate me, he has dispatched an assassin.
Su Yegge o chakeld coldly.
As the energy within him began to circulate gradually. Su Yegge, do not be arrogant. If my conjecture is correct, there should still be an elder residing in your estate. Am I right? Should you choose to resist, you shall never see him again. From the mountains below, Feng Wujie laughed sinisterly, his eerie laughter sending shivers down one's spine. You Japanese truly are despicable. Lacking the confidence to kill me, you resort to threatening those dear to me. Unfazed, Su Yegge erupted into laughter. Yet I am curious to witness just how formidable your men are, capable of extinguishing my Uncle Da. Since that is the outcome you desire, Su Yegge, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Feng Wujie retorted, producing a firework-like stick from his bosom and releasing it into the sky. A crimson flame soared upward, illuminating the heavens.
Come fort.
With a sudden thrust of his foot against the ground, Su Yegge propelled himself into the air, launching a punch towards Feng Wujie. At that very moment, from the shadows behind Su Yegge, another phantom flickered. A cold glint flashed as a katana hurtled towards Su Yegge's crown, aiming for a lethal strike. Truly, the Japanese are treacherous. However, the katana failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Su Yegge. Observing this, Feng Wujie wielded his katana with ferocious speed, directing the blade straight towards Su Yegge's throat. A mere parlor trick, Su Yegge scoffed, executing a mid-air spin and delivering a 360-degree kick. Yamashita Nobitake's strike missed its mark, prompting him to swiftly raise his blade to guard his chest, bracing against Su Yegge's fierce kick. 2 against 1? I had thought your kind possessed the prowess to engage me in a fair duel, Su Yegge taunted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded the 2 Japanese men under the moonlight. It appears you remain as feeble as ever.
Su Yegge.
Sometimes being quick-witted may not serve you well, Yamashita Nobitake retorted with a chilling smirk. By any means necessary, I shall end your life. Hey, what about you, the other Japanese man? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? I have little regard for nameless pawns, Su Yegge inquired nonchalantly, his demeanor remaining unfazed even in the face of 2 adversaries, showcasing his remarkable composure. Chapter 106. Breaking the formation. I am Yamashita Tamahisa, sent here to collect your head. The other Japanese man introduced himself. Su Yegge chuckled lightly. Come now, why don't you both share your ranks? Are you at the earth level or the human level? We are both at the late stage of the human level, more than capable of eliminating you, a mere novice at the earth level, Yamashita Nobitake scoffed, brandishing his katana as he charged toward Su Yegge. In that very instant, Yamashita Tamahisa also drew his blade and lunged at Su Yegge. Though the Japanese men held the advantage in numbers, Su Yegge maneuvered effortlessly, evading their attacks. Despite their combined efforts, Yamashita Nobutake and Yamashita Tamahisa found themselves unable to land a blow on Su Yegao. What shall we do? His speed surpasses ours. We are simply no match for him. Fumio Yamashita glared fiercely at the imposing figure of Su Yegge before him. His teeth clenched in anger as he inquired to his companion, Tamahisa Yamashita. It's fine. I wasn't alone before I came out. Thus, his demise today is inevitable. Tamahisa Yamashita responded with a chilling smile, brandishing his katana once more. In that fleeting moment, a silhouette emerged from the darkness, drawing near to Su Yegge. This is bad. Su Yegge never anticipated that an additional adversary was lurking in the shadows. The proximity was alarming, leaving him no time to evade. Su Yegge, prepare to meet your end. The frigid voice resonated in Su Yegge's ears, prompting him to act without hesitation. He pivoted sharply, witnessing the gleaming blade aimed directly at his throat. In a swift motion, he extended his hand, seizing the blade and forcefully striking it, shattering the katana with his formidable energy. After breaking the weapon, Su Yegge retaliated with a powerful palm strike to the assailant's chest, propelling himself backward several paces. Damn it! Su Yegge observed his palm, pierced by the katana, blood streaming profusely, igniting a furious rage within him. You wretches! Is ambush the only skill you possess? Su Yegge was genuinely enraged, astonished by the cunning of these foes, which had reached an unfathomable level. Oh, we possess another talent. Fumio Yamashita chuckled. Su Yegge scoffed, inquiring what might that be. Quite simply, it is to surround and beat you. As Yamashita Fumibu's words fell, a shout erupted from the assailant targeting Su Yegao. I am Yamashita Sakari, ordered to take your head. Following this declaration, 3 gleaming samurai swords surged towards Su Yegao. With a powerful push from his feet against the ground, Su Yegao launched himself into the air, deftly evading the oncoming blades. Despite his superior strength, facing 3 adversaries compelled him to adopt a defensive stance, for he remained wary of potential ambushes from other hidden foes lurking in the shadows. Form ranks. Yamashita Fumibu observed Su Yegao's effortless evasion of their assault, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as he commanded his companions. In the blink of an eye, the trio surrounded Su Yegao, effectively pinning him in the center. Simultaneously, their blades began to dance with a speed that melded into a harmonious resonance. The trio's swordplay reached its zenith, weaving a tapestry of light that encircled Su Yegao, resembling a tempest closing in around him. If Su Yegao sought to evade their united assault, he would be forced to breach through one direction, yet in doing so, the other 2 would unleash a sharp onslaught from his rear. Su Yegao's gaze was grave as he observed the trio before him executing their knife techniques. The Japanese were known for their mastery of the blade, and their skills had reached an extraordinary zenith. The formation displayed by the 3, though uniform in technique, resonated with a profound synergy. Should the formation achieve an outward breakthrough, the assaults from the other 2 directions would converge upon that pivotal point, rendering the attacker vulnerable to strikes from 3 disparate angles. Naturally, to ensnare Su Yegao with this formation would be a fool's errand. In the face of their formidable onslaught, Su Yegao opted for a bold approach, seeking to shatter their formation. His strategy involved launching simultaneous breakthroughs from 3 distinct directions, thereby mitigating the risk of being flanked. A derisive laugh escaped the lips of the trio led by Yamashita Fengwu as they witnessed Su Yegao standing resolute, bracing for the impending strikes. They exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with scorn. They acknowledged that individually, none could match Su Yegao's prowess. Yet, the notion that he could dismantle their formation single-handedly seemed implausible. As the 3 samurai advanced with their blades poised, Su Yegao unleashed his innate energy, which surged forth in a magnificent wave, radiating from his core. Unlike internal force, this innate energy exerted a far greater suppression. Su Yegao's strength already eclipsed that of Yamashita Fengwu and his companions, and with the added pressure of his energy, the trio experienced a momentary delay in their own internal responses. In that fleeting second, ample opportunity arose for Su Yegao to mount a counteroffensive. Su Yegao accelerated his movements, evading the katana of Yamashita Saketora, and suddenly appeared before him. A faint smile graced Su Yegao's lips, reminiscent of a soul-harvesting specter, as he slowly extended his hand. Yamashita Saketora felt an inexplicable delay in his internal energy. In that fleeting moment, Su Yegao's sudden emergence startled Yamashita Saketora, who instinctively sought to defend himself, but it was already too late. Su Yegao's palm gathered a copious amount of vital energy and struck fiercely at Yamashita Saketora's dantian. A cry of agony escaped Yamashita Saketora as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby wall. With a single blow, Su Yegao repelled Yamashita Saketora and leapt into the air, catching the katana that fell from the sky. With a swift motion, he hurled the weapon, imbued with lethal intent, towards Yamashita Tamahisa. Yamashita Tamahisa deftly parried the incoming blade, but as he prepared to counterattack, he felt a rush of wind brush past his ear. Su Yegao's elongated fingers had already found their way to the crown of his head. Chapter 107. The appearance of the man in the black robe. Tamahisa, be cautious, Yamashita Fumibu shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. He unleashed his katana with ferocity towards Su Yegao. In response, Su Yegao coldly chuckled, swiftly transferring his grip from Yamashita Tamahisa's crown to his throat, tightening his hold with great force. With a powerful toss, Yamashita Tamahisa resembled a bird with broken wings, colliding violently with Yamashita Fumibu's katana. What do you suppose it feels like when your own katana pierces the body of your comrade? The voice of Su Yegge floated lightly through the air, startling Feng Wu, who was below the mountain, causing him to instinctively attempt to evade. Yet, it was too late. Feng Wu felt a sudden pain in his abdomen and, with great difficulty, lowered his head to discover a samurai sword piercing through him. Heh! Your weapons have penetrated your comrade's body. Am I to blame? Su Yegge remarked with a mocking tone, a cold smile gracing his lips. Of course, I shall not kill you, for that would be against the law. I am, after all, a law-abiding citizen. Standing imposingly before the kneeling Feng Wu, Su Yegge exuded an air of superiority. He extended his hand, delicately resting it upon Feng Wu's crown, and spoke in a chillingly deep voice, I have taken your inner strength. Thus you shall live your life as a mere cripple. As Su Yegge channeled the 9-turn heavenly heart technique, a formidable pulling force surged from his palm, gradually forming a small vortex at the crown of Feng Wu's head. This vortex meticulously siphoned away Feng Wu's inner strength until it vanished into Su Yegge's own being. Not sparing Yamashita Tamahisa and Yamashita Sakohana, Su Yegge similarly drained their inner energies without hesitation. Having absorbed the inner strength of 3 formidable human-level experts, Su Yegge could harness approximately 50% of this power through the transformation provided by the 9-turn heavenly heart technique. While this 50% might not elevate Su Yegge to the mid-stage of the Jade Void Realm, it nonetheless solidified his foundation in the initial stage. Should a fortuitous opportunity arise, Su Yegge would be poised to break the constraints of vital energy and step into the mid-stage of the Jade Void Realm. Apologies, but you may as well resign yourselves to a life of futility. Su Yegge had no intention of letting them off so easily. Although these men had lost their inner strength, their swordsmanship remained intact, capable of inflicting harm in the future. Thus, their arms must be rendered. A mysterious smile graced Su Yegge's lips as he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the shoulder of Yamashita Fumibu, shattering the scapula into fragments. Ah! Yamashita Fumibu let out a wretched scream, his voice echoing desolately in the darkness. The other 2 men were not spared either. Su Yegge shattered their sword-wielding shoulders, leaving them with but a single arm for the rest of their lives, forever unable to wield a blade. Su Yegge, our leader will surely not let you escape. Yamashita Fumibu gritted his teeth against the pain, shouting at the departing figure of Su Yegge.
Su Yegge post.
His gaze sweeping the surroundings before he picked up a stone at his feet and forcefully hurled it. The stone seemed to possess a will of its own, homing in on the injured shoulder of Yamashita Fumibu, striking precisely at the wounded spot. Ah! You will surely meet your demise at the hands of our people, Yamashita Fumibu bellowed defiantly, enduring the excruciating pain. Having lost an arm, he would be looked down upon in his homeland, preferring that Su Yegge kill him outright, wishing for a swift death. Dream on. With a cold chuckle, Su Yegge rose and began to stride toward the main road, ready to depart. Yet, just as he took a step, he sensed a familiar aura spreading around him. This aura. It resembles that of the legendary demon lord from years past. Goodness! Could it be that I am truly encountering the demon lord? Su Yegao furrowed his brow slightly. With his current strength at the initial stage of Yusu, he was utterly inadequate to withstand the overwhelming force of the demon lord. Thus, it would be prudent to depart promptly. Without a second thought, Su Yegao turned and hastened away, leaving behind the three in anguish, groaning in the darkness. The alley behind the villa district of Xiangjiang was seldom frequented, rendering the earth-shattering, soul-stirring battle within unnoticed by anyone. At the foot of the mountain, the trio of Feng Wu lay grievously wounded, incapacitated on the ground, their blood seeping away slowly, nearly drained. In the shadows, a figure shifted. At last, a person clad in a black robe emerged before Feng Wu and his companions. Do you seek vengeance? The figure stood firm, a raspy voice emanating slowly. Who are you? Feng Wu asked, his gaze wary as he regarded the figure before him. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is whether you desire revenge, the black-robed figure replied, continuing to press the question. We have our own leader to avenge us. We do not require your assistance. Feng Wu turned his head, refusing to meet the black-robed figure's gaze. Your blood is nearly depleted. If your leader truly valued the assassins dispatched on your mission, they would have sent someone to aid you. Yet they have not, the figure said with a cold chuckle. If you wish to exact revenge, I can enhance your power immensely, but you must heed my commands. Under the faint glow of the dim light, Yamashita Taixu's gaze fell to the ground. The three of them were gravely injured, and their distress signal had been sent out. Yet, no one came to their aid, and if this continued, they would succumb to their wounds before dawn. Very well, I shall obey your command. With great difficulty, Yamashita Taixu rose and bowed to the figure in the black robe. The other two slowly stood, also bowing in respect. Step forward. The raspy voice of the black-robed figure lingered in the air. Obediently, Yamashita and his companions moved closer. The black-robed figure extended a hand towards the crowns of their heads, and a wave of dark energy surged forth. This energy penetrated through their crowns, infiltrating their minds and even their brain cells. Ah! 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 The excruciating pain elicited screams from the three, but following their anguished cries, their eyes began to emit a crimson glow. Your strength has now reached the initial stage of Earth level. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, Su Yegao may struggle to defeat you swiftly. The black-robed figure spoke slowly. For now, you need do nothing but keep a vigilant watch over Zhang Depeo's residence. Should anything arise, inform me immediately. Chapter 108. The determination of Chili Yamashita Taixu twisted his shoulder, which had been shattered by Su Yegao, feeling a newfound strength more formidable than ever before. He then inquired, Did you not instruct me to seek vengeance? Why must we keep watch over Zhang Depeo of the Wanhao group? Indeed, Zhang Jia is the owner of the villa belonging to the Marriott group, and Zhang Depeo shares a close relationship with Su Yegao. Thus, by keeping a watchful eye on Zhang Depeo, one is bound to encounter Su Yegao. The figure cloaked in black emitted a chilling, sinister laugh and spoke in a cold, deep tone. There are numerous ways to eliminate Su Yegao. It suffices to render his existence a living hell without necessitating a direct confrontation. For Su Yegao is a formidable adversary. Formidable? He possesses hands, as do we. He is not some mythical being with multiple limbs. What is there to fear? Yamashita Fengwu has been trained from a young age by the Japanese to become a cold-blooded assassin. One might say that even in the presence of a ghost, they would remain undaunted. You fail to grasp the essence of Su Yegao. He is not of this realm. If provoked, even a late-stage Earth-level expert would find little advantage. The figure in black slowly extended a withered hand towards the moon hanging in the sky, murmuring, However, Su Yegao can only meet his end at my hands, though the time is not yet ripe. What does that mean? Yamashita Fengwu and the other two exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting confusion as they regarded the figure cloaked in black. Since the true self has granted you a second life and power, you must heed my command. As long as you obey my orders, I shall bestow upon you strength second only to that of the immortals. However, should you dare to betray me, I will ensure that your existence is worse than death. Having spoken, the figure in black slowly retreated into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Upon entering the estate, Su Yegao found Chili seated upon a large bluestone at the entrance of a small pavilion, eyes closed, in a meditative state. Uncle Da stood beside the large blue stone, still shaken, panting heavily. Uncle Da, are you alright? Su Yegao called out. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Su Yegao raised his hands to indicate his well-being, but inquired, what about you? I'm unscathed. Mr. Qi single-handedly drove them away. Uncle Da replied, pointing at Qi Li, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Uncle Qi, are you alright? What was the strength of our adversaries? Su Yegao asked. Although he suspected that the assassins sent to eliminate Uncle Da were not particularly formidable, their ability to infiltrate a manor filled with rare plants from the cultivation world suggested they were not to be underestimated. They were no match for me, merely a distraction from my cultivation. Qi Li slowly opened his eyes and regarded Su Yegao. Uncle Qi, please continue with your tasks. I will seek you out shortly, Su Yegao said with an awkward smile. Very well. Qi Li lightly tapped the blue stone with his foot, leaping down and swiftly disappearing around the bend at the end of the path. Yegao, who have you offended? Why are those foreigners attempting to kill you? Uncle Da asked anxiously after Qi Li had left. Just some people sent by Bai Zhe. He still wishes to eliminate me.
Su Yegao replied nonchalantly.
The Bai family. Uncle Da's reaction was one of heightened concern, as he had endured considerable distress from them over the years. Do not be afraid, uncle. Su Yegge lightly tapped the fingers on his back and retrieved a jade pendant from the 9 Dragons storage ring, presenting it to Uncle Da. This pendant serves as a talisman. Should any assassin seek to harm you, simply hold it close to your heart and fear not. Uncle Da, somewhat skeptical, accepted the pendant and inquired, so, by placing this pendant on my chest, the assassin will dare not strike? Indeed, but if you encounter an assassin, you must call me immediately. Understood? Su Yegge emphasized. All right, I will remember. Uncle Da nodded lightly, fastening the pendant to his waist. Su Yegge patted Uncle Da's shoulder reassuringly, saying, do not fear. No matter what happens, our estate is undoubtedly the safest place. After saying this, Su Yegge turned to head towards Shuanging Mountain. Uncle Da, watching Su Yegge's retreating figure, called out, I am unaware of what you have endured over the years, but Night Song, I tell you, once you have made up your mind to share, do so when you are ready. Okay. As he made his way, he arrived at Shuanging Mountain. Qi Li was seated cross-legged by the spring, and upon hearing Su Yegge's footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and asked, you encountered an assassin today, did you not? Su Yegge remained silent, merely nodding and extending his injured hand before Qi Li. Who sought to kill you? Qi Li continued to inquire. Su Yegge did not respond, walking to the spring and submerging his hand, pierced by a samurai's blade, in the water to cleanse it. He finally spoke. On Earth, my adversary is the Bai family, the clan of my wife Bai Zhixuan. In the realm of cultivation, my nemesis is the Shague Xianzuan. Now, the Shague Xianzuan has arrived on Earth, and you have witnessed the seal within Bai Zhixuan, which is intricately linked to him. It seems that the Shague Xianzuan has likely allied with the Bai family. I cannot forgive them. Qi Li's gaze flickered with ferocity. Sending assassins to eliminate him is permissible, but should anyone dare to lay a hand on Su Yegao, Qi Li would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Uncle Qi, regarding the grievances between the Bai family and myself, I wish for you to remain uninvolved. However, if the Shague Xianzuan intervenes, you need only to confront him, and I shall handle the matters concerning the Bai family myself. Su Yegao rose, meeting Qi Li's fierce gaze, and spoke. Very well. If you cannot deal with the Bai family, I shall assist you, Qi Li replied, his eyes wide with anger as he fixed his stare on the distant spring. Just now, while I was cultivating here, I sensed a formidable power lurking in the depths of the spring. If you were to investigate, you would uncover its presence. Su Yegao nodded in acknowledgement, saying, indeed, I sensed it earlier as well. However, when I sent Xue to delve deeper, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were overwhelming, preventing her from descending too far. Hence, I refrained from further exploration. Chapter 109. Refining the Yuaning pill. I always feel that this energy is excessively potent, as if it does not belong to this world. Qi Li furrowed his brow, and after a moment, proposed, let us find a time to explore it together. Indeed, Su Yegao did not refuse, for he too was eager to delve deeper and uncover the immense energy concealed within the spring. Seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Qi Li narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Yegao from head to toe. Su Yegao nodded and replied, "Today, when I encountered those 3 individuals from the Hua Kingdom, I absorbed their inner strength. Consequently, I have firmly established my foundation in the early stage of the Jade Void Realm. A mere stroke of fortune is all I require to ascend to the mid-stage. Then allow me to bestow upon you a stroke of fortune," Qi Li said as she flicked her finger, summoning a jade vial from her spatial ring, which she placed upon the ground. "What is this?" Su Yegao cautiously picked up the jade vial and unscrewed the cap. Inside, nestled quietly, lay a crimson elixir. "This is the Yuanying Pill." The Yuanying Pill is a treasure within the realm of cultivation. When Su Yegao first entered the world of immortality, he possessed no foundational roots. It was only through the Yuanying Pill bestowed by his master, the esteemed Qing Xian, that he achieved a single leap into the late stage of the Jade Void Realm. In essence, Su Yegao's dantian was suited for cultivating vital energy, allowing him to completely absorb the essence of the Yuanying Pill, thus achieving a qualitative leap. However, the refinement of the Yuanying Pill is no trivial matter. Only those in the Chongsu realm can concoct it. Moreover, during the refinement process, the alchemist must condense their vital essence at the location of the dantian, a feat that requires at least a millennium of cultivation to accomplish. The Yuanying Pill not only enables cultivators below the Chongsu realm to attain a substantial breakthrough but also serves as a life-saving elixir for those above the Chongsu level. The fact that Qi Li has bestowed upon Su Yigu the precious Yuanying Dan, which he has meticulously crafted over many years, signifies the immense importance Su Yigu holds in Qi Li's heart. "Uncle Qi, you are giving this to me?"
Su Yegge invuiret, astonished.
"Indeed, it is my gift to you, a fortuitous opportunity," Qi Li replied, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Su Yigu. "Consume it. I shall protect you." "Very well." Su Yigu nodded, pouring the Yuanying Dan from the jade vial into the palm of his hand. With a leap, he positioned himself in the center of the spring's waters. As Su Yigu descended, preparing to touch the surface, the vital energy coursing through his 72 meridians surged forth, lifting him up. His hand seals shifted rapidly as he initiated the 9 turns celestial heart technique. The vital energy within the 72 meridians began to flow in accordance with the guidance of his hand seals. Midway through this process, the flow of vital energy suddenly intensified. A thin layer of crystal enveloped Su Yige's exterior, resembling a protective shield. The vital energy contained within the Yuanying Dan was exceedingly potent. Thus, relying solely on Su Yigu to refine it would be a formidable challenge. In his prior experiences within the realm of cultivation, Su Yigu had the support of 7 adept practitioners during the refinement of the Yuanying Dan, enabling him to ascend from a state devoid of spiritual roots to the realm of Yusu. Although Qi Li's current protective prowess is limited to the late stages of the Qingsu realm, Su Yigu, having undergone the tribulations of the Chongsu, finds the process of refining the Yuanying Dan far less daunting than before. Su Yegge spread his palm, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the crimson elixir resting quietly in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he placed the elixir into his mouth. Upon ingestion, the elixir activated a swift circulation of energy within Su Yegge's body, transforming into pure essence as it traversed his throat and flowed through his blood vessels, entering the 72 meridians. The energy of the Yuanying Dan, however, was alien to Su Yegge, complicating the refinement process significantly. Additionally, as the elixir was crafted by a void-refining cultivator, its potency was beyond measure. Pain, pain, pain. 2 disparate energies clashed violently within Su Yegge, each vying to dominate the other. Agonizing sensations surged from his internal organs through the neural pathways to his brain, and he felt as if his entire being was ablaze with torment. Currently, Su Yegge's strength was at the initial stage of Jade Void, and during the refinement of the Yuanying Dan, he needed to channel a portion of his essence to operate the 9-turn Heavenly Heart technique while simultaneously allocating energy to protect his body. This was crucial, for during the refinement, the body was in a state of open meridians. If he failed to utilize his essence for protection, the impurities in the external energy could invade his system, leading to a catastrophic mingling of energies. A failure in the refinement could result in severe physical harm. Grant me the power to refine the Yuanying Dan. Su Yegge's inner roar echoed, for after years of diligent cultivation in the immortal realm, he was but a step away from ascension. Yet, The deep-seated turmoil that had lingered within him for years threatened to thwart his progress, and he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As Su Yegao's eyes glistened with a crimson hue, he summoned every ounce of vital energy within him to activate the 9-turn Heavenly Heart technique. Once this technique absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual essence, Su Yegao would be able to refine the nascent soul pill. However, despite his relentless efforts to channel his energy into the 9-turn Heavenly Heart technique, the internal energy remained unbalanced. The energy of the nascent soul pill dominated a significant portion of Su Yegao's meridians, while his own vital energy had retreated to the Dantian area. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Su Yegao's energy could scarcely withstand the relentless assaults of the nascent soul pill. Should the energy of the pill penetrate his Dantian, it would result in grievous physical harm, leaving him severely weakened and potentially incapable of cultivating for the rest of his life. In a moment of urgency, Qili, the protective guardian, swiftly approached Su Yegao. With a deft motion, he joined his index and middle fingers and promptly pressed them against the acupoints on Su Yegao's body. Qili immediately channeled his vital energy, infusing it into Su Yegao. As the owner of the nascent soul pill, Qili's energy exerted a guiding influence over its potent force. Under the impetus of Qili's energy, the nascent soul pill's energy, poised to invade Su Yegao's Dantian, gradually dispersed, redirecting itself to occupy the position of Su Yegao's heart. The heart and Dantian are the most vital areas of the human body. The heart governs bodily functions, and any injury to it would lead to a loss of overall vitality. Conversely, an attack on the Dantian could result in severe injuries or worse, a lifetime of stagnation in cultivation. Chapter 110. Breaking through to Midyushu O Yegao. I never anticipated that your heart's burden would be so profound. It is I who have caused you this suffering. Qili anxiously gazed at the pallid Su Yegge song, an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloping his heart. He had initially believed that with Su Yegge song's current cultivation prowess at the early stage of Jade Void, coupled with his prior experience of transcending the tribulation, the refinement of the primordial infant elixir would pose no challenge. Thus, he had presented the elixir he had painstakingly crafted over the years. Little did he anticipate that, after all this time, Su Yegge song remained ensnared by his own inner turmoil. With a sweeping gesture, Qili summoned his vital energy, enveloping the area surrounding Shuanging Mountain. Yegge song, you must endure. If anything were to happen to you, how could I ever face your master? Qili settled cross-legged before Su Yegge song, channeling his vital essence through the acupoints he pressed upon Su Yegge song's body, cascading into the 72 meridians within. Alas, Qili's vital energy was not the same as Su Yegge song's intrinsic essence, rendering it incapable of merging with the energy of the primordial infant elixir. Yegge song, please awaken, Qili implored, his heart heavy as he observed Su Yegge song's lips growing increasingly pale, tears streaming down his face in desperation. At this moment, Su Yegge song's consciousness was gradually fading, and his bodily functions were slowly deteriorating. Where am I? A flicker of awareness remained, compelling Su Yegge song to laboriously open his eyes. Upon a blink, he realized he was no longer by the spring waters on Shuanging Mountain but rather on a beach besieged by tumultuous waves. This was the very spot where Su Yegge song had been ambushed by Bais all those years ago. His heart clenched in an instant, his fists tightening as his gaze fixated upon the shoreline. Boom! 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 3 thunderous roars echoed, and a figure swiftly materialized within Su Yegge song's line of sight. That was the version of myself from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Su Yegao rode a dilapidated bicycle, braving the torrential rain towards the heartwarming little pavilion. Just as he was about to turn, a stone suddenly flew out, striking him fiercely on the forehead. The pain forced him to collapse to the ground, groaning, and as the bicycle fell, a group of masked individuals appeared before him. Damn you scoundrels! Su Yegao exclaimed, watching as they approached his past self, filled with anger and intent to intervene. However, as he stepped forward, his fists passed through their forms as if they were mere illusions. It seemed they could not perceive him at all. They simply traversed through his being. This was the realm of the mind. Su Yegao realized it was a knot of the heart, a burden that had entangled him for eons. The masked figures reached the past version of Su Yegao, dragging him and the fallen bicycle to the edge of the sea. 3 years ago, Su Yegao murmured something, but one of the masked assailants delivered a brutal kick to his chest, landing a series of blows that rendered him semi-conscious. At that moment, the assailant slowly removed his mask, revealing himself to be Bai Zhe of the Bai family. Standing beside Bai Zhe, another masked figure drew a handgun and, aiming at the dazed Su Yegao, fired a shot that struck him directly in the temple. After killing Su Yegao 3 years ago, the shooter discarded Su Yegao's lifeless body into the sea. That individual slowly reached up and removed the mask obscuring their face, a visage that Su Yegao felt a faint familiarity with. However, just as the mask was being fully lifted, a sharp pain surged through Su Yegao's mind. As her eyes fluttered open, she realized she was no longer on that beach. This was the site of her tribulation from years past. Su Yegao gazed in confusion at the scene before her, recognizing it as the secluded place where she had once undergone her tribulation. Clad in a silver robe, Su Yegao sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by flickering lightning. The essence within her intensified, and at that moment, a thunderous bolt struck her body, causing her to topple and plummet from the heights. In this critical instant, a figure darted toward her, catching Su Yegao mid-fall. Gasping for breath, Su Yegao felt a wave of pain envelop her. Her eyelids felt as if they were weighed down with lead, refusing to open. This was the voice of Qi Li. The memory rushed back to her. She had just been refining the nascent soul pill, but the energy from the pill had overwhelmed her consciousness, leading to the current vision. This scene was undoubtedly a manifestation of Su Yegao's inner turmoil. Yegao, Yegao, please wake up. Once again, Qi Li's voice echoed in her ears. Su Yegao struggled, fighting to open her eyes. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through her body, and with a determined glare, her eyes flew open. Yegao, you have finally awakened. As Qi Li continuously infused vitality into Su Yegge, he was overjoyed to see Su Yegge open his eyes. You rascal, I thought you were going to die. Qi Li wept profusely, resembling a child before Su Yegge. Uncle Qi, thank you so much. Su Yegge smiled faintly, swiftly forming hand seals. In that instant, the spring water atop Shungung began to boil. The spiritual energy surged into Su Yegge's body, refined by the 9 turns heavenly heart technique, coalescing into a vortex of immense power in his dantian. Uncle Qi, please rest well and await my good news. Su Yegge gathered vitality in his palm, and with a forceful push, sent Qi Li out of the cultivation area. Once Qi Li departed from this realm, the vitality within Su Yegge surged forth like a tidal wave. The abundant spiritual energy amassed in his dantian, under the refinement of the 9 turns heavenly heart technique, transformed into vitality that entered deep within. Initially, Qi Li's departure allowed the energy of the Yuaning Dan to counterattack, gaining the upper hand. Yet, at that moment, the vitality emanating from Su Yegge's dantian began to gradually refine the energy of the Yuaning Dan. Ah! Su Yegge let out a long howl, and in an instant, his vitality exploded forth, enveloping him in a radiant white energy. Su Yegge's aura began to ascend, rapidly reaching a critical point. The energy intensified until it shattered the confines of his dantian. Su Yegge had broken through. He advanced from the early stage of Yusu to the mid-stage of Yusu. Chapter 111. Seeking Lu Xian. Is this the power of the mid-stage Yusu? It has been a long time since I felt this way. Su Yegao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his considerably strengthened physique, murmuring to himself. Indeed, he had ascended a level. Qi Li clapped his hands, giving Su Yegao a thumbs up, his eyes surveying Su Yegao's body from head to toe, before remarking, "It seems you have yet to completely absorb the energy of the Yuanying Dan." Not fully absorbed? Su Yegao furrowed his brows, channeling his vital energy within to inspect. It was then he discovered that he had only refined a small portion of the Yuanying Dan's energy. The majority remained concealed within his dantian, enveloped by the vital energy Qi Li had previously infused into him. It appears that this refinement still requires time.
Su Yegao Said.
Contemplating that if he could absorb all the energy from the Yuanying Dan, his strength would undoubtedly reach the later stage of Yushu. Fear not. There will be ample time in the future, Qi Li replied nonchalantly. Uncle Qi, it's getting late. You should rest early, Su Yegao said, lifting his gaze to the moon above. Qi Li shook his head, stating, I am not tired. I wish to cultivate. Very well. You focus on your cultivation while I take my leave to rest. I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. You can dine with Uncle De. Su Yegao yawned, declaring. Understood. Qi Li nodded, slowly closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Do I know that person? Su Yegao murmured to himself finally. The night passed, and the sun began to ascend the mountainside. The following day, Su Yegao set out early. He first prepared breakfast at the restaurant before driving away from the Heart Pavilion, heading towards the police station where Lu Xian was located. Li Qing parked the car in a nearby lot and purchased a pair of sunglasses, settling into a milk tea shop across from the police station to enjoy his drink, occasionally glancing at the station across the street. Excuse me, may I sit across from you? A graceful figure appeared before Su Yegao, sweetly inquiring. He raised his gaze to meet the enchanting young girl standing before him, dressed in a school uniform with 2 long braids, exuding youthful charm. Indifferent to her beauty, Su Yegao merely nodded and replied, Please, have a seat. The girl took a seat, ordered 2 servings of double-skin milk, and handed one to Su Yegao. With a melodious voice, she said, I ordered this for you. You should drink it quickly. I noticed you've been sitting here for quite a while, and your pearl milk tea is already finished. What have you been pondering? My apologies. It was only then that Su Yegao realized his pearl milk tea was empty, having been mindlessly sipping from the vacant cup. Not to worry. You should try this double-skin milk. It's really delicious. Thank you. Su Yegao smiled faintly as he accepted the treat. Throughout the interaction, the girl maintained her gaze on his eyes, while Su Yegao's attention remained fixed on the police station visible through the glass window, until Zhang Depeo sent a message to Su Yegao, informing him that Lu Xian's figure had been spotted in the suburbs. Su Yegao had been seated, only rising to leave upon receiving the news. As he reached the doorway, a sudden thought struck him. He paused, retrieved a 50 yuan note from his pocket, and placed it before the young girl. Thank you, this is for your milk tea. No need for change. With that, Su Yegao turned and exited the tea shop. Excuse me, what is your name? The girl called out to Su Yegao's retreating figure. After he left the tea shop, she watched his vehicle vanish from sight before removing her earphones and speaking into her microphone. Inform the master. I have secured Su Yegao. After leaving the tea shop, Su Yegao drove to the designated location in the suburbs, where Zhang Depeo had already assembled a team awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Su Yegao, Zhang Depeo hurried forward. Mr. Su, I just dispatched someone to search for Lu Xian. It turns out he went to the police station this morning to request leave, and my team has finally spotted him here. Request leave? Why would Lu Xian need to do that? Su Yegao inquired, perplexed. Zhang Depeo continued, I am uncertain. I had my people investigate all of Lu Xian's information and discovered that his funds have been transferred abroad. Thus, I suspect there may be a connection between the theft of confidential documents from multiple corporations and Lu Xian. I have already informed the consortium associated with the Marriott Group about this matter. However, those chairpersons insist on evidence before they can believe it. Mr. Su, I can only assist you to this extent. Zhang Depeo felt a sense of disappointment, as he had never anticipated that the executives of these groups would be so difficult to persuade. Yet, if the situation were reversed, he too would require substantial proof to be convinced. His current willingness to believe was rooted in the past actions of Su Yegao, which had instilled in him a willingness to take a gamble on trust. Have you located Lu Xian? Once we obtain sufficient information from him, we can proceed to investigate Bai Zhe further. Su Yegao inquired as he and his team ventured into the outskirts, glancing at Zhang Depeo beside him. Zhang Depeo shook his head and followed closely in Su Yegao's footsteps, cautioning everyone to be vigilant, as they were in a rural area where snakes and other creatures might lurk. Su Yegao scanned the surroundings and spoke, Chairman Zhang, please stay close to me and do not stray too far. Understood. Zhang Depeo nodded. The reason Su Yegao urged Zhang Depeo to remain near was that he sensed a disturbing energy emanating as they entered the outskirts.